Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part What if Harry Potter reincarnated and conquered the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Killed by Voldemort, Harry awakens in his younger self, memories intact, vengeance burning. This time, he won't be a pawn. He'll master magic, bend science, and rise as the wizarding world's greatest force. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The months started flowing by. Christmas came and went. Harry had decided to focus on the telephone idea in his own time and worked on a couple of other projects in the meanwhile. He went home once or twice over the weekends to get more coal for his storage devices and to deliver a couple of hundred monitoring and projection strips for Marauders Inc. to use. He'd had to take a bit of time setting up a recording function for them as well, and he had needed to teach the head of security, the big wolf that went by Daniels, how to use the system and how to handle and store the recordings, mentioning that the millimeter-thick plates were made of pure diamond, as he went. The wolf had laughed, until he explained that he had made them himself. Apparently it hadn't been possible for anyone to transfigure diamonds in the past. It was supposedly impossible. The respect he saw in the big wolf's eyes, at being entrusted with such valuable items, and at the ease with which Harry had done it, made him happy. The Alpha's cub was mighty indeed. The study group was doing well as well. He'd made some progress with the girls and they were very comfortable in his personal space, which was what he had planned all along. They needed to be as comfortable with him as he could make them, since he wanted them to show him affection in public. Anyone that saw them should wonder if they were all his girls, which only some of them really were, in his head. It would protect them better, that way. Hermione had not complained about him giving the other girls more attention, since that first time, and had stopped complaining about his plans for the future. He treated them all with respect and tried to never make it seem like he cared for any one of them more than the others. Her only problem at this point, by his reckoning, was the way she had been brought up. Neville seemed to be completely fine with the current plan. He actually seemed to relax more, now that he thought of the girls as spoken for. He didn't get flustered around them, like he did with Hannah Abbott, who had recently caught his eye. As Harry recalled, the boy had been making eyes at her for years, his last time around, but hadn't made a move by the time Harry had quit school to go on a Horcrux hunt. He suspected he'd fare better this time, though. The school had fallen in love with the cinemas. The second one had become the designated one for the younger students, and there was always something on show there that anyone could watch. The first cinema, where Filch sat, was the one for films rated higher. The professors had stricter ideas of what was acceptable than the official ratings, and some films were only shown to the 7th years due to their graphic violence or depictions of more adult relationships. Harry had taken the time to get all the Star Wars films on his collection as well. It had been reasonably well received. People had needed to explain some things to the people who didn't know anything about space, but the story was still an epic one, even if you didn't understand all the science fiction. The biggest thing that came from it was a sudden desire to own a lightsaber by the male population of the school. No matter who you were, lightsabers were cool. Harry had taken some time to consider how he would try to make one, but he never got any inspiration. He could do a blade of force magic and even emulate the light and what heat it was supposed to have, but it would never feel right without the sounds and the edge, which could cut through seemingly anything. When he realized that, he gave it up as a bad job and moved on with his life. It was nearing the end of the school year, when Harry finally got word that Sirius and Remus had gotten the cup. They didn't tell him how, but they confirmed it was the real thing by using Tom's reaction as a gauge. He had stopped making demands at that point and had started pleading to not be destroyed. Harry didn't care for their reassurances. He arrived home 10 minutes later, having sent a message to McGonagall, to inform her of his whereabouts, just in case she got all twitchy again. He didn't like her angry at him. He walked into the kitchen to find both men sitting there bloody and bruised, sipping on tumblers of fire whiskey. "What the hell happened?" he asked. "You made it sound easier than it was," Sirius complained. "Flying a dragon out of Gringotts is at least off my bucket list." "You used the plan I used?" Harry asked incredulously. "Why? You have much stronger magics than I did back then. And Remus, why would you go along with that insanity?" Remus looked ashamed of himself. It did sound like fun to ride a dragon and being the first person to successfully rob Gringotts. How did you even get some of her hair to impersonate Bellatrix? Harry asked. We went to visit her in Azkaban. Sirius shrugged. We're family and being wrongfully incarcerated gave me the leverage I needed to make the arrangements. Remus took some hairs wandlessly from her and her husband. At least we didn't stick entirely with your original plan. Remus interjected. We do have a way to smooth things over with the goblins. Yeah, what's that? Harry asked. An upgraded security system. Remus said with a smirk at him. That and we'll claim that we didn't steal anything, publicly. The idea is for us to say that it was a test, to see if we could do it. Then we'll offer to help them make it so it can't happen again and make them an offer to install a centralized surveillance system with recording functions and everything. Sirius added as he chuckled, but winced, when his ribs didn't like the action. We even hid ourselves and the dragon, before it left Diagon Alley, so there's no chance of a muggle having seen us. Remus added. And we arranged with Charlie Weasley to bring some dragon handlers to recapture the beast. He didn't know what we were planning, but he was there, waiting for our escape and followed with his people on brooms. Hope you don't mind, but we had to give him access to a monitoring plate with a tracking charm connected to a camera plate, which we left on the beast. Sirius said. We thought it best to not have a magical dragon on the loose in the Muggle world. At least you didn't leave as many loose ends as we did. Harry allowed, taking out his board and writing a message to Madame Pomfrey. Harry, could you do me a favor and make a stop by Grimmauld Place? Remus and Sirius did something stupid and need a little attention. Poppy received the message and sent one to the heads of house. Poppy, could someone look after the infirmary for the next hour please? I have a couple of patients outside of Hogwarts that need a little attention. Minerva, I'll go with you. I have a suspicion about who. Pomona, leave the infirmary to me, Poppy. I'm on my way. Poppy changed to Harry's message and replied. Poppy, I'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes. Keep the flea bags away from alcohol. I've got a potion or two with their name on it. Harry, too late. Harry didn't need to wait long. Poppy arrived with Minerva and marched into the kitchen and directly to the two men. What did you two do this time? She asked. We robbed Gringotts, Sirius said proudly, but then winced as Madame Pomfrey started checking him over. Careful, I was injured, woman. You're supposed to be a healer. Poppy stood back and looked at him. Would you rather I don't help? She asked with an upturned eyebrow. Sorry, Madame Pomfrey, Sirius said meekly. That's better, Poppy said. What could possibly make you do something as foolish as trying to rob the goblins? McGonagall exclaimed then. We didn't try. We robbed them, Sirius said through his teeth as Poppy cast a couple of spells to support his cracked ribs. Then she started adding a salve to help with the bruising. It was for Voldemort's last missing item. Remus said. It would have been simpler to infiltrate Azkaban and just kill the Lestrange family. Then you could claim to be the last blood relation and walk into their vault. Harry said with a shake to his head. Both the older men looked up at him, in shock. What, you didn't want to discuss things? Harry said. While I agree with Harry, McGonagall shocked them by saying, I would have simply told the goblins that they had a stolen Hogwarts founder artifact in that vault. There are laws that would have forced their hand to go confirm and retrieve the item. Or you could have claimed the vault, without killing anyone. Poppy added. The Lestrange family are all in Azkaban for life. They've been declared legally dead. You could have walked in without any attempts to steal. You should know this, Sirius. I'd think you'd know all about it after being sent there yourself. Moony, ever think that we should get these people to consult for Marauders Inc? Sirius asked. Padfoot, my friend, I think you might be right. Remus said, as Madame Pomfrey moved to him, after having taken care of Sirius's last injury. It might be useful to have a talented healer and mistress of transfiguration on our side as well. On the bright side, we can still claim to have broken into Gringotts and escaped with our lives, on the back of a dragon. Sirius said, deciding that he could still claim the experience as a win. Why not just fly out using the flight harness? Harry asked. He'd given them both one, after all. We had them on, for a backup. Sirius said. But come on, we flew a dragon out of Gringotts. Harry shook his head as he turned around and walked out of the kitchen, intent on visiting the vault. Where are you going, young man? McGonagall asked. I'm going to check that they stole the right item. Harry said. Knowing these idiots, there's a 50-50 chance that they got the wrong thing. I'll go with you, McGonagall decided, following him, her wand appearing in her hand. Best not to tempt fate. Harry shrugged and took her with him. Harry led McGonagall into the Fidelius-protected vault and Tom Riddle instantly appeared before her. Professor McGonagall, they are going to kill me. He begged. Don't let them kill me, please. She looked at him with an expression of loathing as Harry went to the place where the cup was kept. Tom Riddle, you are a murderer who led others to murder, beat and torture. You will receive no sympathy from me. I hope they destroy you in the most agonizing way imaginable for all the harm you have done. Tom looked aghast at the woman. He had never been a student of hers, but he knew who she was. She had joined the staff of Hogwarts after Dumbledore was elevated to the station of headmaster and couldn't teach Transfiguration anymore. He had always heard that she was strict. But fair. I didn't want to do those things, but I needed an army to protect the wizarding world. You should have joined the Aurors, then. McGonagall said as she watched Harry returning with a smile on his face, ignoring the apparition as he usually did. It's authentic, then, she asked him. Real as it comes. Harry agreed. It's a shame the idiot here decided to corrupt these items as he did. If it was me, I'd have used a diamond and then thrown it into the ocean. Way safer than items of historical value that will always be mentioned in books. He was likely hoping to have the items used so that he could return one day. McGonagall said, thinking of how the diary was going to take the Malfoy heir's life to come back. Still, Harry said as he led them from the vault. With so many Horcruxes, one of them could have been something indestructible and inconspicuous. If he was after real immortality, he should have become an alchemist, or gone after Flammel from the beginning, when he had the manpower. Fortunately, we'll never have to worry about that monster again, once you've taken the time to secure his items and the phylactery on the moon. McGonagall said. If that's still the plan, anyway. It is, but we're letting Tom think the plan has changed. We may need some information from him one day and the threat of his destruction keeps him nice and compliant. Harry smirked, knowing the man couldn't hear them anymore. They went back upstairs and Harry confirmed that they had the right item. They found Sirius writing a letter, which he intended to send to the goblins. It was being dictated by Madame Pomfrey, since she had been the one with the idea. They would send it that evening still, to claim the vault that they had robbed, stating that they were testing to see if Gringotts was as safe as it could be to keep their fortunes safe. Then they would make the offer to fix the flaws they had used to bypass the protections. When the letter was done, McGonagall asked, you two wouldn't know what's been happening to all those missing purebloods, would you? The purebloods had been experiencing a decrease in their number for several months now. I have no idea what you are talking about. Remus said with a straight face. Don't lie to me, young man. I've seen that face at least one too many times. McGonagall said. The wolves have been gathering, Imperiust, Death Eaters and keeping the ones that confessed to having joined willingly, under Veritaserum, and obliviating the innocent ones. Sirius said. Remus can't tell you, since he's the leader of the pack. He must look out for his people. And how many people have you let go? Madame Pomfrey asked. 2. Sirius said with a shrug. Turns out there were actually Imperiust purebloods. Who knew? I didn't. Harry said honestly. Is that why Pansy and Daphne's fathers are still around? He asked hopefully. Actually, no. Sirius said, pulling out 2 small diamond discs and handing them to Harry. The smaller discs were still the same thickness, but much shorter, even if they contained audio and video. Pansy's father admitted to joining willingly as well. Daphne's father was the one that tried to get our family secrets and arranged your little meeting. Why haven't you told me? Harry asked, looking at the discs. It had become standard practice to record the interviews. And why are they still free? We didn't want to upset your girls, just yet. Sirius said. We've got both their signed and sworn confessions, along with the recordings, and have obliviated them of the experience, so that they could be brought to justice when it suits us. Daphne's father thinks he was beaten in a bar fight. The wolves had a little trouble containing their emotions when they found out he was the one who tried to have you abducted. They were going to abduct him. McGonagall asked. Yes, Sirius said. They have ways of persuading people to give them information. They intended to do what we've been doing. Obliviating you of the experience after getting all your secrets. They were questioning you under Imperius to try and ascertain if you knew enough to be useful. How am I going to tell them? Harry asked as he frowned. This could end badly for him. I suggest honesty. McGonagall said. I think they'd both appreciate straightforward answers. This will have a big impact on their lives, but they are both strong-willed. Madame Pomfrey said. Sit them down and tell them frankly. Offer them the opportunity to make arrangements, too, if you can. It will allow them to make preparations. Thanks for the advice, Harry said as he thought about how to broach such a subject. Oh, Daniels asked me to let you know that the coal you requested is in storage. Remus finally said. Coal? McGonagall asked. I use it to make the storage for recordings, like the films. Harry said, holding out the discs for her to see. I thought those discs were glass. McGonagall said with a quirk of her head. Then her eyes widened. No, you couldn't. Really? She asked finally, when Harry just looked at her, like it was obvious. But how? What are you two talking about? Madame Pomfrey asked. Diamond, McGonagall said looking at the discs in his hand. He's been making diamond. Isn't that against the laws of transfiguration? Something about permanently making something more precious than the base ingredients. Madame Pomfrey asked. Diamond is a condensed form of carbon. Harry said. Apply enough heat and pressure and the crystalline structure changes, until you are left with diamond. Then I simply transfigure that into a solid plate that is useful to record information on. The process is obviously not something I'm sharing, so no telling. That process has been tried. McGonagall exclaimed. The best that transfiguration masters get is a substance known as graphite. You need to add more pressure and heat. Harry said. If the carbon atoms bonds with 3 other carbon atoms, you get graphite. You need to take it one step further to bond 4 atoms with each other. What are you talking about? McGonagall asked. Science, Harry said. Atoms are at the base of every substance, including air. If you know how, you could potentially make anything from the structure of something else, as long as the correct atoms are present. Where can I learn about this? McGonagall asked. If what Harry said was true, there was a whole field of study that would enhance her own capabilities greatly. Permanent transfiguration of substances never before heard of in the magical world, with just a bit of knowledge that this boy possessed. I've got a couple of books. Harry said with a smile. I'm almost done with my high school chemistry education. Hermione could likely teach you a thing or two as well. She's a better teacher than me. Outdone by a 12-year-old. Sirius chuckled, happy that Harry's mood seemed to be improving. Doesn't feel good, does it? He asked. I've always known that she was smarter than me. Harry shrugged. If she continues at her current pace of studying, she'll be caught up with me by the time I go to college. You're still planning on that? Remus asked. But you've built your own spaceship. 2 words, Remus. Harry said. College parties. But, you have all your girls. Sirius objected. He'd spent a long time convincing Harry to start that up. And I'll take them along. Harry said easily. I'm sure they'd love all the attention that they get. As I recall, all of them are going to be quite beautiful by the time they reach 6th year. I'll get into many fights to protect their honor. You wouldn't be thinking of abusing your power, would you? McGonagall frowned at him. Using, yes. Abusing, no. Harry said. Some drunk boy tries to hit me, he'll break his hand and I'll not even feel it. I'm not planning on starting anything either. You will not become a degenerate alcoholic like Sirius, while you are in this family, young man. Poppy exclaimed. Hey, Sirius exclaimed. I'm not that bad anymore. What is in that glass in front of you? Madame Pomfrey asked with a raised eyebrow. That's different, Sirius said. We were celebrating our success. Well, since that's going to be your only drink, you can take these potions I brought along. Poppy said, producing 2 potions for the both of them. Before bed, okay? She asked with her arms crossed. I'll make sure he takes his medicine. Remus assured her, picking his own up and pocketing them. Make sure you do, she said. I think it's about time we return to the school. McGonagall said. Next time you plan something stupid, speak to those wiser than yourselves first. As they walked out, Harry said, technically they used the plan that we used the first time around and they knew it would work. They even added 1 or 2 steps. But they also used the plan of people who didn't have the options that we do now. McGonagall said, last time, the Dark Lord was in control and you had little choice in the matter. There is that, Harry allowed as he pulled the two women into a hug and apparated them to the border of the wards of Hogwarts. Harry, I told you not to do that. Poppy exclaimed in shock. I was coming this way anyway. Harry said, letting go of them and walking back onto the school grounds. I thought I may as well bring you along, he called behind him. That boy, Poppy huffed. He's just letting a little steam off. Minerva said. He's worried about his conversation with the girls. He started this campaign to win them over, to extend his influence through all the houses and to protect them, but I think he's grown truly fond of all of them. He's really worried about losing them now. Well, that's stupid, Poppy scoffed. He saved them from the attentions of not just that first boy, but any that may have done so later. They couldn't doubt his intentions if they tried. Even if he told them to do something they didn't understand, they'd likely do it before thinking of asking why. That's not good either, Poppy. Minerva said. He doesn't want devoted servants. He wants friends and perhaps something more, but never subservience. I know that, Minerva, but he's not just a boy. He's a symbol for hope. Poppy said as they finally started walking after the boy, well out of earshot. Like those stupid heroes he loves so much, he doesn't just beat the bad guys. He also sets an example that the other boys have started copying when they realized how much attention Harry was getting. I've noted that myself, Minerva stated. I'm not going to complain about that either. It was the next day, just after class, and Harry was back in the cinema. There was nobody there and he had called the two Slytherins to meet with him. Just him and them. The rest of the study group had the day off and were focusing on their own studies, as they often did. They preferred company, but with how much time they spent together, a little time on their own was often appreciated. The girls arrived to see him pacing in the reception area. He stopped as he saw them. Hi, he said lamely. Hello, the girls chorused. You asked us to meet with you, Daphne said, trying for a smile, even though she was nervous. The girls both suspected that this was about what had happened at the beginning of the school year. They both thought their fathers were at least partially responsible for what had happened. I did, Harry said nervously. This is about our fathers, yes? Pansy asked. Harry nodded. Well, what did your people find out? Are they responsible? Yes and no, Harry said, asked. I think it will be best if you both saw it for yourselves. He finally decided and walked into the projection room, after sealing the doors shut behind them. Filch kept the projection room pristine, since it was his responsibility, so Harry walked up to the right place and placed the disc into the projector. It was capable of reading audio, since some of the films in their collection were of lower quality and didn't require 3 separate inputs. Then he led them to the cinema, before sitting down. I haven't watched these, so I don't know how this will go, he said as he started the playback. The girls watched as Pansy's father was brought in unconscious and force-fed Veritaserum. Then he was woken and he was asked to confirm his identity. Then the questioning started. The first of the questions were to establish his status as a willing participant in the terrorist organization referred to as Death Eaters. The questioning was carried out by Daniels, the big muscular werewolf head of security. After admitting his willing participation, more questions were asked. His crimes were listed and his accomplices mentioned. When the interview was done, he was knocked out and obliviated. Pansy's face didn't change. She had known all along, though she was disgusted with some of her father's crimes. Next, Harry quickly loaded the other disc. Much the same interview took place, but the man wasn't a Death Eater. The crimes he had committed were fewer as well, but he did confess to having collected many family magics over the years. It didn't matter if it was friend or foe. He was greedy for knowledge and often hired people who he would obliviate, but paid well for their services. His business was also built off of a lot of manipulation and backroom deals and using knowledge he gained in the Muggle world to make investments that tended to pay out rather well. Daphne was shocked with what she heard, however. She knew her father wasn't a nice man, but she didn't know about the specifics of his crimes. He was one of the ones who had played with people's memories while at school and she had broken down in sobs at the revelation. Why did you show us this? Pansy asked as she hugged her weeping friend. Because I wanted you to be prepared, Harry said. These recordings were made a while back. Your fathers will not be allowed to run free forever. We're thinking you might want to make preparations, before they disappear as many other purebloods have. So your people are responsible for that? Pansy asked with a frown, as she thought about it. But then she surprised him by nodding in agreement. Good. I hope they are all dead, she said. Do you know when my father will disappear? They are waiting for word from me. Harry said. You may give the word for my father. Pansy decided. I am prepared. My mother and sister will need me to be there for them. Daphne said through her tears. Can we wait till the end of the year with him? Of course, Daphne. Harry said. I'm sorry I put you through this. You didn't make him into the man he is. Daphne said as she extracted herself from Pansy and leaned to the other side, where Harry sat and hugged him, crying on his shoulder. You're only trying to bring evil men to justice. She cried on his shoulder for a bit as he held her tightly, giving her the comfort she needed, while he held out a hand for Pansy, who took it. Then he squeezed her hand and she smiled sadly at him. When Daphne had calmed down some, she sat back a bit and said, Thank you for being honest and telling us. Then she leaned forward and at him. It was little more than a peck, but it wasn't just a friendly thing either. It was also Harry's first key, this time around. She then blushed, despite herself, and got up to leave. Pansy soon got up as well, and when Harry joined them, she turned on him and at him as well. When she broke the 2-second-long key, she looked him in the eyes and said, That's for being who you are and for trusting us with your secrets. I'll never betray your trust, Harry, I swear it. Then she turned around again and left with Daphne, trying to hide her blush. It had been all three of their first keys, after all. Pansy may act cold and dignified, but she was just a girl, who had just at her crush. Harry stood in the door for a bit as he looked after them. He had no doubt that the other girls would know soon. The inner circle were all the best of friends. He was just glad that the girls had taken it in the way he had meant it. He didn't want to shock them, but it would be worse for them to find out later that he had known what had happened to their missing fathers. He went back to the projection room and took out the disc, storing it in a hidden pocket, and left to go to dinner. He doubted he'd see Daphne or Pansy there already. Daphne was still emotional and they would have gone somewhere private to talk. They didn't want to show their vulnerability in Slytherin House. When Harry sat down, he noted a blush on Hermione's face when she saw him. Did she already know? How quickly had word gotten out? Hello, Hermione, he said anyway and smiled at her. Hi Harry, she stammered. Anything going on that I should know about? Harry asked. Just then Parvati sat down next to her. We were informed of the event earlier. We girls all agreed to let the others know when that eventuality occurred, she said, her own blush on her face as she smiled shyly, even as she spoke with as much confidence as she could. I see, Harry said. Is this going to be an issue? He asked. No, Parvati said, turning to dish up. As long as you don't mind doing it again later. To avoid jealousy, you understand. Harry didn't know what to say, so he stuffed his mouth, even as his face betrayed him with a blush of his own. He blamed the hormones. What are you all talking about? Neville asked, from where he sat on Harry's other side. He had watched the blushing and smiles and heard what they had said, but he couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Later, Harry said. Neville nodded at that and continued his meal. When he was done, he asked, Harry, did you ever make any progress on making a lightsaber? The science doesn't exist for it. Harry said. I can emulate a couple of the effects, but the really cool stuff from the movie simply doesn't work in real life. What's the problem? Neville pressed. Well, lightsabers are supposed to use some form of light, right? He asked. Neville nodded. Well, light, including high-density ones, don't make physical contact, so they would pass through each other. Even if you could make a lightsaber, you'd never be able to battle like they did in the films. But, what if we just wanted toys that looks and acts like a lightsaber? Neville asked. He doubted he'd be allowed to own such an amazing weapon, anyway. That stumped Harry for a bit. Then he realized he was thinking of it all wrong. They were just kids who wanted to reenact parts and play with the things. No matter how grown-up kids acted, they were still just kids. Why was he thinking of supplying children with real lightsabers anyway? They'd definitely get hurt. You know what, Neville, I didn't think of that. Harry admitted. Let me think about it for a bit longer. I'm sure I can come up with something if it is just for play. Neville smiled victoriously. Awesome, he said. Hey, Harry, Fred asked. Before George could ask, Harry said, Yes, Fred, I can make more than just one or two, but let me figure it out first, okay? Thanks, Harry, George said with a smile of his own. Harry smirked at them and then he left, with his friends. When they were in the passage before they got to the Gryffindor common room, Neville asked, "Can you tell me now what you were talking about? I had hoped you forgot." Harry said. Harry key, Ed Daphne and Pansy. Parvati said for him. Technically, they key, Ed me. Harry corrected, but a little smile crossed his face. But I'm not complaining. Neville blushed, like the schoolboy he was, and stayed quiet. Hermione was suspiciously quiet as well and left for the girls' dorm as soon as they arrived. Is she going to be okay? Harry asked. She's thinking about what happened. Parvati said easily. She'll be fine by tomorrow. She does like using that amazing brain of hers. Harry accepted. That evening was a quiet one. Harry was relaxing with his friends and feeling much better, now that the Slytherin girls knew what was going on. Before bed, Parvati hugged and keyed him on the cheek and smiled at him. Strangely, this touched his heart more than the key that Daphne and Pansy had given him. He blushed as he watched her leave. Anything you want to tell us, Harry? Fred asked. Anything new happening in your life, which your devoted apprentices should know about? George added. Yes, actually, Harry said as he smiled at them. Never let your guard down. He lifted them up and flipped them so that they both landed upside down on a couch looking at him. One of these days, Fred started, not even righting himself and folding his arms, like he was sitting upside down on purpose. You're going to teach us how you do these things. George finished, following his brother's lead. We'll see pigs fly before that happens, Harry said, as two pigs with little angel wings started flying circles above the twins' heads, tweeting like little birds. Is that a yes? Fred called after him, as Harry walked away, smiling. Maybe one day, he'd actually teach the twins something, in exchange for an actual apprenticeship oath. For now, he had a toy lightsaber to design. It took him a couple of days, but by Saturday, he'd finally perfected the process. It wasn't really all that difficult. A rune or two to create a tube of force. A spell to give it the light. The sword would create the sound as it moved, but the best part was that he had made it so that the swords could react to each other. The clashing sounds of lightsabers and the light where they connected was a tricky bit of magic, but he finally figured out how to make the light and sound effects affect each other in the correct way. He walked into the Great Hall and approached Neville. Hey Nev, think fast. He called as he tossed a tube at the boy. Neville did not think fast, but Hermione always did, and she quickly caught the tube right as it would have hit his head with her wandless magic. She'd never gotten over the need to use a hand to point or direct her magic, but she compensated by doing it under the table. Neville was shocked at the floating tube, but then his eyes widened. No way, he exclaimed as he took it from out of the air, where it had hovered. It was all shiny metal and had a button on the side. He pointed it away from himself and pressed the button. A green tube of what seemed like glowing energy extended slowly from the hilt as the power of the force tube built to the preset length. The sound of a lightsaber was met with awe from the boys in the room. Harry smirked at him and held his own tube pressing the button. From his extended a red tube. Are you ready to join the dark side, Neville? He asked. Neville smirked. Never, he exclaimed as he shot from his seat and approached Harry, blade at the ready. The ensuing battle was met with much enthusiasm and Harry was shocked at Neville's proficiency with the blade. Harry was almost defeated and would have been if not for his magically aided strength. Where did you learn swordplay? Harry asked as people cheered, when Neville finally admitted defeat. Fencing, Neville said with a shrug as he switched his blade off, watching it retract into the hilt. Grandmother was afraid that I'd be a weak wizard and had me trained in fencing, so that I could defend myself. Neville Longbottom, hiding skills and strengths I never knew about. Harry chuckled. If I hadn't cheated, you'd have won. Neville parried like a master and had Harry off center more often than not. I thought you were too strong. Neville nodded in understanding. That last attack almost made me drop my new favorite toy. Yeah, about that, these are still tubes of force. Harry warned. If you hit someone with it, you could still break bones, so be careful. I will, Neville promised. How did you end up figuring it out? He asked as the twins approached with looks of both admiration and hope. Magic, my good man, Harry said with a smile as he threw an arm around Neville's shoulders and led him back to his seat. Magic always succeeds where science fails and vice versa. You made them. Fred said. Did you remember ours? George asked. Sure did, Harry said, as he produced 2 tiny lightsabers and lit them up. They were red, and the size of a pencil, fully extended. He handed them over, smirking at them. They looked at the lightsabers, disappointment written on their faces, but then they started to grow in their hands until they were the same size as Harry and Neville's. Red, since, as my apprentices, you're obviously on the dark side. Harry said with a smirk. They didn't necessarily hear him, as they were already fighting. Remember that those can still hurt you. He said loudly. Yes, Master, they said together. Mr. Black, McGonagall exclaimed as she approached. I can't have you handing out weapons to students. What? Harry asked, real confusion written on his face. They don't have blades, he said. They are basically sticks that look pretty. Sticks of force magic, she exclaimed, in a toy that people will use to try and bash each other's heads in. We do have wands, you know, Harry said. We carry deadly weapons all the time. But those aren't made in the image of a sword, meant for bashing and hitting. McGonagall said. I can see what you were trying for, but I'm afraid these toys are not suitable for children as young as yourself and the Weasley twins. Hey, the twins exclaimed. What about Neville? Fred asked. As Mr. Longbottom said, he's had tuition in fencing and will know how not to hurt people. McGonagall allowed. Mr. Black and you 2 troublemakers don't have such a qualification. I'm afraid that I will have to confiscate those. Harry smirked and held his out to her. I've made others, he said with a cocky smile. If I see you playing with them, I'll just confiscate them too. McGonagall smiled back. She turned to the twins, but they were already running to try and escape. Now see what you've done, she asked. Hey, I handed mine over, like a good obedient student. Harry said. And told me you have more. They don't have that option, McGonagall said as she sighed and walked out of the Great Hall in long quick strides, going after the twins. Excuse me, Mr. Black, a voice asked and Harry turned around. It was a teacher Harry recognized, but didn't know. Yes, Harry asked. If the tube of force is runes-based, I may have a solution to your problem, the professor offered. Oh, do tell, Harry said with a smile. Professor Bathsheba Babbling, professor of ancient runes. She introduced herself and Harry greeted her politely. It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor Babbling, he said. Same, the professor said. You could always modify the rune to exclude certain types of physical contact, she said. In practice such runes are used in places like the entrance to platform 9 3/4. You know what, Professor? I think I'm going to like you, Harry said. Why have we never met? Because you, young man, have already exceeded the scope of runes that we teach at Hogwarts, if the books I've seen you reading is any indication. Professor Babbling said with a shake of her head and a smile. Fortunately for you, I am also a mistress of the practice and could still teach even you a thing or two. When, where and how much will it cost me? Harry asked instantly. After your normal classes on Monday. As for the price, perhaps you could see your way to explaining how you produced the other effects. Professor Babbling offered. My own attempt at creating such a device leaves me sadly disappointed. You've made a functioning lightsaber? Harry asked, astounded. How could I not? She asked. The idea was fascinating when I first saw the film. I've been racking my brain trying to come up with all the effects, though. Oh, we'll be getting along swimmingly, Harry said as he bid her farewell. When Harry sat down, Hermione asked, Harry, when you have something that works, could you see your way to giving me one to give to my dad? Of course, Hermione, Harry said. I wouldn't forget the man that showed us the film in the first place. She smiled at him. Thank you, Harry. Harry was glad that Hermione had finally smiled at him again. There was something wrong with the day if Hermione Granger didn't smile at him. I don't want to give one away, but could I also have one? Parvati asked. I'll make one for everyone in the study group if they want it. Harry promised. Suddenly he was inundated with requests to make toys for the whole of the male assemblage and some of the females. Harry sighed. Then he stood up. Anyone that wants one of these will be able to purchase them from the confectionery stands at the cinemas, once I've figured out how to make ones that aren't instantly confiscated, and as stock becomes available. Stop asking, please. I want to eat breakfast. That stopped the requests rather quickly. Things soon settled back into what passed for normal and Harry was finally able to relax as chatter filled the hall. The twins soon came back in with McGonagall, as she carried the 3 lightsabers in her hands. Harry informed them that he'd be working on making one that won't be confiscated, and they finally relaxed and smiled again. Most of Saturday, Sunday and the classes on Monday were boring to Harry, since he couldn't focus on his own work, and the idea of spending time with a runes mistress made him just want to skip classes. Unfortunately, by Monday, the runes mistress was likely giving class, so he wouldn't be able to go, even if he did skip classes. By the end of classes, he activated his flight harness and shot through the corridors and made it to the runes classroom in record time. He arrived so fast, in fact, that students were still exiting the class, and he floated there impatiently, ignoring the gasps and looks as he looked out over their heads, to see the professor, who was looking back out at him with a bit of amusement and a lot of questions on her face. Once he entered, the door was closed and they got into the subject of making toys, and maybe 1 or 2 actual weapons. Bathsheba Babbling had succeeded in creating a blade of force, much like Harry had made a staff. Her blade, however, was so thin, if it was visible and aligned with your eye, you wouldn't be able to see it. Since it was a construct of force, however, it was nowhere near as brittle as it sounded. Her problem was making it look, feel, sound and act like a lightsaber. They started working on that first. And in a short while, her blade glowed and sounded like a lightsaber, but only when viewed from the side. That was resolved by introducing Harry's runes for the tube of force, with a modification to allow it to go through physical matter. That left her with only one problem. The sword needed to be oriented correctly to still cut. She could do it manually, of course, and the button on the lightsaber was placed so that the thumb was in place when the blade was oriented correctly, but that wasn't what she wanted. She wanted it to cut in whatever direction the blade was moved. Science ended up solving that problem. A tiny gyroscope, which Harry quickly transfigured, was placed just below the blade and charmed like he had done on his spacecraft to remember his orientation and elevation. The blade was then put on a ring of bearings, to turn with the movement and making whatever direction the blade moved, be the direction the blade is oriented. Then they tested it without the tube to ensure it was working correctly, which it did. The last modification they came up with, was a modification to the Force blade. In the movies, the blade seemed to cut through anything, no matter how much pressure was applied to the blade. As it was, if one placed the blade on a surface, the bearings made the blade turn sideways, if not applied with enough force and speed. The Force blade now had a natural hum, as the Force was in constant motion at a tremendous speed upwards. At first the effect changed the shape of the blade, to curve backwards slightly. It looked like a katana, but that wasn't what they wanted. A bit of playing with the structure fixed that as well. What they ended up with, was a lightsaber that would cut through anything with minimal contact and which could cut in any direction, depending on the movement of the blade. It looked exactly like a lightsaber and, as far as they could tell, functioned exactly like one too. The only thing that would stop the blade, was if someone had another lightsaber. Even one of the toys would stop it. The experimentation and modification of the weapon took an entire month, but by the end, they had achieved their goal and were rather happy with the result. They didn't stop at the first one either. They made 4 more. One for Harry, one for Neville, one for Daniels and one for Hermione's dad. All of them had 2 settings as well. The first setting was the normal staff. The second, had the blade. Harry had to make the actual blade function be very obvious, so he made a slider at the top, which would show green for safe and red for deadly. The color of the blade would change with it. Instead of a standard color, the deadly blade would shine purple. If you see purple, you're going for the kill, not that he expected to need something like that anytime soon. Harry would present the weapon he made for Daniels, the head of Marauders Security, when he was back home from school. He doubted the man would need one, but he suspected his staff-like function would be useful as a baton. He'd likely be making more of those for the other security wolves as well. He'd already modified the other 4 toys to pass through matter and had more like them sold at the confection stand at a decent price. Harry offered the future production of the toys to Professor Babbling. The runes were the longest part of the process and he had other things to do. He took 20% for his effort with the charms and spells that made the effects. Soon children were having play fights all around the school and challenging each other. Neville turned out to be a tough challenger to beat, and people started asking him for advice, and he ended up making quite a few more friends. Harry even saw him practicing with a few of them on occasion. He was very happy to see Hannah Abbott was one of those. Good for Neville. The school year was nearing its end, and Harry had to start spending more time with the study group as Hermione decided that they needed to focus on their studies. Everyone was spurred on by her fervor, but he injected some much-needed levity when things became too stressed. The girls of the group had started hugging and dotting Harry on the cheek more often. All but Hermione had gotten in on the action. Harry was fine with that. If she ended up not joining his long-term plans, he could live with that. He remembered how she looked at the Yule Ball every time he tried to think of her only platonically, though, which stopped that thought in its tracks. How she looked at the Slug Club dinner that one time was even harder to ignore. But he prevailed and never once stopped showing her affection in the way he had come to. Just because things wouldn't go further, didn't mean that he would stop showing her that he cared. By the time that the exams ended, Harry had other plans in motion. He'd invited those who would join him on the first Wizarding Moon landing. Phileas Flitwick, Rolanda Hooch, Neville Longbottom, Sirius Black, Poppy Pomfrey and Albus Dumbledore were all on the list. The headmaster had insisted that he goes along, but his vow would protect the mission and the delivery of the items to their new permanent home. Poppy wanted to be there, in case of any medical emergencies. Remus would not be joining on the off chance that the moon somehow affected his lycanthropy. Harry had thought about but decided against inviting Professor Babbling. Until this first mission was over, only those in the know and those he could trust with his secrets could go. Remus and Sirius had even made something that they might find useful later, and Harry couldn't wait to finish with his mission. To set up shop, as it were. The school year ended with Gryffindor winning the House Cup, despite Harry's success at not adding any points to the tally. Snape had tried, helping, by deducting points, but Harry's study group were raking them in. And, since there were more Gryffindors than the other houses, they ended up making quite a difference. The fact that their diligence had spurred others on, made a difference too. Lockhart had also survived the year, barely, and had decided to leave teaching behind him. Harry had arranged a little meeting with the wolves for him, once he left. While the man had been useless as a teacher and reasonably harmless to the students, besides his subpar teaching, he was still a criminal, who needed to be brought to justice. The school's population had been warned, by those in Harry's group, that if they wanted to learn anything useful, that they should study the material that was available in the library, otherwise they would not pass the Owls and Newts. The group rode the train back to the platform in their compartment, chatting amiably and enjoying the free time, by planning what they would be doing during the holiday. Luna and Ginny had joined them, and the compartment was a little cramped, so Neville excused himself to go join one of the others. The slight blush left Harry to think that he had a certain blonde Hufflepuff, with the surname Abbott, he would be attempting to join. The compartment was still full, with Harry and the 8 girls all seated around him, chatting happily, but it wasn't overflowing. During the ride, they received many visitors, all wishing them a good holiday. The 7th-year girls that had been impersonated also showed up to thank Harry again and to hug him goodbye, since they would not be returning to school. Daphne wasn't looking forward to going home that day. She knew her father had disappeared the day before. Harry didn't want to wait until she was there, and risk some sort of confrontation that put her, or her family, in harm's way. Pansy was very supportive, having been told of her father's disappearance by her mother, a month prior. They were seated next to Harry, with Daphne next to him and Hermione on his other side. When they left the train, it was to find Daphne's mother and sister, Astoria, looking anxious and worried. Harry didn't approach or speak to them, and they quickly left with Daphne. He hated that he was part of what caused them such pain, but the man could not be left to do as he had been. He greeted the other parents of his group, including the Weasley matriarch, Molly. She had no problems hugging Harry and thanking him for helping Ginny with her schoolwork, but Harry denied his involvement, saying simply that Hermione was the one to thank. She was the one that had helped the younger girls the most, considering that she was becoming quite the tutor. He suspected that she might one day decide to become a teacher, with how she smiled every time she helped someone with a difficult concept. Mrs. Weasley thanked her as well, at that point. The Grangers were there as well and promised to be in contact, since Hermione wanted to visit Harry as she went through her Muggle schooling revision. They had 2 months to get a head start on their studies for the next year, and only working on those on Saturdays left her slightly frustrated that she had taken on so much. Harry highly doubted she would be tempted into taking every course next year, but wouldn't put it past her. Xenophilius Lovegood was an interesting man to meet, again. He was quirky, and funny and full of energy and wit. Harry told him that he'd be working on a project this holiday that she had helped him out with, and he smiled a knowing smile. She apparently had a knack for things like that. That's when Harry was introduced to Luna's mother. Pandora Lovegood. She introduced herself, smiling at the boy. "Good to meet you, Mr. Black." Harry said intelligently. "We'll be discussing this when we have the meeting this holiday," Luna said, even as she hugged her mother from the side. That shook Harry out of his stupor. "Of course. Excuse my manners, Mrs. Lovegood. Harry Black, at your service." There were a few more pleasantries, but Harry was thoroughly thrown off balance by the presence of the woman he was sure had died in the last timeline shortly before Luna was meant to start school. He was ashamed to admit to himself that her death had somehow passed him by. He'd not even considered saving her, as he should have. The meeting with the girls to tell them his story was scheduled for the day after the moon expedition. He would have Remus, Sirius, McGonagall and Pomfrey there as well, for support. He suspected he may be getting some answers as well. It took Harry a week to prepare for the expedition. He also had to wait for the moon to be in the correct phase. Nobody, but those who would go with them, were invited to the outing, except for McGonagall, Remus and Daniels, who would be staying in the viewing room to monitor their flight. The day of the trip finally arrived and Harry went to go fetch Neville. Phileas Flitwick and Rolanda Hooch would be brought along with McGonagall, while Madame Pomfrey brought Dumbledore. Sirius was already bouncing with excitement and couldn't wait for the experience. When Harry returned with Neville, it was to find the other participants waiting nervously in the sitting room. "Good morning," Harry said with a smirk. "Welcome, and thank you for your time today. Our schedule is set and liftoff is in 1 hour. Now would be the time to ask any questions you may have." "Does everyone know the secondary purpose of this mission?" Dumbledore asked. "No, but you raise a good point," Harry said. "Before his fall on the night Voldemort killed my parents, he created several items that would make him immortal. He succeeded, in a manner of speaking. Long story short, we found the items and we trapped his spirit, which was possessing Professor Quirrell during the first year, and we'll be depositing them on the far side of the moon, where he can enjoy his immortality, all alone, for the rest of time." Many faces paled at the revelation. "Will he be able to speak to us during the flight?" Neville asked nervously. Harry had told them that he had the monster trapped and that he could speak to people from his new prison. Remus was able to create a ward that blocks spirits. Harry said. "It's been successful in confining him to his prison." "How did you trap his spirit?" Flitwick asked. "The Mauritanian soul trap," Harry said. "It's a form of phylactery. Unlike the ones ancient necromancers used in the past to overcome their own deaths, this one does not allow the spirit to interact with the physical world. He's barely more than a ghost, and appears translucent when he chooses to become visible. Why not destroy the artifacts that he used to attain immortality?" Hooch asked. "Punishment," Harry said darkly. "He strove for immortality and achieved it. Let all who follow after him hear of the consequences of his actions and tremble for the fate that befell him." "Here, Sirius said, in agreement. "Isn't this punishment harsh, even for him?" Dumbledore asked. "Are you numpty?" McGonagall asked, her Scottish roots shining through. "He's the Dark Lord. He planned the extermination of all Muggleborn and the subjugation of all the rest of humanity. But he's already trapped." Dumbledore fired back. He didn't like it when she swore at him in Scottish. Being called a useless, bumbling idiot didn't suit him, either, in his opinion. "We don't have to isolate him for the rest of time, too," he tried more calmly. "I say we vote on it," Harry offered. "Those in favor of punishing the bastard and ensuring one of his followers doesn't attempt to free him, raise a hand. Those in favor of destroying him, don't." All the hands in the room lifted, excluding Dumbledore. "It's unanimous." "I didn't vote for it," Dumbledore objected. "But your opinion doesn't matter in this," Harry said. "You've already sworn a vow not to interfere. I respect and like the people gathered here. They may have swayed me. There was silence then, and Dumbledore sighed, accepting his defeat. He realized he was excluded from the group of people Harry liked. There were a couple of procedural questions and Harry answered everything, before leading the passengers to the vanishing room. He closed the door behind him and it disappeared while another one appeared on the far side of the room, where the exit to their house in Texas was. Sirius and Remus had taken the results from the tests and had come up with a viable space suite. Unlike Muggle space suits, they could add all the protections Harry would need to an actual suit. So Harry left to go get dresses and soon returned in a tuxedo, his space suit. Harry found it funny and never asked if it was deliberate or a misunderstanding. He'd tested and confirmed the magic they used, though. It had everything he needed. The group entered the craft and Harry helped everyone buckle in, while the ground team went to the viewing room. Then he went to go take his seat. "Okay, is everyone ready?" Harry asked. "Ground control, are you seeing everything all right?" "We're all good here, Harry," Remus said. Harry turned to Dumbledore, who was sitting in front of a large amount of displays, all being projected in front of him from overhead. He was facing to the side, away from Harry. "You got everything, Professor Dumbledore?" he asked. "I still don't know why you put me in charge of anything," Dumbledore said. "Because everyone else is here to enjoy the trip," Harry said. "Last time I had a meteor stuck in the side, when I came back. If something impacts, your job will be to tell me about it so that I can make any repairs before coming back. We only realized later that the breach may have caused other issues on re-entry. The chances were very small, but they were there, so I don't want to repeat. This mission must go perfectly, or we're turning around." "Understood," Dumbledore said, resigned to monitor the screens. "That being said, if anything impacts we'll all hear it and a ward will inform me that something's happened, so you should be able to watch the main window while we fly until something happens, if it even does," Harry said. "Any last-minute questions from the rest of you?" he asked the rest of the group. "How many times have you gone into space again?" Madame Hooch asked, a little nervously, now that she was strapped in. It had been a fun idea, but not being in control was working on her nerves. "Just the once," Harry said. "We haven't gone further than a certain range, though, so we may lose contact with our ground team. Magic seems to be more difficult in space, so the further we go, the more difficult it will be to maintain the connection. I've estimated the power requirements and added a backup for communications as well, based off what we learned on the initial flight. Inside the craft will work like normal, though, so don't worry about being powerless while we're out there." "Powerless?" Dumbledore asked. "Aren't you going to be raising protections to secure the items?" "Oh, I can cast spells just fine. It takes a bit more effort, but I'm a good deal more powerful than the average magical," Harry said nonchalantly as he closed and sealed the hatch. "Take off in 5 seconds, he announced. It took those 5 seconds for Harry to get in control of the systems and buckle up simultaneously. Then they started to rise, faster and faster. "How are we not broken puddles right now?" Hooch asked, seeing the world fall away below them. "We're accelerating too fast." "Gravity runes," Harry said. "I'm increasing our gravity from the opposite side, while I increase acceleration." "That's a fantastic idea," Hooch exclaimed. "Muggles had the idea first," Harry said. "It's called inertial dampening, in popular science fiction. My system works manually though and I need to keep a good amount on concentration on it, so that we don't start lifting up or losing consciousness. That would be disastrous." "Maybe it's a good idea to not speak then," Sirius offered. He was enjoying the view, as they slowly tilted to look up at the morning stars, but he was also part of planning and knew what could go wrong. "Okay," Madame Hooch said as her eyes were glued to the view in front of her. A short while later, Harry started manipulating more controls as he started aiming the ship in the direction of the waning third-quarter moon. The others didn't realize the forces he negated as he steered them, seemingly without effort. He had an idea of how to make handheld controls for this, but he was interfacing with the ship almost directly, as necessary, and controlling gravity and G-forces through his spelled gyroscope, to ensure the forces were applied in the correct direction as their angle changed. The ship was still facing away from the sun, but the reflected light, without the benefit of the atmosphere, still started to sting and he had to activate the tinting. He kept on accelerating until he reached a decent clip and then slowed acceleration, until he was just keeping them at that speed. When the acceleration stopped, He set the gravity inside. Cruising velocity reached. Locking speed. Good. Remus said. How's the new shields looking? He asked. Holding steady, but taking a bit of pressure. Harry said. I'll reinforce before it starts breaking down. That's acceptable. Remus nodded. They knew space wasn't quite empty and the speed at which they should be traveling would be impossible on the planet. What do you mean the shields are taking strain? What shields? Hooch asked. There's still matter in space. Harry said. We're going really fast and we're impacting that matter at a massive speed. How fast? Hooch asked. A little under 200,000 kilometers per hour. Harry said, sitting back with a smile. It was the fastest he had ever moved. Mach 160, in fact. Congratulations. We are all the fastest moving people in human history. 200,000. Hooch asked, her eyes going wide. You mean, your shield is absorbing matter that's moving that fast? Kind of, yeah, Harry said. It's mostly to protect the ship from friction, but my ward can't hold out against that much force, so we upgraded the ward with a shield against physical impact. You're insane, Hooch exclaimed. Then her smile grew on her face. I love it. Harry laughed and so did Sirius and Phileas, who was still watching the night sky, marveling at what he was experiencing. Do you guys want to feel zero gravity? Harry asked. But, we're moving. Pomfrey objected for the first time. We're not accelerating, Harry said. As long as we maintain current speed and the shield stays up, we can experience zero G. But nobody is allowed to unbuckle. If something does go wrong at these speeds, you'll be flung around the cabin at speeds that will, like Madame Hooch said, turn you into broken puddles. If something goes that wrong, we'll be puddles no matter where we are. Hooch stated with a raised eyebrow. Harry thought about it, then nodded. You know what? You're right. Feel free to unbuckle if you want. Then he slowly released the power in the active gravity rune until he could feel in his stomach that he was not experiencing gravity. He did not unbuckle, since he was closest to his controls in his current position. That didn't stop Sirius, who had already tried the zero-G runes in the empty bedroom in Grimmauld Place. He released his buckles with an audible click and slowly floated from his chair. This is cool, he said. Strangely, it was Flitwick to follow next, followed by Hooch and then Neville and then Dumbledore, with a bemused smile on his face. Madame Pomfrey decided to stay seated. She did lift her arms and conjure a ball to pass between her hands. The others were now jumping from floor to ceiling and throughout the entire ship. Hey, Harry, how long is the trip to the moon going to take? Neville asked. We're currently moving at a speed that should get us there in 2 hours. Why? Harry asked. Oh, and Professor Dumbledore, I realize you're having fun, but you are the only one with a post to man. I'd appreciate it if you do that. Of course, Harry, Dumbledore said, moving back to his seat easily, with a bit of wandless magic too. Move him closer. I just wanted to know how long we have to enjoy this view. Neville answered Harry's question, as he hung weightless in front of the large window. You want to see something cool? Harry asked. Yes, of course, Neville replied. Harry smirked and activated a feature he had been saving for this trip, making the hull of the ship translucent. Then he reclined his seat and lay back, looking up at the stars. Whoa, Neville exclaimed, as he saw the walls change so they looked like one large window. This is fantastic. What Professor Sinistra would give for this view. Dumbledore muttered, also looking up. Back to your seats, people. Harry said. I'm activating gravity again. It can upset stomachs for those unused to or untrained at zero G. Now he says it. Professor Flitwick said. He was looking a little green. Apparently he had thought spinning was a great way to use the opportunity. Pretty soon the people were back at their seats and gravity was restored. All of them were now laying back and watching the stars. Why are the stars not moving? Neville asked. They are very far away. Harry explained. We'd have to move faster than light, or move at a curve to make them move. If we left our solar system, they'd still look like they hadn't moved. The group relaxed and talked a bit, until Remus's voice said, Harry, I think we're losing. That's where the transmission cut out. Huh, Harry said, looking at his odometer. Just over halfway there. Seems comms are down. He opened a panel on his seat and took out a familiar disc. Then he connected it to a panel above his seat and it glowed until a new image appeared of Remus. Backup system is up, Harry said. Good. Remus said with a sigh of relief. How much further do you think this one will go? Probably the rest of the way. Harry said, activating the backup camera plates, showing the forward view and the inside of the ship for Remus. This system works on a completely different principle, and with normal power levels it should be able to go twice as far, but I added enough power to them to go 4 times further than our normal transmissions. It seemed Harry's camera system, while not as versatile as the mirror connections, since it showed a 2-dimensional image, rather than a 3-dimensional one, was more stable due to that fact. Okay, we can see everything again. Remus nodded, looking up and away from the small display that showed only Harry's face. Why is this your backup system, if it has a greater range? McGonagall asked. Because I wanted to know what works out best. Harry said. We still don't know what's causing the interference in space. This served as a test. Well, before you go on any other joy rides, please make this your primary system. McGonagall requested. It sounded like a demand though, with how her eyes were narrowed at him. Sure thing, Auntie Min. Harry said with a smile. Good. Was all she said. Of course, there is still a chance that communications will fail when we're on the dark side of the moon, so don't be surprised if that happens, okay? He asked. As long as we know to expect it, I can live with that. McGonagall said, with a huff which said she wasn't fine with it at all. They went quiet again, as the rest of the passengers considered how they would feel, should there be no way to communicate with those on the planet. The feeling was not a good one. Being alone in a small spacecraft, hundreds of thousands of kilometers from home. Harry, Neville asked again, what would happen if an asteroid hit the window at this speed? We'd lose our primary way of looking out, but there's a backup for that too. Harry said. The window was actually a large mirror, connected to another one on the outside. There was even more protection on the front of the ship, for obvious reasons. Wouldn't we be exposed to space then? Phileas asked in realization. Trust me, there is less chance of something entering from the front of the ship than on any other part. Harry assured them. There is a bit of family magic involved with how though. I'm starting to wonder exactly how many family magics you have. Dumbledore asked. Keep wondering, old man. Harry said, flippantly. And for your knowledge, the Windows protections was one of the first applications of the family magics I learned. James and I invented it together, in fact. Sirius said. The first real Potter black family magic. You two were inseparable. McGonagall said from her side. No wonder that specific magic was the first thing you developed. You know. Dumbledore asked in shock. Of course I know. McGonagall answered. I could hardly be considered family otherwise. Auntie Min doesn't know the spells, but she knows the effects. Harry said, for clarification. And I'm not telling either. McGonagall added. So forget trying to convince me, Headmaster. I know you're already thinking about it. I'm merely curious. Dumbledore admitted. I wouldn't pry. Yeah, right. Harry laughed. You can't handle not knowing something. You'll be asking for all my secrets on your deathbed still. Well, if I'm on my deathbed, Dumbledore shrugged. You'll die curious. Sirius interjected. Not even then will you get our secrets, you manipulative old goat. You'd fake a disease, just to know something. I would never. Dumbledore argued. He did look slightly affronted, but Harry suspected it was an act. He wouldn't put it past the old man either. He was too used to getting his way. How about another vow, just to satisfy my curiosity? We'd need something of equal value in trade, like your own family secrets. Sirius said instantly. Protected by the same vow, of course. Dumbledore shut up at that. He'd have to consider it. Maybe now is a good time to give Daniels the gift, Remus. Harry asked with a smile. Remus smiled back. Of course, he said. Then he turned to the head of security, who was standing off to the side. A gift, from the cub, he said, holding out a gift bag, which he took from under the table. Daniels walked closer and took the bag. He opened it and frowned at what he saw inside. Is this one of those toys you were making for the children? He asked, looking up at the screen as he reached in and removed the pitch-black hilt, with a wolf head embellishment for a pommel. It looks really nice, though. Thank you. It's more than a toy, Daniels. Harry said. Hold it away and press the button by your thumb. He instructed and Daniels did it. A red beam and the sound of a lightsaber was heard. That's the training setting. Yours can make contact, so it can be used as a baton. Then Harry smirked. Do you see the little slider, with the green part on the right? Yes, Daniels said, looking at it. When you slide it over and it turns red, the staff turns purple, and then it functions like a real lightsaber. Harry said with an evil smile. Congratulations, Daniels. You own a functioning lightsaber, so be careful. It'll cut through anything, with almost no resistance. Daniels flicked the slider and the blade changed color. His eyes glowed an unholy purple in its light and his face became a smile that belonged on a serial killer. Oh, this will work nicely, he said in a low grumble. Then he switched the blade off and slid the slider back, for safety. Thank you, Mr. Black. I will treasure it always. You're welcome, Daniels, and call me Harry. Harry said at the sincere gratitude. If you were wondering, I named the weapon, Fang. I know it's cliché, but it just worked, you know. I think it's perfect, Daniels said. I suspect the men will be upset, though. The strongest weapon should belong to the Alpha. You are my strongest weapon, Daniels. Remus said. I'd trust you with the pack if I fell as well. Thank you, Alpha. Daniels said respectfully, with a nod. He reached down and withdrew a baton, which he always carried, and placed his new weapon in the holster, holding the baton in his hands behind his back as he stepped away again. Is it wise? Dumbledore started. No, Harry interrupted. You will not spoil this moment for me. I trust Daniels with my life. He wouldn't hurt an innocent and he follows the rules of the pack. Marauders first. Daniels saluted, with a fist over his heart, thumping his chest twice. Marauders forever. He finished in his low rumble. Daniels is my second, Remus said. We don't doubt the loyalty of the pack and we've never had a traitor. The Alpha provides too well, for anyone to want to. Daniels agreed. I didn't mean to insinuate, Dumbledore started again, only to be interrupted again. I think you've said quite enough, Headmaster. McGonagall said. Your prejudices are showing. Dumbledore lowered his head at the accusation. It wasn't untrue. He had long feared the wolves would side with the other side, if it came to a choice. The purebloods had created that situation on purpose, to force the wolves' hands. I apologize. I see I have offended you. That was not my intent, he said, finally. Of course I am grateful to Remus for providing for you and making your lives better. Daniels nodded at the screen, accepting the apology. Don't judge us based on the actions of the few. It was the pack and the Alpha that took out the ones that didn't curb their lust for blood. All wolves in Europe swore their loyalty to the pack, on their lives, and all wolves receive the protection of the pack. He doesn't need to know that. Remus scolded lightly. I'm sorry, sir, Daniels said, standing upright and shutting his mouth, eyes front. Don't worry about it, Remus said. He's under a vow not to interfere or go against us. Just don't speak of the scope of our influence around people who don't have clearance. Understood, sir, Daniels said instantly again, posture not changing. The rest of the trip to the moon was rather silent. Little comments and updates on the state of the ship was all that was heard for a while, until Harry started slowing them down, when they started nearing their goal. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Luna. The theoretical last remnants of a giant Mars-sized planet, which hit Gaia, the early Earth, around 4.5 billion years ago. Muggles know how the moon was formed. Flitwick asked, astounded. Theoretically, Harry said. It can't be proven, though. Still, we wizards have just always accepted that it was there all along. Flitwick said. To think the Muggles have taken the hypothesis so far. I've been studying the moon, since I plan on curing the lycanthropic transformation. Harry said. Remus won't let me become a wolf if I don't have that sorted first. What? Was exclaimed from most of the people in the ship with him. McGonagall seemed to have lost some color as well. Harry, you can't be serious. Poppy exclaimed. No, I am. Sirius said with a smirk. This is no joking matter, Sirius. Poppy said sternly. It's a curse, Harry. Why would you let yourself be cursed? If I control the negative side effects, it would be a blessing. Harry said. And by the time I've figured out how, it won't be your choice if I decide to become one. At least let us talk about it. McGonagall pleaded. When I'm done, you'll want to be one too. Harry said. Except, maybe not. Considering you're a cat, I wouldn't mind. Sirius said. I'm already a dog. I wouldn't mind the benefits of enhanced senses and everything else that comes from it. You are an irresponsible, childish man. McGonagall stated. He's your ward. You were meant to talk him out of such foolish behavior. Don't bother arguing, Sirius. Harry said as he continued slowing them down. I'll wait until I'm old enough to leave the house, before I make that kind of choice anyway. Pomfrey and McGonagall seemed to relax a bit at that. They would be having a long conversation about that later. Okay, we're about to go to the dark side of the moon. Harry said. If communication drops, don't worry. We'll be expecting to hear from you within the next 30 minutes, then. Remus said with a nod. Good luck. McGonagall said. I don't need luck, Auntie Min. Harry said confidently, as he rounded the bright side of the moon, still slowing down. The ship is well built. I can likely crash land this baby and it will still be in one piece. Try not to. McGonagall insisted. I don't intend to. Harry agreed. The transmission soon died. He was now flying them over the surface of the moon and soon reached the shadow, which was why he had needed the moon to be in this phase. He didn't want to exit onto the surface when it was over 120 degrees Celsius. Nor did he want to exit onto the moon when it was below -170 degrees Celsius. It would still be cold, just inside the shadow, but with warming charms and the protections on his suit, including oxygen, protection from the vacuum and everything else, he was certain of his safety. He soon landed, just inside the shadow enough to know he was safe to exit. Then he unbuckled himself. You should all stay here. I have to go drop the package and then raise the protections. Harry said. Be careful and apparate back, the moment you feel anything is going wrong, you hear me. Madame Pomfrey said. As the onboard healer, I'd be stupid not to heed your advice. Harry said solemnly, as he walked to the airlock. Then he focused on a part of the hull that was specifically doubly reinforced with extra layers, which weren't part of the rune protections, and transfigured it around himself and the hatch, so that it would remain airtight. Moment of truth, he said to himself. Taking a deep breath, he activated the suit's protections. Before opening the door, however, he transfigured a tiny hole, through which he could decompress the newly made airlock, letting the air out. Explosive decompression was probably a bad idea at this time. He waited a couple of seconds to test his protections and breathed a sigh of relief when everything seemed to be working as it should. Then he opened the hatch and became the first human to see the surface of the moon with his own eyes, unmarred by a fancy helmet with glass and other protections. He smirked and walked forward, feeling the low gravity take hold as he left the ship's artificial gravity. He connected the magical tether by the door, which would not allow him to move too far from the ship, but allow him free movement otherwise, and then he walked down the steps that the hatch made. The passengers on the ship were watching and listening what he was doing through a camera disc connected to his tie. They'd be able to see him in front of the ship as well. When he took his first step onto the lunar surface, he said, "Take that, NASA." It would be immortalized in writing and through the recording of the whole trip he was making. "I came to the moon myself," he exclaimed, pumping his fist as he did so. Then he walked to the drop hatch and had it open for him. He levitated the precious cargo out. It was in a crate, marked Marauders Inc. It also had a sign within. Arrow that said, "This side up." It was pointing down, though. Harry chuckled at that. It would drive Voldemort insane looking at that for all eternity. Then he walked out in front of the ship and placed the box down. Then he incanted a spell to lift Voldemort's containment. "You did it, then," Tom Riddle said as he appeared, looking around at the surface of the moon. He looked resigned. "You made it to the moon and you intend to leave me here for all time. That was the deal, wasn't it?" Harry asked. "You wanted to not be destroyed, and I couldn't leave you on the planet. You've proven your power over me. Couldn't I make a better servant?" He tried. "You could have me debase myself for your entertainment and it would still be better than this. I'm not a monster, you know." Harry said. "I intend to come to the moon again. When I do, I'll bring you some entertainment, as I promised. You won't be able to change what entertainment, but it will be something. Until then, consider this solitary confinement. So I'll be a prisoner, one way or another." He asked. "Very well. It was the deal. You have proven a worthy adversary, Harry Potter. You have defeated me. I thank you in advance, for the entertainment you promised." Harry nodded and then went back to the ship, to retrieve the ward stones. He placed them around the man and activated the Fidelius that was already placed on them. Then he added a warding scheme, to protect from impacts and some of the sun, so that the crate and its contents were never in any danger. Only I will ever be able to find you. You should hope that I never die. I will not need to. Tom said. The man who defeated me, the greatest Dark Lord of all time, is surely not someone who will die easily. Then Harry smirked and removed a wand from his pocket, placing it in top of the box. The Elder Wand, he said. Nobody will ever die by its curse again. Nobody will ever be able to claim the power of the Master of Death. You are a cruel boy, Tom said with some real hatred in his eyes for a moment. Then he smiled a sinister smile. I would have done the same. I'm nothing like you, Tom Riddle. I'm doing this to protect the people of Earth from both you and it. Harry denied. You wanted power, to do as you pleased. To avenge yourself on a world that threw you aside and rejected you. I'll not have that problem. I may have once been treated like trash, but I never became a monster for it. You chose that yourself. We shall see, Tom said, before vanishing again. Harry then turned and walked back to the ship, leaving the Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle Jr., to contemplate his fate. When Harry returned to the ship, he climbed back up to the door, before closing the hatch, sealing the pinprick of a hole and opening the transfigured space. He was hit by a wall of air as it rushed into the void, and he stood there stunned for a moment. He really should have expected that. Are you all right? Sirius asked, as Harry finished transfiguring the wall back into place. Yeah, the air just hit harder than I would have thought. For a moment there, I thought I had apparated. Harry confessed, before he switched off the feed to the display on the left wall, where he heard his voice echoing his words. That's not what I meant. Sirius said. You really are nothing like him. Don't let what he said get to you. There were nods all around. He is right, of course. Dumbledore said. You have a great heart, to offer him something to do during his imprisonment. Imprisonment implies possible release, Harry argued. He's exiled from the planet. There's no going back for him. Even so, Dumbledore said, he brought that fate on himself. I am proud of the boy you have become, Harry. Despite the mistakes of this old man, you have become much more than I could have hoped. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said. Then, are you all ready for the next part? He asked. Next part? Neville asked. He wasn't aware of a next part. You didn't think this was the only purpose for the mission, did you? Harry asked, as some of his good humor returned. We have another landing to make. They were soon moving again and communications were soon re-established. Harry, Remus asked. How did it go? First step completed, Harry said. Riddle is now in his new permanent home. Excellent, Remus said. Ready for the next part? He asked with a smile. Already en route, Harry said. They were flying over the light side of the moon again and soon they reached the dark side again, but not on the opposite side of the moon. Rather, Harry took them to a point where there should always be a bit of sunlight near the South Pole, on a hilled outcropping. There Harry landed again, but he didn't intend to get out this time. He opened the hatch again and lifted out another box. This one was heavier and took a lot more power to move, but he soon had it placed. Then he lifted out 4 more ward stones and placed them around the box, a good distance apart, before he activated them. Then he had to focus on setting up another warding scheme. The vacuum of space was more difficult than on the surface of the moon, and the spell took almost as easily as it would have on Earth. And, I'm done, Harry announced as the last ward activated. Did it take? Remus asked. Let's find out, shall we? Harry said as he maneuvered the ship outside of the Fidelius. What do you see? Harry asked Remus, who had seconds before been looking at the box, in the center of the ward scheme. It looks like the moon. Remus said in confusion. What should I be looking at? The Fidelius on the warded area. Harry allowed. Oh, Remus said in realization. Sirius also looked relieved, even though he couldn't see anything. Great. Do the last part and come on home. Will do, Harry said. Then he flew them back into the Fidelius. When everyone could see the box, Harry sent a spell at it and the box cracked and broke as a construct grew from it. Is that a bloody house? Neville asked incredulously. Yup, Harry said. It comes with a garage and everything. They watched as it kept expanding until a large 2-story house stood before them. Harry opened the garage door, with a bit of wandless magic and then flew the ship inside, in reverse so they could watch the door shut. Harry, what are you doing? Dumbledore asked, as he felt gravity change for a moment, going away and coming back almost instantly. They watched as the door opened again and sunlight met their eyes. What? Dumbledore started, but Harry was already flying them out again. They were back in Texas. Surprise! Harry exclaimed. Welcome home. How did you? Dumbledore asked again, but he interrupted himself. Let me guess, family magic. Yup, Harry said again, smugly. Does this mean, you actually put a house on the moon? Neville asked incredulously. Yup, Harry said again. And you can just go there, by going into your garage, and it will transport you between the two places. Neville tried. Yup, Harry said a final time. Merlin, it was great to be him. The professors, Madame Pomfrey and Neville looked at him in shock as he landed in front of the house and unbuckled his safety belts, before he walked to the hatch and opened it. He saw 3 smiling faces, looking up at him. Well done, Harry. Remus said. Yes. Daniels said. Well done, sir. You're both the youngest person and the first wizard to step foot on the moon. In style, too. Sirius said with a smirk, from behind Harry. Get down. Here, so that I can hug you. McGonagall demanded. She was more proud of him than she had ever been. He had achieved his goal, before he turned 13, even. At least, his body was. Harry smiled and walked down, to be engulfed in a hug from his maternal figure. Thank you, for always trying to support me. Harry said to her. Oh, I've not forgotten the wolf thing, but I'll let you have today and tomorrow, before we sit down and talk about that. McGonagall said. She turned, even as she continued hugging him, to look at Daniels. No offense, of course. None taken, Professor. Daniels said. If I had any doubts in the cub's capabilities, I'd be right there with you. I wouldn't want the life of a wolf for my own children, but if he can do as he thinks, I'd be happy to welcome him to the pack. He looked at Harry sternly, but not before. Of course not, Harry said, as McGonagall finally let him go. I know how much you suffered. Good, Daniels said, before his hand felt the blade at his side, and he smiled. I really want to try this out, he said as he took the weapon out. Harry smirked and was about to conjure him something to destroy, when someone beat him to it. Dumbledore had just exited the ship and his wand was out. He had conjured some sort of training dummy, made of straw. It's old-fashioned, maybe, but it should do, he offered. Daniels smirked and lit the lightsaber, before flicking over to the purple blade. Then he rushed forward and slashed 3 times through the dummy, from top to bottom. As he stood there with the blade still extended, the dummy fell to pieces, cleanly cut through. Nice, he said as he looked at the blade, before he flicked it off. I didn't even feel the contact. You shouldn't, Harry said. It's supposed to be able to cut without resistance, unless it meets another force weapon. Even the toys I make will be able to stop the blow, but yours is more deadly. Could I have another dummy? Daniels asked, before he switched the blade back on, but with the red staff out only. Dumbledore complied and soon the dummy was fixed, its pieces having flown back together again. Daniels didn't wait to attack the dummy. It was a broken wreck in 2 hits. I can use this too, for non-lethal combat. He calls that, non-lethal. Neville asked as he watched the straw pieces still coming to a rest after the vicious hits. That would kill a normal person. Nah, only break a few bones. Daniels smirked evilly. I'll avoid the head, at least. If you start making work for me, I'll not be pleased. Madame Pomfrey said in a huff. No need, Healer Pomfrey. Daniels said respectfully. We recently recruited a healing staff. We already had 1 wolf with the required knowledge, if not the qualification. Now we have 7 trained and qualified healers on call. What do you need healers for? Neville asked. Wolves play rough, Daniels said easily. We get scratches and bruises all the time. Then he murmured, especially with the prisoners. What was that? McGonagall asked, having heard. Interrogation sometimes leaves the wolves pent up. Daniels admitted. We're not allowed to kill the prisoners, so we sometimes fight each other to relieve the stress. I thought you had all the Death Eaters, already. Dumbledore asked, frowning. The Death Eaters aren't the only evil in the world. We don't just operate in the magical world, you know. Remus said. And that's enough questioning. We'll not be telling you anyway. This is Marauders' business, he added with a stern look at Dumbledore. Good, Flitwick said. Let me know if you ever need a charms master to help you out, he volunteered. The magical world refuses to help people in need, to protect the secret. As long as you can keep the secret. I'm not going to do a single thing to stop you. Phileas. Dumbledore exclaimed in shock. They have no right to threaten exposing our world like this. You're wrong, Flitwick stated irrevocably. We've been given the power and we keep it to ourselves. Or we fight over it with Dark Lords. We can't even ask for help, when we need it, because the government doesn't trust us. And why would they? They are right to fear us. We do remove inconvenient knowledge from their minds. If we can do that, why can't we help, even as we do the same? Don't worry about it, Remus smirked. We've got that side covered as well. What do you mean? Dumbledore demanded. Shall we return home? Harry asked the guests, interrupting the argument, as he turned to the side room, which was the vanishing room. I've been informed that there is a nice lunch being set up for us. Everyone, but Dumbledore, turned and started walking along with him. Don't make me make you. Harry called back to the old man, even as Dumbledore started being dragged by a summoning charm. Dumbledore stumbled, but started walking on his own after that. He knew he had no right. The vow bound his hands in this. He wasn't happy, but considering what he'd seen so far, at least they were taking steps to keep the secret and had very capable people running whatever operations they were performing. How long have you been able to cast the Fidelius? Dumbledore asked, when they were in the vanishing room and the other door appeared. He'd realized it on the ship, but had decided to wait, before asking. The Fidelius was already set up on the ward stones. I just activated them, Harry said truthfully. He'd set them up on the ward stones, but that didn't need to be said. I know the Fidelius, Harry. Dumbledore said, lifting an eyebrow. Only the caster could set the secret keeper. You would need to be the one that cast it originally, even if you cast them on the stones beforehand, to be able to set the secret keeper. Harry sighed. Fine, I've been able to cast it since Christmas break, first year, he admitted. It was necessary to set up protections for the wolves. Plus, Sirius and Remus could set the Fidelius, as long as I cast it originally. They know how the spell works and I add them into the ward stones. And this is all possible, due to your special circumstance? Dumbledore asked, knowing about him being brought back, but not necessarily about his extra power. He didn't know that the Fidelius could be set by someone else. That was news to him. Something like that, Harry said. What special circumstances? Flitwick asked as Harry led them to where the old house elf was setting up lunch for them. Is this about Mr. Black's abnormal power level and intellect? It does, Harry said. It's not something I'm telling many people about, he said apologetically. My theories currently include absorbing the Dark Lord's power and experience, or some form of ritual magic that allowed you to boost your abilities, or constant and repetitious use and abuse of a time turner. Flitwick said easily. I was hoping you'd tell me one day, but I can live with my theories. If you really want to know and can promise to keep it to yourself, I'll be informing my study group of the specifics tomorrow, for lunch. Harry offered. I had to swear a vow. Dumbledore objected. But Professor Flitwick didn't plan on using me as some sort of sacrifice to ensure Voldemort's death. Harry countered. I trust his integrity. It's yours that was in question. Flitwick stopped dead in his tracks at Harry's words, and when Harry turned back, he saw something he never thought he would. Flitwick looked like he wanted to kill Dumbledore. You were planning what? He all but yelled as his face contorted into a rictus of rage. A child, used for sacrifice. Now, hold on, Filius. Harry said that in the worst way possible. It wasn't as simple as that. Dumbledore said, taking a step back, as Filius advanced on him. Explain yourself, Albus, the part goblin said as he summoned Harry's lightsaber from his pocket and activated it. Now, he had a part of the Dark Lord's soul in him. Dumbledore said instantly, still backing away. The only one that would be able to remove it would be Voldemort himself. I was never going to harm the boy. I couldn't. Only the Dark Lord would be able to kill him. The prophecy stated it clearly. In his defense, the prophecy did sound like it stated that, but it could also have meant something else, depending on your definition of the words, either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. Harry said, personally, I'd sign a warrant with my hand and send an army. I'd do the same if I was Voldemort. So you chose to see it in the worst possible way and planned on allowing the boy to die. Flitwick asked dangerously, but he had stopped advancing. You are not the man I thought you were, Albus. I would quit my position, but now I fear what you'd do to the children if you weren't kept in check. Goblin culture valued their children as treasures. It would be unthinkable to even hurt a child for any sort of temporary gain. Even he was never mistreated as a child. At least, not by the adults. I was wrong, Albus said. And fortunately my plans were stopped by the quick intervention of Mr. Black and his family. I also didn't want this to happen, I swear to you. I was hoping that the lad would have a chance to grow up and live before the Dark Lord returned. Don't speak to me, Phileas spat. You're a monster for even considering it. He switched the blade off and handed it back to Harry, before he left the house through the front door and slamming it shut as he left. Oh, I wish I could be there when he told the other heads of house. Sirius said from where he was leaning against the wall. Dumbledore seemed to lose some color, before he rushed out of the house as well, to try and do some damage control. McGonagall soon followed, her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't like having to defend the old man, but she had learned that while his intentions were pure, his method was not sound. Harry looked over to Hooch, who just watched the door and thought. Aren't you going to go with them? Harry asked. Why? She asked. He deserves a sound thrashing. And I don't intend to return to school next year. I've been offered a more promising career at Marauders Inc. What? Harry asked, turning to Sirius. The demand for your brooms have skyrocketed after the last school year. Sirius said, we need someone to show the goods around, after you teach her your production method over the holiday. But I had plans. Harry objected. I have a project that I want to work on. Then teach me quickly, Hooch suggested. Or get Professor Babbling to help. She can probably learn the runes, while you add your magics and protections after the fact. But the brooms take so much power. Harry whined. He really should have found a way to power the brooms in a different way. The first line of brooms will not need so much power, if you'll recall. Hooch said easily. I'm thinking a quarter of the power and speed, and without the wind shielding wards, since playing Quidditch at speeds as great as your current brooms allow, would be asking for fatalities. Harry thought of that. If they only needed that much power, and he could skip the rune carving side of things in the ward, okay, that sounds more doable, he finally decided. He turned back to Sirius. Good call. It'll shore up support for our company from most broom and Quidditch enthusiasts. I also have a couple of ideas for design that I wanted to try out, that I never got a chance to, but you're in charge of getting us the supplies. We can't keep buying bats for these. People will get suspicious. And you, Poppy? Remus asked of the healer. Aren't you going to go to Hogwarts to heal the headmaster, after the heads of house are done with him? He can wait. Madame Pomfrey said. I suddenly have an appetite and feel the need to chew slowly, she said as she entered the dining room, where a veritable feast was waiting. Soon, the rest followed her, with smiles on their faces. Never piss off your primary healthcare provider. The lunch was started with a toast to the success of the mission. Sparkling wine for the adults and sparkling grape juice for Harry and Neville. How does it feel to be a hero, Neville? Harry asked. Hero? Neville asked. All astronauts are called heroes. Harry said. What's an astronaut? Neville asked. Harry had said the word before, but he seemed to have forgotten. Astronaut. Harry enunciated. It means that you traveled into space. That's a title you gained just for joining us. Neville Longbottom, doomed to be third-year student at Hogwarts, Gryffindor, future Lord Longbottom, astronaut, he said, miming reading a sign in the air. For effect, he made an illusion of the word appear there in flashy lettering. No offense, Harry, but that would probably only work in Muggle or Muggle-raised company. Remus pointed out. Not unless we start showing more films about space. Harry said. We can always start showing some Star Trek movies, he said with a shrug. Maybe some of the original moon landing videos followed by the one I'm making about today. You're making a movie? Neville asked. No, it's called a documentary when it shows real-life events. Harry corrected. I'm trying to educate the magical world of the advancements of the Muggle world. They need to know what they are shunning for no good reason. And I'm going to be in this documentary. Neville asked, looking down at his clothes. I didn't even dress nicely. You're dressed fine, Harry scoffed. Like a proper pureblood boy. It's also best for posterity to have things happen naturally. But you're in a fancy Muggle suit. Neville objected. This is a space suit. Harry argued, with a bit of a smile. I needed it for the mission. That's still not fair. Neville argued. I didn't choose this suit myself, Neville. Harry said. Blame my godfather for that one. I will, when my children one day asks me why I didn't dress up like you did. Neville said. Already planning on kids, are you? Harry asked, smirking at him. Have you and Hannah already decided on how many? Were you planning on starting this family straight out of Hogwarts, or were you planning on starting later? Neville blushed and stammered to good-humored laughter and a couple of slaps on the back. Don't let them mock you, Neville. Madame Pomfrey said. I think it's great that you already know what you want in the future. Harry has his eyes on 7 girls already. Neville muttered. 7, Sirius asked, excitedly. Who joined the harem? He asked. At this point it's 5. Harry said. Hermione doesn't seem like she'd like that kind of arrangement. Luna is also undecided. Oh, right, Sirius said. Luna Lovegood. She's a strange one, but I bet she's all kinds of fun. She is both strange and fun. Harry admitted. She's also very insightful and sometimes scares the living daylights out of me. She was sleepwalking the other night, talking to someone that wasn't there. There was this moment, afterward, where she talked to me in the common room. And then left to go to bed, suddenly continuing her conversation. She was still asleep. Sirius shuddered. That sounds spooky, he said. I know, Harry said. Strangest thing is, she took the time to talk to me and the conversation gave me an idea about my current project. Oh, what is this project? Hooch asked. It's got nothing to do with flying. Harry said. I'm not that obsessed with flight, Mr. Black. Hooch responded. It's a secret anyway. Harry said. I'll let everyone know when, or if, it works. As long as this one isn't dangerous, please. Madame Pomfrey asked. Nothing like the spacecraft or supersonic flying brooms, no. This one will be quite tame, but very useful. Harry said. If it works, he qualified. The rest of lunch was spent in that vein, discussing vacation plans and making them. By the time the last guest left, Harry was in his bedroom, working on his project. He already knew most of the parts he would need. The most difficult part would be the central control unit. For that, he intended to steal from Muggles again. In fact, he intended to steal directly from them. His control unit was a phone book. All those unique names and numbers would serve his purposes nicely. He had asked around and heard of the latest trend in cell phone design. It was small, could fit in the palm of your hand, and placed in a pocket without bulging like the older models. Harry recalled his uncle having a smaller one at some point, too, which could send short messages. He intended to incorporate both those features, but with a magical twist. By that evening he had succeeded in only incorporating one of the features he wanted to, into the 2 test devices, so he packed them away and went to bed. The next morning he woke up nervous. That day would be a big one. Telling the girls that he was basically double their age could backfire badly. He cleaned his room, twice, and made sure that the room, which he had before turned into their 0G room, was set up as a mini theater, with comfortable seats, and asked Creature to prepare snacks for the presentation. Then he started working on the storage crystal, playing parts and recording certain snippets to another diamond, to keep the original unedited. He was just finished with it, when he realized it was 10 minutes before his guests were due. He went downstairs and greeted the guests that arrived with McGonagall. Then he quickly checked himself over again and started pacing by the front door. Don't worry, Harry, McGonagall said. They are your friends. They only know you for the person you really are. It's not like you've changed overnight. She was waiting with the other heads of house, who Harry had decided to invite as well. He didn't necessarily want them all in on the secret, but McGonagall had vouched for them. Considering Flitwick was already invited, he had no problem with Sprout knowing too. Snape was a little more difficult, but considering how he had treated him lately, he would give the man the benefit of the doubt. McGonagall had told him of their reaction to Dumbledore's original plan as well, and he was quite thankful for their anger in his defense. Of course, Auntie Min. I just can't help it. I'm afraid to confine the emotions using occlumency, because being too calm might work against me in this situation. Feel them then, Snape said, but don't let them control you. Take a moment and breathe. Normal people can do that much, without occlumency. They will still see your emotions, if they really are your friends. Harry stopped pacing and looked at the man. It was good advice. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, before letting it out with a shudder, allowing himself to accept the emotions, without becoming a South Avenue to them. He felt better. Thanks, Professor Snape. That helped. Don't mention it, ever. Snape said. I just don't want you breaking down before the other guests arrive. Then you can feel free to break down in sobs all you like. Harry chuckled. Typical Snape. You know, you're not as bad as they write in the papers, he joked. It looked like Snape though he was being literal, though, so he added. It's just a figure of speech. Don't get all scowl why on us. That made him scowl a bit more, but Harry ignored it, as he felt someone approach their outer wards. Someone is here, Harry said. Then he walked to the door and went out, to lead the guests inside. They usually told people to meet them in front of the house next door, to lead them in from there, to protect the Fidelius from being too widely known. Harry soon came back with Hermione, who had arrived slightly early, as was usual for her. With her, came Susan Bones, who had agreed to meet at Hermione's house. Hermione and her had always gotten on best. Susan was intelligent, with a strong, supportive personality. After them, Neville arrived, with Pansy Parkinson, Daphne Greengrass, the Pottle twins, who had taken the night bus. They looked a little shaken, but that was to be expected after using the erratic conveyance. Lastly, Luna arrived. She had apparently walked from the other side of a nearby park, where her father had dropped her. Harry greeted them all and then ushered them to the projector room, where they all took seats for the edited version of what happened the previous day, first. Okay, so this first part, some of you know. Harry began. I've taken the liberty of editing the film as necessary, so that you don't have to sit here for 2.5 hours. Long story short, we went to the moon yesterday to deliver a certain package and to set up something for our private use at a later date. Enjoy the show. He started the playback as they entered the ship. It showed everyone that went along and showed as Harry helped strap everyone in, before taking the captain's seat and taking off. They watched as the ship exited the atmosphere, and switched between internal and external views, and what Harry's personal camera plate picked up. There were a few comments and questions. Neville and Flitwick were very proud, when most of those there congratulated them on being some of the first magicals in space. Madame Pomfrey had decided to sit this meeting out, considering she knew what was coming and because McGonagall was there. The video skipped over the flight and the zero-G fun, and continued as they approached and rounded the moon. When Harry landed and transfigured the airlock around himself, Hermione looked nervous, realizing what was coming, despite knowing Harry was obviously fine. When he exited the ship and retrieved the package, the view was from his tie, so they couldn't see him. The feed quickly switched back to the forward display as he put the box down. There were gasps from the adults as Tom Riddle appeared. The conversation that followed had the children gasping as well, realizing what Harry had actually done. Then he secured the area and the view went back to his tie, as the rest of the conversation took place. There were some tears of joy from many there, realizing that Voldemort was finally properly taken care of, and Sprout jumped from her seat to hug Harry and thank him. Harry accepted her gratitude and directed her back to her seat after producing a handkerchief for her from his inner pocket. Even Snape looked pleased at the way Harry had handled the man that had killed the love of his life. No punishment could suit him better than an eternity of life, unable to affect anyone else's. He simply nodded at Harry in gratitude. Harry accepted that with a nod of his own. Then, they watched as Harry entered the ship again and flew the ship to another location on the moon. This part happened in fast forward, since nothing interesting really happened on that leg of the trip. The last part, where he placed the house and exited the garage, was the end of the show. And there you have it. Harry said as the playback stopped. Voldemort has been disposed of, as humanely as the bastard deserves, and the Elder Wand can never harm another person again. But you are still its master. Padma pointed out. He had forgotten that he had mentioned that. True, but nobody can get at it by trying to kill me for it, and only people bound by a vow, family loyalty, and you, know about it. Harry said. Also, I'm the only one that can retrieve it. So as long as nobody tells anyone, nobody can threaten the people I care for me to retrieve it. That was a smart move, Black. Snape said, with another nod. Quite inventive to leave the most powerful wand in the world with the only person who can never touch it. The Dark Lord will curse you until the end of time for that. Won't the crate and the wand burn up, when the sun shines on the dark side of the moon? Hermione asked. Neville made to question that, but Harry explained before he could. The dark side of the moon is what Muggles call the side that always faces away from us. It's not always actually dark. Harry explained. And the wards protect that area, to never reach any real extreme, to protect the items, and to never suffer any external impacts. It always faces away. Snape asked. He had always assumed it turned at some point. The moon is both tidally locked and rotates in time with the planet, so it turns, but just fast enough that it never shows its other side. Harry said. So, Voldemort will never see the planet again? Snape asked, a bit of a smile coming onto his face. Not as long as we live, at least. Harry said. Unless something happens, like a large meteor strike or something, but if the moon's orbit changes, we're going to have all sorts of other problems. Like, end of the world, kind of problems. Hermione chimed in. Exactly, so if Voldemort ever does see the Earth again, it will probably be the last time, anyway. Hopefully thousands or millions of years from now. Harry finished. I am finally free. Snape said as the thought finally reached him, and relief flooded his system. Thank you, Black. I owe you the ability to finally stop catering to Dumbledore's whims now that the Dark Lord is defeated. You being an A.S. was what Dumbledore wanted. McGonagall asked. Then she quickly put a hand over her mouth. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I didn't mean to say that in front of the children, she apologized. It's quite all right, Snape said. And frankly, yes. He wanted me to portray the role of a man still aligned with the other side. Nobody could know, in case the Dark Lord ever returned. With him so thoroughly defeated, I dare say that day will never come. Congratulations, Harry said. Let Remus know if you ever want another job. You beat at teaching. Snape glared at him, but allowed the comment, considering it wasn't necessarily incorrect. The other kids gaped at Harry. What? It's true, isn't it? Unless that was part of the act. He asked of Snape. I might be able to perform my duties better, now that I don't have to pretend that I blatantly favor those aligned with the other side. Snape said. That being said, I never wanted to be a potions professor. I always had an affinity for it, but my true passion lay in teaching defense. You're skilled at it too, I know. Harry said. And that brings us neatly to the next part of the presentation. My real-life story. I'll ask that you all hold your questions till the end of the tale, please, he said, looking at everyone and waiting for their nods. When they all did, he continued. When I first arrived at Hogwarts, my best friends soon became Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. I was a scrawny, underfed kid, because I was still living with my relatives. In my first year, Hermione, Ron and I realized the Sorcerer's Stone was being kept at Hogwarts and someone was trying to steal it. Being headstrong 11-year-olds, we tried to save the stone on our own, when Dumbledore left one evening, and we realized the thief knew enough to proceed with his mission. Our head of house wouldn't listen to us, because we mistakenly thought the thief was Severus Snape, a bitter man who hated me for reasons I only speculated about at the time. So we went through the trials and I was the only one who could proceed into the room to face Quirrell, who turned out to be the real thief. Voldemort was possessing him, you see. Now, my mother left blood protection on me when she died and that made it so I couldn't be touched by Quirrell and I accidentally killed him, setting the spirit of Voldemort free again, to try and return years later. Which he did. At the end of my 4th year, after I was forced to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, against 3 other 7th-year champions, I was the victor, along with Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion. We took the cup together and were portcade away to a ritual site, where Cedric was killed and Voldemort gained both a new body and an immunity to my protections. 3 years later, I discovered that I had a piece of Voldemort's soul in me and that I would need to have him kill me, to destroy one of the last things that tethered him to an immortal life. He didn't know it, so told me he'd spare the rest of the children at Hogwarts if I faced him, which I did, after sneaking away from the castle and my best friends. Still Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. When I faced him, he cast the killing curse at me, and I let him kill me as Dumbledore, then deceased, due to his hubris and a trap, had planned. Then I woke up, in a cupboard under the stairs of my relatives' house as a 4-year-old boy, having somehow been sent back in time, with my memories and accumulated power intact. I realized what had happened, and started changing things, so that so many people would not have to suffer and die. I contacted Remus, after figuring out how to cast illusions wandlessly, and a lot of practice, so that I could pass for an adult and not simply be taken into the police for walking around unescorted as a 5-year-old boy. We tracked down and captured my parents' betrayer and handed him over to the Aurors, who finally freed my godfather, Sirius. He had been wrongfully incarcerated. Then we started to plan, and I started to study, so that I was capable of making the changes I hoped to see in the world, and to prevent Voldemort from ever coming back in the first place. When I arrived at Hogwarts, a couple of years later, I was ready to capture the Dark Lord, so that he could never escape in the first place. I also intended to spread my influence further this time, so that I could reach all the houses and help them to better themselves. Harry then smiled at the girls in front of him. I also intended to help all of you, and to make friends with the girls who needed it most. It was not only driven by the need to help you, by protecting you with the image I intended to create for myself, but it wasn't only because I thought you were all pretty either. Harry said, to assure them that it wasn't purely selfish. And that is my story. I have finally achieved the first part of my goal here. The next part depends on how you feel about my actions. There was silence, as everyone internalized this. McGonagall spoke up, first. You girls must understand that Harry wasn't attracted to you when he formed his friendships with you. Back then he wasn't physically capable of that sort of desire. The boy you knew then, is the same boy you know now. But he's actually, what, 24? Sprout asked. I have 25 years of life experience. Harry corrected. Excluding the first couple of years of my life, of course. Poppy said that his body and emotions are at his physical age, so he'll develop attractions to his peers. McGonagall said. For both friendships and other things. But he's more mature, more intelligent. Flitwick pointed out. Occlumency. Snape said in realization. He's been suppressing his emotional state to stay in a completely intellectual state for so long that he has grown more intellectually inclined. That's my theory, Harry said with a bit of a shrug, as his nerves caught up with him again, and he realized the girls hadn't spoken yet. You're still my friend, Harry. Neville said. No matter how much you know. I think I know who you are, and I like that person. Thank you, Neville, Harry said. This changes nothing for me. Pansy said, then. I still intend to keep a place by your side, if this isn't the end of your association with us, she finished, with a bit of worry in her voice. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said. I care too much for all of you. Then I'm not going anywhere either. Padma said. You're all my best friends. I don't want to lose any of you. Me neither. Parvati said. I feel the same. Thank you girls, Harry said, a bit of a smile on his face. What happened to us? Susan asked. Back before you were sent back. You were all still alive, but your aunt had died in a Death Eater attack. Harry admitted. Susan lost some color. Then she said, I'm still your friend, Harry, but I need time to think about where we were going. Knowing you are older isn't unappealing, but it also changes things. But thank you for preventing Aunt Amelia's death. You're more than welcome, Susan. What happened to my family, last time? Daphne asked. I don't honestly know. Harry said. As an ancient pureblood family, your family would have been approached by the Dark Lord or his people. People that didn't join, were threatened or killed. Daphne looked like she was going to cry again. She had already lost her father, to his own evil deeds. She couldn't imagine her mother not joining, to save her daughters. I'm yours, Harry. My mother and sister owe you their lives and freedom, she finally said. Thank you for saving us from that. I would do it simply for your friendship, Daphne. Like I would do it for all of your friendships. Harry assured them. I would do it even if you weren't my friends, actually. I'm here to save as many as I can. The other things come secondary. My own life plans never included planning for marriage. Sirius convinced me that it was the right thing to do, since bringing together so many houses would help start a movement to better the world. What happened to my family? Hermione finally asked softly. You sent them away, to Australia, after making them forget you and erasing every trace of yourself from their lives. To protect them, Harry said. You cried about it for a long time. You hated doing it, but couldn't see another way to protect them. Hermione now had tears running down her cheeks. Then she shot up and hugged Harry hard. Thank you, she whispered into his ear. Then she brought her head back and pecked him on the lips. I think I love you, she said softly, before blushing and hugging him again. I love you too, Hermione. Harry whispered back softly. I've loved you for longer than you've known me. True, it started off more like a familial love, in the last timeline, but this time it was different. He knew he would normally be too young for something like real love, but he knew it even back then. This time around, without Ron, she was different. More, somehow. She only squeezed him tighter, pressing into his neck with her head, as her emotions ran their course and she cried in relief and a bit of confusion about how she could possibly feel so connected to this boy, who had shown up in her life a couple of months short of 2 years ago. I think that's quite enough, McGonagall said, strictly, reminding them that there were other people, older people, in the room. I think it's about time that you reined in your emotions again, Harry. You are getting a little close to inappropriate there. Harry realized that he was holding Hermione a little too familiarly, intimately, so he slowly let go and started working on getting his emotions back under control, as Hermione blushed furiously and turned her back on the rest of the people in the room. When Harry felt in control again, he said, "Thank you, Auntie Min. I think I should keep the emotions under control at all times from now on. It seems that I need more to control than I had initially anticipated." "That would be the hormones," Snape said snidely. "Please do control yourself. It would be quite uncouth to use your knowledge of physical intimacy at such a tender age." "Hey," Harry objected, as his face turned red. "I'll have you know that I'm still a pure in both timelines, thank you very much. I'm no more experienced at those things than my friends." "Sad," Snape said. "A pure at 25. Stop that, Severus," McGonagall insisted. "Before you give the children aneurysms by making them blush anymore." It was true, Snape and Harry's statements had sent all the children, including Harry, to turn colored. "I was helping get the emotions in check, Minerva," Snape said seriously, instead of apologizing. "I needed to break the somber mood this had left them all in." Minerva wasn't used to Severus volunteering anything to help students before. "Am I going to have to get used to a new you?" she asked. "I hope so," Severus said honestly. "It's not fun to always be the man that everyone hates." "He makes a good point," Flitwick said. "I'm hoping the new Severus is more tolerant and tolerable." "Don't push your luck," Snape said. "I owe Black a lifetime of favors, for putting the Dark Lord in his place and freeing me from the headmaster. If that means Gryffindor has the lowest house point score at the end of every year until he graduates, as a result, I'm hardly going to complain. I just know this is not going to be an easy transition." McGonagall griped. "Would you excuse us?" Harry asked the adults. "I've got a couple of things to show my friends. I promise to stay in control, and Neville can step in if any of us seems to be losing control." "I'll be glad to help," Neville said, glad for the change of topic and taking out his lightsaber, activating it. "If they lose control, I'll beat them off each other." McGonagall nodded, easily, trusting Harry, now that he was under control. "I'll see the professors back to the castle. I'll still have many questions for you," Flitwick said, "but I'll send you a message to arrange a meeting. I suspect you can get to the castle easily enough, considering your statement about apparition during yesterday's flight." "No problem, Professor Flitwick," Harry said. "You can call me Phileas outside of school." Flitwick said. "All my graduates do." "I never graduated," Harry reminded him. "Could you?" Phileas asked. "If I wanted, yes." Harry allowed. "Exactly," Flitwick said. "With your command over illusions, I intend to let you run a few classes next year, so that I can focus on grading papers. It will be nice to have a bit of free time for once, while you give a class using my image." "That is a great idea, Phileas," McGonagall agreed quickly. "I'll have to remember to award some extra points to Ravenclaw." "Keep the points," Flitwick said, as they walked out. "He's my assistant. You can't have him." Then the door closed, but they could hear the voices continuing on as the professors moved away. It sounded to Harry like he was going to be busy next year. But the professors didn't seem to realize that if he was in charge of a class, he'd be teaching only the funniest applications of whatever he teaches. Just let them try. "It seems the professors have a new favorite toy," Pansy said with a smirk. "Look at Harry's face. He's already planning mischief," Neville said. "I can't wait," he finished with a smirk of his own. "So, what did you want to show us?" Padma asked. "Oh, right," Harry remembered. "Please be seated, and we'll get the presentation started." Harry took a seat with them and started planning illusions. During my 4th year, there was a ball. There were fancy dresses and dancing and everything. So please give it up, for 4th year Harry," he said as he cast the illusion of himself in his dress robes. The illusion walked in, and bowed to the audience. "It is a pleasure to pretend to meet all of you," the illusion said, as soft music started playing. "Let us start this presentation in style, and who has more style than me?" he asked with a smirk and a bow. "Here to assist me, please welcome 4th year Neville Longbottom," the illusion said, and another illusion joined him. "Good afternoon, ladies. I am very pleased to pretend to be here, to help older Harry pretend to dance, while he introduces you to your older selves," older Neville said, with a smile he didn't have back then, but did have now. He was wearing the stylish dress robes he had worn back then too, just as Harry's illusion did. The girls clapped in excitement, knowing what was coming now. "First we have Susan Bones and Hermione Granger," the older Harry said, indicating off to the side, and the illusions of what they had looked like joined the other two and they stepped up to each other to take positions and danced. "Wow, Hermione," Susan said. "You look beautiful." Hermione nodded and blushed again, but couldn't keep her eyes from her older self, in surprise at how good she looked. She was also glad to note that she definitely looked more feminine, with more curves to go with it. The older Harry and Neville danced with them, switching partners for a bit, before the ladies turned to their past selves, curtsied and walked out of the center of the room, disappearing as they went. Next we have Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson. The two older girls appeared and the process took place once again. The girls were also quite surprised at their looks. Classy and feminine. They were pleased. Next we have the lovely Potter twins, who I have to admit, deserved better than mine and Ron Weasley's company that evening. "Had I only known the opportunity I was wasting," older Harry said as the twins appeared in their elegant sari-style dresses. Fortunately, Neville Longbottom was there to dance the night away with any who wished to join him. And many did, for his skill at it. After the twins, Neville and the girls stepped away and Harry allowed an older Luna to appear. Luna wasn't at the ball, as it was 4th years and above only, but I had occasion to see her in a dress once or twice, the older Harry said. Luna wasn't dressed in evening wear, but she looked rather pleased at seeing herself, even if she didn't look surprised. Harry had noted her staying quiet throughout the entire exchange. He suspected she'd want to speak to him in private. There was more dancing, before the music started fading out as the illusions started fading too. When it was over, the girls squealed and jumped at Harry, hugging him and thanking him for showing them a glimpse into their futures. "Who was your date?" Parvati asked. "You were, actually," Harry said. "I'm sorry to say, Ron and I waited till the last moment to ask anyone, and for some reason you two hadn't gotten dates yet, so I asked both of you to accompany us. Ron's dress robes were a disappointment and he refused to dance, and I was upset that the girl I wanted to take was with another boy, so we both neglected you badly. If something like that comes up again, I will not neglect the opportunity again, but I suspect I'd like to dance with all of you when the time comes. And you'll definitely want to dance with Neville." Harry turned to Neville. "Where did you learn to dance like that?" "Gran made me take lessons for formal events," Neville said. "You should thank her. Last time around, I think that's what got Hannah's attention," Harry said. "I took her?" Neville asked with hope shining in his eyes. "No, you took Ginny Weasley, as a friend," Harry said. "You two had so much fun. Ron wanted to warn you about not mistreating his baby sister, but by then he was too jealous about the girl he liked dancing with someone else." "Who?" Daphne asked, wondering who the lanky bottomless pit liked. I don't think," Harry said, glancing at Hermione. "No," Hermione objected. "Him. That's disgusting. I actually think you both liked each other by the time I was sent back," Harry admitted. That. Hermione swore. "I'm never letting that idiot come near me." "Yes," Harry exclaimed. "Finally. That pig deserves a cuss word or two," Hermione said, non-repentantly. "Why would you let that happen? I thought we were friends." "I didn't make you do it," Harry said. "He was also a much better friend to us that time around, well, kind of." "What do you mean, kind of?" Hermione asked. "He got jealous about any attention I received for a long time, and this time around, I saw some things I didn't notice last time, like the fact that he was using me to get attention," Harry said. "I couldn't stand it, so I didn't form that connection again. I'm hoping he grows up, so that we can try being friends again, later." Let's not hold our breath for that. Hermione said. Do me a favor. If I ever look at him like that, have me checked for potions. I've heard the twins joking about their mother using love potions on their father. That's the reason I'm not overly friendly with Ginny this time around. Harry said. She had a crush on Harry Potter, from when her dad used to read her bedtime stories about him, growing up. Then I rescued her from a 1,000-year-old basilisk during our second year and she latched onto me, trying to get my attention until I actually fell for it. I used to spend a lot of time with the Weasleys back then and I can't be sure that I wasn't dosed last time. I tend to think it's true, since that feeling has long since disappeared. Harry said. Let's forget about the love potion for a moment, since that's disgusting. Hermione said. 1,000-year-old basilisk. Yeah, last time around the Chamber of Secrets was opened when Voldemort used a certain artifact, that's now on the moon, to possess Ginny Weasley. He released Salazar Slytherin's pet basilisk on the school and tried to kill many children. Through mostly luck, the students were only petrified, except for you, Hermione. You figured it out and made sure to carry a mirror, so that you couldn't die by its deadly stare. Back then, you were being called the smartest. Witch of the generation, Harry admitted. Sorry for stealing your thunder there, this time. You're saving me from a life spent as a drugged-up Love Avenue. I call it even, Hermione said easily. Seriously, what is it with this school? Susan asked. Imperious spells and obliviations. Now love potions. What next? Nothing, hopefully, Harry said. Though, I do suggest you all start studying occlumency, now that you know my secret. It allows you to stop people from reading your mind. There are mind readers at our school. Hermione asked aghast. Snape and Dumbledore are the only ones I know of, but it never hurts to be prepared. Harry said. It also helps with emotional control and better memory. That's how I remember what you all looked like back then. Were there ever more balls? Parvati asked hopefully. Unfortunately not, Harry said. The closest that happened, which was a formal event, was a dinner Hermione and I both attended. What did I look like? Hermione asked. Harry blushed. You were really pretty. Come on, then, Parvati encouraged. Show us. Harry sighed and got the memory in his head. Then an image of Hermione appeared in her pink dress. Merlin, Daphne exclaimed. You're gorgeous. Why don't you always wear your hair like that? Pansy asked. It's really flattering. Hermione wasn't looking at her hair. She was looking further south. She had cleavage. Harry spotted this and smirked. He lifted her chin and said. Your eyes are up there. Then he turned to Neville, who also seemed transfixed. Hey, Neville, get your eyes off her assets. What kind of gentleman are you? Neville blushed and looked away. Harry chuckled and made the image vanish. See why I wanted to skip that? He asked. And I don't have any memories of the rest of you in flattering dresses like that, so now you'll feel left out. We'll just have to make sure you get new memories like that, then. Susan said. She would have loved to see what she turned into. How about us in our normal clothing? We'd still be able to know what we'll look like, she pointed out. Harry obliged and got the memory of what they all looked like at the last time he saw them, making them appear. The girls all stood up and circled their images, inspecting them critically. They didn't see anything to complain about and voiced their opinions. Neville looks good too. A bit more handsome, Daphne said. Hannah is a lucky girl. Neville was also looking at himself. Harry had given the image a smile, that he only wore these days, but the rest was all him. At that time, you'd been keeping a lot of children safe in the castle, while it was being run by Death Eaters. You were their protector, in a time when people were losing hope and I was needed elsewhere. Harry said. I'm sure you would have turned into a great man, had I not come back before I could see it. Your parents would have been proud. Thank you, Harry, Neville said with a small, sad smile. Praise from Harry still meant the world to him, and the idea of his parents being proud of him, for protecting students, against Death Eaters, of all things, made him very happy. That means a lot, he said. This whole thing gives me a lot of hope for the future. Me too, the girls all said. They all had different reasons, but the sentiment was the same all around. They weren't going to be awkward 12 and 13-year-olds forever. They grow up and become stronger, more successful, more female and more confident. Then Harry let the illusions fade again. And there you have a sneak peek into what you will look like one day. Harry said. Can you teach us to do that? Pansy asked. The illusions, I mean. There is no specific spell for it. It's done by wandless magic, which is more versatile than the wand magic we learn at school. Harry said. I can try and teach you that, though, if you want. Hermione's been learning it since first year. Why does she get special treatment? Daphne asked. She still remembered the way Harry had held her. She wanted that, too. Because she goes home to Muggle parents. Harry said. She doesn't have the option to show them her magic, otherwise. Of course. Pansy said in understanding, not that she could empathize, being from a household where she could borrow her mother's wand to do things if she wanted. The added benefit is that we don't have to worry about being disarmed, as well. Also, everyone seems to have different talents. Harry said. I have my illusions and summoning and banishment, which gives me a few advantages. I can emulate physical contact in my illusions, for one. He can also make himself seem really strong. Hermione added. And make himself float, by banishing the floor constantly. He's basically a superhero with just that. I fly using a harness I invented these days. Harry said. It's got a lower chance of hurting people below me. I can also cast spells through my wandless manipulations. He looked at Susan, who was looking at him in question, and she started lifting up, with no gesture from Harry. Then she started giggling as Harry applied a tickling charm through the power he was using to hold her up. Like this, he said. So you can just do whatever you want in your immediate area. Padma asked, her eyes going wide. That's a really powerful advantage. It could also be abused, if it was anyone but Harry with that power. Daphne said thoughtfully, knowing he'd never abuse his power. It just wasn't in his character. You can be successful at anything you attempt, simply by making the results work for you, or making people believe you can do anything. But where's the fun in that? Harry asked, hitting them all with tickling charms at once, as he allowed Susan back to her seat. The girls had all worn pants for the day, remembering the last time in the anti-gravity room. I like being mysterious and all, but actually achieving what I set out to do, is a hell of a lot more satisfying. The girls were still giggling, while Neville tried to control his mirth. Until Hermione pointed her finger and Harry was also hit with a tickling charm. Harry started laughing with them and soon ended the tickling charm, so that Hermione would stop, which she did. Well done, Hermione. Harry congratulated. I see you're really getting the hang of the wandless magic. I still need to point or move my hand, though. Hermione said, as she calmed down. You're way more subtle than me. It makes Harry sneakier. Daphne said, approvingly. But seeing you use a finger to cast a spell is impressive. If I could do that, I'd be pointing at anyone who bothered me, all day long, just to make sure they didn't try anything. Not if you want to keep an advantage. Harry said. Hermione has been practicing and she will likely be able to start casting spells while she's moving her hands as she speaks at some point, to hide the magic. It's still a little difficult to talk and cast. Hermione admitted. But I was able to get a tickling charm off while I laughed, so there is progress. I suggest you all get Hermione to teach you the basics. Harry suggested. She's still a better teacher than me. And the smartest, which we all know. Padma said, not minding admitting defeat to her friend. If she was hailed as the smartest of a generation, there was no shame in coming in third after her and Harry, who had basically already completed his education. That thought brought a smile to her face. I'm finally not the third ranked anymore. She exclaimed, happily. How do you reckon? Parvati asked. She had been receiving good marks too, since joining the study group. She wasn't in the top 10, but she was catching up. Harry doesn't count, since he's basically already finished school. Padma said. So that means I'm technically the second ranked in our year, she said happily. Congratulations, sis. Parvati said. What about all this are we allowed to tell our parents? Hermione then asked. You can tell people that I found a way to start practicing my magic when I was young, and that I have a lot of power. That should cover all the basics about my public skills and abilities, and also explains my knowledge. Harry said. You can mention that I'm not stupid, either, but don't make it sound like I'm a genius or anything. If you can make it sound like I get a lot of help, that would be perfect. I was actually just a little above average in my subjects before I left school after 6th year. Your helping us study put me in that position, too. Hermione beamed at that. She had helped make Harry who he was. Even if she didn't remember it, it meant something to her that she had a hand in that. "You're welcome," she said with a smile. "So, what are our plans for the day?" Harry asked. They did have the entire afternoon now. "Let's go buy swimsuits, then we go to Hermione's house to swim," Pansy suggested. "Do you girls want us boys to leave, so you can discuss your proportions in private?" Harry asked with a smirk. He was surprised when the girls all nodded. "Huh, must be a girl thing," he thought. "Come on Nev, we should leave them to discuss girly things, while we go drink a beer or something, to celebrate our manliness." "You're not allowed," Hermione reprimanded as Harry led Neville out. "Butterbeer, Hermione," Harry said. "I'm not an idiot. I don't want to encourage preteen drinking any more than you do." "You've got butterbeer?" Daphne asked with wide eyes. She'd always wanted to try some. Her family had never given her the opportunity. Supposedly it was a privilege you only earned in third year. "Sure thing," Harry said. "Sent Creature to go fetch it, just this morning. Can we have some?" Pansy asked. "I'll send Creature," Harry started, just as Creature appeared with a tray. "Lady Parkinson is most welcome to have some," Creature said as he bowed slightly, holding the tray out to her and the other girls. He had never been able to shake his respect for purebloods, but he didn't grumble at Muggleborn or half-bloods anymore, either. "Thank you, Creature," Pansy said, as she took a bottle and sipped it experimentally. "This is really nice," she said. "I'll be looking forward to Hogsmeade weekends." Harry continued leading Neville away, now aiming for the kitchen, so that they could have a butterbeer as well. "What is it with girls and proportions?" Neville asked, not looking at Harry as he blushed. "I think girls see beeps as some form of symbol of maturity," Harry said. "They see the older girls, wearing clothes to accentuate their feminine form and getting more attention, and want to do that too. The bigger the beeps, the more confident the girl. So they always worry about size. Not all girls are like that, mind you. Some don't care in the slightest. Some care more for hair, or having a slender waist. The vainest of girls want all of that and more. I'm hoping showing them what I did makes them more confident," Harry said. "If they don't have to worry about that, they don't have to expend any energy on trying to emulate others, knowing who they will become." They did all seem rather happy about that. Neville agreed. "You're one lucky bugger, Harry. You don't do too badly yourself, Neville," Harry said, making an illusion of an older, shapelier Hannah appear before them, smiling at Neville and walking backwards. "That is so cool," Neville said, his eyes being drawn inevitably to her chest. "Could you, he tried, but blushed and stopped. Make her do things, or wear less?" Harry asked. "Sorry Neville. While I could make her do stuff, I'm not removing clothing. Even if I wanted to, I know nothing about what goes on under that," he said, indicating her outfit. "I can only make appear what I know or can imagine, after all." "Do you really want me imagining less? Would that be the gentlemanly thing to do?" he asked. "No," Neville said instantly. "And I see your point. Couldn't hurt to ask, though, right? I'm only a boy." "It actually may have," Harry said. "What if I had said yes and her clothing disappeared? Wouldn't you wonder later why I knew what she looked like in her underwear?" Neville blushed, but nodded in understanding. "Can we drop the subject, please? I'm not really enjoying being embarrassed all the time. I can definitely do that," Harry said. "But you have to remember, if we're going swimsuit shopping, you know there will be swimming, and I expect your eyes to meet only theirs. Is that understood?" he asked. "Perfectly," Neville said with a straight face. "Sorry for earlier, with Hermione's illusion." "Not your fault Neville," Harry said. "That dress made certain things stand out. You were going to notice, one way or another. Don't tell Hermione, but she was trying to make Ron jealous by wearing that, since he was making out with Lavender. She had a real thing for Quidditch players back then and he had done really well in a match as a keeper. All the attention he was getting drove her to make out with him in front of the entire common room and Hermione was still upset." Neville let that sink in, as they reached the kitchen, and Harry opened a butterbeer for them both. "It would seem that you are affecting more lives than we realized," Neville said diplomatically. "So, 2 of Ron's past conquests are now conveniently in our study group and 1 in your inner circle." "Lavender was a surprise, to be honest," Harry corrected. "Not one I mind you. Now that she is there, I can keep an eye on her as well. She's also more controlled this time around." Last time she and Parvati were good friends and would gossip and flirt. Their grades weren't all that great either. So, while you made changes, you also took their futures into consideration. Neville said. I can't blame you for wanting to support our friends, but I do suggest you never mention Ron and Lavender and the whole thing with Hermione's jealousy. I haven't even begun to tell you of how obsessed Lavender became. Harry said. She got hit hard by Quidditch fever, or a love potion, now that I think about it. She was all over Ron, until he couldn't stand being around her anymore. I'm thinking this works out better all around, he said. He wouldn't even mention the lovesick girl's nickname for Ron. If he ever heard, Won, again, he'd be sick. Fortunately the girl wasn't in his inner circle, as Neville called them. You think he'd go that far? Neville asked. I honestly don't know, Harry said. Maybe the Weasley family magic is lust-related. There are quite a few of them, after all. Or it could be a family curse. Neville offered. Someone wanted them poor and cursed them to always have too many kids to support. They are an ancient pureblood family after all. Is that possible? Harry asked, never having heard of such a thing. Why wouldn't they tell people? It's like the family magic thing. Neville said. If you're under a curse, you wouldn't tell people about it. Most blood-tied curses work that way. You wouldn't be able, or allowed, to tell people outside of the curse or family about it. Would that explain Ginny's behavior? Harry asked. Not at her age, but it might explain your later attraction to her. Neville said. And Hermione and Lavender's obsession. Especially if the curse works to draw people together. There's a reason Gran wanted me trained in the old ways. Old families have old magics. If you anger the wrong family, your family may suffer the consequences. And someone could just cast it. Harry asked. I choose to ruin someone's family line and snap my fingers to make them unable to stop doing bad things. It's not that simple, Neville said. A family curse is usually activated by tricking a person into accepting it. It's like the unbreakable vow. Once sworn, only the person you swore the oath with can break it. How would someone trick you into something like that? Harry asked. Let's say, you fell in love with a girl, who didn't know you existed. Neville said. You go to someone that offers to help, and they cast a spell that you freely accept. They told you that it would make the girl notice you, if you spent enough time around her. The spell worked, but you don't know that the curse stays in your family and your line forever suffers for your decision. Fascinating, Harry said. How do you know these things? He asked. Gran raised me in the old traditions. Neville shrugged. She didn't want me to make any mistakes, so she told me as much as she could, as soon as she knew I would understand. So, if the Weasley family are all under some sort of curse, which attracts people and makes them lose their inhibitions, they'd continue on as they currently are and never know, or be unable to tell people. The only way to lift the curse would be to have the family that cast it, release them from it, is that right? Harry summed up. Not exactly, Neville said. There is one way to invalidate a curse like that. Oh, Harry asked. A curse is only as strong as the caster, but becomes more powerful over generations, especially in magical people. The only way to break such a curse, would be to cast an even stronger curse on the family, which had more immediate and severe consequences, since the magic of the original curse would then become pointless if the new curse would stop the old one from doing anything. Neville said. Curse a family to die in a year, and that might not work, since they can still make babies in that time to carry the original curse. But curse them to die in a day, and the old curse wouldn't be able to do anything and be undone. Harry interrupted in understanding. So if I found out that there really was such a curse on the family, I'd have to find a way to trick them into accepting the curse willingly, to have the original curse become invalid, and then all I have to do is to revoke my curse. If it were only that simple. Remus said, as he walked in. Sorry for eavesdropping. Enhanced hearing makes it impossible not to hear things sometimes. I understand, Harry said. What do you mean though? A strong blood curse, like what you are discussing, or lycanthropy, would still exist in the victim, until the moment they die. Remus said. That's why a werewolf turns back into a man, when he is killed. The curse ends upon death. You could therefore not contract lycanthropy to get rid of another curse, even if lycanthropy is a stronger one. What if the person comes back from death, after that? Harry asked. What do you mean? Remus asked. Are you planning to raise the dead, now? I have an idea about that, but answer the question. Harry said. What would happen if you died, but someone brought you back? If you saved someone on the brink of death, they would still be cursed. Remus said, not understanding. No, I'm not saying the brink of death. Harry said. Dead. Like your heart has stopped beating. The curse would be lifted, sure, but you'd be dead. Remus said. Also, if it's a family curse, even if you somehow resurrect the person, the curse would come back to you, the moment you made contact with your family, I suspect. Bill. Harry exclaimed. This made so much sense. Why did Bill leave the family to become a curse breaker? He wanted to find a fix. There was a curse. It would also explain why he ended up with Fleur. If she had a similar effect and could resist and control it, she'd literally be the only person he could marry and not have to worry that it was the curse making her do it. Oh, this is going to be epic. What are you planning, Harry? Remus asked. You're not planning on killing the eldest Weasley to test a theory, are you? Of course I am, Harry said happily. A little more detail here would be good. Remus insisted. Not until it is planned out properly. Harry denied. Get the wolves to start getting all the family magics from the prisoners. We need that info and we need to find a very specific curse. Remus said, scratching behind his head. You already did that, didn't you? Harry asked with a smirk. Well, it could only protect the pack, so there was justification. Remus explained weakly. You were just interested in all that knowledge and you know it. Harry accused with a predatory smile. I could key you, Remus. This is perfect. Could you please tell us what you're thinking? Neville asked. He didn't like the sound of this. Okay, fine. Here's what I'm thinking, Harry said, as he started telling them his plan. He didn't get time to go into too many details, when Remus warned him that the girls were coming down to them. Are we missing something important? Pansy asked, when she saw the looks on their faces. Neville looked shocked and a little bleak. Remus looked thoughtful and Harry looked excited. Harry's planning, Neville started. Hey, Harry interrupted. My surprise. I get to tell them when or if it works, okay. It's a big if, Remus said. But, if we took proper precautions, and worked out the spells, I don't see why we can't try it. Good point, Harry said, calming down some. There'd be work to do before he could continue. Let's get to that later, though. I believe we have a shopping trip to plan. Have you all decided to come along? We have, Daphne said. She had really enjoyed the time with the other girls, chatting about what they had learned and the possibilities of the future. They'd have to arrange some time for it to be just them again sometime. She hadn't felt quite as hopeful, since coming home from school. She had had to tell her mother that her father was alive, but in a secret prison, until his crimes could be brought to justice. She wasn't happy, but knowing her husband, she had known of the possibility. As it was, they wouldn't lack for anything, but the uncertainty had been eating at her mother and she still cried herself to sleep at night. Should I bring anything besides my wallet? Harry asked, with a smile. We can pay for ourselves, if you could get us to Gringotts to exchange currency. Pansy said. I've got you covered. Harry said. Are you all ready to go now? Neville sighed and downed the rest of his butterbeer. They had been talking so much, he hadn't had time to finish it. It was delicious and he couldn't think of leaving it unfinished. I'm ready, he said then. We're ready too, Hermione said. And their outfits? Harry asked, looking at the purebloods who were dressed in their best, for the magical world. Couldn't you just put an illusion over them? Hermione asked. And then I'd have to concentrate on that the entire time. Harry asked in return. He'd also likely not be comfortable going into your changing rooms with you, to keep the illusions up. Remus pointed out with a humorous smile. On second thought, let's rather change. Pansy said instantly. Harry had already seen her and Daphne BPD, that one time he rescued them, but that was not something she was ready to either discuss or contemplate. Could you transfigure our clothing? She asked Remus. Simple things, maybe, but it would be best to ask a professional. Remus replied. On it, Harry said, as he took out his board and wrote a quick message to McGonagall. It took her a couple of minutes to get there, but she didn't really mind. She seldom got the chance to go shopping in the Muggle world. When she arrived, it was to see floating illusions of clothing that Harry had made for her to model some of the clothes they wanted from. Harry had had to think back to outfits that Hermione wore over the years and then change the coloring and cuts to suit the girls. Having examples floating next to the girls made things much simpler for McGonagall, but she could take into consideration some things the men weren't necessarily aware of, like comfort and functionality. She may have made things slightly more modest too. Not quite as tight as the girls wanted, but not enough to look baggy. Then they summoned the night bus. It was 2 hours, and a couple of blushes from the boys later, that they arrived at Hermione's house. The girls had insisted that the boys try on some clothes as well, and Harry had straight up refused to try on Speedos. He had settled on some comfortable and slightly baggy swimming trunks. Neville had followed his example. The girls went up to Hermione's room and shut the door. The giggling and hushed conversations that they heard from upstairs made Neville nervous, but Harry was as cool as a cucumber. Occlumency was useful. When the ladies exited, Harry complimented them warmly and joined them at the pool. Neville was much calmer this time around and a fun time was had by all. Harry was happy with the friends he had this time around. While they now knew some of his secrets, they didn't seem to judge him based on that fact. He was still just their friend, a boy with a more interesting background and more experience. At some point, Luna got Harry's attention and they stepped away from their frolicking friends. "I'm sorry we never got to talk, Luna. I know there's something going on. I'm thinking you have a secret similar to my own." Luna smiled up at him. "You are not wrong," she said. "My situation isn't exactly like yours, though. I'm the me I always was. I didn't have a space to vacate for an older me to take residence in." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. He didn't miss her glancing at where his scar used to be. "You're saying, I'm a Horcrux, for my older self." "You were." Luna agreed. "I don't think there's two of you anymore." "Are you saying there's two of you?" Harry asked, in understanding. "Not anymore," Luna said sadly. "When things changed, with Mum, there was nothing there for the older me to come back for, so she disappeared. She did leave a message, though. She said to tell you that she was glad she could bring you with, even if it wasn't planned." Harry looked at the girl, trying to wrap his head around that. "I'm not sure I understand," he admitted. "You'll figure it out," Luna said with a kind smile. Then she turned to the pool and quickly joined her other friends. Harry stood there for a while, just contemplating that. Had Luna done something to come back herself and brought him along? Why would he not remember that? It was an accident. He started getting a headache then, so he decided to put the thoughts aside. There wasn't much that could be done about it. Now, anyway. If he could, would he still want to? He'd think on that later. He had a fun time to have with his friends. McGonagall had opted to stay with them, and while she didn't swim, she lounged nearby under an umbrella, being served snacks and enjoying a mimosa, which Harry had Creature bring for her. By the time they left, McGonagall even offered to accompany the girls back to their homes, while Neville would be taken home after dinner at Grimmauld Place. When Harry was back from delivering Neville home, he went straight to bed. It had been a long day and he was emotionally and physically exhausted. It was with a shock that he realized he had neglected his physical exercise this last year. He would need to spend some time on that this holiday. He really didn't want to turn into the scrawny kid in class again, even if he wasn't really trying to build muscles. He was just trying to maintain a good shape and build his stamina. The next morning, Harry woke up with a smile on his face. He had 2 projects to complete and he wanted to get started. So he set to work on the original project first. The Index. It would be the central hub for the communication system he had planned. He started by finishing his design on the personal communicator. With the equipment he had created so far, he already had an idea of what he wanted to do. First, he mounted a tiny magical speaker into one of the smaller boards he had planned for this communications device. It would be loud enough to hear in 2 different settings, so it would be perfect, by his reckoning. Then he mounted a small plate, which would project an image above the pad. That part was slightly more difficult, as the plates he had made till then could only take audio and/or video to another plate. It was set up as an input only, with a separate output. Now he was trying to make one that did both, and the magic was fighting him. That was when he realized that he really didn't need to reinvent the wheel. He laughed at himself after struggling for an hour with that. He split the plate in 2, and spelled them separately then, before placing them back together. The effect was an interesting blue glow, with a pinprick of brighter light, which traveled up and down between the 2 plates. Seeing the effect, gave him an idea and he removed them again and modified them. When he placed the two, now interlocking pieces together, the line between them had a zigzag. As he had hoped, the blue line moved up and down the connected line and made an effect like a slow-motion electric charge in the shape of a lightning bolt. Cool. All the magic he was putting on now was connected to the flaw in the board, which connected to a modified entry in the index. The index in turn would have all the buffering runes to keep the messages that were waiting to be delivered and needed to be stored, depending on which flaw is being accessed. That way, if a device is stolen, it could be unbound and the information could be reconnected to a new device. It would also offer the fringe benefit of allowing Harry to check what other people were doing, but that would be a trade secret. The next step was making the board, which functioned like his normal whiteboards, use dictation magic. You could still write like normal, but Harry really wanted to be able to fit more information on the display. It took him a couple of days to figure that one out, and he had needed to visit the Black family library for inspiration. He had found a spell, called the Unseen Scribe, which would dictate without needing a quill. Unfortunately, it wrote in ink from an inkwell, which you had to designate. He finally got his breakthrough when he was playing with a whiteboard marker, considering the problem. He decided to open the thing up and found some sort of sponge, filled with the specific ink that the markers used. Designating that as the inkwell had other issues, though, so he ended up needing to force the liquid out and into a container. That worked out much better, and soon the problem was resolved. He had needed to open the prototype board up and place a small receptacle with the ink in it where the Unseen Scribe could get its supply, but since the receptacle was charmed unending, like the pens had been, he'd never have to worry about it again. By the end of the month, he had finally succeeded in his goal. He had two devices, which were connected to the index and able to communicate through it. He had ended up using a bit of Muggle ingenuity and added a small knob at the top, which would rotate the camera and projector, so that the board could be placed down on a flat surface and only need a bit of orientation so that the person using it could use it that way. He had added one or two other things, to make it seem more modern, too. When Bill Weasley received a package from back home, he first thought his mother had sent another care package, with a note to guilt him for never visiting or writing. He was a busy man, though, and for him to earn the privileges he wanted with the goblins, he'd need to work for it. He thanked the messenger, who had informed him of the package, waiting in his rather small room, and continued with his work. That evening, when he got home from work, he had almost forgotten about the message, but when he sat down at his desk, to start writing up his daily report, he saw the envelope. It was not what he expected, so he took the thick yellow envelope and felt it. There was something flat inside. Shrugging, he opened it and looked inside. He did not expect to see a shiny silver board of some kind. He took it out and looked at it. It was aluminium on one side and had glass set on the other side, over a black surface. On the black surface, he saw text in glowing white lettering. Harry had thought that was a good idea, since you'd not want to have to light a candle to read your messages at night. Say, call Harry Black. Now, Bill was nobody's fool and put the device on the table and took a step back, before casting detection spells. The device registered as a large collection of protection magic, covering other magics. Many other magics. He didn't trust a thing that he didn't know, so he set about casting protection spells all over himself and placed a shield in front of him, before saying, Harry Black. Nothing happened, so he slowly moved closer and read the message, which was still the same. Right, Bill said as he stepped back again. Call Harry Black. There was a sound then, one he hadn't heard before. It sounded like some sort of ringing. Like tiny bells, but also not. The ringing stopped and started a couple of times, before there was a voice. Hello. Harry Black speaking. Is this Bill Weasley? He asked. Yes. Bill answered hesitantly, still behind his shield and protections. What was that? I can hardly hear you. I knew I should have increased the input volume, he muttered. I said yes. You're speaking to Bill. Bill said more loudly. Oh, good. Someone didn't steal one of my prototypes. Harry said. I did only just finish making them the other day. Do you have a moment to talk? Why should I trust a talking piece of metal and glass? Bill asked. Listen, I'm going to end the call. When it's dropped, say, video call Harry Black. That will let us speak face to face. Harry said, before he ended the call, and a beep was heard before it went quiet. Now? Bill asked. No answer. He sighed then, video call Harry Black. It rang again, and this time it picked up immediately. A small projection popped up and Bill could see a slanted face looking at the ceiling. Bill, where are you? Harry asked. What am I looking at? Bill walked closer slowly, and could suddenly make out the face on it. Harry Black. Is that really you? I still can't see you, Bill. Orient the glass of the comm to your face. The side that had the message for you. Harry said exasperatedly. Calm. Bill asked, a bit of a smile on his face. You're being obtuse on purpose, aren't you? Harry asked. The device I sent you is a communications platform, or comm, for short. It works like a portable flow with some added features. I told you, you should have just said that from the beginning. Sirius's voice chimed in, and as Bill slowly approached, he saw another man behind Harry, seemingly also looking at the ceiling. Just pick up the device, Bill. It's not some sort of trap, I promise you. Harry said. Is everyone going to react like this? I may as well call off starting production of these. Make some for Marauders Inc. first. Sirius said. It would be too useful to just scrap the project. Bill finally appeared in the projected image on Harry's side. Finally, we can see you. Harry exclaimed in exasperation. Can't be too careful, Bill said as he tapped the comm with his wand a couple of times, experimentally. Are you sure this thing is safe? I picked up a lot of hidden magic on it. I made the damn thing, I should hope it's safe. Harry said. Bill finally reached out and picked up the sleek device. You made this? He asked as Harry watched the orientation of the room change. Yes, I made it. Harry said. He was finally able to look the man in the eye. Let's try this again. Hello, my name is Harry Black and I'd like to make you a proposition. Bill Weasley. Bill said with a bemused smile. What kind of proposition? He asked. Let's just say, I have a theory I'd like to test and I have need of a curse breaker. Harry said. What's the theory? Bill asked. A theory that you are looking for something very specific, away from your family, and in your line of work. Harry said, with an upturned brow. I don't know what you are talking about. Bill said with a straight face. Could he know? Has someone finally noticed? He thought. What if I told you, I know of a possible way to force a family curse from a person and make it so that said curse cannot reassert itself immediately? Harry offered. When do I leave? Bill said instantly. Yes. Finally. Bill cheered in his mind. Did you scan the envelope by any chance? Harry said with a smirk. Bill turned to the discarded piece of thick paper and cast a diagnostic spell. Sure enough, it was a portkey. He turned back to the image. I have to be back before my next shift. Bill said. That should be doable. Activation phrase is, F. King Pureblood Bastards. Harry said with a smirk. I'll enjoy activating this one. Bill smirked back. I'll be there shortly. How do I end this call thing? He then asked. Put the comm in your pocket, or place it face down on the table. Harry said. There's also a button on the right side for accepting and ending calls. Bill oriented the comm away and pressed the button. The image disappeared. What a useful device. If only more people had them. Half an hour later, Bill had informed one of his coworkers that he had an emergency to attend, but should be back before the next day, and had gathered a few items, in case it took longer. He picked up the envelope and said, F. King Pureblood Bastards. And was swept away by a portkey. He arrived in front of a strange-looking structure. It was oval in shape, but had a door and stairs clearly visible, since it was standing open. Bill, is that you? Harry's voice called before he appeared in the door with a huge smile on his face. He seemed to be wearing some sort of muggle formalwear. There you are. We've been waiting for you. Come on in, he invited with a wave, as he turned around and walked back. Bill shrugged and climbed into the strange structure. Bill Weasley, may I welcome you to the saucer? Harry said as he spread his arms, indicating the larger inside and the seats that had a couple of people in them. Take a seat and buckle up. Wait, what's happening? Bill asked in confusion as the door started closing behind him. Take a seat, young man, came the strict voice of Professor McGonagall. Professor? Bill asked. Then he noted the other people, as their seats swiveled to face him. The swivel seats were a new feature and could be locked in place, but they also had a better recline function, which would allow a person to stretch out completely. There were 2 men he didn't recognize and 1 more face he did. Madame Pomfrey. What are you doing here? I am so sorry, I never realized, Bill. Madame Pomfrey said. So when Harry told me he'd be attempting the impossible, I had to be here. Impossible? Bill asked. Sit down, Bill. Harry said again, waiting for the man to take a seat, so he could help him buckle up. Bill finally moved to one of the seats, and Harry buckled him in. What's going on here? Bill asked. We're going on a field trip, Harry said, as he finally took his own seat and buckled in. Bill watched as the window in front of him showed the view rotating. This is a flying machine? He asked. It does more than only fly, Bill. Harry said, as he opened the garage and entered, closing the door behind them and rotating so that Bill would get the full impact when it opened again. What the hell? Bill exclaimed as the door opened and revealed a sea of stars in front of them. Welcome to the moon, Bill. Sirius said with a smirk. Of course he was there. Then he turned to Remus. Doing okay? He asked the werewolf. I don't seem affected. Remus confirmed with a bit of relief. Good thing too. Wonderful, Harry said, landing the ship. Let me just check that the wards are still good. Why am I being ignored? Bill asked. We have priorities, Remus said, unbuckling, as Harry transfigured the airlock around himself and the hatch. First priority was to get you to a safe place, where the only magic on you is yours and that of the curse. I don't, Bill started. Yes, we know you can't confirm it. Sirius interrupted. And we'll not try to help you, he finished sarcastically, watching the bank of monitors as the door opened and Harry stepped out with a smile, before turning back and the airlock fixed itself. Good as if we're on Earth, Harry confirmed. Good job, guys. Did you really doubt us? Sirius asked. You, maybe, but Remus does good work, Harry joked. Come on inside. Let's get this show on the road, he said as he turned around and walked back to the house. Come on, Bill, McGonagall said. We'll explain everything in the house. She was excited to be on the moon this time. It was with some disappointment that she realized she couldn't be the first Transfiguration professor on the moon, but she could claim to be the first professor, Transfiguration or otherwise, to step foot on it. Dumbledore didn't steal that from her. Bill followed them as they all trekked out of the craft and onto the surface of the moon. He then realized he felt different. Lighter. He saw the others bouncing slightly as they walked and McGonagall seemed to be taking it very slowly. She didn't want to also be the first professor to trip and fall, after all. Bill then looked to the side and gaped. He was looking at Earth. It looked small. He stood there, gaping, until he was told to hurry up. When they entered the house, normal gravity asserted itself and McGonagall sighed in relief. First professor to be in the first house on the moon, too. Harry was already in the kitchen preparing something to drink. Soon they were all seated around a coffee table with cups of tea and coffee in hand. Okay, can someone, please tell me what's going on? Bill pleaded again. Short version, Harry asked. When Bill nodded, he said, a little over a month ago, I came to the moon in the first wizard-built spacecraft. I put up some wards and expanded a shrunken house. Shortly afterward, I was talking about alternate timelines with a friend of mine and comparing circumstances when a pattern emerged, along with some information I hadn't ever heard. That information had to do with family curses. Especially ones that may or may not affect a certain red-headed clan I know. At first I had feared love potions, but now I'm thinking it was something equally sinister, though now I don't know who applied said curse. My main goal today is to see if my theory of how to remove said curse works. I have a method and I intend to try it. Do you want to be part of this test? Harry finished. So, this is untested magic? Bill asked. Yes and no, Harry said. No, we had test subjects and most of them survived. Yes, it's untested on humans, but we have the process down. What did you test it on? Bill asked. Rats, Harry said. And 1 pig and 1 monkey at the zoo. The pig and monkey are fine. The first couple of rats didn't make it. I still say we should have used some of the purebloods we have in lockup. Sirius said then. If they die, it will be considered a service, giving their lives some actual purpose, besides spreading evil. We're not executioners, Remus said. We're just holding them until something permanent can be done about them that ensures the public's safety. Still, Sirius said, folding his arms. Madame Pomfrey, have you seen these tests? Bill asked. The last couple. Madame Pomfrey confirmed. The science is lost on me, but I can confirm that the tests worked as planned. Professor McGonagall. Bill asked. I don't like the plan, but I think if anything will work, this has the greatest chance. McGonagall admitted. It's risky, but the chance to stop this and save your family is good if we succeed today. Bill looked between the professor and the healer. Then he turned to Harry. She said science. Since we're on the moon, I'm guessing the idea is yours. Bill said. So hit me. What's the plan? We're going to kill you and bring you back to life. Harry said seriously. Bill wanted to laugh at the obvious joke, but Harry didn't show any sign of having joked. Neither did any of the other people. How? He finally asked. We're going to stop your heart. Harry said. Then 20 seconds later, we'll start it again. It's the longest I want to risk, for the first try. The brain can survive for up to 6 minutes, so we'll have that time to use the other methods to bring you back. The reason we're telling you, is because you need to agree to the curse that will stop your heart, to override the other curse and hopefully dissipate it for good. You can't be certain a curse of that kind, Bill said, not being able to confirm he had such a curse, wouldn't come back, though. As long as, the cursed, doesn't make contact with, their, family, before we can find out who cursed them, and either extinguish their line or get them to lift the curse from the rest of the family. Harry said. We did our research too. Why do you think we're on the moon? He asked. I honestly don't know, besides showing me that you aren't stupid. Bill admitted. It seems that magic doesn't easily travel through space. McGonagall said. We're hoping that, should the curse be strong enough to return, even here, it'll buy time to discover the family that did it. That is, if you have such a curse, that you don't know about. Harry said. It was possible that Bill didn't know about one curse or another after all. If he was smart enough to pick up on the clue. You know, there may be some curse on the family I don't know about. Bill said, catching on easily. Maybe it would be best to test it on me, before we try it on one of you. I am old enough to allow it, and young enough to survive it more easily. Harry smiled. Well said, Bill. Well said. Then he got up and walked a short bit away. He transfigured the floor into a table, with a soft covering and beckoned him over. Shall we get started? Right this minute? Bill asked, suddenly nervous. Don't I get some time to write a will or something? Your family gets everything, right? Harry asked. Right. Bill sighed, before mustering his Gryffindor courage and getting up, with a determined look on his face. He was soon on the table and the others had joined them. Okay, Bill. I'm about to curse your heart to stop. Do you accept and agree to this? Harry asked. I, William Arthur Weasley, being of sound mind and clear of compulsions, agree to accept the curse in its totality. Bill said formally. So mote it be, Harry said, as he reached into the man's chest with his magic and set the curse to stop his heart. It is done, he said. You have 30 seconds to live. Any last words? If I don't come back, I'm seriously haunting you. Bill said. I'll do it too. A Weasley never breaks his word. I believe you, Harry said, smiling down at the man. The rest were just as nervous as him. Harry counted down in his head, until he got to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. And just like that the light left Bill's eyes. So, who wants to go get a drink? Sirius asked, trying to handle his nerves in the best way he knew of. Humor. I'm counting Sirius, Harry said. He'd not looked up from Bill's face. I'm just saying, Sirius said again, 5 seconds later. Stupefy, McGonagall said, pointing her wand. Sirius didn't even attempt to block it. He'd rather be unconscious. Harry continued counting, and when he reached 20, he sent the spell he had come up with to directly stimulate the heart, into his chest. The saw node sends an electrical impulse to the heart, forcing it to beat. It's what regulates heart rhythm, and what Harry had found stops working when the heart stopped. Dumb animals didn't have the intelligence to not want to be cursed, so it had been simple to use them as test subjects. The pig is a creature that largely resembles the human body, in makeup at least. The monkey was closer, but neither of them were human. So when Bill's heart started pumping normally again, he released a breath he hadn't known he had been holding. Enervate, Pomfrey said instantly. Bill shot upright and looked around in confusion for a moment, before he asked, did it work? You have to tell us. McGonagall asked quickly. Who cursed your family? Lucius Malfoy's father cursed the Pruitt line. We're doomed to never know if what we have is real love or simply physical desire. Bill said, for the first time in his life, since he found out. Yes, it worked. We don't know how long this will last. Harry, finally having caught his breath, said. Do you have any further details? My mother's father was the one to accept the curse, for the sake of his twin brother's widow. She was heartbroken and going to kill herself. He didn't want to lose the last connection he had to his brother. Bill said. We don't know for certain, but we suspect the Malfoys had set the whole thing up. That's excellent, Harry said. Not the curse of course, but the reason. You Weasleys can be a noble lot. Thank you, Harry. Bill said, his face contorted with emotion. Suddenly. I needed to break the curse. I didn't want my baby sister to suffer never knowing real love. You are probably the world's best older brother for that. Harry said. If we can't release your family from this curse through the Malfoys, I'll simply lift it manually from every single one of you. You'd have to do it with all of them at once, Harry. Madame Pomfrey said. Are you sure you'd be able to do that? Or half? Remus mused. Half here, half on Earth. Good point. Bill said, nodding. But I'd prefer if you didn't need to kill my entire family, even on the off chance that one of them don't make it. I'll try another avenue of approach for that. Harry said, with a reassuring smile. So, what do you want to do now? Do you still need to go into work tomorrow, or do you want to come work for Marauders Inc? It'll be lucrative, Remus said with a smile. Harry took out his own comm. I need someone to start making these. I imagine we'll be expanding business from this to something else, at some point, too. Bill took out his own, and frowned at the blank glass. Where did the message go? Harry looked at his own. We must be outside of the range of the index. Index? Bill asked. Harry invented it. It's the cornerstone of his new invention. It will allow anyone who owns one of these to call anyone else that owns one. Remus said with a proud smile at Harry. We already tested it and it works all the way around the world. The moon seems a little far though. Harry said. I'll need to work on fixing that. Maybe we'll need a satellite at some point. Right between the Earth and the moon in some sort of synchronous orbit. Right, about that. Bill said. Now that we have a moment, how about you start telling me about how exactly you did that? Trade secret. Harry, Remus and McGonagall said together. McGonagall had decided to stop trying to resist it. She simply heard it too often. If you join our trade, though, Harry trailed off. Harry, Sirius asked as he came to, after Madame Pomfrey enervated him. Why am I on the floor again? Why is he on the floor? Bill asked. He was distracting Harry. You know, the person who literally held your life in his metaphorical hands. Remus said. Good job. Sirius said as everything came back to him. But, next time, can someone catch me? I banged my head. Maybe it will knock some sense into you. McGonagall said unrepentantly. You couldn't shut your trap for 20 seconds. I was never one to like dramatic pauses. Sirius admitted as he made it onto his feet. You should see him watching a thriller. He sits there for 10 seconds as the suspense builds, then he gets up to go do anything else. Harry chuckled. Nerves of steel, he has. You laugh. James used to jump out at me from dark places and ended up cursed more often than not. My fight or flight instinct is hair trigger, and always fight. Sirius said. Can't stand the suspense, because I want to pull my wand and fire at the bad guys. At least it is a good instinct to have when you are protecting someone. McGonagall conceded. How long do I have to decide? Bill asked. I can give you 2 weeks max. Harry said. I go back to Hogwarts in a month and have a lot to teach someone that wants to make these. I'll also be taking care of that pesky curse in that time. You intend to lift the curse in the next 2 weeks? Bill asked. You do that and I'll give my letter of resignation the next day. I could probably handle it in a week or less. Harry said, thinking of a quick and easy way to end things. I'll need to make a few arrangements, but it should be doable. You save my family, Harry, and I'll swear my allegiance to your line as a bloody vassal. Bill swore. Don't go that far, Harry said. I'll take business partner and partner in crime. Maybe a year as defense professor. McGonagall asked, having just had the thought. He'll be far too busy for that. Sirius said. Plus, I intend to teach a year. Dumbledore will be easy to convince and I was an Auror. Merlin help us. McGonagall said. The day you teach at Hogwarts is the day I resign. Hey, I can be perfectly respectable. Sirius said. Can you go one day without alcohol? McGonagall countered. Sure, I tend to drink at night mostly, anyway. Sirius grinned. It was meant as a joke, but he could tell they thought he was serious. Am I really that bad? He finally asked. Yes. Harry, Remus, McGonagall and Pomfrey all said. There is this nifty sobriety charm the Egyptian priests developed. Bill offered. The only problem is it stops you from getting drunk for a year. I'll take it. How much do you want? Harry asked. It will be great to curse the old dog with sobriety. Hold on, now. Sirius said. I don't need the position that badly. I make good money where I am. I wasn't planning on using it only if you end up teaching. Harry said with a sinister smile. This is the perfect blackmail material. You've made him into a monster. Sirius accused Bill. If he'll be teaching me, I might as well teach him, as well. Bill said with a shrug, as he finally got up off the table. I still can't believe I'm free. It's unbelievable. For now, at least. Harry said. Depending on the strength, if you go back to Earth, you may be cursed again. But now I know it's being taken care of. Bill said. I'll not need to worry about my family. Just, let me know if you need someone to kill a Malfoy. I'll take the hit if I need to. Don't worry about it. One of the Malfoys owe me a life debt. I'll use that to set things up. Harry said easily. Draco was still alive, thanks to him. That might actually work. Bill said. I mean, you couldn't force them to reveal their family magic, but you might be able to make a deal, to remove the curse. The only problem will be the blood feud. Lucius would rather die than give up the power he has over us. Then he'll die, and Draco will have to lift the curse. Sirius said. Don't worry. Harry said. I have a far better way of compelling the man to do my bidding. His fight-or-flight instincts always drive him to self-preservation. Especially, when he learns who I have trapped here on the moon. Bill started. Trade secret. Harry interrupted him. Need to know, too. Sorry. Fair enough. Bill said. They soon returned to Earth and Bill received a ride back to Egypt in Harry's saucer, covered in a disillusionment charm, of course. The experience had Bill starting his resignation letter in his head already. If he could learn to control the craft, it would already be pay enough, just for the view. What Charlie wouldn't give to experience that? He couldn't wait to tell him. It took Harry a couple of days to arrange a meeting with the Malfoy patriarch, but a friendly letter to the minister about wanting to meet Lucius about a possible threat to his son's life, got word to him in hours. They met in a boardroom at the ministry. Harry was sitting there with his feet propped up on the table as the man walked in. Hello Lucius. Harry greeted him with a calm face. Potter. Malfoy Sr. ground out. He had his suspicions about how his son had lost that diary, from the fact that his son had disappeared with Harry, before waking up and having forgotten the experience and having miraculously misplaced the diary, which would have brought his son back to the right frame of mind. What is this threat? He asked, not wasting time. Harry said, still relaxing on the leather-bound boardroom chair. This chair is very comfortable. I simply have to steal it. What do you mean, me? Lucius asked, with narrowed eyes. That diary, Harry started. I knew that was you. Lucius exclaimed. You had no right. Careful there, Lucius. Harry said, suddenly looking all business, even as he stayed in his relaxed position. You're admitting to giving your son a dark artifact. I did no such thing. Lucius backtracked instantly. I'm referring to your messing with my son's mind. No, that was Hufflepuff. Harry said, calmly again. They have a way to bring people around to their way of thinking. And I was referring to the diary that was trying to kill your son to resurrect the Dark Lord. What? Lucius asked, in shock. The diary had told him to find a young pureblood, so that it might educate them in the old ways and to pave the way for the Dark Lord's return. Yes, Harry said. By taking the diary from him, I saved his life. Draco owes me a life debt. One I intend to call in, either now, or after you die. Are you threatening me? Lucius exclaimed, drawing his wand from his cane. It ripped from his hand and he saw it snapped in two, before he found himself suspended in the air, in a full-body bind, slowly floating closer to Harry. If I wanted to threaten you, I'd simply do this. Harry said casually again. After all, he who has the power makes the rules. Isn't that the Death Eater credo? Lucius was unable to speak, as he slowly approached the boy. No, if I wanted to kill you, I'd not threaten. I'd simply do this. He pointed off to the side and Lucius looked to see a see-through illusion of himself smirking at Harry. The next moment, his head spun around in a full circle, making a horrible cracking, tearing and grinding sound, as it detached from the body, which fell to the floor, while the face showed only shock and death. Simple really, Harry said. As you can see, you are no match for me. I will get what I want, or I will kill you and your son and your wife, before I kill your extended family. Not to be cruel, but to save a new acquaintance of mine. A certain Weasley by the name of Bill. You should be careful with family curses. There are only two ways to break them. You either arrange their release, or you have to kill the entire family line. Harry made a nonchalant movement and said, "You may speak now. You can't demand family magic. It's against pureblood customs." Lucius spat. Are you forgetting this? Harry asked as the dripping head floated to in front of Lucius's face. Also, I'm not a pureblood. Who I am, is the person who holds your insignificant life in his hands. Along with the rest of your families. I wonder, isn't what your father did illegal? You can't prove he did anything. Lucius spat again, even as he was sweating. This boy was not a boy at all. There was something else happening here. Oh, can't I? Harry asked. What if I told you, I had the power to temporarily lift your family curse from Bill Weasley? What do you think he'd tell me? A story about how your father offered a spell to a well-meaning maternal grandfather of his, perhaps. A spell that cursed his family to never know real love. Perhaps I should start offering similar services to other families. I wonder who would tell me what. After all, I doubt it's the only time your family has done this. Or I could force you to take Veritaserum and march you into the head of the DMLE's office and ask you some very pointed questions. I suspect that would, Harry was saying. You can't. It's against the law, Lucius exclaimed with wide eyes. The things he would say under Veritaserum would earn him the key. Harry slowly put his thumb and forefinger together, clamping Lucius's mouth shut painfully. Don't speak, while your betters are speaking, he said. Now, where was I? Oh yes, Veritaserum, I'm afraid I've forgotten my point, so I might as well address the question. It is illegal for an Auror to administer Veritaserum, yes. It is entirely different if you already have it in your system when they find you. Let's call that option 2, though. Here's what's going to happen next, Lucius. I'm going to unbind you and you will break the curse on the Weasley family, or I will have no choice but to take option number 2. And I'd hate to have to resort to that or the other option. Do you understand me? You may nod now, to tell me you agree. Harry said with a magnanimous smile. Lucius was finally getting it. Whoever this truly was not playing. He had the power and the ability to do as he said and he'd ruin his family, before destroying it, too. He tried to speak, but his lips were still pressed together. He couldn't nod, because he couldn't undo the curse without his wand, so he started shaking instead. What's this? You're going to make me take option 2? Harry asked. Lucius shook his head vigorously. Fine, you may speak again. Tell me, nicely, what the problem is. He lifted his fingers apart and Lucius could suddenly open his mouth. A word of warning, though, before you do speak, be careful you don't anger me. You don't want to end up like your old master, who I put in a place so cold and dark it would kill lesser men to experience for only a couple of seconds. He's looking forward to spending the rest of his immortal eternity there. Lucius was dumbstruck for a moment. His master had achieved immortality, only to be cursed by it. Such an existence was painful to only imagine. He nearly lost bladder control, when he did imagine it, before answering. My wand. I can't undo the curse without it. Lucius admitted, not making eye contact. He needed to play this role with a Dark Lord in the past, he knew how to not anger a powerful person unnecessarily. Especially this person, who could apparently hand out eternal punishments to immortal beings. Is that all? Harry asked with a bemused smile. Harry was suddenly glad destroying the wand had been an illusion. Let me make you a new one, then, shall I? Harry asked and made an illusion of a stick appearing from thin air. A core boring itself into the wood, from the bottom up, and then the wood started chipping off until it was a perfect replica of Lucius's wand, when a pommel formed on it. Not as strong as the Elder Wand, but I suppose I can't make 2 of those, anyway. Harry mumbled as a flash of an illusion overlaid Harry's own, of a cloaked figure with a skull for a face and glowing orbs that looked like green fire, instead of eyes. Lucius couldn't be sure he had seen it, it had been so fast, but every child had heard the stories of Beetle the Bard. His shaking doubled and he started sweating like he was hovering over the edge of oblivion looking down into the fires of hell. Lucius found himself lowered onto the ground and he stumbled for a moment. Quick, quick, now Lucius. I have places to be. Lucius swallowed and nodded before he took the floating wand and started incanting a spell, which was long and intricate. Before he was done, he cut open his palm and let a few drops fall on the boardroom table, where he drew a rune. By my power as the son of Abraxas Malfoy, I release the curse placed by him on our enemies, Clan Pruitt, of my own free will. Let it be undone. He finished, as he broke the uninterrupted line of the rune, by wiping through it with his bleeding hand. There was a flash of light and the rune disappeared. Well done, Lucius, Harry said. You have my blessing to leave, but I shall ask one more boon of you, for the life debt of your son, before you do so. Lucius had already turned and had been about to make a hasty retreat, but froze. He had lifted the curse of his own free will. Had he stated that it was done in recompense for his son's life debt, this thing would not be able to demand more. He turned slowly back to Harry. What boon may I gift you with, sir? He tried for respectful. You may offer me a servant. Harry said. Be it you, your son or your wife, I don't care. I need someone to take care of some deliveries for me, feed my thestrals and nightmares, and clean the stables. They must be magically capable, though. Since magic was the cost of the life debt, Lucius lost some color. He had to choose from his family. But he needed a magical servant, right? Sir, I have in my household a trusted servant, who would serve you well, though I am loath to offer him, for he is almost a member of the family. While my wife and son are both powerful in magic, this servant would better suit your needs and is experienced in such tasks. Harry pretended to consider it. It is capable. He then asked. Very capable, sir, Lucius said, with a small hope burning in his heart. He loved his wife and son. He wasn't a good man, but he wasn't a bad father or husband, in his own mind. He'd not be able to choose between them, either. Very well, but I reserve the right to return it in trade. Should it fail to satisfy my requirements, you will not be afforded the opportunity to choose again. Harry threatened. Of course, sir, Lucius said. Dobby, he called then. You calls, master, Dobby said after appearing, with downcast eyes. You will be serving a new master from now on. Lucius said, nodding his head in Harry's direction. You will serve him well, as you have served our family. He needed to sell it, so he added, I thank you for your diligent and faithful service for all these years. You will be missed. Dobby was shocked by the words, and looked up at Lucius, to see fear that had not been there since the days of the Dark Lord. Of course, master. Dobby said, looking down again, not wanting to see his terrible new master. He knew it would be considered bad manners to make eye contact, for those of the old blood. Thank you, Lucius. You may now take your leave. Harry said, dismissing the man like a scolded child. Of course, sir, Lucius said, as he beat a hasty retreat. The door closed behind him and Harry watched as the elf looked down and a tear rolled down his cheek. Why so sad, Dobby? Harry asked, cheerfully. Dobby knew that voice. The tone before had been too unfamiliar, but now hope blossomed in his heart and he dared to look up for the first time. The great Harry Potter is Dobby's new master. He asked in awe, with fresh tears rolling down his face as a small smile appeared there. If you want a master. Harry shrugged. But call me Harry Black. I could also do with a new friend, rather than a servant, and I just happen to have a house elf-sized position open for you. Friend? Dobby asked. But, if you'd rather be free, I would gladly offer you your freedom as well, but not as a punishment and only if you want it. Harry said. You would offer Dobby freedom, as a gift? Dobby asked, moved beyond words. And then he started bawling his eyes out. Calm down, Dobby. You'll have all the time you want to cry, once we get home. Harry smiled. Until then, do you want to help me steal all the chairs in this boardroom? They're very comfortable. Dobby looked up like he had been handed a whole year of Christmases. Or a whole year of Christmas dinners to prepare, whichever house elves preferred. Dobby then, smiled a mischievous smile and snapped his fingers and all the chairs vanished, except for the one Harry was on. Awesome, Harry said as he got up. We're going to get along famously. Dobby snapped his fingers again and the other chair vanished too. Come on, I'll show you where home is. He quickly summoned the recording crystals, which he had mounted on all the walls and pocketed them. This will make movie night something to remember. Harry appeared by Grimmauld Place and pulled Dobby in with him. As he recalled, house elves could find their way in again, once they were there once. Creature appeared and scowled at the new house elf. Master Black has purchased another servant. Is my head to be mounted? Creature, meet Dobby. He's going to be my personal assistant, until he decides to do something else. Your duties are still your own, but you can ask him to help you if you have too much to do. You're still the main house elf. Dobby, Creature is in charge in this house. If he asks you to help him, you may do so, but don't do anything without him asking for it. Creature, will you help Dobby get situated, please? He also has some nice new leather chairs, we stole from the ministry, for us and the wolves. Please see that he knows how to go there and get back. Harry asked. Creature considered this. Help had never been offered. Maybe an extra elf, well trained, could be useful. I'll see to it, master. Creature said and vanished, followed by Dobby. Harry smiled. It seemed that would work out better than last time. He pulled out his comm. Call Bill Weasley. The comm rang a few times, but soon died. Harry wasn't going to press for anything right that second, so he shrugged and went to get something to eat. He had just opened a cupboard to look for something when his comm rang. He answered it. Harry here, he said. You are officially my new best friend, Harry. Bill said to him. I felt the curse leave and I can talk about it. How did you do it? Have you quit yet? Harry asked. I was handing in my resignation when you called. Bill responded. Then get your A.S. over here. I'll show you how I handled it. I recoded the event for posterity. Harry said. If I bent that way, I'd key you. Bill said. I have to pack some things and then I need to arrange a portkey and a place to stay, but I'll make time. We can always offer you a place at one of the wolf resorts. Harry offered. And save your money, I'll come get you in the saucer. Thanks, Bill said. Any chance we can make a stop in Romania? Charlie would flip for a trip in that contraption of yours. I've got nothing else planned. Harry said. I was going to just get something to eat, then I'll come right over. That should give me just enough time. Bill said in thanks and ended the call. Harry looked at the cupboard again, but heard a finger snap behind him and looked around. A whole buffet spread was sitting on the kitchen table, ready for him to eat from. Dobby? Harry asked. Dobby appeared, eyes being personal assistant. I stole lunch from the bad master's table. That's the kind of thinking I can get behind. Harry nodded with a genuine smile. Good job, Dobby. Do me a favor and take some of this to the wolves when I'm done. I don't like food going to waste. Also, make sure Draco doesn't go hungry because of this. He's not the same boy he once was. Master Draco was being a good boy. Dobby nodded. Dobby will make sure. He nodded and disappeared. Harry quickly dished up and ate lunch. When he walked past the kitchen again, the food was gone again and he soon exited to the Texas house. A short while later, he was hovering outside Bill's current accommodations. He called Bill and told him he was outside. Bill exited with a rucksack over his shoulder and Harry hovered down for him to jump in, only the opening becoming visible when it opened for him. He jumped aboard and Harry closed the door. Sit down and point the way. Harry instructed. I only kind of know the direction. Sure thing, Mr. Black, sir. Bill teased, sitting down in a seat and buckling up. It's that way. He pointed north-northwest. Harry made the trip to the Romanian Dragon Preserve in record time and they soon landed outside one of the bunks where the men slept, when they weren't working. Dragons kept irregular hours, so the handlers had to, as well. He should be sleeping, if his shift wasn't changed again. Bill said as he led the way. They like to do that with the new recruits. They made it to the bunk and Bill kicked the door open. Charlie Weasley. Get your A.S. up, recruit. We're changing your shift. Again, came a sleepy voice from off to the side. I just got to bed an hour ago. Charlie. Bill laughed. Get up and greet your loving older brother. Bill. What are you doing here? Charlie asked instantly up. Take it outside. One of the recruits snapped at them, with affirmative grumbles all around. Nobody got up, though. This was apparently normal. Yeah, we're going, you lizard wranglers. Bill laughed as Charlie smiled bemusedly and followed them out. Now, why are you here? Charlie asked. Couldn't you tell? Bill asked. The curse has been lifted. We're free. What? Charlie asked. Then he realized there was someone else with them. Who are you and how are we talking about? Realization finally dawned on the sleepy man. We're free, he asked unbelievingly. We're free, he yelled then and embraced his brother, lifting him up. You did it, Bill. You did it. Bill just smiled and pointed at the boy next to him. Thank Harry Black here for that. He broke the curse earlier today, actually. I'm hoping he'll take us to the burrow to share the good news. Harry Black, the boy who's been doing weird stuff since first year and ordering teachers around like he's the headmaster. Charlie asked, looking at the boy. I thought you'd be taller. He said with a smile, before he grabbed the boy and lifted him up. Thank you, young man. You've just become my personal hero. Not another fan, please. Harry scoffed as he easily broke the bear hug. And landed on his feet lightly, having lowered himself to the ground slowly. And I'll have you know that I did everything I could to grow up good and proper. I'm hoping for a couple of growth spurts along the way. Did he just float? Charlie asked. I think he did, Bill said. What I want to know is how he broke your bear hug. I've not been able to do that since you were 10. Harry smirked. Want to see something cool? He asked. Sure, Charlie said, not thinking the boy could surprise him. Harry smiled and lifted his arm, and shot up into the sky, like he'd been shot from a cannon. Then he made a turn and flew past the two so fast that Harry thought they might get whiplash from following him. When he came in for a vertical landing, the brothers were staring at him in open-mouthed astonishment. Cool, right? Harry asked with a knowing smile. He remembered the stories of Charlie's glory days on the Quidditch team. Cool, Charlie confirmed, in awe. Okay, I like you, he decided. Wait until you see how we got here. Bill said, shaking his head, still wondering when the boy would stop surprising him. How long do you have before your next shift? He asked. Probably about 4 hours, Charlie said, lamenting his fate, but he so enjoyed the job. That can work, but you're not going to get much sleep. Bill warned. Curse is broken, right? I doubt I'd be able to sleep knowing that. Charlie said. He turned to Harry, how'd you do it anyway? I'll show you during the trip, if you can keep it to yourself. It wasn't clean, and definitely illegal. Harry warned. Did you kill the whole family? Charlie asked. Because that's what I wanted to do. Better, Harry said. I played Lucius like a fiddle. Well, what are we waiting for? Charlie asked. I want to see this. Harry chuckled and led the way to the ship and opened the door as they neared. Bill, show Charlie to a seat, please. Yes, sir. Bill chuckled again. Come on, Charlie. I'll buckle you in and then you get to see something you'll never believe. They soon lifted up and Harry started them slowly. When Bill swiveled around and sent him a questioning look, Harry winked and started accelerating, not negating all of the G-forces on purpose, to give the X-Seeker the thrill of the acceleration. Woo! Charlie cheered, lifting his arms as Harry kept them low to the ground and swerved between hills and mountains over and under power cables on towers and finally, he went up. And up. Until it started getting darker. Finally, Harry leveled them off and started accelerating, but without the G-forces, before inverting them, so they could look up, through the now invisible ceiling, while keeping the gravity the right way around for them. How is this even possible? Charlie asked in wonder as he tilted his chair to look up at the Earth, slowly moving by. We shouldn't be able to be this high up. Yeah, I went to the moon last week with Harry. He's got a house up there. Bill said. That would be one of those trade secrets, Bill. Harry warned. Sorry, Harry. Bill said. But Charlie knows how to keep a secret. He won't tell people. On the moon? Charlie asked. Sure, Harry said. Maybe I'll take you one day. And this is all thanks to a combination of science and magic. Muggles do the research, I use the results. But, the moon, Charlie insisted. Never in his wildest dreams did he even think it would be possible. The Muggles landed on the moon back in 1969. Harry pointed out. Compared to them, we're late to the party. Seriously? Charlie asked. Wow. Us, wizarding folk are actually being left behind. Not exactly. Harry said. They can't go for joyrides on spaceships. They can't build and visit houses on the moon. That's all thanks to magic. But the knowledge to achieve those things was all Muggle. And the rate of the expansion of their knowledge is exponentially increasing. If we don't keep up, they will surpass us one day. So that's your plan? Bill asked. To keep up? Of course not. I'm mixing Muggle with magical and coming up with things greater than the sum of their parts. We're going to leave both the Muggle and the Wizarding worlds far behind with what we come up with, Harry said. And then, we're going to share it with both. The Weasleys looked at Harry in shock. You're planning to break the statute? Bill asked. No, Harry said. The Muggles will find us sooner rather than later. We have to fix the Wizarding world first, otherwise they will not like what they find. That's the current mission. Fixing the Wizarding world. Charlie asked. What's wrong with it? Seriously. Have your brothers and sister not been telling you what's been happening the last 2 years? Harry asked. Rumors and hearsay. Bill said. Rape, obliviation, love potions and mind control. Harry said. Seen it all myself. And that was happening in school. What do you suppose these people do once they leave school? The Muggles. Bill said in realization. I stopped a 7th year from trying his luck with 2 unconscious first years, last year. Harry said. I'm hoping that was an isolated incident, but I'm starting to think the magical world is really broken. Since then I've heard of human trafficking, smuggling, industrial espionage and even assassination. Since the people who did this are all magical, what do you think the Muggles will think when they find out? It will be the witch trials all over again. Charlie said. We can't let that happen. We have to do something. Bill asked. Last I checked you had a passion you were pursuing. You're staying with your dragons. Let us handle this. But, Bill, Ginny is a first year. Charlie argued. And I'm almost sure she's safe as long as Harry is around. Bill said, sending a sad smile at Harry. I'm reconsidering getting some sort of magical chastity belt for her, though. Yeah, and she won't resent you for that. Harry scoffed. Better than the alternative. Bill said. You can't be everywhere. I already put a stop to that. Harry said. The heads of house now have an earlier version of the comm and can communicate with each other, while they can also keep track of all their students' movements in their houses. There have been 1 or 2 incidents, but they are becoming fewer and further apart as the security in the school improves. I even set up Filch with a state-of-the-art security system. Nothing happens in that school without one of the people in charge finding out. Well, that's that sorted at least. Charlie sighed in relief. What about the other things? Marauders Inc. is taking care of magical crime in the Muggle world. Our detention centers are becoming a little overcrowded, but I suspect crime is starting to take a dip. Harry said. The big problem is going to be what we do with these men. We can't keep them forever, but we can't release them under the current regime. The ICW don't care about Muggles and they don't know about the dangers coming. I'm going to try and spread Muggle-like technology so far that the people want to join them. When the people push for that, the ICW will have no choice. Harry finished. That's an admirable goal. Bill said. But you're talking about changing tradition. Older wizards don't like change. Them. I'm getting the children. Harry said. I've already set up 2 cinemas in school. They are slowly learning about the Muggle world and wondering about what they are missing out on. When we start making the entertainment options available to every witch and wizard, and the children demand to go watch movies at their friend's house, because the Wizarding Wireless, another copy from Muggles, by the way, is simply not enough anymore, it will be too late. If they ban the technology, the children will leave the magical world, for greener pastures. Stealing the next generation? Charlie asked, with a thoughtful look. It's at least a better plan than letting them find us as we are. I have to think about this. I'm sure there's a better way. Bill said. Sure, if we had 100 years, maybe. Harry said. I'm thinking we have way less than that. We'll need drastic change for the better, but I won't become another Dark Lord. I won't force this down people's throats. If I did that, I'd be no better than Voldemort. We have to make change look like the best option. The only one that everyone wants. Combining things that convenience people, that make their lives easier is my current plan. Make them want to change themselves. The Muggle-born already outnumber purebloods on massive scale and most of them leave the magical world after school. All I really need to do is make them stay. That's a tall order. Bill said. Not if I start a magical industrial revolution. All you have to worry about is helping me advance things. Harry said. When people realize that they have become different, better people, they won't care anymore, because it will be a change. For the better. He shook himself then. Enough of this serious talk. I promised you a show. Just be warned, I had to play the role of a Dark Lord. The only physical damage I did was to his lips. Harry placed one of the recordings in a projector and started the playback. 20 minutes later the two were breaking themselves with laughter. He looked like he wanted to crawl under a rock. Bill got out. And he thought you were seriously asking him for his son or wife, just like that. Charlie laughed. You really did play him masterfully. Dad would have loved to see that. Bill said as he started calming down. I really don't want your dad to see me like that. Harry said. Let him meet you first. Charlie suggested. He'll be able to see it's an act. Probably better to keep Mum and the younger ones from seeing this though. Bill said. The twins would worship you as a living god, though. Charlie added. Percy would probably debate turning you in. Bill said. Percy is all right. Harry countered. He's just very goal-oriented. A little support would likely go a long way to prevent him becoming another stuck-up pureblood. You'll show our dad this, though, right? Bill asked. He really needs to see it. I don't know. Harry said. As I recall, your dad is a really nice man. I don't want him thinking I'm some sort of great evil on the rise. Just help him set it up so he can get one over on Lucius and you'll be fine. Charlie said. He really hates the man. Having power over him will change his whole perspective, I promise you. Maybe he can imply that he summoned death into the last living heir to the Peverell line. Harry suggested, after some thought. Lucy would shit himself. Your father was exempt from the curse, right? He was. His family were somehow made aware of it, though. Bill said, suddenly serious. Peverell? He asked. Yeah, my ancestor was the third brother. Harry admitted. Got the cloak and everything. Merlin's saggy balls. Charlie swore. The story was real. Yes. Harry said, as he started turning the ship around. Maybe it's best to rather keep that part to myself from now on. But, the wand and the stone. Bill persisted. I got them. Harry said. They are where I trapped Voldemort on the other side of the moon. Wait, what? Doesn't that make you? Charlie trained off. No. Harry said emphatically. I may, technically, own all three, but I never handled or held them all and I never used the stone or the wand. And Voldemort is a secret, for everyone's sake. You're one busy 12-year-old. Bill said after a couple of moments. 13. Harry corrected. My birthday was a short while before killing and resurrecting you. What? Charlie exclaimed. And you ended up giving me a gift. Bill said. Seriously, what? Charlie asked. Harry found a way to lift the curse temporarily so that he could find out who cast it. Bill said. The details are mostly unknown to me and I suspect, trade secret. He finished with a questioning look at Harry, who nodded. Yes, trade secret. Only Harry's family and those who work for him may know. You've got a way to lift family curses temporarily? Charlie asked, still astounded. The spaceship, Voldemort, Deathly Hallows, Death and Resurrection. Now this. Who the hell was this kid? Maybe he'd have more fun here than with the dragons. We're almost there, Harry said, not answering him, as he maneuvered the ship around and down again. How do you know where the burrow is? Charlie asked. Harry said nothing as he approached the house from over the field, next to it. He slowly made his landing and parked the ship, still invisible, in the backyard. There you go boys, Harry said. We've got 2 hours before liftoff, so that I can be sure Charlie is back in time. Bill unbuckled and helped Charlie when he seemed stuck, before making his way to the door, where he stopped and looked back. Harry was still in his seat, smiling at them. Why are you just sitting there? Come on, I'm sure Mum will want to hug the stuffing out of you. Bill asked. You're not going to let us face the lot of them alone, are you? Charlie asked. I wasn't going to interfere with family matters. Harry said. You think this won't make you an honorary Weasley? Bill asked with a raised eyebrow. I can already see it now. Charlie agreed. Mum will want to add another room to the house for you, for this. Harry looked at them for a moment, before his buckles came undone on their own and he stood up. Fine, but I'm blaming you if there's awkwardness. At some point, you will tell me how you did all those things you showed us you did to Malfoy, right? Bill asked conversationally, as they approached the back door. It was around mid-afternoon now, just a couple of hours after lunch. Their mum would likely already be planning dinner. I could. Harry agreed. But that will have to stay between you and me. The process to learn it was claimed as family magic, when I basically created the process when I was 4. I'm so sorry. Bill said. I didn't realize. I would never have asked if I knew. It's fine. Harry said. I did show it to you, after all. Your curiosity was expected. Bill sighed in relief. A duel to the death has been asked in the past for making such requests so openly. I still shouldn't have. Bill muttered. But Harry should have warned you that family magic was at work, too. Charlie countered. I was about to ask myself. Charlie is right, Harry said. I know some of the traditions, but in the Black House, we treat rules and laws as polite suggestions, which we can choose to adhere to, when it suits us. Especially the older pureblood-oriented ones. It's fun to take advantage of them, to screw the purebloods. I can imagine, Charlie said, opening the door. Mum, guess who came to visit? He called out. Charlie. Molly was heard, before quickly approaching feet was heard on the wooden floors. Molly soon entered the kitchen. Charlie, she exclaimed as she grabbed him up in a hug, before realizing her eldest son was there too. And Bill, she quickly exclaimed, hugging him too. Harry was hearing quite a few other feet coming down the stairs, quickly. Molly's words must have reached them. Hey Mum, Charlie greeted her first. We decided to stop by for a quick visit, while we were in the area. Yes, Bill said. We were just flying by with my new employer here, when he decided we should make a quick stop. New employer? Molly asked, looking in the indicated direction. Harry, what are you doing here, dear? She asked as she approached him and hugged him too. What's this about a new employer? She asked, turning back to Bill, after letting go of the boy. Harry is my new employer. Bill said with a smile. But what about the, you know? Molly asked, having long been used to talking around the curse. The family curse, cast by Abraxas Malfoy. Bill asked. Molly's eyes opened wide as she realized what he had just done. It's lifted, she asked. You found a way. There was both relief and fear in Molly's eyes. I'm sure Dad will be okay. Bill assured her, giving her another hug. And no, Harry was the one to arrange the curse being lifted. Harry, Molly asked in shock, turning to the boy. You did this. Should I be saying sorry, or you're welcome? Harry asked. Thank you, Molly said, grabbing the boy up and trying to smother him to death in her motherly way. My personal issues aside, you saved all my children from my father's lapse in judgment. You're welcome. Harry got out. The woman was really strong. He wheezed. He could have broken the hold, but with how much effort she had put into it, Harry was worried he'd break her arms doing that. Mum, let the boy breathe. Charlie chuckled. He doesn't have my constitution. He might well die from one of your hugs. Oh, Charlie, Molly said as she let go of Harry and turned to hug her second son again. Does this mean you two will be coming home? Sorry, Mum, Charlie said. The dragons still have my attention. I don't know where Harry will post me, but I'm almost certain he'll not stop me from visiting home. Bill said. Harry, Molly asked again, finally getting some control of herself. Come, take a seat. Tell me about this post you're talking about. They all trooped to the living room, spotting the other children standing there in shock. Apparently they had heard the words, family, and curse. Ginny soon joined them, having been busy with something in her room, likely talking to Luna on the board Harry had gifted the two of them. Bill, she exclaimed in surprise, as she ran to her brother, who scooped her up and twirled her. Hey Jin, Bill said, hugging his youngest sibling. He had worried so much for her future. The curse could have possibly turned her into some sort of harlot and he couldn't stand the idea. The boys were different. They would likely enjoy the attention when the time came, but he couldn't let that life befall his little sister. Why are you here? Ginny asked. You're about to find out. Bill said, putting her down and noticing Charlie was giving the other boys a group hug, apparently against their will. Did I hear you correctly? Percy asked with some hope. As the family curse lifted, he had long been corresponding with Penelope Clearwater in hopes that he could bypass the curse by assuring her affection through the correspondence. He was withholding from any acts that may seem inappropriate and might lead to situations that might sully her good name, but if what he had heard Bill say was true, he may be able to finally keep the girl. The fact that the curse had been mentioned on more than one occasion in front of an outside party also confirmed it for him. You heard right, curse. Charlie said. Harry here arranged a meeting and using a life debt Draco Malfoy owed him. He arranged our release. Why are you saying it like that? Percy asked. Was there some sort of underhanded dealing? Harry scared the shit out of the man. Bill enthused and thumped the boy on the back, almost sending him to the floor. Bill, Molly exclaimed. Language. And I don't care if he had to cut off both of the man's legs. Our family will not betray our savior. She turned to Harry then. You didn't threaten to cut off his legs, did you? A sudden worry in her words. She had contemplated worse, not that she would admit that to the children. She knew how ruthless one would have to be to get to Lucius Malfoy. The worst he got was a sore lip. Bill said. But that's not something we'll be discussing. I think Dad will need the specifics, but the rest of you will have to trust that Harry did whatever he did to help us. I can accept that, Percy said with a nod. Thank you Mr. Black, for securing our futures, he said formally and bowed to Harry. Can someone tell me about this family curse? Ron asked, with his arms crossed and a sour look on his face. Harry had denied him the friendship he graciously offered, when they started school. He wasn't going to be friendly to him now, no matter what he did. We'll let Mum tell you the specifics when you're older. Charlie said. It has to do with adult things. The twins had been told, once it was deemed necessary for them to know. It hadn't really affected them, yet, but it had been on their minds more often recently. They were contemplating the revelation as well. They didn't care what the older brothers said. They wanted to know what Harry had done, but they knew they couldn't press the issue. They'd wait until they were back at school to ask. What about this post? Molly asked, changing the subject back. Harry offered me a spot, helping him make cool things that he can start selling. Bill said. Right now it's considered trade secret, though, so I'm not allowed to talk about it. Is it like the thing you gave me? Ginny asked. It has those functions too. Harry said. Don't worry, I intend to have everyone in the study group have one soon, but I want Bill here to help me as I make them, so that he can start on production and working out how to employ people to make more, without giving away my secrets. So I won't be sitting at a table all day producing. Bill asked, slightly relieved. I'll still be adding the protections to the magics involved. That can't be changed, but once you have a firm grasp on the concepts, you can start looking into alternatives, to protect our processes and increase production. Harry said. We'll have to consider different models and other features as well, since different people have different needs. I'm thinking you'll end up co-head of research and development. How many people do you have already? Bill asked. In my division, Harry asked. Only you. Remus and Sirius both have their own jobs. I make the fun stuff. Correction, Mr. Black, Bill said. We make the fun stuff. Have you shown him your lightsaber? Ginny asked, with a giggle. That's actually a good idea. Harry said. To the backyard, he exclaimed as he started off to the backyard, pulling out his lightsaber and ensuring that it was in the safe position. When the others had all trekked out, the twins pulled their own lightsabers out and joined him, taking up positions on his flank. Master, we have come to serve, Fred said as he activated his staff. We have much chaos to sow. George agreed. Then he followed suit. Not today, my young Padawans. Harry denied. I'll be making a different demonstration. He lifted his hands and the twins were lifted into the air, at Harry's direction. He made it a little dramatic, as he pushed them to go wait with the rest of the family. You have to teach us that. Fred demanded. Can you imagine the impact, if your apprentices seem to actually wield the Force? George added as he helped Fred up. The Empire will reign supreme. Fred agreed. Maybe next semester. Harry said. If you're good. We've been nothing but good. Fred objected. Nobody has complained about pranks, and when there are pranks everyone enjoys them. George agreed emphatically. We've earned it. They said together. Fine. Harry said. First thing next semester. The twins cheered at that. As long as you have your mother's permission. The twins sagged and looked at their mother, who was smiling at them. They'd be doing chores for the rest of the summer, they just knew it. Harry smirked at their expressions. Then he made a dummy appear. Setting number 1, he said as he activated his lightsaber with the red blade. The twins looked up in surprise, not having heard of the different settings yet. Then he proceeded to beat at the dummy. His lightsaber could make physical contact after all. After a bit he took a step back. Setting number 2. He said, flicking the safety feature to the red setting and the purple blade appeared. Purple? Fred asked. We've never seen that before. George agreed. It wasn't a color that appeared in the franchise. That's because, Harry said, as he slashed through the dummy, the top coming cleanly off, it's different. The twins' mouths were hanging open. You can understand why the normal student body can't have these, right? He asked as he slashed lazily through what remained of the dummy, cutting cleanly through it twice more. Wicked. The twins whispered together in awe. Harry flicked the blade off and placed it in the safe setting. Professor Babbling is in charge of making these for me. The safe ones that the twins use, at least. As I understand it, she's currently working on making a ranged laser weapon of some sort. Can I? Charlie asked, looking at the shiny metal hilt with what could pass for unholy desire. Harry smirked and walked over, holding it up so he could see. This is where you switch it on and off. This here switches back and forth, like so, and changes between the red and purple blades. Don't touch the purple blade. There is no resistance, it simply cuts. Got it, Charlie said. Be careful. Molly fretted. She knew she couldn't stop her son. He loved anything dangerous. She didn't like finding out the boy had the weapon to begin with, but at least it seemed he took it seriously. She'd still have preferred he never made anything like it, but she'd seen the twins play fighting and enjoying it quite a bit, so she couldn't blame him for taking it further. She had asked the twins about it and they had proven that it was safe. I'll be fine, Mum, Charlie said, as he walked to the magically repaired dummy. He switched the staff mode on and instantly switched over to the blade. Then he made a couple of shallow cuts, trying to see if there was any resistance. There was a strange feeling to it as he stopped in the middle and went back, like the blade was stuck for a second before it moved easily. Then he smirked and slashed through the dummy 3 times, very quickly, and watched as the pieces fell to the ground. Then he realized there was another dummy, as Harry conjured more for him. The next 5 minutes were spent in wild slashes and charges, and the backyard was soon littered in broken dummies. Charlie was sweating, but only a little bit. I must have one, he said, turning to Harry. I must have one, he repeated, insistently. You'll have to wait, Harry said. Professor Babbling is on holiday and doing her own research, and I'll be teaching Bill here until the start of term. I'm also working on another project I recently thought of. What are you working on? Bill asked. Have you ever heard of paintball? Harry asked. As he lifted a hand and summoned the hilt to him, Charlie looking after it with longing. It's a reasonably new sport the Muggles have come up with. It is played with weapons that shoot paintballs that mark their opponents when shot. I was thinking we could work out something similar, but more magical. What would be the point? Bill asked. Moving from place to place without being hit, capturing and holding a fortified position, free for all, or whatever works for the players, really. Harry said. And this is fun? Bill asked. I hear it is an experience. Harry said. I was thinking of going for a hosted session before I go back to Hogwarts. I'm thinking it will likely help teach kids about combat awareness and maybe some stealth skills. It'll be a magical sport after all. Normal magic will be allowed, as long as it's not for attacks. There will be special play weapons for that. Bill looked thoughtful for a moment as they all started trekking into the house. Will you 3 be staying for dinner? Molly asked. I'm sorry, Mum, but I have to be back at work in 2 hours or so. Charlie said. Have you arranged a portkey? Molly asked, as she sped up, thinking she should put together a bit of food for her boys, before they leave. No. Harry will be flying me home in his magic flying saucer. Charlie said. He flies on a saucer? Molly asked in confusion. It's called the saucer, and it is much larger than you're thinking. Harry said. It's a device I created for another project I did at the end of first year. He looked at Charlie. The project is a secret, of course, so your sons couldn't tell you if they wanted to. Charlie nodded in understanding. Sorry, Mum, but I like being on Harry's good side. I'd rather keep him happy with me until he makes me my own lightsword. Lightsaber. Harry, the twins and Ginny corrected. Right, lightsaber. Charlie corrected. Do you know if Mr. Weasley will be here before we leave to take Charlie back? Harry asked. I don't know. Molly said apologetically, looking between her eldest boys, at keeping a second-year student's secrets. Her own worry soon returned, as her hands worked to put something together to send along. What if Arthur never loved her? His family had somehow found out about the curse, so he knew, but she always worried. I'll see if I can get hold of him at his office. Bill offered. He knew Harry would want him to be there to share the news. Maybe he can take an early day off. Arthur Weasley soon joined the group, having done exactly that. When the news was shared, he walked up to his wife and Key, and hugged her, knowing of her insecurities. Then he hugged the boy, who he had only heard about, until that day. The general mood was very happy, but it soon needed to come to an end, when Charlie noted that they had to leave. Molly Weasley stuck a parcel in his hand and told him to eat it on the trip, so that the other boys didn't steal his dinner. She was, of course, referring to the other new recruits at the sanctuary. She had heard they were a rough bunch. "Dad, do you want to come along for the flight?" Bill asked. "We want to come." The twins instantly chimed in. "Me too." Ginny and Ron also said in unison. Percy was in his room penning a new letter, to plan an outing with his girl. "Well, there are enough seats, I suppose," Harry said. He really did want to share the recording with the Weasley patriarch, though. "I don't think so, kiddos," Bill said firmly. Harry is just being nice. He actually wants to talk to Dad for a bit, and this would be the best time. The younger kids all looked mutinous at that. "I promise to pester Harry until I either know how to fly the saucer, or he takes you for a flight, okay?" He promised. "We'll hold you to that," Fred said. George just nodded along. Bill mimed crossing his heart and started walking out the door. "Come on, Dad. You're going to love this." The whole family trooped out, greeting Charlie as they went and asking him to write. When the family saw the door appear out of nowhere, Harry said, "This isn't my disillusionment charm. Invisibility works better on stationary things." Bill said, "It fails when they move though. You'll notice the door is back to the disillusionment." "Oh, yeah, I see that," Harry said, noticing it, when he knew what to look for. "Turns out you may be able to teach me something after all." "Was that ever in question?" Bill asked. "You may be some sort of prodigy, but I still have more life experience than you." He didn't, considering Harry's mental age was around 26 and Bill was 22, but he couldn't know that, could he? "Age is just a number," Harry said, not answering the question as he led the way into the craft. "My word," Arthur exclaimed, as he saw inside for the first time. "Is this some sort of modified Muggle flying contraption? Only in their wildest fantasies," Harry said as he closed the door behind them. "I adapted the design from popular Muggle fiction and conspiracy theories." "Come sit down, Dad," Bill called. "I'll strap you in, before we lift off." He turned to Charlie. "Can you?" He started. "I only needed to see it once, Bill," Charlie said. "I might not know too many Muggle things, but I'm not an idiot. Just looking out for my younger brother," Bill said with a smile, as he walked to his own seat to buckle up, as Harry took the captain's seat. "Everyone ready?" Harry asked, as he started lifting them up. "Good and ready, Mr. Black, sir," Bill said with a smirk, clicking in the last strap. "You're going to do that all the time, aren't you?" Harry asked. "He's a comedian," Charlie said, even as he kept his eyes focused on the window. "Okay, then, here we go," Harry exclaimed as he made the ship shoot off in the correct direction. Charlie whooped for joy again at feeling the strong G-forces. "The first time we used the ship, I hardly felt it move," Bill said. "That was a different kind of trip. Don't try and trick me into revealing my secrets, Bill. I'm better at this game than you," Harry warned. "You mean the moon trip?" Charlie asked, without looking back. "That's it for your fun," Harry said as he countered the G-forces entirely, even as they still accelerated. "Oh, come on," Charlie complained. "You're taking all the fun out of this." "Moon trip?" Mr. Weasley asked. Harry just looked at Charlie with McGonagall's patented strict face 5. "Okay, fine. I'm sorry," Charlie said. "Just don't look at me like that, it's eerily like Professor McGonagall." "Where do you think he learned it?" Bill asked. "His Auntie Emmon was with us on the trip I'm not allowed to mention," he said with a victorious grin. He'd high-five Charlie for spilling the beans, but their chairs were too far apart. "If this is about keeping secrets, I promise I won't tell anyone," Arthur said. Bill said the same thing about Charlie. Harry said. It's in the family, still. Bill defended his brother. Oh, so it's fine if it's kept in the family, is it? Harry asked with an evil smile. I'll have to tell Auntie Min you feel that way. I bet she'll have all sorts of stories to tell me, now that you gave the okay. How dare you betray Harry's confidence like that, Charlie? I gave him my word. Bill exclaimed suddenly, seeming truly angry. While I'm sure that there is much I can learn by letting this conversation play out, I'm going to have to step in here, it seems. Arthur said, enjoying the swivel on the seat as he turned to Harry. I promise you, Harry, that any secrets my sons learn from you will not be retold. I give you my word as their father. He then looked at his sons. Is that clear? He asked authoritatively. As the patriarch of the clan, they couldn't break promises he made for them, without bringing shame on the family. He couldn't be unreasonable, and he would never abuse it, but he thought this was an appropriate time. Yes, Dad. Bill and Charlie responded dutifully. Good, Arthur said. Now, what is this about the moon? Thanks, Harry said. It's not that I don't trust you, you understand. It's just that some of my secrets are too dangerous to get out. Like this one, Harry said, starting the playback again. This is how Harry got us off the curse. Bill explained quickly, as he pointed at the recoding. 20 minutes later, Arthur was grinning from ear to ear. Oh, that was satisfying, he said. Can we see that again? Let's wait for the return flight. Harry countered. We still have some things to discuss. Like how you're the most powerful wizard I've ever heard of. Arthur asked. How did you make that wand? Oh, that was just an illusion. Harry said. I have been practicing illusions for a long time. You could say it's a speciality of mine, but he broke the curse with it. Bill asked, not understanding. No, I meant breaking the wand was an illusion. Harry explained. It's a crime to break a wizard's wand, you know. So all of that was just trickery. Arthur asked. Pretty much. Harry admitted. Illusions and levitation charms, with a body bind and a special kind of wandless magic I came up with, to press his lips together. With a bit of practice, anyone could pull that show off. Did you really think I was going to kill his whole family, too? Not really, no. Arthur admitted, before a smile crossed his face again. He did though. That's because he understands threats. Harry said. It's what he would do. I was just speaking in a language he could understand. Arthur nodded and accepted that. So, what did you want to talk about? He asked. Well, I intend to start making Muggle-inspired magical items. Harry said. Bill here is going to head up that branch of our business. I need someone who knows the laws about misuse of Muggle artifacts to make sure we don't do something we're not allowed and help us prepare so that nobody can start claiming that that's what we are doing. That person would need to spend a lot of time talking to Bill to iron things out. We may even need to employ such a person permanently at some point, at Bill's discretion, of course. Are you going to offer the whole family positions at some point? Bill asked in shock. He wouldn't argue, though. His father was good at his job and knew the laws backwards. He had to admit, it was a good idea. Not until we start making artificial dragon mounts. Harry joked. You're going to what? Charlie asked, incredulously. I was joking, Charlie. Harry said. What would be the point of dragon mounts, when I can make brooms that can fly faster than the speed of sound? Not to mention that little trick I showed you before we left. About that, Charlie said, remembering his unassisted flight. How did you do that? Something like that would be very useful to dragon handlers, who could use an extra hand rather than steering a broom. It's still in development. I only have 3 of those made at this time and Remus and Sirius own the others. Harry said. 3 what? Charlie persisted. Exactly. Harry said, before turning to Arthur. So, what do you say? Want to help us out? He asked. Would this position be part-time, while I only assist? Arthur countered. I already don't spend enough time at home. We'll set you up with a comm in the beginning. Harry said. It'll make it easier and you would never even need to leave the office or home. That's not a bad idea, Harry. Bill nodded. Then he took his comm out, to show his dad. This is one of Harry's new items. I'll be helping him make more and design new ones, so we can start selling them commercially. Arthur looked at the metallic plate with the glass face and asked, what is it? It works like a portable flow, except it has more features. Bill said excitedly. He looked at Harry. How do I send a message to you? he asked. Harry hadn't had the time to show him that yet. Say, message Harry Black. Harry instructed. Bill did, and the screen showed the original message Harry had sent for him to read. Now say, dictate message, followed by what you want written. End the dictation by tapping the com with a finger. Dictate message. Bill said. Thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to working with you. Bill tapped the com with a finger and a ping sounded from inside Harry's pocket. Harry took out his com and showed them the blank com, before tapping it with a finger twice, and it switched to the new message. It was identical on both their comms. Harry then turned the com to himself, and tapped the glass once, before dragging his finger over the glass to write a message, which the unseen scribe took as input to write a message in its own neat scrawl. Harry tapped his com twice and Bill's com pinged. You can send messages that way too, if you are not in private. Harry explained. Bill looked at his screen and read the message out loud. You are more than welcome, Bill, it says, he read. Video call Harry Black, he then said. Harry heard the ringing and tapped the screen, making the forward display point directly up. He turned the knob on the side and held the com flat, so the feed displayed above the screen at an angle. Hello, Bill. Are you enjoying the demonstration? He asked. The other comm had also started its projected display and there was a bit of high-pitched feedback as the sound echoed between the two devices. Is that normal? Mr. Weasley asked, hearing the strange new sound. You are too close. Harry explained. The sound is coming through Bill's comm and going into my comm, making a loop, which sounds like that. It's called feedback. Bill was listening, but also playing with the knob on the side. He'd seen it, of course, but since he didn't know its function, he didn't play with it. That's useful. Bill said. You can place it down and still have a conversation. Harry ended the call and said, call Bill Weasley. Bill's comm rang and he answered it. But he held it away from himself. Hello, he said, loudly. Look at me, Bill, Harry said. Bill looked around and saw Harry's comm against his head. He copied him and said, more softly, that makes more sense. No wonder you were struggling to hear me. You're not used to using logic yet. Harry said. Muggles rely on it more often. As a result, they tend to work out ways to do things much more easily. It even sounds better like this. Bill said. You sound like yourself again. Harry ended the call again and looked at Arthur. See, I can see that this would be useful. Arthur agreed. How does it work? He asked. Trade secret. Harry and Bill said. Bill smirked. That's why I need time to train Bill. There are many magics on the comm and he needs to understand them all. Harry said. Family magics? Arthur asked. Harry nodded. What do you get in trade for these secrets? He asked then. He knew that such things would not come cheap. He really hoped his son hadn't swindled the poor boy, or that he'd been swindled himself. Money, what else? Harry asked. These will become popular very quickly. Bill makes a small percentage for his effort and draws a salary, with an option to buy shares in the company later to gain more of the percentage. Shares? Bill asked interestedly. It's a Muggle concept. Harry said. You can buy shares, which is like investing money into the company, to become a larger shareholder, which will earn you a bigger cut of the profits over time. Like a partner? Bill asked, thinking he understood. A minor partner, yes. Harry agreed. You could eventually invest enough to buy enough shares to become an equal partner, but I'd need to consult a person more versed in accounting and economics to work out the shares and their values. It's a complicated system and I'm not focusing on that in my Muggle studies. You take Muggle studies? Charlie asked. I'd think you could teach it with your knowledge. You don't understand, Harry said. I'm also studying for Muggle schools, through the post. I intend to get a higher education after Hogwarts. Most likely something in the sciences or engineering. But, you have magic. Arthur said, with a frown. So, Harry asked. Magic only explains part of the world. Science explains much more. Muggles are smarter than you might think. This ship and the principles that make it work are largely based off Muggle science. My comm devices use almost as many, for such a small device. Harry noticed that they were nearing their destination. Bill, hand me your comm, please. Bill held it up from his seat and Harry summoned it and focused on it for a second, changing its designation in the index to one he had made for Charlie. Then he floated it over to Charlie. There you go, Charlie. That one is now yours. Hey, Bill objected. You'll be making your own soon enough, Harry said. Then you will be making one for your father. He can then call Charlie on occasion and never need to worry about him needing to be near a flow. Would you deny your mother the ability to speak to Charlie? Bill saw the reason, but still grumbled, I like that one. Now I can't say I own a prototype anymore. You'll be able to say you made your own, though. Isn't that more brag-worthy? Harry asked. Bill had to concede the point. That would be better. Okay, I see your point, he said. Enjoy having that inferior model, Charlie. I'll soon have a bigger, better one. Actually, we're going for small. Harry corrected. Smaller means less conspicuous, less space used in a pocket. You wouldn't want to carry a heavy bag, just to be able to make a call, would you? Fine, Bill said. I'll soon have a smaller, more compact version, with more functions. That's the spirit, Harry encouraged as he started angling them downward. And exactly what I need you for. More features, more sales. More sales, more money. More money, better equipment. Better equipment, better products. Better products, more sales. And the cycle starts again, Bill said. Now he knew what Harry meant by Industrial Revolution. Arthur, who had been contemplating these revelations, finally spoke. You're going to change the wizarding world with what you make, aren't you? That's the idea, Dad. Charlie said. Harry and Bill will inform you of what Harry's found out in the Muggle world on the flight back. For now, I need to get to my post. I have a dinner to eat and many things to think about, that I can't talk about to anyone, he said, before turning to Harry. I'll probably be calling you, when I find a moment. Feel free, Harry said as he lowered them down above the spot that they had parked before. I'm currently the only other one with one of these specific comm devices, but Bill will likely call you from his, once he's completed his first one. And then you'll be teaching him how to make flying devices and lightsabers. He asked hopefully. Not likely, Harry denied. Bill will be focusing on communications and security to begin with. I'll consider teaching him more, once we have an established method to have others work on and produce more products. In the meanwhile, I might consider making you a flight item and lightsaber, but you have to get some training in fencing first. Your mother would kill me if I gave you something that you can kill yourself with. Charlie didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Deal, he said easily as he undid his buckle when they came to a standstill. He walked up to Harry and held out a hand, to shake, which Harry did. I'll be a sword master by the time you give me one of those, he boasted. Then he greeted his father and eldest brother, picked up his parcel, and walked to the opening hatch. Speak to you soon, he called behind him as he exited the craft. Harry closed the door and started them back to the burrow. Arthur had many questions still, and asked them on the flight back. Harry had to explain the lightsaber and flight items, the mention of the moon and what his sons had meant about what Harry had learned about the Muggles. Suffice it to say, when they arrived at the burrow, it was to say farewell to a troubled Arthur, but he soon regained his spirits at the warm greeting from his loving wife, when he remembered the curse being lifted. Interesting times were coming, but with Harry's help, he doubted they would fail to be prepared for it. Harry returned to Texas after that and parked the ship in its spot, proudly out in the open in front of the house. Then they went to Grimmauld Place, where Bill would stay while he learned his new trade. Harry could have just shrunk the ship and taken it through Grimmauld Place, but he was enjoying the chat with Bill, while he explained all the systems on the ship. The next 2 weeks were spent in teaching, for Harry. He needed to impart certain concepts to Bill, since the magical world really was a different culture. They ended up watching a film or two, so that Bill could understand what they were showing the students at the school. Harry had to explain the security system and the concept of the storage diamonds, as well. The diamonds had caught him as a surprise. Harry had to explain how he had succeeded in the theory behind manipulating the structure of carbon atoms. That seemed to interest Bill greatly, just as it had McGonagall, and he resolved to start studying the science, so that he could see what possibilities opened to him. He also pointed out that this form of magic should definitely be considered family magic, as Harry could make himself infinitely wealthy, by producing diamonds and selling them. Harry wasn't interested. He knew Muggles would be able to tell that the produced diamonds were artificial, since they could both produce and inspect diamonds to confirm such things. To him, the diamond strips were a more valuable tool, than a resource to be sold, anyway. He had been able to use glass for all the transmission plates, but the only storage medium he had made so far had been diamond. Since he had discovered the method, he stuck to it. He resolved to go to the library with Bill, to see if there were other uses they could find. While there they discovered a section on DIY. The subjects covered were vast and Harry couldn't decide what books to get. He was just staring at the section, when Bill asked him why they didn't just copy the books. Copy the books? Harry asked. Duplication charms? Bill asked. Of course, but those make only temporary things. Harry said incredulously. Do you mean you know a permanent duplication charm? No, it still makes only temporary copies of things. Bill shrugged with a bemused smile. But you don't need the book permanently, right? And you could always copy the copy, before its magic fades. Harry hadn't thought of that, but the idea had resonated with Harry. He got a smile on his face and quickly put all the books down, so that he could go home and make a quick and dirty new artifact, using skills he had already learned. Bill was focusing on making parts of things he had already been taught in that time, and 3 days later, Harry introduced Bill to his new item. After a quick demonstration, Bill's face lit up in understanding and he, too, got excited. He'd need to learn how to add to the new item, but Harry really wanted Bill capable of using this feature, so he stepped up his education a bit. Hermione was going to be ecstatic when she found out. After Bill had been taught the new function and how to use the new item, they went back to the library to start adding to their collection. It took them a couple of days, but soon they had a decent collection and had covered every subject in the DIY, science and mathematics sections, from the beginning of high school all the way through to college and university. Harry had been certain to add everything he and Hermione would need for their extra studies as well, adding them to a special section called Extra Magic Education. By the time the new school year was about to start, Bill had finally been able to create his own comm, and Harry had enjoyed watching him celebrate by calling Charlie. It hadn't been a long conversation, since Charlie had to go, but the look of triumph on Bill's face, at seeing the success of his first device, was very encouraging. Harry helped him make the necessary parts and protected them with his magic, so that Bill could start on production when he was ready, and completed a couple of devices, which he would be handing out to his study group. On the day that they were to take the express, Harry had arranged that the families who he trusted, including the Parkinson and Greengrass matriarchs, would meet an hour early at the station. The Grangers arrived a little earlier than the rest, as was expected, followed shortly by the rest. When they were all gathered, Harry stood before the group. Families Bones, Brown, Dunbar, Granger, Greengrass, Longbottom, Lovegood, Parkinson, Pottle and even the Weasleys were all there, along with his guardians, McGonagall, Poppy and Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry started. Thank you for joining us today. I have no doubt that you will be very pleased with your decision to be here. I'm not going to make a long speech about this, so let's get the demonstration of my latest creation started. He turned to Bill. If you would please go to the designated location, so that the demonstration can be underway. Certainly, Mr. Black, Bill said with a bit of a smile. I'll see you in a short bit, he said as he winked and then he apparated away. Bill has gone to one of our company's many locations. He will let me know when he is in position. Harry said. How will he be contacting us? Xenophilius asked. He was standing next to his wife, who were both standing behind Luna. Seeing Luna's mother there still freaked Harry out a bit. The idea that Luna was the one to bring him back had never really slipped his mind. Something about it seemed both appropriate and very weird. With the new device, Harry said, trying to shake the feeling and pulling out the sleek black device and showing it to them. He had decided to change the color scheme and had colored the aluminium black. This is a communications platform, or comm. It's like the comm boards some of you are currently in possession of, but this one has a couple of extra features, along with a new, better design. Harry said. His device pinged just then, with the sound they all knew to mean there was a message. Harry turned the comm around and tapped the glass. A message appeared and Harry turned the device around to show it to the people. Bill has arrived at one of our American bases of operation and he is ready. Harry said. The message had simply stated that he was in position. Observe, he said, before he turned the device around again and said, video call Bill Weasley. There was silence for a short while, before a face appeared in the air in front of Harry. Hello, Mr. Black, Bill said. Hi Bill. Harry greeted, before he turned the comm around to show the people around them the image of Bill, as he started to slowly walk around the assembled group. "Would you care to tell our guests about the weather over there?" Harry asked. "Well, it's still a couple of hours before sunrise here, so all I can say is that it's dark outside," Bill said. "As you can see, the comm does not require a stationary position, but I'm certain you'll be explaining its use as a portable flow when you tell your friends about the comm," Harry said. "The best part about this is that you can carry it in a pocket and always receive messages from your family, or call them when it suits you. I don't know how the wards at Hogwarts will affect this, but the preliminary tests show no loss of communication whatsoever." "Why are you showing us this?" Mr. Pottle asked. He had a suspicion, but didn't want to assume. It was most likely protected family magic, like the boards had been. "I'm glad you asked, Mr. Pottle," Harry said as he turned the screen around once he'd completed the circle he had been walking around the people. He ended the call and said, "Call Bill Weasley." There was silence for a moment as Harry put the comm to his head. Then he spoke. "Yes, this part of the demonstration is complete." Then he blushed. "Come on, Bill. They are all watching and you know it." Silence for a second again. Yeah, I see your point. Just get back here already." Then he ended the call again and turned to the people. "As you can see, you don't need to see the other person, nor have such a public conversation either," Harry said. "The idea being, that you can talk in private and also not have to look your best to make or receive calls." Bill then reappeared at his side. "Where are we?" he asked. "Private conversations and not needing to get dressed," Harry informed him. "Right," Bill said. "I know that you ladies always want to look your best when you appear in public, so I suggested that he mention that," he said with a smirk. His words had been something along the lines of making calls BPD, which was why Harry had blushed, but for a demonstration, that was perfect for them to see the usefulness. "Too true," Harry said. "Like when Bill called me while I was still asleep. I could answer the call and not even have to get out of bed. The messaging function has been useful to plan our days as well," Bill said. "Harry has more manners than me though. He sends a message for me to read that asks me to call him when I'm available. I just call him." He shrugged. "You still didn't answer my question," Mr. Pottle pointed out. "Why are you showing us this? Why did you call this meeting?" "Right," Harry said, nodding. He turned to Bill, then, "If you'll do the honors," he asked. Bill nodded and pulled out a bag. Inside the bag were many comms. He took out a comm and a small manual and walked to the Pottle Patriarch. "This one is yours," he said, handing them over. "I will need to register it with the index before it will work, though, so please be patient while I hand the others out." He proceeded to hand out comms to one parent of every family, Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, and then he handed one to every student, all Harry's friends and every Weasley there. Remus and Sirius already had theirs. So did Daniels, but he was the only wolf that had one at this point. Bill's first job would be supplying Marauders Inc. with more of the devices. "You're just giving us these?" Augusta Longbottom asked. "Aren't they valuable? Aren't your family secrets in them?" she asked. She was not a fool. She could see the usefulness of these items, but she knew family magic was involved and wouldn't offend the burgeoning young entrepreneur by asking him if he was certain he wanted to spread his family magic around like this. "You are all people I believe I can trust," Harry said. Bill scoffed. "And the protection magic screams trust. These items can still get stolen," Harry pointed out. "But yes, they are protected from people learning their secrets. Any attempt to tamper with them will destroy the magics and disable the registration to the index." "The index?" Padma asked. "I needed to invent a new way to connect the devices," Harry said. "The index is how these things are all connected and able to communicate. How it functions is a trade secret." He looked at Luna, then. "Luna actually gave me the idea that led to the creation of the index." Luna's parents smiled at her, and Luna smiled at them and Harry, nodding in acceptance of the statement. She'd not tell anyone what she had told him. "These will be valuable, though," the Dunbar mother said. She was Muggle-born, and knew about cell phones. "You could sell these and make a lot of money," she pointed out. "That is the idea, later on," Harry agreed. "For now, I've given my company head of research and development, Bill Weasley, the task of finding a way to teach other people parts of the process of making these, while ensuring that they can't tell anyone else or use the magic for personal gain. We must protect our interests, after all. Sirius said. Marauders Inc. is the only company with this product and we intend to keep it that way. What about rental fees? Mrs. Dunbar asked. Or contacting someone on the Muggle network. Your comms will not have rental fees or charges associated with use, and there is no connection to the Muggle network at this time. We will be looking into both of those in the future, though. Harry said, happy that there was someone that knew these things, to broach the subject. Muggle network? Augusta asked. Muggles have something similar. Mr. Granger said. It relies on our technology, though, and you need to pay to use the networks. Long-distance calls are also expensive and Muggles can't make calls on their cell phones that have an image, like these, comms, have. He turned to Harry. Well done, young man. I suspect you beat the Muggle world by a few years with this. How many years, do you think? Harry asked, interestedly. 10 to 20, I suspect. Mr. Granger said. There is such a thing as video calls, but it is unreliable over distances and the quality suffers depending on the speed of the line. There's nothing near this quality available anywhere, though. The purebloods in attendance were shocked at the news that Muggles had anything like this, but looked satisfied that this version was better in most regards. How much were you thinking of charging for these? Mr. Pottle asked. He had an idea that he'd later be speaking with Bill about, seeing that he could contact him on these nifty devices. Bill would be the one to ask about that. Harry said. He'll be in charge of setting up the production line and securing things, so he'll need to know how much to pay people and we'll need to consider some other factors, like the available clients in the wizarding world. We also don't know how quickly demand will rise for these, but I suspect we'll need to produce a large stockpile and get some people in the ministry using them first, to set an example of the usefulness. I can see my way to equipping the Auror department with these. Amelia Bones said instantly. She had been hoping the comm boards would become available, but these would be infinitely more useful. Provided they aren't too expensive, of course. We'll see about getting the Auror department a discount. Bill said, interrupting Harry. For all he knew Harry would offer them for free. While he could see how useful such a thing would be for both advertising and quicker response, they were starting a business. Harry obviously knew nothing about that, so he'd have to take charge. I'll be in contact with you, once I've set up production. Marauders Inc. will be assigning their staff with these first and that's the first order we'll be filling. After that it will be first come, first served. Put the Aurors at the top of the waiting list, please. Amelia said instantly. Mr. Pottle had been about to ask the same. His international holdings would benefit greatly from this. Pottle Trading will put in an order for 500 of these to start with, after Madam Bones, of course, he said. Please contact Bill after this. Harry said. For now, we need to get you registered. Bill, if you would. Of course, Mr. Black. Bill said. Business was already looking up, and they'd not even begun to sell their equipment. He was excited. Mr. Pottle, if you would. Please hold the comm in your right hand and wait for me to nod. Then you can state your name, as you will be referenced when people call you. You can use your position or your full name, but it needs to be unique, so that the index can know you from any other Pottle that registers in the future. I, for example, can be contacted by using just my name, Bill Weasley. William Arthur Weasley is just too long and will make people call me William. Mr. Pottle nodded and Bill cast a spell silently and without a wand movement, touching his wand to the comm when he was done. They had set up the devices already, but the registration name needed to be changed. That could be done from either the index itself, or from the comm, which was what Bill was doing. He nodded and Mr. Pottle stated his name for the index to record, the unseen scribe making the change on both sides. Congratulations, Mr. Pottle. Your comm is now registered on the index. Bill said. Please remember to modify or mark the back of the comm in such a way that you don't confuse it with another in the future. The black metal part is safe to transfigure with either a design or label, he said, holding his comm up so that Mr. Pottle could see his. It was still black, but there was a design with a wolf and a dog both howling at the moon on either side of a lightning bolt. His initials WAW, for William Arthur Weasley, engraved below the image. This is the logo for Marauders Inc. and my initials. Thank you Mr. Weasley. Mr. Pottle said. It will be a pleasure to do business with you, I think. I think you're right, Bill said with a smile. Please remember to read the manual. It explains all the functions. Mr. Pottle nodded and stepped back, so that the other people could register their comms. Bill proceeded to register all their comms, and by the time they were finished other people had started turning up. Well, it seems our time is up, Harry said. Thank you all for joining us, and please feel free to call Bill with any comments or complaints. He will note them for future applications and modifications. These are only our first attempt, Bill said with a nod. For any features you would like to see in future versions, please contact me. The people were soon saying their farewells, and the children, who had been mostly silent, really wanted to get on the train to thank Harry personally. Little did they know that he had a couple more surprises for them. The group entered a compartment and, since Ron was with them, because of the gathering, they offered him a seat. He refused, thankfully, most likely planning on showing off the comm to his other friends. When the door closed, Harry was mobbed by the girls, all thanking him profusely for their comms. He received many kisses on the cheek and hugs. Neville just shook his head and smiled at the scene. When Harry was finally able to sit down, Neville said, "Thank you, Harry. Now my Gran can check up on me all the time." He said it with a lopsided smile, though, so Harry didn't think he was really upset. "Didn't you say that she was acting strangely?" Hermione asked. The entire group had still been writing on the comm boards to each other, and Neville had mentioned that his Gran was giving him knowing looks and being less overbearing. "As soon as she saw the lightsaber and I told her that I was teaching my friends how to use a sword, she just looked at me funny and nodded. Besides that, I didn't hear a bad word from her." "Something must have changed," Neville said. He was worried for his Gran. "Was she dying?" "You've changed," Hermione said. "You may not have noticed, though, since you're always staring at Hannah and her rear end." Neville blushed and the other girls all laughed. "Not that you're wrong to look," Daphne said. "She does have a shapely behind." This made Neville's blush increase. "Hey, I don't point out every time I see you girls looking at Harry's rear," Neville said, finally defending himself. "I'd appreciate it if you treated me with a little common courtesy." His statement had the desired effect of having most of the girls look away and blush themselves. "Not fun having it pointed out, is it?" he asked. "That's what I was talking about, Neville," Hermione said through her blush. "You are more assertive, confident. Your Gran probably noticed. It's a good characteristic, as long as you're not overconfident. That is more unappealing than no self-confidence. You've also lost some weight," Daphne said. "Probably because of all the exercise. I have been training more these days," Neville allowed. "I keep on getting challenged and I'm currently in the top position in our year." "And the year above," Harry corrected. "Even I can't beat you. Only because you stopped cheating," Neville said. "You have almost no skill with the sword. Your magic moves faster and hits harder than you normally can, though. I doubt even a 7th year could stand up to you, when you use your full capabilities. Dumbledore couldn't stand up to him, when he uses his full capabilities." Pansy scoffed. "Seriously, why aren't you running the school yet?" "Too much admin," Harry said instantly. "I'll need an entire staff to do the job Dumbledore neglects." "The staff is already there," Hermione pointed out, with a smile. "They'd likely follow you if you declared yourself headmaster." She was joking, of course, so when Harry looked contemplative, she slapped his arm, knowing he was just playing along. "So, what did you get up to this holiday?" Susan asked. "Any new Dark Lords on the moon?" "Not yet," Harry said. "Honestly, I'm hoping that will be the only one I ever have to deal with." "Deal with?" Pansy asked. "Don't you mean dealt with?" "I needed some information on how to treat one of his Death Eaters, to get what I want, so I had to bargain with him. It's not like I can make his existence worse, though, so he pushed for some entertainment," Harry said. He's now watching a sequence of the movies I've collected and copied onto a recording crystal. He called them crystals in public, not wanting word spread that it was diamonds. The movies played at the Moon House and Voldemort could see them through a monitor crystal he left with him. The quality wasn't great, but it was watchable. "Why is there still a Death Eater walking around?" Hermione asked. "He's in a useful position, for me to manipulate when the need arises," Harry admitted. "He's too scared to do anything and we have people monitoring his movements." "He's watching Muggle movies?" Pansy asked, changing the topic back to Voldemort. I thought it would be apt. Harry said, seeing what he missed out on, by being who he is. He probably just thinks it's annoying. Daphne said, without the ability to switch it off and with nothing else to do, he has little choice. Harry chuckled. What a tortuous existence. Susan said sarcastically. Poor Dark Lord, gets to watch movies all day long. He'll get tired of them at some point. Harry said. Then he'll start to hate every single song and phrase on every single movie. And they will never end. They are on a permanent loop. No less than he deserves. Susan said, after a moment to consider it. Okay, that's enough of that conversation. Harry said, suddenly pulling himself away from the thought. I have one more thing to show you, he said as he pulled out a larger board from an inner pocket of his jacket. This is a new item I made. There's only 2 right now and Bill has the other. What does it do? Hermione asked, looking at the rectangular board. This one was also black, but its glass was currently blank. Access library, Harry said, and a list appeared in white lettering. This is my library. I used some magic to link books in the public library to a similar system as the index. It would normally try and make an entire copy, but, using a couple of runes and spells, it allows me to select a book and then look through the pages. Harry saw Hermione's eyes bulge and her mouth hanging open. Padma and the Slytherins had similar looks. In fact, it seemed his entire study group had similar expressions. Shrugging, he looked for the books for that year and tapped on the potions book's name. The glass changed to show the cover of the book and Harry tapped the right side of the glass and the next page appeared. Then he held his finger on the right side and it started cycling through the pages faster and faster. You like it? Harry asked. This is amazing. Hermione shouted. This is amazing. Ouch. My ear. I'm sitting right next to you, Hermione. Harry complained, grabbing the offended auditory organ. And you have all our school books in that one device? Padma asked. Her eyes were gleaming in a way he had never seen. There was greed in those eyes. That and a large collection of Muggle books. Harry answered, finally letting go of his ear. Can you connect this library to our comms? Hermione asked, more quietly, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I tried that, Harry said, taking his own comm out. Access library, he said, and the list appeared in his glass. He selected a random book and turned a couple of pages to show them. See, you can't make out a thing. The page is too big, so the text is all small and unreadable. Hermione took the comm from his hand, with a roll of her eyes and incanted, Engorgio. The comm grew in her hand until it was the same size as the library device. Harry felt like an idiot. Boys, Hermione scoffed as his eyes showed shock. Why do you always do things the hard way? She asked. Huh, Harry said, intelligently. Then he smiled at Hermione. You really are the smartest witch of our generation, aren't you? It really wasn't that she was smart, in this case. He'd just overlooked the simple solution somehow, while he was considering Muggle ways to solve the problem. Hermione smiled a satisfied smile and lifted her chin. You should have just asked, she said. Padma took out her own comm and said, access library, but nothing happened. I didn't link all of your comms. Harry said. Only mine, while I was experimenting. Can you do it now? Hermione asked. Fortunately for you, I set up the library access to be added through the library interface. Harry said, lifting the device. I should be able to add all of your comms. He had done that so that he could copy the Hogwarts library into the library. Bill would likely be adding to the library too, when he found time. Harry wasn't even finished with the sentence, when all the comms were held out to him, so he obliged and bonded them all to have access. When he was done, he said, just, don't show this feature to everyone. I just know all of Ravenclaw would be banging down my doors if they knew. Forget the Ravenclaws, Padma said. Madame Pants would claim the library interface and have the students use only it, to leave her precious books alone. Maybe I should make her own one, with a few interfaces. Harry asked. She'd likely help adding books to the collection if she thought it would protect the books. The only problem being that you would need to teach her the magic involved, to add books. Pansy pointed out. I might be able to set something else up. Harry said. Bill was telling me that I should try and make things that apply both the magic and their protections, so that exposure to my actual family magics are limited. If I can figure out how, I might be able to make something that will add the books without teaching her the magic involved. Or Bill might have some ideas. He was a curse breaker. He's had a lot of experience with unique magics. Why did you decide to hire Bill Weasley? Hermione asked. The story of how they had met hadn't come up yet. There was an issue that he needed help with, and Neville was the one to bring it to my attention. Harry said, looking at the boy. You were right, by the way, but let's not share the details. It's a private matter. Either way, thank you. You are partially responsible for stopping the issue. Neville nodded. Neville told you? Ginny asked. Her mother had not told her the details, but the gratitude of the family told her that it was a huge deal. Neville was telling me about something similar, and a couple of things I had heard clicked together for me. Harry admitted. Without him, the problem might not have been solved for many years. What was the problem? Hermione asked again. She hated not knowing, and Harry was talking around the issue on purpose. It's a private matter. Harry said again. If you really need to know, speak to Bill or Mr. Weasley. Thank you, Neville. Ginny said to him, with a smile he had never seen on her face. You're welcome, Ginny. Neville said, nodding his head. Luna was just looking at Harry with that dreamy smile on her face. You are not so bad, you know, she said. I had hoped. Harry said with a lopsided smile at her. You can start wooing me, if you want. Luna said. I don't see it ending badly now. Are you saying you're joining the plan? Daphne asked. I like all of you. Luna shrugged. I don't see why not. Who's going to be head wife, though? I need to know for when I tell Mummy and Daddy. We've not discussed that, Pansy said. We're waiting until everyone is ready to decide. Harry still doesn't have enough titles to make it all legal, either. There is a plan in place for that, Harry said. Remus and Sirius had said that they would handle that, so Harry left it with them. He did demand to know before they did anything, though, so that they could add to the plan if necessary. The Gringotts job had been a bad bit of business, but they had been able to smooth things over with the goblins, who now had a new magical security system. Why can't we wait to talk about these things until we're older? Hermione asked with a blush. She wouldn't be able to admit it now, but she had decided to join them. She didn't know how she'd tell her parents, though. Because being honest about it now helps us build the trust we'll need later to make the situation not just acceptable, but one we want. Padma said. It doesn't happen often, but in our homeland, magical men sometimes take more wives. It is a symbol of their power. If the man has strong magic, it is desirable to have more children, to carry that strength. Parvati said. Mon and Peta already know of the plan and will be talking to your guardian about it in this coming year. Padma said. Soon, likely, now that they have these. Parvati said as she held up her calm. Mon and Peta? Hermione asked. Mother and, I'm assuming, father. Harry asked. Yes. Padma agreed. When we are married, you will be, Patty. Husband. Parvati explained with a small blush. I love learning these things. Harry said, ignoring his own blush. Your parents will be talking to Mr. Black. Hermione asked, referring to Sirius. It is traditional for parents to discuss these things, before things become official. Pansy said. My mother will likely do the same. It is her duty to ensure I marry a man in good standing, which will be a good match for me. She has been informed of the plan as well. Same here, Daphne said, but my mother is likely not ready to discuss losing me to another family. With my sister joining the school this year, I worry for her. She's all alone with only the house elf for company. I gave him specific instructions to keep an eye on her, though. If you want, we can find her a place with the carers at one of the wolf resorts. Harry offered. The Veela take good care of our people. The elf can keep her from neglecting herself, and now I can call her and see how she's doing. Daphne said, holding the comm up. Thank you for this. It will be useful to stay in contact. It's difficult to know how a person is feeling in letters. I'm sorry about your dad, Daphne. Harry said. He was a bad man, but that didn't mean he wasn't loved. He did it to himself and his family. Daphne said instantly. I don't blame you or your company. Maybe it would help if you could show your mother his confession. Pansy asked. I know it helped me to know what he did. Only if Daphne thinks it will help. Harry said. It may. Daphne allowed. I don't like her so stressed and sad. She worries for Astoria as well. She's weak and gets sick easily. Is there anything I can do to help? Harry asked. Does she suffer from some sort of immunosuppression? Immunosuppression, Daphne asked. A disease that makes it difficult or impossible for the body to recover from other infections. Hermione said. No, she suffers from blood malediction. Daphne said. What's that? Harry asked, not having heard of it before. It's a blood-borne curse that sometimes appears in the family. Daphne said. Blood curse, Harry exclaimed. Harry. Neville exclaimed excitedly, but looked around the compartment, not knowing how to talk about it without revealing the private matter of the Weasley family curse. It's fine, Harry, Ginny said. I trust this group not to tell anyone. It's still not my place to reveal these things. Harry said. The Weasley family was under a family curse. Ginny said quickly, before Harry could interrupt. Ginny, Daphne asked. What do you mean, was? I found a way to lift the curse temporarily. Harry said, looking at Ginny through narrowed eyes. I wasn't going to tell you that. I'm sorry, Harry, Ginny said, but would you really not help them if you can? No, Harry admitted. Then he sighed. Okay, here's the thing. The Weasley family curse is still private, so no asking about what it was or how I helped. I can't give you specifics, as it is a new trick I came up with. The important thing to note is that I'll need to leave the train with Daphne and her sister to go sort this out. Right now? Daphne asked, a little hope in her heart and voice. They had always known Astoria would not live a long life. Contact your mother and ask her where we should meet. I need a place I know, so Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade or the train station will work. Harry said as he stood up and took out his comm. I'll need Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall with us. I promised them not to do this without supervision. He stepped out of the compartment and quickly called McGonagall. Professor McGonagall speaking, is this you again, Sirius? McGonagall asked. Hi Auntie Min, Harry said, smiling at the idea that Sirius had already been causing mischief. Harry, why are you calling? Have you already found something going on again? Has anyone been hurt? She asked quickly. I found another family curse. I'm going to arrange to have it fixed before the start of school, so we have a couple of hours. Harry said. Who? McGonagall asked. Daphne Greengrass has a younger sister starting school this year. Apparently she suffers from something called a blood malediction that runs in the family. Harry said. Merlin, McGonagall exclaimed. Very well. Where are you meeting? I'm assuming the Greengrass girl is contacting her mother. She is. I don't know where we're meeting yet, but I'll tell you once I know. Harry confirmed. I'll get Poppy and get to you once you let us know. McGonagall confirmed. Harry could already hear her walking. Be careful exiting the train and don't splinch yourself or the girls, okay? I'll be careful, Harry promised. I'll send you a message when I know where. He then hung up the comm and went back into the compartment. They'll be waiting at the leaky cauldron in 10 minutes. Daphne said instantly, standing with Pansy, when Harry appeared through the door. They? Harry asked. My mother and Daphne's were together. She insists on coming along. Pansy said. And so do I. Harry stood there looking at them for a moment, before he sighed and nodded. He should have expected it. Fine, but nobody else. I'm already apparating the four of us. Harry said. Where is your sister now? He asked Daphne. She's sitting with some other first years. She has a friend or two among them and wanted to meet her New Year mates. Daphne said, as she walked out the door to go find and fetch her sister, Pansy following closely behind. I'll wait for you here. Harry said as he took out his comm again. Call Bill Weasley, he said. Bill here, Bill said. Bill, we have another curse to work on. Harry said. Mind meeting us at the leaky cauldron in 10 minutes. I'll be there, Bill said instantly. You work fast, he added. Astoria Greengrass has a hereditary blood curse. Harry said. I just found out. That makes more sense, Bill said. Have you called Madame Pomfrey? Auntie Min is getting her. Harry said. We'll see you soon. Then he hung up and said, message Minerva McGonagall. Dictate message. Leaky cauldron. 10 minutes. Then he tapped the comm to finish the dictation. He looked at his other friends. Sorry about the urgency, but I'm guessing you're not going to complain. I'd have liked to go with, but I can understand why you're not taking us. Hermione said. Be careful, though. Side-along apparition is supposed to be difficult and dangerous. I can handle it, Harry assured her. We should be back at the school by the feast. If we're running late, I'll try and send a message. In the meanwhile, you girls can read the manual for the comm so long. Get used to the features. He received a couple of nods and the girls all wished him luck with a hug and a key to the cheek. Even Susan got in on the act. Maybe she'd had time to think about it. Daphne and Pansy soon returned, with a younger girl. Astoria, this is Harry Black. He's going to take us somewhere to try and do something important. Mum will be meeting us. What about the feast and the sorting? Astoria asked. We should be back by then. Harry said. Nice to meet you, Astoria, he said belatedly. What if we're late? Astoria asked nervously. Then I'll sort you myself. Harry said. You can do that. Astoria asked. He's Harry Black, sis. Daphne said. He can do anything. Pansy assured the younger girl. Including flying off of a speeding train with 3 passengers. Harry said as he transfigured a large hole in the ceiling of the compartment. He turned back to the girls and winked, before levitating the girls up and through the hole, making Astoria scream, and flying after them. He closed the hole and then flew, with them, to the side of the train tracks, where he landed. Okay, give me a hug, girls. It'll be easier to apparate us all that way. Daphne and Pansy hugged to his side and drew Astoria in, before she could object. They soon landed in Diagon Alley, at the arrival point, and moved into the leaky cauldron. There were a couple of chuckles and concerned looks from the patrons, thinking that the children had missed the train, or somehow went to the wrong place. What are we doing here? Astoria asked. Meeting Mum and some other people. Daphne said. She was both worried and excited. They didn't have to wait long, and Daphne's mother soon walked into the pub, followed closely by Pansy's mom. What's going on, Daphne? Her mother asked as she hugged both her daughters. Harry has something to discuss. It's urgent and couldn't wait. Daphne said, not wanting to spill the beans in the pub. It is of a private nature, but you don't have to worry. I'll explain everything once we've moved to a secure location. Harry said. You can use one of the rooms upstairs if you want. Tom, the barman, offered. Thank you, Tom, but we'll be going to another location. Sorry for arranging the meeting here. Harry said. Happens all the time. Tom waved it off. Just thought I'd offer. Thanks. Harry said, flipping him a coin for a tip. You're welcome, Mr. Black. Tom said, before he moved off and chased off some of the patrons who were blatantly eavesdropping. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey walked in from the alley, with Bill leading the way, having opened the door for the older ladies. We're all here, then? Bill asked. As far as I can tell. Harry said. Should I have invited someone else? Madame Bones. McGonagall decided. Seeing this might be a good way to find more clients in the future. That's a good idea. Madame Pomfrey said. Perhaps, next time, we can invite a healer from St. Mungo's. Next time, Harry confirmed, taking out his comm. Call Amelia Bones, he said. Harry, there are people here, Daphne whispered harshly. So, Harry asked as he waited for Madame Bones to pick up. Let them look. They'll be able to buy these soon enough, he added. This is Amelia Bones. Amelia asked, not having had time to use the device, but having seen Harry use it. Good morning, Madame Bones. This is Harry Black, Harry said. I'm sorry for interrupting your morning, but Professor McGonagall suggested I ask you to join us for something we'll be doing in the next couple of minutes. What will you be doing? Madame Bones asked. Harry thought she sounded amused. I can't discuss it right now, since we're in the leaky cauldron. I don't want people to hear. Harry said. Is it important? She asked. Why was the boy not on the train? He should be spending time with the girls and getting to know her, Susan. I wouldn't call you if it wasn't. Harry confirmed. Can you take an hour or two off? He asked. Amelia considered it, but then decided to use the opportunity to its full advantage. If I was reachable wherever I went, I'd be able to do this more easily, she said. Perhaps, before asking me to do this in the future, you could provide a way for me to be contacted in these cases. Fine, I'll set you up with another comm. Harry sighed. But only one. I have to prioritize my people first, after that. Deal. Madame Bones said. I'll take a portkey and be there in a minute. It's good to be the head of the DMLE. It'll be just as good to have the head of the DMLE just a call away, considering I'll be giving you the perfect way to be at my beck and call, he joked, before hanging up. There was some murmuring as the patrons all digested this. You'll likely be headline news tomorrow for that stunt. Professor McGonagall said. She was trying to leverage the situation to her advantage. I just returned the favor. Harry shrugged. They didn't have to wait long, before Amelia strode into the room. Harry turned on the spot and led them all out the front door, so that they could apparate to Grimmauld Place. Those in the know took hold of someone and they soon arrived in the house. Harry, Sirius asked, sitting up, when he heard the arrival. What are you all doing here? Blood curse, Harry said, walking to the vanishing room. Sirius scrambled to get up and joined them, knowing what was coming. Harry hadn't let him go to the moon on his own, so he wouldn't miss a chance. He also loved seeing people's reaction to everything they were about to witness. The room switched to Texas and Harry waited in the room, not going out, yet. He looked up at the people. Okay, so here's the situation. Over the holiday, I worked on breaking a family curse. In that case, I had to do things differently, because of some circumstances outside of my control. In this case, however, since the whole family is here, I might be able to break the curse on Astoria Greengrass, who has a hereditary blood malediction. There were gasps from those who didn't know and Harry waited for the information to sink in. There are only a few ways to break a curse like this and I happen to know one of them, having invented most of it. If you want me to try it, or observe my attempt, you will need to promise to keep what you see today a secret. He looked at Madame Bones. I'll not expect an unbreakable vow, but I do expect you to not spread this around. If it works I'll be able to do something that will have a couple of people very unhappy with me and anyone associated with me. If we can keep it quiet, though, we could possibly help many more people. Amelia sighed, when she realized that her Susan would be put in danger for revealing anything she learned. The old families loved cursing their enemies. I can do that, she said. But for my silence, I'll be expecting some questions answered truthfully. I can do that, but I'm not giving you any secrets that aren't mine to give or that might put more people in harm's way. Harry said. Fair enough. Amelia said. Is it dangerous? Lady Greengrass asked. It has 100% success rate, so far. Harry said. That being said, I only used it the once. But the theory is sound and worked without side effects, exactly as predicted. Hi. Bill Weasley. Curse breaker currently under the employ of Marauders Inc. Bill introduced himself. He's not saying it, because it's confidential, but the family curse he lifted was on the Weasley family, through the Pruitt line. The Malfoy family had the curse on us, cast by Abraxas Malfoy, Lucius's father. I was the first one to use this method and I will vouch for it. It is painless and I've since learned of the methods involved. It is perfectly safe, as long as Harry is the one to do it. He has a specific skill needed to perform it. It's family magic, though, so we'll not be sharing that part with you. Harry said, nodding at Bill in thanks for volunteering that. He had not brought him for that, but it helped. Mum, I trust Harry with my life, but it's your decision to continue. Daphne said. I do it. Pansy said with a shrug. Like I told Astoria, he can do anything, she said confidently. He really can, can't he? Astoria said, seeing Harry's confidence. Mum, please let him try. She asked her mum. She knew why she was always so weak and why she got sick all the time. She also knew her mum was very worried for her at Hogwarts, almost not sending her, when the letter came. If you can guarantee my girls will be safe, I'll allow you to try. Lady Greengrass said. She would normally not be in charge of such decisions, but she didn't have a choice but to proceed. Anything that might save her daughter. Hold on, Lady Parkinson said. We don't even know the slightest thing about what he's about to do. You can't seriously trust a 13-year-old boy to do this. No matter how talented he is, nothing can break a family curse without the caster allowing it. There are a few exceptions. Bill said. But we'll be explaining them on the way. Harry interrupted, as he walked to the door and held it open for the guests. You can still decide not to continue, Harry said, but our time is limited. Astoria really doesn't want to miss the sorting. The guests soon exited and Harry opened the saucer's hatch for them. We're going into space? Amelia asked, realizing that the ship was the same one they had seen Harry pilot into space last time she was there. In a manner of speaking. Harry allowed. Don't worry. It's a short trip. Only a minute. You won't even need to buckle up. The explanation left the guests with more questions, but they were focused on the prospect of seeing a blood curse removed. Harry went to take his seat and Sirius guided the guests to seats of their own. Harry quickly maneuvered the ship into the garage, closed it and opened it again, ignoring the shocked gasps of the passengers. He landed them outside again and opened the door. "Welcome to the moon house," he said, walking out. "Mind your step, the gravity is lower on the moon." "How are we on the moon?" Daphne's mother asked. "It must be the same method we used to get to Texas," Amelia theorized. "I suspect the house and property has some sort of protections from exposure." She had done a bit of reading after seeing Harry's trip into space last time. She had been impressed with all the precautions the boy must have taken. "You've been studying," Harry said, as he helped steady Astoria, who had stumbled because of the lower gravity. "Wards are set up to both protect and hide the house. Muggles couldn't find it if they tried." "I've been wanting to come to the moon house," Pansy said. "Me too," Daphne added. "We never got the chance, though, and Harry is always so busy." "I'm sorry, girls," Harry said. "We'll make time during Christmas break, okay? Maybe we can be the first people to celebrate Christmas on the moon. Let's focus on the task at hand first, shall we?" Poppy asked, only a little bit steadier on her feet, since she'd been here before. "We have a blood curse to lift." "Yes. Perhaps you want to tell us why we came to the moon for this?" Lady Parkinson asked, as she followed McGonagall's example and walked slowly. "Bill, if you would," Harry asked. "Certainly," Bill said. "We've been working on trying to break other curses as well, like for the few people who want to remove lycanthropy." "You can cure werewolves?" Daphne's mother asked. "Perhaps these people really could save her little girl." "Temporarily, it turns out," Bill said. "With lycanthropy, the curse has been around for so long that it reasserts itself with the full moon. It's such an ancient curse, we don't even know where it originated, and it has only grown in strength. The blood malediction, though, isn't such an old curse. There is a possibility of removing it, if we can target the entire family that carries it. With the curse on the Weasley clan, when I made contact with someone still under the curse, it jumped to me again. The curse runs in my family," Lady Greengrass said. "We are the last that carries it in our blood." "That's perfect, then," Harry said. "If we can lift it from all of you, at once, there would be no more carriers to infect you with. May I ask why not all of you show symptoms? It only appears in some of our family, sometimes skipping a generation entirely," Lady Greengrass said. "Even so, we all carry the potential to pass it along to our children. We can't have that," Harry said, as he held open the door for the guests. "The gravity is normal in here, so don't trip. You really should put a railing or something here, from the ship, so that people can hold on to it," McGonagall said as she stepped into the house, maintaining her balance. Harry was standing there to help any that struggled to acclimate. "That's a good idea," Harry said. "I'll do it before we leave. Anyway," Bill jumped in again, "the way your curse works, would require the original caster to lift it, or we can replace it with a greater curse, which would nullify it. When the greater curse is then lifted, the other curse is gone. The reason we're doing it on the moon, is to create distance between you and whatever family cursed you. The vacuum of space is difficult for magic to move through and we're far away from the Earth, so there is little chance of them even realizing it is being removed. So, you're going to curse us to save us from a curse?" Lady Greengrass asked. "How do we know you will lift the new curse?" Lady Parkinson asked. She knew how people were tricked into accepting curses. If it seemed like this was one such an occasion, she'd put a stop to it. The only problem was, she couldn't see a benefit for the black boy. She knew he cared for the girls and didn't want to think he was using them, but she wouldn't trust him blindly either. "Why do you think I suggested we bring the head of the DMLE?" McGonagall asked. She knew there would be suspicion. Purebloods had been doing underhanded things for a long time, after all. She'd hardly allow Mr. Black to kill people and get away with it. "Kill?" Lady Greengrass asked. "It's how we remove the curse," Harry said. "We stop your heart for 20 seconds and then, when the curse is lifted, we start it again." "But you're talking about murder," Madam Bones exclaimed. "Only kind of," Harry said with a shake of his head. "Temporary murder. And you've done this?" Madam Bones asked Bill Weasley. "Are you insane? I'm still here, aren't I?" Bill asked. He saw that this was going nowhere, though, so he sighed and looked at Harry. "Will you please curse me to death, so that we can show them?" "Okay." Harry said. Good idea. It'll show them the process and prove that it's safe. He didn't really want to do it, since there was no real need. He was still killing someone, after all, but he realized there was a need for trust. Just let me record it, so we don't need to do this again, he said as he pulled out a piece of glass and placed it against the wall, where it vanished. Then he confirmed that it was recording and nodded. He then transfigured 3 tables and had Bill lay down on one. You can't be serious. Madam Bones objected. This is my choice, Bill told her. I trust Harry to do this. If I do die, I absolve him completely. I'm about to curse your heart to stop. Do you accept and agree to this? Harry asked, exactly as he had done before. I, William Arthur Weasley, being of sound mind and clear of compulsions, agree to accept the curse in its totality. Bill said formally, again. So mote it be, Harry said and cast the spell. Your heart will stop in 30 seconds. Now undo the curse, Madam Bones said urgently. Weren't you listening, Amelia? Sirius asked. His heart needs to stop, so that Harry can prove he can start it again. A greater death curse is the only way to ensure that any other curses don't linger. It's fine, Madam Bones, Bill said. Just wait and see. He turned his head back and stared at the ceiling, blinking every other second. And then he stopped blinking as his body went limp and his head rolled to the side. Astoria screamed in horror, at seeing his dead eyes looking at nothing. Madam Pomfrey, if you'll please confirm that Bill Weasley is deceased, Harry asked calmly, ignoring the scream, even as his magic moved into position to start the heart again. Can't you just bring him back now? Madam Bones asked urgently, even as Madam Pomfrey dutifully cast a spell to confirm he was dead. Bill is dead, Poppy said. That should be enough time for the demonstration. Bring him back, she instructed calmly. Of course, Madam Pomfrey, Harry said. His magic was already working and Bill's eyes closed when his heart started again. Enervate, Harry said aloud for the benefit of those watching, and Bill's eyes shot open. What? Bill asked as he sat up and everything rushed back to him. Oh, right. Is that enough of a demonstration? He asked the unbelieving watchers. I don't believe it, Madam Bones said. You really can raise the dead. It's simpler than that, Harry said. The human brain doesn't suffer damage for several minutes after the heart stops. The curse stops the heart. I know enough biology and a certain spell, which I created myself, which causes the part of the brain that sends the signal to start the heart, to function again after the curse stops it. And where did you learn to manipulate the brain and heart? Lady Parkinson asked. I study a lot, Harry admitted. But what and where did you study that? Lady Parkinson insisted. Muggle science, Harry said. They know more about the human body than magicals. They are much more advanced than wizards in that regard. He wanted to say, in most regards, but thought better of it. Muggles, Lady Greengrass asked. It was them landing on the moon back in 1969, that inspired me to do the same. Harry said. Without Muggles, your daughter would suffer for the rest of her life. Without them, the Weasley family would be doomed to live with their curse forever. Don't doubt Muggle intelligence, even if you want to doubt their power. But, Muggles, Lady Greengrass repeated. Okay. Look, Harry started, getting angry now, but he was interrupted. Do you think Madam Pomfrey is a liar? Professor McGonagall asked dangerously. Do you think her incompetent? Of course not, Lady Greengrass said instantly. Then, even if you doubt Harry and his knowledge or even the Muggle source, why would you doubt her judgment on this? Professor McGonagall asked. Do you think she would be fine with him risking your lives unnecessarily? Lady Greengrass was quiet at that, but finally turned to Lady Parkinson. What do you think I should do? She asked. They were friends and she trusted her judgment. Lady Parkinson stood there contemplating. She had seen it with her own eyes. She couldn't doubt the results, even if she didn't trust the source. And she definitely trusted Madame Pomfrey. Finally, she sighed. I think that I have doubted my pansy's trust in the boy for long enough. He has nothing to gain from this, except maybe our favor, and he would hardly jeopardize that by failing. I say let him try. Even if it fails to remove the curse, I doubt he would let you die. Lady Greengrass sighed then, as if in relief. She had hoped her friend would suggest they do it. It was the first and only hope she had to have her daughter outlive her. With her husband missing, she didn't have any support besides her friends. We'll do it, she finally said. In short order, the ladies all lay down and gave their consent, with their nerves driving them to still imagine the worst, but trusting what they had seen. Harry wouldn't let them down. They just hoped he could lift the curse. Harry stood over them and placed the curse. There were a few tears as people looked around to possibly the last things they would ever see, and then everything went black. Astoria Greengrass blinked her eyes as she woke to see the smiling but tearful face of her mother and sister. "Hi," she asked as Madame Pomfrey helped her sit up. "How are you feeling, dear?" Madame Pomfrey asked kindly. She had suggested that they enervate her last, so that she could test her for any lingering effects of the curse. "I don't know," Astoria said as she thought back, wondering what had just happened. Then she saw Bill and remembered his dead eyes, but they were alive now and full of happiness. "I died," she said. "Only for a couple of seconds." Harry said. "I brought you right back." "Did," she tried, not wanting to hope, but needing to know, did it work? She finally got out. "The curse has been lifted," Madame Pomfrey assured her. "Confirmed it myself," Bill said. "He was the curse breaker, after all. So, I'll be stronger now. I won't get sick," she asked. "Well, the curse has been on you your whole life," Madame Pomfrey said. "You'll not feel much stronger for a while, but a regimen of potions will soon fix that," she assured her. "Congratulations, my dear. You will live till you're old and gray, like me." "I wouldn't call you old," Harry objected. "Experienced maybe, but never old." Madame Pomfrey smiled at him for a moment, but turned back to the girl. "Do you feel like getting up?" Astoria looked at her mother and nodded. Lady Greengrass was flooded with so much relief and joy at hearing the impossible, that she broke down in tears, while Daphne wasn't far behind. They were holding each other as they watched the youngest member of their family smile at them and got off the table. Astoria had taken one step, before she was engulfed in a hug by both her family members. Harry watched in satisfaction as his deeds led to a little respite in the harm his people had caused the family. He wouldn't change what they had done, but he still felt bad about their grief. Hopefully this helped a bit. Professor McGonagall had gone into the kitchen and made tea, which she brought back to the sitting room, where everyone was now seated. They discussed the process that had just taken place and also why things needed to be kept secret, along with some of their plans. After a while, though, they were back on the topic of family curses. "I still don't understand how all this worked," Madame Bones was saying. "I won't soon doubt you again, though, Mr. Black. I'll tell you that. Do you think you could use what you know now, to start gathering a list of cursed people for us to help?" Bill asked. Amelia had another idea though. Would this process also release people under the influence of other magics? "What did you have in mind?" Harry asked. "If someone gave a magical vow, for example." She tried. "We'd have to research that," Harry said. "I suspect it would depend on the wording of the vow, most likely." Amelia sighed. She'd had to keep things under wraps in the past and she'd like to be released from her own vows, but she understood that not everything could be changed in one go. "I'll start putting it together. Do I have your permission to talk about this?" she asked. "If you can find a way to keep it from the wrong ears." Harry said. "We wouldn't want certain old families learning that we can counter their favorite punishments and family curses, after all." Bill said. "I understand," Madame Bones said. "Just keep my Susan safe, should this somehow get out, okay? She'll be safe at the school," McGonagall said. Mr. Black here set the heads of house up with certain of his family magics, to be able to monitor things more closely. Professor Sprout has also been quite diligent, as you know." "Yes, I'd heard about the McConnell boy," Amelia said. "It was a bit of bad business, that." "Wait, what?" Harry asked. "There was another one. Why wasn't I told?" "Harry, a lot goes on that we don't tell you about," McGonagall said. "It's not your responsibility. Suffice it to say, when we noticed something was going on, we had Mr. Filch and Madame Pomfrey look for the students and we handled it from there." "What's this?" Lady Greengrass asked. "Mum, we told you how Harry saved us, right?" Daphne said. "He didn't like finding out what was happening, so he set things up to protect the students. With redundancies and everything. Harry doesn't do anything by half." Pansy nodded along. "Those of us in his group have been under his protection for a while now. Nobody wants Harry angry at them. It seems that my presence hasn't curbed some people's actions, though," Harry said darkly. "I'll have to remedy that." You will do nothing to draw negative attention to yourself, young man. Madame Pomfrey said sternly. You are making a positive change in the school. If you scare the innocent, you'll be breaking that image. Right now people look up to you. Your actions are always under scrutiny. McGonagall agreed. Best not to give them reason to doubt you, okay. Fine, but we can't let this happen every year. We need to do something visible. We can't hide the fact that we keep on stopping these predators. Harry said. The headmaster doesn't want to cause a panic by announcing that these things were happening. Madame Pomfrey said. That's his justification anyway. I still say that he's trying to protect himself. Sirius said. Doing all he can to protect his image as some sort of all-knowing saint. I can't go against him. Madame Bones said. He's still the supreme mugwump and chief warlock. We'll just have to work around him. Harry said. I think I have an idea about that. It won't be pretty, though. What did you have in mind? Lady Parkinson asked. I was thinking about the fact that the magical world doesn't have libel laws. Harry said with a smirk. Libel? Lady Greengrass asked. Like, defamation in writing. Are you planning on having an interview? Better. Harry said. I intend to have the old goat defame himself. Are you sure that's wise? Professor McGonagall asked. He may not be who we had hoped, but he's still trying to make the world a better place. And failing horribly. Sirius said. Every time he hides what people do wrong, to hide his failings, he's basically encouraging the next idiot to try. Harry said. I can see the positive there, by outing wrongdoers, but wouldn't it be better to stop the innocent from suffering in the first place? There is a saying, the best defense is a good offense. If we attack the problem, it will protect more people in the long run, and stop problems before they happen. The opposite can be true as well. McGonagall said. If we can protect the students first, the offenders may decide not to do what they are planning in the first place. Attacking the problem by defending against it properly. Either way, something must be done visibly. Harry said. A good deterrent is always a visible one. You are no mere boy, are you? Lady Parkinson asked. You are far too insightful. Occlumency. Harry lied. I started arranging my thoughts and studying psychology as early as I realized the world wasn't going to just hand me an easy life. I think I see now why my daughter wants to join your family so desperately. Lady Parkinson said. You are not one to sit idle and watch things happen. You intend to charge that which you perceive as injustice. Head on. Perceive. Sirius asked. Don't you think that the abuse of children, even by other children, is wrong? I didn't say that. Lady Parkinson said. I agree with him completely on that. I do have him to thank for my daughter's well-being, after all. I just don't know about all this Muggle influence. I can see that I've been short-sighted about them, until now, but that doesn't mean it will be easy to accept that us Magicals are being left behind. If he can hide the Muggle influence in the changes he brings, the old families will more easily adjust and accept those changes. Lady Greengrass said, nodding along. She wouldn't look down on Muggle intelligence and ingenuity anytime soon, herself, but those who support the old ways, aligned to any faction, would still resist on principle, if they knew. We're already taking steps to ensure that people don't make the connection. Bill said, thinking about his father and what they plan to do. Harry has already recruited someone with experience in both the law and application of Muggle technology in the wizarding world. With their help, we intend to apply what changes Mr. Black envisions, in such a way that there can be no objections or even a hint of impropriety. He's already taken those steps. Madame Bones asked. She thought she knew who they were talking about. If Harry had truly lifted the curse on the Weasley family, and her reports of a meeting that happened in the ministry recently was anything to go by, Harry was playing a larger game than she had thought. Taking steps to prepare for a future, littered with change for the better, would make him quite a few enemies. Her Susan would no doubt be wrapped up in it all, but at Harry's side, she'd likely be in the safest position imaginable. This isn't just an altruistic endeavor. Bill said. We're also running a business. If there is opposition, which I'm sure there will be, we need to cover ourselves, so that our client base doesn't diminish when someone makes wild claims to interfere. With the comms being as useful as they seem, I doubt you'd find opposition there. Madame Bones said. More likely, your opposition will want in on the profits and attempt to block your sales of the items in public locations or arrange other ways to try and profit from you. You must be on the lookout for anything like that. People that offer you deals on materials or who seem to have good ideas about something to add, which only they can. Lady Parkinson said, nodding along. I have no doubts the Flow Company will not be happy on diminished sales of Flow powder, either. Perhaps you should approach them, or incorporate some sort of renewable fuel for the comms which they produce. Mother. Pansy objected, knowing their family had ties to the Flow Company. We shouldn't be thinking of our profit in all this. If Harry makes money and our families combine at some point in the future, wouldn't we profit more in the long run? Lady Parkinson had the grace to blush slightly at the statement. I'm only thinking of protecting my future son-in-law. Our future son-in-law. Lady Greengrass added, slightly possessively. The Greengrass family stands behind Harry Black completely for what he has done for our youngest, she added importantly. To join our families in recompense is only fitting. Sirius had a victorious smile on his face at hearing that. Ladies, you are more than welcome to discuss this with me over dinner sometime. For now, though, I suspect Harry would probably like to return the ladies to Hogwarts. He asked, looking at Harry. We're going to be late. Harry exclaimed, jumping up. Sorry to cut the discussion short, but Sirius is right. We have to start moving. He turned to Amelia. Madam Bones, it was good to see you today, and thank you for joining us. Should we need to do something similar in the future, can I rely on your participation to satisfy those who may not trust the process? Amelia got up and held out her hand to him, which he took and shook. You have my support, Mr. Black. I will be in contact with Mr. Weasley for arrangements and for the delivery of the other comm you promised. Harry looked at Bill. She gets the first new comm, he said. She wants to be available to us at any moment we call, but wants her people to have the same capability. Bill chuckled at that, knowing Harry was playing with fire, when he saw Amelia's eyes flash. Of course, Mr. Black. Anything that gets us the support of the head of the DMLE is going to get top priority. You boys just like riling me up, don't you? Amelia asked through narrowed eyes. Harry is just playing, Madam Bones. Pansy said. I know he holds you in the greatest of esteem. Lady Parkinson nodded at her daughter's attempt to smooth things over for her future husband, like a good wife should. She may be young, but Pansy had always been a smart girl, who took her duties seriously, with one eye set on the future. Harry took the time to make 2 rails as he walked to the ship and entered, standing by the door to help anyone that struggled to adjust to the change in gravity. Why do we have to take the ship, when we come here? Madam Bones asked, looking at the open garage. Surely they could just walk in and be transported back. It's a precaution, Harry said. With the unknowns of how magic is affected in space, there is always the possibility that solar flares or some other cosmic anomaly could break the connection of the transport mid-movement. If you know anything about space, you know humans couldn't survive in it without specific protections. The fact that he had to add many times more power to the magic to accomplish that amount of distance wasn't mentioned. Amelia nodded at that, shuddering at the thought. I didn't think of that, she admitted. That's why Harry is in charge. Sirius said proudly. He may be young, but he's dedicated to his projects and takes everything into consideration to keep everyone safe. You've raised a fine lad, in him. Amelia complimented, still remembering their conversation from when she had gone to get him from Azkaban. He had then seemed like a poor choice, but it seemed that the Potters had made a good choice, after all. She'd been hard on him, then, to ensure he took his responsibility to the boy seriously. It seemed she had either been right to do it, or wrong to underestimate him. Either way, she wouldn't take back what she did, considering the outcome. I wish I could claim that, Sirius said as he led Amelia to a seat. Remus is the responsible one. I only taught him occlumency and the tools of the trade. He's a smart kid, though, and doesn't need either of us to shine. Sirius Black, humble? Amelia asked. Sirius chuckled. I wouldn't take credit for the achievements of others. His pranking skills, though. Remus taught me most of that, too. Harry interrupted. But who taught Remus? Sirius countered. My dad, obviously. Harry scoffed. Remus is far too smart to need you to teach him anything. I'll agree that he's smart, but he was always a bookworm. Sirius said. Without me there to liven things up, he'd likely be a professor or something. He'd make a fine professor. Harry allowed. He knew it to be true, after all. Exactly. Sirius said in victory as he finally took his own seat. The trip home was quick and Harry surprised the adults by hugging the girls to him and instantly apparating away. He can apparate? Amelia asked. And sighed along 3 others. How do you think? They arrived at the leaky cauldron. Bill asked. There's also the fact that we're still in Texas and he's going to Scotland. But they were supposed to be on the train. Amelia exclaimed. Everyone knew the dangers of apparition while in transit. Harry has many skills you may not know about. Sirius chuckled. Don't worry though. I doubt they were still on the train when he apparated and he wouldn't be stupid enough to try that either. But he's underaged and doesn't have a license. Amelia pressed. That's a punishable offense. Are you really going to arrest him? Sirius asked. After all, any extra skills he has to keep that study group safe are just extra skills to protect Susan. Don't throw that in my face. Amelia warned dangerously. Then get him a license or something. Sirius said. I know you have the power to make exceptions. Personally, I'd rather keep the skill off the books, but I suppose it's up to you. Amelia had remembered that she had a comm, though, and had taken it out. Call Harry Black, she said into it. It rang a couple of times before Harry answered. Hello, he asked. Are you all safe? Amelia asked urgently. Of course. Sorry about the abrupt departure. Astoria really doesn't want to miss the opportunity to make friends at the feast. Harry said. I can allow it this time, but you are getting an early exemption and taking an apparition test. Amelia said. If an Auror saw what I just did, you'd be under arrest and receive a large fine. I don't mind fines, Harry said flippantly. There was a strange sound like rushing wind that Amelia only picked up on now that she wasn't panicking about the children. What's that sound? She asked. We're flying, Harry said. The wind is blocked, but you can still hear it if there's a lot of wind around the ward. Do you have a broom on you at all times? Amelia asked. No, Harry said simply. Sorry, I've got to go. We're about to enter the school. Tell our mothers that we're fine and that we'll call them after the feast. Another voice called from somewhere close by Harry. It sounded like the Greengrass girl. I'll do that, Amelia said. We'll be in contact, Mr. Black. Bye. Harry called before ending the call. How are you doing this? Astoria asked. Harry had no sooner landed, after the second apparition, the first being to the vanishing room, since Harry didn't want to test apparition across the entire planet, than he had lifted them all up and started flying them the rest of the way to the school. They were going really fast, too. Magic, was Harry's non-answer. Could I learn to fly like this? Astoria asked. Maybe in a couple of years. Harry said. You'll need to learn a lot more about magic and finer flight control during school, before I could teach you my methods. Am I allowed to join your study group? Astoria asked. You can form your own, and join us while we study if you want. Harry offered. We've got a couple of friends that do that already. We're in 3rd year, sis. Daphne said. We'll be covering things that you've not learned. But you could still help. Astoria said. Since you've already done what we will be learning, I'm thinking you can ask the group a year below ours. Harry said. We help them and they help you. The information for your year will be fresher in their minds anyway. Ginny and Luna's study group had expanded after their grades skyrocketed with Hermione's assistance. Harry didn't doubt that there would be another expansion this year. The library might soon not be big enough. Harry flew them through the doors and found the other first years standing in a row, ready to enter the hall, so Harry landed them there. Good luck, sis, Daphne said. I'll see you just now. Okay. Astoria hugged her sister one last time and then hugged Harry, to his surprise. Thank you, she whispered. No problem, Story, Harry said with a wink. Have fun. We'll see you in there. And with that, Harry turned and the doors to the great hall swung open for him and the Slytherin girls. Dumbledore was standing in front of the student body, likely wondering where his deputy was, and Harry ignored the old man as he walked the girls to their table and hugged them, before lifting himself over the dividing table and landed in his seat. Flight wasn't something they hadn't seen after all. What did we miss? Harry asked. I was about to address the students, Mr. Black. Dumbledore said patiently. Do I get to lose house points? Harry asked back. Dumbledore really didn't know what to say to that. His deputy wasn't at the school and she was meant to sort the children, but he knew it would be important, since Harry was no doubt there as well. Do you perhaps know where my deputy is? he asked, ignoring the mutterings of the students. Oh, right, she's coming. We had an errand to run. I'm just faster, since I fly, and she had to finish the niceties. Harry said, getting up again and walking to the front. Let me help with the sorting. Dumbledore didn't know what the boy was going to do, so he allowed it, thinking it would likely be entertaining. Harry walked up to the stool and picked up the ancient hat. First years. Get in here, he called through the still open door. The first years didn't know what to do, but when Astoria started walking with no hesitation, the rest followed. When they were all gathered, Harry looked down at them. Normally we put this hat on your heads and it reads your mind to tell you where you belong. But today, we'll be doing it a little differently, he said. Mr. Black, what are you doing? Dumbledore asked. Watch and see, Harry said back at the old man. Then he turned to the kids in front of him. Now, I'm going to speed things along, since I'm awesome. I can tell you're hungry, too. He took the list in one hand and put the hat on his own head. What? Oh, I see. I don't see why not, the hat said in his head. Maybe we can do this until you graduate, except for 7th year of course. If I'm still here, Harry replied aloud. Then he looked at the list. What followed shocked the older students as Harry read a name and the hat instantly announced the appropriate house, from Harry's memory, shocking Harry when he placed the other Creevy boy in Hufflepuff as well, to join his brother. When he was done, he placed the list and hat back on the stool and went to the podium, where Dumbledore usually made the first speech, before the old man could get up from his chair. Okay, fellow students, let's get this part sorted out quickly. Professor Dumbledore usually makes this part drag out as well, so let me shorten it. Mr. Filch is the head of security. He doesn't like magic in the hallways, and will know when you do it, even if he's not there, so don't do it. Prank items are allowed this year, but if he finds you with them, he'll make you eat them, so keep it classy, okay? For information on classy pranks, speak to the Weasley twins. They know the rules. The Forbidden Forest has giant spiders, territorial centaurs, and some nasty creatures. That's why it's forbidden, so don't go in there. If you really want to, ask Professor Hagrid to go with you. He'll be teaching care of magical creatures this year. I know he loves dangerous creatures, but if you stay behind him, they won't hurt you, so relax. He's also a big softie, so say hi to him when you see him. It'll make his day. If he tells you not to do something, though, listen to him. He knows his stuff. Harry turned to the teacher's table to see if he could spot the new teacher. It seems Professor Slughorn has come out of retirement. He'll be teaching potions, so I'm assuming Professor Snape is in charge of defense. Harry saw a smirk on Flitwick's face and a minuscule nod. The charms master was enjoying this. Knowing Harry was from the future helped. Awesome. I bet he'll be a much better professor at something he's actually good at. Good on you, Professor Snape. I'll look forward to your classes. Try not to die, okay? Lastly, Professor Dumbledore likes to end the speech with some silly words, so none of that from me. Enjoy the feast. He finished and started walking to his seat. Dumbledore stood up, as if to add something, but then shook his head and clapped his hands, making the food appear. Then he sat back down. He looked grumpy, which made the students giggle and guffaw. He had actually liked the change of pace, but could play the role of disgruntled old headmaster, to add to the mirth. Snape had been slightly upset, but then he realized the boy had actually endorsed him, likely making the students more eager for the class. As pranks went, it wasn't bad, really. He still glared at the boy for insinuating he wasn't good at potions, since it was both expected and he wanted to. Did you just take over the school? Neville asked as Harry sat down and started dishing up. I've been running this school since first year, Neville. Harry joked. Dumbledore just takes care of my paperwork for me. Neville chuckled, when he realized Harry had said it loudly, on purpose. Dumbledore was looking at him with a calculating look and the children were excitedly whispering about his latest statement. Cool, he said. Care to reinstate the dueling club, Professor Black? He joked. Sure, why not? Harry said. As long as you teach swordplay and get a faculty advisor. I suggest Professor Flitwick. He was a dueling champion back in the day. You can't seriously approve a club for the school, Harry. Hermione said. You have to ask permission. Harry winked at her and stood up. He looked at the staff table and asked, Professor Flitwick. Yes, Mr. Black. Flitwick asked, a smile already on his face, having heard the conversation. Would you mind helping Mr. Longbottom here start up a proper dueling club? He's volunteered to help with fencing and swordplay. Harry asked. Certainly, Mr. Black, Flitwick said. I was actually hoping to discuss with you the possibility of doing something like that this year. With a bit of involvement from yourself, of course. As long as you don't want to duel me. Harry allowed with a smirk. The students would miss you too much. I don't know. I still think I can teach you a thing or two. Flitwick said, with his usual excited smile. We'll have to discuss it when the time comes. Professor Dumbledore, please adjust the budget for a dueling club. I'll make arrangements for additional funding. Harry said. Then he sat back down and ignored the incredulous faces at him, having ordered the headmaster around like he was a lackey. Of course, Mr. Black, sir. Dumbledore said sarcastically, but with a smile. Anything else I can do for you? He asked, eyes twinkling. That will be all. You may return to your meal. Harry said imperiously, with a wave of his hand, not even looking up as Professor McGonagall walked in, having finally arrived. Harry made a mental note to arrange a flight harness for her. He had meant to do it a while back, but kept on forgetting. I could do with a larger budget. Snape shocked the school by calling out. He was hoping to get the students to see that things had changed, by playing along. Speak to Professor Dumbledore. I'm sure he can arrange it, now that he's secured funding. Harry called back. I have. Dumbledore asked. I told you. I'll arrange it. Dueling club is already in the budget by the school charter. If I'm securing additional funding, you can spend it on making the professors' lives a little easier. Harry said. What is going on here? Professor McGonagall asked as she stopped behind Harry on her way to the teacher's table. Harry has taken over the school, Professor. Neville said. He's going to allow us to have a proper dueling club. Taken over? McGonagall asked with her strict face. It's just a joke, Professor McGonagall. Harry said, respectfully. Though, I'm really going to help the budget. The staff deserve it. What happened with the sorting? She asked. Harry. Neville said with a shrug. I see I've missed quite a bit in my absence. McGonagall said. Just a bit of fun, Professor McGonagall. Harry said, smiling at her. The sorting was handled by the sorting hat and the new professors were introduced. I don't believe you're telling me everything. McGonagall said. That's a good instinct. Harry said. I helped add flair to the proceedings. And sped them up slightly. McGonagall stared at him for a few more seconds, but realizing he wasn't going to give her more, she finally stepped away, to ask Phileas what she had missed. Why do you always insist on doing strange things? Hermione asked, but with a bit of humor. Harry never seemed to change. He got more daring, but he was always himself. I get bored, Harry admitted. You know why, right? Hermione considered the revelations from the holiday and nodded. I suppose it could get tiring, she admitted. Repeating years she had already lived really didn't appeal to her. Like you have no idea. Harry said. So I have a bit of mild fun, while I plan and study. Wherever he made changes, things became new to him, so the more changes he made, the less boring things became. Any large projects this year? Parvati asked. I'll be spending some time researching Moon and the Wolf issue. I also have to plan and apply a bunch of changes Bill will likely send my way for the comm, as well as the new library project. Harry recited from memory. Then I also have a couple of theories I want to test out. One of which, for which I will need Madame Pomfrey nearby, just in case. The paintball idea had slipped from his mind already, having been so busy. It would come back to him, eventually. Is it potentially life-threatening? Parvati asked. Knowing Harry, it wasn't unlikely. More likely to burn my retina. Harry said. Retina? Neville asked. The receptors at the back of the human eye. Hermione said. It's the biggest part of how we see. If a retina is damaged, it normally doesn't regenerate. Are you sure you want to mess with your eyes? It's just a theory I want to test. Harry said. Could be useful though, if it works. Might have a market for it, too. Madame Pomfrey can likely fix any damage, though, if it turns out to be necessary. You're going to need a workshop, soon. Daphne said. Not that I'll complain about a quiet place to study, now that we have that thing you gave us. That's not necessary. Harry said. I already have a place where I work on things if I need to, but it's hidden, for my security and safety, and that of the rest of the student body. It's not ideal, but it's better than the dorm or common room. He was thinking of the room of requirement. I knew you had to have some place to work. Fred said excitedly. If anyone can sneak around, it's you. George added. Well, I was the one who set up the new security, after all. Harry said, after finishing off his plate. Why would I not leave a way for myself to get around unnoticed? Mr. Black, a voice said from behind Harry. He turned and saw Dumbledore. I just wanted to tell you that, since you have stolen my flying teacher, you are now the new flying instructor at Hogwarts. Okay, Harry said easily, turning back to his friends. Maybe I should work on an overhead projector for the classrooms. Give the teachers the ability to sit and demonstrate something after explaining the theory and then put text up. I bet Professor McGonagall would love to show her transfigurations in detail, so she doesn't need to walk around the classroom, having to show everyone over and over again. Mr. Black, Dumbledore asked, trying to get his attention. Oh, sorry Professor, I thought you were done. Harry lied. Not exactly. Dumbledore said after a sigh. We need to discuss your class and responsibilities. Teach first years to fly, not to fall, and how to land. Harry said. That's pretty standard. It's not quite that simple. Dumbledore said. Of course it is. Harry said. I am the expert here, Professor Dumbledore. I am the flying instructor, after all. I thought you knew. He took out his comm and said, video call Rolanda Hooch. I'm sure there's no need to, Dumbledore started. This is Rolanda Hooch, Hooch said as she appeared on the projection. Oh, hi there, Mr. Black. How can I help you? Hi. The headmaster is telling me that, since you decided to take a different job, I'm the new flying instructor. Harry said. Congratulations. She said. He's actually here. Harry said, turning the comm so that Hooch could see him. Good evening, Madam Hooch. Dumbledore said with another sigh, while the students chuckled and giggled at his expression. Albus. Hooch said with a nod. Anyway, I told the headmaster I can handle it, but he wants to go on about responsibilities and what to teach. Harry said. Preposterous. Hooch said. You know more about flight than any magical. Give the comm to the old goat. I'll sort this out. Thank you, Madam Hooch. Harry said with a smile for her. Please, call me Rolanda, or Hooch. I don't really care. You're the boss. Hooch said. Thank you, Rolanda. Harry said. Then he handed the comm to Dumbledore, who looked decidedly displeased to be handed the device, with the person who just called him an old goat in front of the entire, staring, student body. Albus, let's talk aerodynamics. Hooch started as Dumbledore walked off with the comm, to find some privacy. What was that? An older student from down the table asked. That thing you used to speak to Madam Hooch. It's a comm. Harry said. Where did you get it? The same student asked. Made it. Harry said, looking through the dessert options. There were more questions, but Harry ignored it and went back to his meal. Fortunately for him, there was a representative from his study group in all the houses, and they soon started telling everyone about the devices, leaving Harry to enjoy his dessert. The discussions taking place in Great Hall that evening carried on through the school for the next week. Everything from Harry arranging funding and becoming the flying instructor to him taking over the school and the new comm device. Most of the conversations were filled with excitement. Snape's class turned out to be rather interesting, since Snape kept on sending spells at Harry, who was pretending to be asleep, for the fun of it. He was in fact sitting up and paying attention, but the illusion he'd put up looked asleep. He had to leave class to go teach the first years to fly. His first class had Astoria in it. She seemed a little happier than the first time he had met her, and he hugged her familiarly, and she blushed at being greeted on the nickname he had given her on a whim, not knowing it was her nickname already. When they were all gathered and ready, Harry started speaking. Hello class. My name is Harry Black. I'll be instructing you on how to fly on brooms. It's a completely unnecessary skill, since you are not allowed to fly around the school when you want, and also won't have access to truly good brooms. That being said, some of you may enjoy flying enough to go for a flight anyway, or to play Quidditch, so I'm going to give you a crash course. That is to say, I'll teach you how not to crash. First off, who here already knows how to mount and fly? Harry asked. Some of the kids lifted hands to indicate their ability. Good. He said. Those of you who just told me you can, take a broom and mount. It turned out that one of them had lied, and Harry quickly stepped in, helping to control the broom. He used those who could fly as examples, asking them questions on why they did what, and had them explain their process and, in some cases, where they had learned. When he was certain all of the children had enough information, he had them mount up as well. He had them float up and down a couple of times, then he had them follow each other in a line around the pitch. After everyone's skill had improved enough, Harry said, "Good, good. I think you're all ready for a challenge. Try and keep up." Then he floated up and started lazily flying in zigzags and patterns, keeping an eye on all the students. The more vigorous movement and sharper turns left some of the kids to fumble, and Harry quickly assigned the strongest flyers to lead, while he stayed back to give some advice to those that had lagged behind. By the time flying class was over, all of them had the basics down, with a bit of excitement over the skills they had learned. The general consensus was that Harry was a great flying instructor. The fact that he flew seemingly unassisted wasn't even mentioned, since he tended to do that all the time. After that, Harry went to go rejoin class, which just so happened to be Charms. Flitwick was excited to call Harry forward and have him both demonstrate the cheering charm and then teach the class. Harry repeatedly hit the excitable professor with both it and a calming charm he had found, which was apparently used before the calming draft for its lingering effect, making the professor fluctuate between calm and accepting, and cheerful and fun-loving. He hadn't been able to focus on anything other than the class, making the fact that he had Harry teach it moot, but the students enjoyed the experience and some of them actually performed well enough to start learning the calming charm as well. Harry's day was full of such distractions, never getting to his own projects, so he decided to skip class the next day, to catch up. This became the norm, while Harry worked on an entirely new project. He'd go to class one day and skip the next. Since he knew all the material already, he was never called out on it, though. He actually found that the routine was very productive and resolved to keep doing it. By the time the first month was over, Harry started installing a new series of devices in the classrooms. It was a simple camera disc and recording crystal system with a projector added. The system would be able to record the professor's class and also project them simultaneously overhead. This way the professor only had to teach each class the first time and then they just had to walk around and answer questions the second time around, after showing the recording. It was useful since each professor ended up having to give each class twice for each year. The biggest problem with this system was adding a tracking charm function that a professor could cast on themselves and at the camera disc, to keep it focused on them and what they were doing. Harry had to go home and make more recoding crystals too, but these were tiny and simple to make when compared to the larger ones he made for full-feature films. He gave each professor a container with a couple hundred paper-thin diamond recording crystals. They would need to mark and keep track of their own crystals, but that wasn't Harry's problem. If they were smart about it, they would keep proper track and only ever need to give instructions one time over the next year and have an entire syllabus saved up by the next year, freeing up time for other things, or to improve classes by being clearer in their instructions. Speaking of the films, the cinemas were doing well, as well. Harry had finally been able to incorporate both audio and video into one crystal, without losing quality, and this had simplified the process considerably. Bill was also now in charge of recording the new films, a job he enjoyed tremendously and started giving him some ideas about things that they could make for the future. One of the resorts soon had its own cinema and word spread quickly. When Bill wasn't working on production and improvements, he was being bribed by very grateful Vila to set them up with entertainment at the resorts for them and the wolves. As a result, Bill soon became very popular and was considered one of the pack. He soon became a regular at one of the bars, where he had hit it off with a rather and flirty Vila woman. Christmas came and went. Harry and his girls, Neville and Ginny and all of their families joined them for a large Christmas celebration on the moon. During that Christmas break, Harry finally took the time to make a proper interface for the captain's position on the saucer, and Bill was very happy to be handed the spare key, a new addition, since Harry didn't trust Sirius to not try and fly the thing, now that it was entirely possible for normal people. Hooch and Bill spent a good amount of time learning every principle and often went for flights, even though they were forbidden from taking it out into space, since that was still Harry's specialty. They'd need to learn a lot more before they could handle every backup that needed minding. Harry had taken the time, before Bill joined the company, to teach Hooch both the runes and the wind shielding wards he had designed for the brooms, and she was finally able to start producing the brooms, even if the wind shielding ward wasn't part of this model and it was limited to the power that Hooch could add, but that still allowed the broom to fly faster and turn more quickly than any other broom out there. Demand was very high, and the fact that the company only released one broom a week at this point only drove the price up, as every major Quidditch team was desperate to get their hands on them. Harry still needed to add the security charms on each broom too, which meant he spent some time every weekend at the resort, where Hooch worked from, and at home, doing just that. She even volunteered to referee the Quidditch matches back at Hogwarts. Quidditch was still a passion of hers, after all. The next couple of months of the school year passed reasonably quietly, until Harry was told that Remus had finally arranged a meeting with the Muggle Prime Minister to have a discussion about the prisoners in their care. All of the prisoners were magical, since Marauders Inc. had been focusing on them, but they wouldn't dare speak to Fudge about it, since he would have the whole lot released immediately. It had been a huge problem for Harry that they had been holding onto them without proper trials, but the Prime Minister had taken the time to discuss some of what the prisoners had done and, after a month of meetings to bring the man up to date on the real happenings in the magical world, ended up setting up a tribunal of judges that were in the know and or related to magicals, to sit and pass judgment. With the recorded confessions under Veritaserum, the prisoners were mostly all given life sentences, since the tribunal hadn't been given the power to sentence the prisoners to death. Those that didn't commit the vilest of crimes, were given the option to be turned over to Azkaban. Nobody went for that option, preferring the new prison, the Lupin Penitentiary. The Wolves had been commissioned to make a new prison, paid for by Marauders Inc., to house all the prisoners and arrange for meetings for the prisoners to see their families and loved ones. It had been a big deal, as Amelia had to be let in on the location of the prison and told what the Prime Minister had arranged, with the blessing from the Queen. As a result, the wizarding world found out what Marauders Inc. had been up to. Daphne had been in tears when she found out, certain her mother would be withdrawing her support of the relationship. Strangely, that never ended up happening. Ladies Greengrass and Parkinson seemed to simply put more faith in Harry and his people. Since they had been able to carry the operation out under the nose of the Ministry without ever being found, they seemed to think Harry was just providing a safer future for their daughters, which he technically was. The ICW had grumbled about it, but couldn't interfere with a sovereign nation that hadn't broken the statute, and with Dumbledore still at the top and supporting the Crown's decision, people could only accept the new track they were on and complain to the Ministry, who had no say in the matter. There were a couple of meetings between the Muggle Prime Minister, who now had a couple of wolves on his security detail, courtesy of Marauders Inc., and the Minister of Magic, but Fudge was raked over the coals for keeping the real happenings of the magical world from him. Fudge, seeing the magical bodyguards, wands drawn, couldn't even attempt to obliviate the Prime Minister, like he had done before in similar circumstances. The Prime Minister was given a comm and asked to call Daniels the moment it seemed like anything was going on. He had accepted the magical device with a bit of awe. He had never been given access to anything magical before. This led to a couple of other questions, and soon, young Harry Black was set to meet with the Prime Minister to discuss his space program. The day of the meeting was arranged for a Saturday afternoon, when he would not be in any classes. When he arrived, he was searched by both normal bodyguards and then the wolves, who gave him apologetic looks for needing to do it, but Harry nodded at them in understanding. It was their jobs, and they were only called in for magical meetings. They were unavailable during full moons. Harry was still working on a cure to the change, and had some information to work on, but he had yet to achieve success. In the meanwhile, a couple of Muggle-born employees were trained and given the jobs of protecting the Prime Minister during the full moon. He was soon seen in and he took a seat at the offered seat, before the Prime Minister's desk. "Good afternoon, Mr. Black. Thank you for meeting with me," the man said formally. He had been told that Harry was a bit of a prodigy and that he had a difficult past, which drove him to achieve the successes he had. "Good afternoon, Mr. Minister. It is a pleasure to be here," Harry said politely. "Please, let's not be too formal," the man said. "For the duration of this visit, I'll be John, and you'll be Harry, if that is okay with you." "Of course, John," Harry said. "Though, I do feel strange calling the Prime Minister by his first name. I feel like I should be calling you sir, at least." Like I said, it's just for the duration of this visit. John assured him. He really needed the boy to like him. If he really had space capabilities, the boy was a national treasure. Can I offer you something to drink? He asked. I'm fine, thank you. Harry declined politely. Very well, John said. Then he sat back in his chair. I believe I have you to thank for the extra security I have around here. He started. The Wolves of Marauders Inc. were all brought together by Remus Lupin, who I'm told you know. Harry said. I may have funded the organization, but he was responsible for staffing it. Still, I'm told that without you, the monsters in Lupin Penitentiary would still be on the loose in both the magical and non-magical worlds. John said. That is no small feat for someone at the age of 13. Quite the achievement. Once again, Remus Lupin arranged the security forces to start on that action. I was unaware of the fact for months. I don't disagree with the action, though I do wish we had been able to make their incarceration legal before recently. Harry said. Thank you for putting that together. I have a couple of friends who knew, but couldn't tell their mothers what happened to their fathers, and it was breaking my heart to see them torn so. Ah, yes, the Greengrass and Parkinson girls. John said. He had been thorough in his questioning of Mr. Lupin. As I understand it, they are both vying for your attention, hoping to snag you in marriage. Actually, I intend to marry them both. Harry corrected again. Them and a few other girls, who I have under my protection. That is quite the number of wives. John said. I struggle with just the one at times. Are you sure you're capable of keeping all that going? I have my doubts, but I also care for them all deeply, and I'm hoping the facts that they already know my intentions, and that they are all friends, will help in the long run. Harry said. It is not my intent to turn them into some sort of baby factory either. This is first and foremost, a method set up to protect them from magicals without the control to keep themselves in line. I had heard about the happenings at that school of yours. John said with a nod. Well done, in putting a stop to that. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in. And what had been happening for years, before I did. Harry said, nodding along. I couldn't stand the idea, so I set about sharing some of the family magics with the people in charge of protecting them. Ah, yes, your family magics. John said. Finally they were getting on subject. The boy was far too modest. It was difficult to compliment him into talking about his own achievements. I hear I have you to thank for the comm device. Most ingenious of you. I can only imagine the impact such a device would have in the mundane world. Of course, I also know that that would break your statute of secrecy, so you can't bring it to our world, but I can only marvel and hope that the magical world one day decides to come out of hiding. You and me both, John. Harry said. Better than waiting for the mundane world to discover us and then thinking we've been withholding support we may otherwise offer you. John was shocked by the statement. So far, all he had been hearing was that it was impossible. So, you don't support the statute? He asked. No, I do support it, to a degree. Harry corrected. Back when it was put in place, it protected the magical world. Even now, the magical populace are so far behind the mundane world, they wouldn't know how to switch on a television if you asked them to. But you're different, John stated. You know about science and technology. Your uncle, Remus, has been singing your praises for your achievements. He's a softie when it comes to me. Harry said with a fond smile. He should know better, but I know he can't help himself. Then Harry sat upright. I believe you have steered the conversation nicely to the point you were trying to get to, namely my magical technology. Correct. I was told you're sharp. John admitted, also sitting upright. Very well, then, let's talk business. What will it take for you to place a few pieces of technology in orbit for us? It will take very little effort for me to do that, but we'd need to protect the statute still. I'm not ready yet to bring the magical world into the mundane. Harry said. If the ICW find out I'm doing things that might jeopardize the secret, everyone I care for will be in danger. That will also stop the good Marauders Inc. is attempting to do in the magical and mundane worlds. I can understand that, and I wouldn't ask you to place yourself in danger. John agreed. Marauders Inc. is too valuable to myself and the Crown to lose now. Your people have been forthright and vigilant, and we've noted many less unexplained phenomena in the last year or so. We'd very much like for that trend to continue. But you have capabilities that we would love to have access to. I'll say it right now, I'm not sending people who are not allowed to know about the magical into space. At best I can suggest that you hire people in the know and have them trained up, if that's what you want. If it's to deploy unmanned satellites, that is more achievable, but you must take into consideration the effect of magic on sensitive equipment. Anything I take will have to be properly insulated and set to deploy on a timer or lever of some sort that is not connected to circuitry. You've already considered this? John asked. Why? I never planned to stay in the magical world, originally. My first plan was to leave it behind. Harry said. But then I realized with how powerful I am, magically, and the fact that my girls fully intend on keeping me after graduating, that any chance to leave the magical world behind will become very small if I want to keep them happy. So I started thinking of ways I can be part of both. I could invent similar technology in the magical world and try to integrate the two that way. I could forge paperwork and sell my services as a courier for things to be delivered into space, as well. People wouldn't have to find out that their equipment wasn't sent into space on a foreign rocket, since the equipment would end up there anyway. There would be more things to take into consideration, I know, but that was still a few years off, until you called me in. So you want the best of both and need to reinvent the wheel every time you see an advancement you want in the magical world? John asked. That must become tedious quickly. I actually enjoy the challenge. Harry countered. It keeps me busy. Hogwarts is hardly a challenge for me, so I keep busy by making security systems and recording devices. I use science to update magical theory and make things possible that weren't before. The knowledge of the mundane world keeps on expanding. I can usually take the ideas and make something more advanced than both worlds, by using concepts from them. So you're a magical scientist? John asked. That made sense. What he'd heard so far was always something the mundane world could already do, just better, more efficient. If only the magical world learned to think like this boy. I wish I could call myself a scientist, but I haven't earned that. Harry said. I still want to go to college and university after my magical education is finished, so that I can learn proper science. Not just the things I can learn from books and the scraps of information I can make work. At this point I've only finished my high school education and I've started on some college-level science, but progress has been slow. I need a proper education, with lecturers that can correct my understanding. What about this? John asked, after some thought. What if I put you in contact with people who could help you advance your studies, on my dime, so that you can continue your advancements? You help us with a few contracts, which you are paid for handsomely, and you get to continue your education, with the benefit of educated minds backing you. You could arrange that, without breaking the statute. Harry asked. I am the Prime Minister, Harry. John said with a bit of a smile. If I saw the need, I could have you declared an adult and placed in a secure facility, where you can spend the rest of your life tinkering to your heart's content. I won't do that, knowing you have other priorities and loved ones, but I could open many doors for you, just to keep your services available to us. And all you'd want is a couple of satellites delivered discreetly? Harry asked. Not at all. I'll definitely do as you suggested and start having people in the know trained up to take advantage of your capabilities. I might even encourage some people who know about magic to start spending time with already trained individuals. If we get lucky, they get married down the line and will be eligible to be let in. Who knows, there might already be some people around that fit the bill. I'll put out feelers and see what I can come up with. We may even be able to pull off your idea and help you make a profit delivering satellites for communications companies who can't afford it on their own. The profits for that might not be large in the beginning, but they'd be sustainable, and only grow. There are many options and ways for us to profit from a working relationship, all while never overstepping or breaking your laws. John said. I can see you are taking this seriously. Harry said. I wouldn't want to encourage this arrangement if you couldn't protect me and my family, current or future. Wouldn't dream of it. John said, seriously. What do you say, can we work together? Would you be terribly offended if I said that I have to consider it? Harry asked. I wouldn't want you to rush your decision. John allowed. In the meanwhile, I'll set up a proposal and find out how we can best help each other, while keeping your time limitations in mind, of course. Can't have you working so hard that you don't find time to pursue your passions, now can we? I will need time to tackle the werewolf problem first, either way. I want them capable of resisting the change, during full moon. Harry said. I won't argue with that. As it is, I feel vulnerable during the full moon without them being a call away, even with the normal magical security. The wolves have advantages they don't. John said. That Minister of Magic doesn't seem like a trustworthy sort. He really isn't. Harry confirmed. Just act like you hang on his every word, though, and he'll likely leave you alone, or offer to sponsor him in an upcoming election. He would forgive the devil to stay in power, and money apparently keeps him in power. I'll keep that in mind. John said. Mr. Lupin had given him much the same advice. Okay, then, I think we've covered everything I wanted. Is there anything I can do for you, while you tackle the wolf issue? Actually, if you can get me contact info for someone that is an expert on the Earth and Moon's ionosphere and magnetic fields, that would be amazing. Harry said. Last full moon, I detected something strange happening on the moon, while I was there looking into it, and I suspect that's the cause. I'll be in contact with that info. John promised. The sooner the kid either succeeded or failed, the sooner they'd be one step closer to securing his support. From the sounds of it, he habitually spent time on the moon already. Harry was soon seen out of the office and led to a car that was waiting to take him back. When Harry arrived home, Sirius and Remus were both waiting for him. Well, Remus asked. John seems like a nice guy. Harry said nonchalantly. Offered to help me with some information I needed. That's it? Sirius asked. He didn't want anything else from you. Of course he wanted more. Harry scoffed. He wants access to me and my inventions. Apparently, someone has been going on about what I've been up to. You wanted me to give him a comm. Remus countered. Of course he was going to ask questions. What does he want specifically? Space. Harry said. He wants access to space. But, you use magic. He can't, Sirius started. He already knows about the limitations. Harry said. He'll be setting up a proposal, which can profit us and the government. Of course, he isn't going to tell me if it's spy satellites I'll be putting up, or for whom, or how it will be benefiting him in the political arena, but that was what I read between the lines. So he intends to use you? Remus asked with a frown. We intend to use each other. Harry corrected. And I hold the leverage, so he'll be willing to make all kinds of concessions if it comes down to a negotiation. He's already offered to help me with my studies and setting up a couple of jobs to help secure alternate income using the saucer. The first thing he'll likely push for, once he's assembled people who may know about magic and are trained for spaceflight, will be a ship of their own. That will be a hard sell, and he'll have to offer us something huge for that. Do you intend to give him what he wants? Remus asked. We just have to come up with a way to power and depower the ship, and he'll need to rely on us to keep his people in the air. That way he can't ever become independent or try and sneak the ship away. We need to always stay in control of our products, especially with politicians. He doesn't seem like the type, but he also answers to other people. Harry said. Good thinking. Remus said, with a thoughtful look. Maybe some sort of magical fuel. They need to purchase from us, since we make it. That would work. Better than holding a threat over their heads and saying we'll switch the ship off if they displease us. Harry nodded. Politicians don't react well to threats. How are things at school? Sirius asked, changing the subject. Have the kids stopped looking at you strangely? Some still do, but my claiming that it wasn't my idea to start the prison seems to have helped. Harry said. They still wonder why I didn't just stop it, since they believe I'm basically in charge of the company. Probably the way you keep on saying, my people. Remus said. That sort of says that you're in charge. The problem is that magical people don't like the idea that they are being ruled by muggles. But they are. Harry said. Children should know that they live in a monarchy. Fair enough, it's a constitutional monarchy, but still. The majority of the British people are muggles, and those muggles elected the man in charge. The Queen is also still the head of state, so one way or another the muggles rule Britain. It's not something we can do anything about. Remus said. They just need time. Once the comm comes out for the general public, this will soon blow over. How is visitation going? Harry asked. Then, people have been flocking to Amelia, asking for time with the people in lockup, but we're sticking with visitation limitations. Remus said. Our negotiations with the goblins to provide guards have been going well, though, so our security forces will soon become available to continue their work. And we're sure that they won't try and deal with the prisoners. Harry asked. The goblins are not a race of thieves. They'd sooner die than turn on a contract. Sirius said. From their perspective, the prisoners are our possessions. Breaking anyone out would be like stealing from us. The fact that we offered to supply them another shipment of security discs and recording crystals helped. Remus said. They love the recording crystals. They treat them like treasures. They are diamonds. Sirius pointed out. No, it has something to do with the fact that they are used to store information. Something about the whole idea appeals to the goblins on a cultural level, one think. Remus said. To them, it's like the diamonds are alive because they have a memory. Works for us. Harry shrugged. We'll be informing the DMLE from now on about anyone we capture. He asked. It was what was agreed on. Remus said. But anyone we capture gets tried by the tribunal. There is no defense, since the men are all dosed and the proceedings are recorded and placed in records in duplicate, and a third copy is sent to the DMLE. The magical people will realize, at some point, that we are giving them peaceful lives on a silver platter. Sirius said. That's when they will stop complaining. Are we still offering transfers to Azkaban? Harry asked. We're offering them to everyone now. Remus nodded. We had to do a bit of damage control, after all. But with the confessions and the judgment of the tribunal being declared as final by the Crown, nobody wants to leave, since they know they'll not be receiving another trial and go straight to a prison where they are guarded by Dementors. Fudge wanted to send Dementors to our prison, but I suspect that was a ploy to try and get its location from us, or to force us to shut down. Sirius said. We refused, of course, and Fudge is currently still steaming about that. That's because you refused, by transfiguring the proposal document into a steaming pile of shit on the boardroom table. Remus said. It was a steaming pile of shit before any magic was applied. Sirius countered. The document clearly stated that any prisoner key, it would be considered our misconduct. He was likely going to send them with orders to start key, dotting everyone, starting with the guards. I wouldn't put it past him. Harry said. On the bright side, Madame Bones informs me that crime is down, and when they capture anyone they immediately confess to crimes. Apparently the Aurors have gotten it in their heads that they can transfer prisoners to us for trial, and they like telling the prisoners that that's what they are planning. A few-year sentence on a confessed crime is better than a lifetime sentence on confessing all your crimes, apparently. Oh, Amelia is a woman after my own heart. She'd probably told the Aurors to do that. Sirius said with a fond smile. If only she was 20 years younger. She's only 45, Sirius. Remus reminded him. I know. Sirius lamented. The conversation didn't get any classier after that, and Harry soon returned to Hogwarts. His girls had never wavered in their support of him, though Susan seemed to be sitting on the fence about a future with him again. He didn't press the issue with her. The majority of the school was also on his side. It wasn't like they were sentencing innocents to the prison, after all. The Daily Prophet had tried smearing Marauders Inc., but it had failed miserably, when the editor-in-chief soon vanished, only to be delivered to the DMLE with a recorded confession stating that he habitually took bribes to pander to the needs of the ministry. It wasn't illegal to write what they wanted, but purposefully inciting their readers and taking bribes were both illegal. The man had been sentenced by the tribunal, but because the article he had written demanded the closure of the prison, it had been deemed necessary to place him in Azkaban for the duration of his sentence of 5 years imprisonment. His perception soon changed, but he wasn't in a position to tell anyone about it. His replacement was so scared of getting similar treatment, he refused to accept any articles not backed up by proof, or at least the ability to point at someone else. There was also a retraction printed very shortly after the man was delivered to the DMLE, stating that it had been the opinion of the previous editor and an unnamed ministry official. Everyone knew it was Fudge or one of his cronies who had arranged it, but it wasn't mentioned. The minister was now treading very lightly, because the citizens had started realizing, after more accurate reports of who were in prison, and what for, were printed in the Daily Prophet, that the Wolves of Marauders Inc. were doing a marvelous job of protecting not only them, but their families and loved ones, too. The larger majority of the school were half or Muggle-born students, so their backing was squarely behind Harry and his people. It surprised him, when he realized more than half of the pureblood students were behind him as well. He had seriously started thinking that most purebloods were in some way or form, corrupt or evil. It restored a little hope in him that the magical world may actually be worth saving. Hermione's studies had advanced during the holiday and Harry was often seen helping her with her final year's mundane education, and some of his study group had even joined in, having seen the things Harry had made with his knowledge, even though they were starting at a lower level. The films also helped. People in the school were realizing that Muggles weren't all that different from them. They had lives and loved ones, struggles and triumphs. They worked for a living and spent time with friends, played games and fought for love. And the more they saw, the more a desire to have access to the things the Muggles had, grew. Freedom to live and do so in the open, was never something Magicals had. They always had to hide, never really part of the bigger world. But nobody's world was quite as big as the one Harry seemed part of, carved out through effort and sheer force of will. All done with a snarky smile on his face, while he did his own thing and strove to give them access to a world they now knew they wanted to know better. Harry wasn't even aware of the reverence the others had. Well, he knew there was respect, especially when people were finally able to start buying the comms. The day after sales opened, by owl order, a few owls descended to some of the students during breakfast, all bearing packages with a familiar logo of a wolf and a grim howling, separated by a lightning bolt that seemed to connect the moon and the earth. Harry watched as those students excitedly opened their packages and took out their very own comms. On each there were words. Before using the communications platform, or comm, say your full name after tapping it with your wand. Then wait for this message to disappear. For full instructions see enclosed manual. There were some who actually struggled with those instructions and Harry just shook his head. Magicals were used to things just working. The idea of registering and needing to do things in a specific order was apparently still above the capabilities of some. Fortunately, he didn't need to step in, as there were enough Muggle raised around to have at least some logic. The moment a device was registered, the display turned black, before showing a couple of small images. The idea of icons was something Mr. Granger had told them about. They had modeled the idea on some things that he could do on his computer. An icon that looked like the comm itself would lead to a list of calls that had been made recently, though that started empty. At the current time, the network was still open, so anyone could call anyone. You could block someone if you wanted, though, since Harry didn't want to receive calls from just anyone. There was another icon that looked like a little face for recent video calls as well. Another icon that looked like an owl led to the messaging function, which would show you the subjects or names of the people that had messaged you. Mr. Granger had contributed the idea of addressing in group functions by adding a to line at the top, with a space for a subject for the group or message. Adding that had finally allowed the study group to stop using their old white comm boards, which, up until then, had been the only way to talk to the entire group at once. A little star appeared next to the subject to show that there was something new, since you had last checked, too. Only people who Harry added would be able to access either his private library or the one he had recently gifted to Madame Pants. She had been skeptical at first, but after Harry had shown her how to use the registration wand he had made to add books, with a bit of magic and saying the name of the book, she had soon become a believer. The strict older woman had smiled at him even, for the first time he could remember, in either timeline. There were separate icons for those on Harry's and his study group's comms, and they were still supposed to be secret. The Hogwarts libraries, library interface, tablets and the actual connecting device, which was a book, which would display the names of the books as they were added, were left with Madame Pants to secure and explain the use of to the students, after another demonstration. Madame Pants had even been given a private library interface, for her personal use. The Hogwarts library index was still filling up, on a daily basis, and Harry had been called in once or twice, when it turned out there were books that had protections against being duplicated. He'd been able to bypass the protections after a bit of effort, since his spell didn't actually duplicate the books. Instead they read the linked books from wherever they were. Realizing this, Madame Pants had asked if Harry could add a way for her to know when a book was written in or vandalized, but he didn't have something like that unfortunately. She'd still need to protect her books herself. Of course, she wanted the restricted section protected, but added as well, to keep children from actually entering the section. He had needed to update her library index with a hidden section and link her personal library interface to it so she could see the books and or give students access, where she could keep an eye on them and it. That had taken a few days as well. By the time the school year ended, Harry had made so many changes to update the way the school functioned, not even the purebloods had issues with him. The children of convicted offenders had been given the chance to go visit their parents in prison, and had seen that they were treated fairly. They even had access to a cinema, which people could visit for good behavior. There were a few cases, where both of a kid's parents were in prison, but Lupin Penitentiary was not segregated by say, and parents could visit with their children in a designated location together. There was even a comm station, where people could take calls, but not make them. Special permission was needed to make calls, and all calls were monitored by making them video calls, so that the guards could hear both ends of a conversation. The children that had no families left were handled by the ministry, so Harry and Marauders Inc. had no say in what happened to them. They were still considering allowing those families to accept unbreakable vows to allow them to go home and serve out their sentences from there, with no outside contact, except for their children. The wording on such a vow would be very important, so it was still being discussed. The current thought was to set up a document, which would have all the conditions and then have them swear to follow the rules set out by the document. The goblins were currently in charge of setting such a document up, because they had a certain eye for loopholes. The school year ended with a surprise fireworks display in the Great Hall, and Gryffindor House was docked enough points to move from second place, after the Ravenclaws, into third, after the Hufflepuffs. McGonagall had been upset enough to assign the Weasley twins to detention for the first week of the next semester. Harry had surprised everyone, by sitting by the teacher's table, saying that he was the flying instructor after all. Most people just smiled and shook their heads. "How are you feeling, Professor Snape?" Harry asked. "Any chance you feel an imminent death coming on?" "I'm fine," Snape said in clipped tones. "Oh, that's good," Harry said. "I'd hate to lose such a good defense teacher to the curse," he mimed inverted commas. "You slept through all my classes, Black. How would you even know?" Snape asked. "Did any of your spells ever hit?" Harry countered. Snape said nothing and continued with his meal, knowing the boy was just riling him up. "It seems that the curse is finally broken. After that fraud, Lockhart survived the year," Madame Pomfrey said. "Technically, he didn't get away unscathed," McGonagall said with a satisfied smile. "The wolves arrested him shortly after leaving the castle, as I understand it. We tried to get him to tell us who he obliviated, but he seems to have obliviated himself, so that he could not be forced to out himself. He knew what he had done, but not to whom," Harry said. "Bastard," Professor Sprout said. She had been a fan, until she was told. "I hope he gets what he deserves in that prison. All prisoners are afforded their basic human rights and protections," Harry said. "We don't make things personal. Being in prison and unable to sell more lies will have to do." Professor Sprout grumbled. "His sentence will be finished in another year," Harry said. "He didn't kill or physically hurt anyone as far as we know. Selling books isn't illegal either, even if the stories aren't his own. Maybe he'll write a book about his experience in prison and how that changed him, when he comes out," Dumbledore suggested. "That is the point of prison, after all. To change people for the better. It'll be the first book he writes based on actual experience, then," Harry said. "What are your plans for this holiday, Harry?" Dumbledore asked, changing the subject. "I'm spending a bit of time on the moon with Remus tomorrow," Harry said. "I have a couple of things to try. But tomorrow is the full moon," McGonagall said. "Are you that certain you have something that might work?" "I have several things to try, and I'll need him to be in a position to transform so that I can try and counter it with what I've found," Harry said. "What were you thinking?" Dumbledore asked. "That's a secret," Harry said. "But not a trade secret, yet. Could I accompany you?" Dumbledore tried. "I would like to speak to Tom, and find out how he's doing." "Why?" Harry asked. "Well, if he's regretting his actions," Dumbledore trailed off, at Harry's dead-eyed stare. "No," Harry said. "Regret doesn't fix the past. He doesn't get the opportunity to repent for what he did and wanted to do. Even if he decides to change his ways, and he means it, he'd still not be allowed from his prison. If he ever does show remorse, he'll ask me to destroy him, and even then I don't know if I'll do it. Not before I'm old and gray. So, you'll be his executioner?" Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. He could understand not forgiving the monster, but being so vindictive didn't suit Harry's character. He's already dead, Harry said. You know that, right? He's little more than a ghost at this point. He has no body to return to. If his items are destroyed, his soul goes on to whatever comes after death. I'm not arguing that, Dumbledore said. I would just hope that you'd be spared having to do the deed yourself. His protections are set up in such a way that, even if I die, he will never be found. Harry said. His only hope is that I don't die, before finishing him off. Let us forget my checking up on him, Dumbledore said finally, holding his hand up in surrender. I'd still like to accompany you. If you end up curing lycanthropy, it will be worth witnessing. I can likely already cure it, Harry said. I'm just trying to control the transformation. He'd already considered the possibility. It would take time, but if he wanted, he could cure them all with the method they currently had, before the full moon, and, if he got them all, the curse shouldn't be able to reassert itself. Harry plans on becoming a wolf himself one day, McGonagall said. He's been forbidden, unless he can control the transformation. Merlin, Pomona Sprout said. Surely you are joking. She's not, and neither am I. Harry said. If we can control the transformation, it won't be a curse anymore. But, the stigma, and you'll be putting all your friends and family in danger if your solution ever fails. Sprout said. I'll just have to make sure it doesn't then. Harry said with a shrug. I don't like the idea myself, since Harry is the only one that can possibly remove the curse. Madame Pomfrey said. But, if he can prove to me that it will never harm him or those closest to him, and has proven his solution works for a couple of years, I'll be more inclined to allow it. I do have reasons to succeed in this. Some of my other projects hinge on my completing this project, Harry said. Dumbledore hadn't known about the boy's plan to willingly infect himself. Before that happens he'd have to talk some sense into the boy, but he'd try and arrange that he accompanies the boy anyway. So, can you see your way to keeping a seat open for me? He asked again. I'll monitor the ship like I did last time, he offered. That's another thing, Harry said. I still need to work on some kind of proper long-distance monitoring solution. Moving at massive speeds in the void of space and only reacting after something hits the ship is not a good idea. I want to be able to avoid things in the first place. I could try and help you come up with something, Professor Flitwick said. I do have a bit of experience with charms and magic, after all, he added with a smirk. He loved the experience in space. If he could add to protections for the boy, that would be a useful and productive way to spend his holiday. Harry looked at the small man, then nodded. I think I'd like that. I'm no charms master, after all. Don't sell yourself short, young man. I know of your true capabilities and you're no slouch, Flitwick said. I still have a couple of years' experience on you, though. I could help, Dumbledore offered. I've been known to tinker at making items with special properties and abilities. Were they ever useful? Harry asked. That depends on your perspective, Dumbledore allowed. Sometimes they are only useful to let me know that something won't work. Like Thomas Edison, Harry allowed. Who? Dumbledore asked. There's a story about the man who made the first light bulb. Harry explained. Apparently he tried 100 different designs before he found one that worked. When asked about his failures he said he doesn't consider them failures. He successfully found ways that it wouldn't work. Or something like that. Learning from your past endeavors. Dumbledore nodded. This Edison must have been a wise man. In his own way, I suppose. Harry allowed, thinking of what he'd learned about Edison and Tesla. What are your plans for the holiday, Headmaster? Not planning any international events that I'll be forced to take part in, I hope. He asked then. I'm sure I don't know what you were referring to, Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling at him. Oh, really? Harry asked. So I can just announce that the Stop, Dumbledore said, lifting a hand. Fine, there will be an event, but I assure you, I'll take every precaution I can to protect the students, including yourself. I hope you succeed, because if my name comes out of that goblet as some sort of fourth competitor, I'll be destroying it to break its magic. Harry warned. You'd destroy a priceless artifact for the sake of a couple of events that you could likely win with the slightest effort. Dumbledore asked, with a raised eyebrow. I dislike the idea of the school turning against me for something I didn't want in the first place. Harry said. That should be self-explanatory. And you have no interest in competing fairly? Dumbledore asked. If I were chosen fairly, I'd have to enter myself, wouldn't I? Harry asked. Since I feel I have an unfair advantage, I'd not likely do that. What unfair advantage? Professor Burbage, the Muggle Studies teacher asked. We know you're ahead, but you worked for that advantage. All the professors had an idea now, with Harry mentioning the goblet choosing names. And everyone knows that. Dumbledore added with a slight smile. It would be what everyone believed, after all. He'd have to sit the professors all down and ask them not to speculate or speak of said speculations. The conversation tapered off at that point, since Harry had done what he had come to do. Some professors suspected they knew, with the clues that were revealed. He had a feeling that he'd get pulled into the event in some way or form, but hoped not to have the school turn against him this time, so he hoped he could perform some other function, like add security, or a way to actually see the competitors after the first task. The students soon left for the train and Harry had fun levitating his entire group up and flying them to take their usual seat before anyone else could reach the train. There was an impromptu meeting to check up on everyone's wandless magic, and Harry was happily surprised that they were all making decent progress. Simple first-year spells were already mastered by all, but it was slow going during the school year, since they had a lot of other work. That didn't mean that they didn't plan on practicing during the holiday in private. Neville, strangely, was the most advanced out of those that had started practicing that year. Harry had thought Padma or one of the Slytherin girls would be in the lead, being the most intelligent behind Hermione, but it turned out he just had a knack for it, a natural affinity even. Perhaps confidence had a part in learning this. Harry had kept his word and taught the Weasley twins how to practice the skill too, after promising to keep the trick to themselves, under threat of obliviation. They were struggling though, probably because they were busy with their owl year. Harry had even taught Luna how to practice and she was quickly catching up to Neville with her skill. During the trip, Neville excused himself, to go say goodbye to some friends and Harry just smirked, knowing Hannah and he had spent more time together this year, often during dueling club sessions, which had gone so well this time, with Flitwick there, that there was a waiting list already for the next year. The farewells were slightly less emotional this year, since many students now owned comms. Those that had them, simply told their friends that they'd be in contact soon and left. Harry suspected more students would have them, come September 1st, considering the ability to stay in contact with their families. Especially with the notice of updates that had been sent out to all the comms on the network, including rentable features, such as subscriptions to newspapers, including both the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. Payments were still made by OWL, but now it was only once a month and slightly cheaper. The papers had needed to modify their articles to be read on the devices, but that was done easily, by having someone print the articles separately and placing them in a book, which functioned as the updating device, with dates separating the releases. Harry hugged his girls goodbye and saw them all to their parents, who had conveniently gathered together. Even Augusta Longbottom was there, chatting with one of the other parents and pointing at the comm in her hand. It seemed she was discussing the recent addition of a mute function, which had been added so that you don't hear the sound of a new message while you were busy. It had become necessary, since the professors were confiscating the things for the interruptions in class. Speaking of which, it seems that they had had the forethought to ban the devices during exams as well, knowing how useful such things would be for cheating. The kids that hadn't thought of it laughed at the few students that had worked it out and were relying on it for better grades. One had even gone so far as saying if the information was available on them at all times, it shouldn't be considered cheating, because they could simply call it up again if they ever needed it. There were a few students, as a result, who weren't looking forward to receiving their scores for that first exam. When Harry arrived home, he greeted his family and spent the first night catching up. Bill was spending the day with his own family. They had been busy and Bill had ended up making all the devices. Fortunately, he'd gotten quite proficient at making many of each particular part, spending a couple of days making hundreds of them and then he'd move on to the next part. By doing so, he'd been able to produce a few hundred a month, which Harry would then dutifully place his protections on over the weekends. As a result of performing the action hundreds of times every week, he'd gotten quite proficient himself at adding said protections. There was a bit of tension in the air, since the next day was the first night of the full moon and Harry would be spending the night on the moon with Remus, Sirius, Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall, Bill and Dumbledore. Harry had originally only planned on taking Remus, Sirius and Bill, but having heard his conversation with Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall insisted. Harry would still need to spend time putting the runes and spells he had worked out, to do what he wanted, on the cage Remus would be kept in for the beginning of the visit. The reason they were going to the moon was to keep Remus there for as long as possible, during the 3-day period, for testing purposes, if necessary. The next morning, Harry started his work. He'd worked out everything in advance and he'd already constructed the steel cage on a prior visit home. So it was that 3 hours later, Harry went down to the living room, with the shrunken cage in a pocket. He saw the professors, his family and Bill gathered and drinking tea, waiting for him. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Sirius mocked. "Sawed off Padfoot. You know I've been working since before you even got out of bed." Harry rebutted. "Why the mood?" Bill asked, with a small smile. "Nerves," Madame Pomfrey asked, with a bit of concern. The boy was about to do something dangerous. If he was nervous, perhaps they should wait for the next full moon. "Just a little," Harry said. "I'm not worried about Remus, but if I don't succeed now, I don't know where I would start next time. I've poured all of my research into this. Everything I could think of. If nothing on this cage keeps him from transforming, I don't think he'll be able to stop the transformations." "Are you sure you want to do this today?" Remus asked, a little nervous himself. Harry didn't want him to drink Wolfsbane potion, in case it interfered with his test. "No better time, Remus," Harry said, with a sigh. Then he squared his shoulders. "Okay, let's do this. Right now?" Remus asked, suddenly worried. "Can't we wait an hour or something?" "The moon waits for no man, Moony," Sirius said. "Let's get this over with, so that you never have to fear a stupid white ball again." Harry led them through the vanishing room and to his ship. Once on board, Harry took the cage out of a pocket and unshrunk it. Remus sighed, but stepped into the cage meant to protect his family from him. Harry locked the cage and activated all its magical effects. For the purposes of the experiment, he needed to switch them off and on, so that he could test which of his theories worked and which didn't. Bill walked to the captain's seat and started lifting them up. The professors hadn't seen the controls at the captain's seat before, but Bill looked like he was in complete control. They were soon in the garage, but the door was still open. "Are you sure you're ready?" Bill asked Harry, who hadn't gone to sit down. Bill's control of the system was so smooth, Harry didn't even feel the movement. "I am," Harry said. "You, Moony. If this fails, we're coming right back, right?" Remus asked. "That's the idea," Harry said. He looked at Bill, then, and nodded. Bill nodded back and closed the door with a control built for it. Nothing happened with Remus. "You're still okay?" Harry asked. "I don't feel like anything is happening," Remus said. Bill opened the garage again and they could see the surface of the moon, the earth and the sun, which made sense, considering the direction Harry had pointed the house. Harry watched Remus closely, for any sign of something wrong, but then nodded at Bill, who slowly took them out and landed them by the railing. Harry led the group out, levitating the cage in front of himself, so that he could continue to monitor Moony. "Is this right, so far?" Dumbledore asked. He was worried too, even if he had quite a bit of faith in Harry's abilities. "So far, so good," Harry confirmed. "Do we need to wait for full moon or something?" Dumbledore asked. "It's already full moon, Professor," Harry said. "The Earth revolves, which makes it look like the moon is rising and setting, while the moon only revolves around the Earth every 27.3 days. A werewolf on the moon, with only protection against the elements it would expose him to, would be a wolf for 3 full days." Dumbledore hadn't known that. "So, your protections are already working?" he asked. "It is possible that something else causes the wolf to transform, but one of my protections may have worked," Harry said. "We'll soon find out." He turned to Remus, "And congratulations, Moony. You're the first wolf on the moon, during the full moon. Beats howling at it, doesn't it?" Sirius said with a quirked eyebrow and a smirk. Remus didn't respond. He still wasn't comfortable. As they walked into the house and Harry placed the cage down, he said, "I don't like your being so far from the ship. If you need to escape me, it would be better to be close to it. Leave me here for the duration and then come back, or something." "Oh, relax," Harry said. "Do you really think you could hurt me, even while transformed?" "He has a point, Moony," Sirius said. I doubt you'd be able to hurt anyone here. Harry has my full faith as well. Bill said. If anyone besides me knows curses, it's him. Fine, but if I do somehow lose control and get out, apparate to the ship and leave me, okay? Remus asked. Promise me. He insisted, looking straight at Harry. Well, technically, you will likely start transforming as I test what is or isn't affecting you. Harry said. Only if you don't change back for some reason, will I consider leaving, but then you're coming with us. Remus looked at Sirius then, when Harry wouldn't promise to leave him. Sirius sighed, but nodded very slightly. He'd take Harry if needs be. Thank you, he said. Okay, everyone get comfortable. This next part will take some time. Harry said. The guests all sat down and Sirius went to go make some tea. Can you tell us what you're doing? Dumbledore said, as Harry focused on the cage and started fiddling with the magics. If you need to know. Harry shrugged. During the full moon a couple of things happen. There are superficial effects, physical ones and also, recently discovered, magnetic and electric, and possibly magical. During the normal rotation of the moon it affects the tides with its gravity, so we know it has a physical effect. During the full moon, the sun and moon are on opposite sides of the planet, basically pulling at it in two different directions. Gravity could be the issue, so there are runes on the cage to affect Remus's gravity, making him slightly heavier. Nothing he should notice, but enough to counter anything that might be affecting his physiology. If that's the cause, it would also be affected by being on the moon, so I doubt that's it. I still need to test. I'll be switching those off now. Harry said. He had been checking that everything was as it should be and, having confirmed that, he disabled the runes. Remus looked around apprehensively, but nothing seemed to happen. That didn't seem to do anything, he said out loud. That's one theory down, Harry said. Another theory was the effect of actually seeing the moon or experiencing the light of the sun being reflected off the moon, while under the effect of the gravitational pull. But I used to transform without seeing the moon, as well. Remus said. And you're also experiencing the sun, right now. Harry said. The planet's pull is also less here, so for that part of the test it would be best to be back home, but for now I have a couple of other tests to run. I'll be affecting the electricity and magnetic waves around you next. It has to do with something that happens during a full moon, where the moon is hidden behind the planet and in its magnetic protection. Magnetic protection? Dumbledore asked. McGonagall and Pomfrey were quiet, watching closely for any need to act. The Earth has many forms of protection. One of them affects the moon during the full moon and allows the moon's exosphere to generate both electricity and plasma, which was observed by Apollo astronauts. This effect along with radiation and light affects the Earth and the ionosphere of the Earth. Basically a small amount of energy moves between the Earth and the moon during a full moon. My protections has a couple of fields that protects from such things, no matter how small or insignificant, that could possibly affect the physiology of a werewolf. Removing these protections, along with the gravitational pull of the Earth, Sun and Moon, could potentially affect your lycanthropy, so I need to slowly affect them and nullify the fields. This will take me a while to do slowly, so that I can get a proper read on how much of an effect is necessary to protect properly from it, should it be the cause. Harry finished as he adjusted all his fields, one at a time, very slightly every time and looking for a reaction. Nothing happened by the end of an hour and Harry sighed. He'd really have loved if that was the cause. The fields protecting from the plasmatic exchange is all gone. Next, I have to focus on chemicals in the air. The moon has a very specific makeup with some prominent elements. They, in turn, affect the plasmatic exchange. I'll switch those protections off next and then start the process again with the plasmatic protections. Harry's tests took him another while, but by the end of it, that too didn't affect the change. Damn it, Harry said. That leaves only two things. What? Remus asked. The moon has its own magical discharge, which flows along with the plasmatic exchange, or werewolves don't change on the moon. Harry said. That doesn't make sense. Bill said. If it is magic, then it would be present on the moon and he should change. But not if it has something to do specifically with the effect of the moon, at night, with the other things in magic. If this last test fails, we'll have to do all of them on the Earth as well, with the full moon out. Harry said. Is that a problem? Dumbledore asked, not understanding. If I could figure it out here, we'd be in control and could take him home, to enjoy the full moon for the first time in decades. Harry said, we need a test environment that is under our control. The moon was perfect. Well, you still have your last test, right? Remus said. Maybe it will work. If it works, we'll still need to test it on Earth, considering all the other factors I've just discounted, because I can't think nobody has tried it. Harry explained. What is it? Dumbledore asked. A shielding spell that protects from low levels of magical interference. Harry said. Basically it stops a person from absorbing environmental magic, like what all magicals do to recover sped magic. There's a spell to stop a person from recovering their magic. Madame Pomfrey asked. There wasn't. Harry conceded. But it was so simple to make, I can't honestly believe that is stopping the transformation. Only one way to find out, Harry. Sirius said. He could very easily believe that that would be the case. Magicals aren't smart enough to think of something as simple as a spell like that, nor to make one that stops a person from recharging their power. Why would they want to? Harry sighed, but nodded. Okay, Remus. This one doesn't have a setting for lowering it slowly. I'll be cancelling the spell on the cage and adding it again quickly. In that short time frame, you'll be exposed to the moon's magical energy, if such a thing exists. If you start changing, we'll have to wait for the energy to dissipate, before you will change back. I honestly don't know how much energy would be affecting you, or how long. Remus just nodded and braced himself. It had been more than 2 years since his last transformation. And he had no wolfsbane on him either. This could be unpleasant. Harry looked around him and noted everyone was at the ready, before he quickly dispelled the shielding spell and then cast it again. In that second, Remus felt something happen. He heard the wolf howl as it surged forward, trying to manifest. His bones started to ache in preparation for the change, but then the surge faded as quickly as it had come. The ache was still in his bones, but it dissipated as the power of the moon's apparent magic was spent on trying to start the change. Harry had noted the panic on Remus's face, but then nothing seemed to happen. What's going on, Remus? Are you okay? He asked. It was happening, Remus said. I could feel the wolf coming. My body started trying to change, but then it just stopped. He looked up at Harry with shock clearly written on his face. You did it, he said in a whisper. You can control the change. There was silence for a couple of moments. Then Harry swore, F.K. Language. McGonagall objected, leaving her stupor. Had Harry actually done it? Why, then, was he upset? Why are you upset? Madame Pomfrey asked, mirroring McGonagall's thought. If you truly have a way of blocking the change, you've done what you set out to do. Because, if I want to be a wolf, that means I have to spend each full moon without the ability to recharge my magic. Harry said. That's a distinct disadvantage. That's a small price. Remus said, suddenly excited. Most people would just sleep. And what if someone casts a finite at you, while you sleep? Harry asked. You'd not be able to defend yourself and turn into a monster, waking up the next day, having done things you couldn't stop. I can't guarantee the safety of my family and friends, if I can't defend them when people attack, for fear they could dispel the only protection I have. There was silence as people considered that. A simple dispelling charm could make you a monster worse than those who attacked. You could always curse yourself. Bill said, after some thought. What do you mean? Harry asked, looking at him. You said the shielding spell was simple, right? Easy to cast. Bill asked. Harry nodded. Then making a family curse from it should be relatively easy, too. Curse yourself to not be able to recharge your magic during the full moon, and nobody could easily dispel it. It would be part of you, like the lycanthropy. Could it be that simple? Remus asked. Make a curse that defends from another curse. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Dumbledore said, still considering it. To specify a curse to work during a full moon specifically, would require a great amount of knowledge and research. Harry knew more about the moon and its apparent energies than anyone. But 2 negatives can make a positive. Harry countered. The idea had potential. We could even call it a family charm or blessing, considering the application. We'll have to test it, but I suppose it holds the potential to solve this problem. He nodded then and a small smile broke out on his face. Good idea, Bill. Remind me to give you a raise. I'm already the best paid curse breaker in the country, Harry. You don't need to do that. Bill said, with a smirk. He still couldn't believe Harry had just done what he had. Can you teach others your spell? Madame Pomfrey asked. I'm sure you can understand why I don't want to do that, right? Harry asked. A shield is meant to protect. A spell like this could be cast on a sick patient and, without their magic recharging, it could kill them. We'll have to limit knowledge about the existence of such a spell then. Dumbledore said, agreeing with Harry's statement. There was a possibility that someone could abuse this knowledge. If people suspected its effect, and it really was simple to create, they'd be creating it themselves. Madame Pomfrey said with a nod. Knowing this spell, though, could potentially save lives as well. Werewolves would no longer be a threat to people and they could potentially live normal lives. The wolves already live normal lives. Harry said. Now we can just start working on relieving the inconvenience that accompanies the full moon. If you struggle to come up with a way to apply this as a curse, or charm, you could always spell their bikes and dorms. Remus suggested. I don't know about that. Harry said. The couriers already spend so much time on the bikes. I wouldn't want them collared to them during full moons. The dorms make more sense, but also has its downsides. The villa, for example, also need access to magical regeneration, not to mention the other employees. It would be pointless as well, since the dorms currently work, because the carers are up during the day, while the wolves sleep. I'd not take that protection away from them. Has your business expanded? Dumbledore asked. We're always expanding, Remus said. As word spreads, more werewolves and disenfranchised Muggleborn come out of the works. Almost all the Vila are looking for places to be useful, since they are treated fairly and with respect for the services they provide, while the wolves and other workers rest. Just how many people do you have working for you? Dumbledore asked. Wouldn't you love to know? Sirius asked with a smirk. Then he turned to Harry. So, can you cast the shield on him and get him out of there? He asked, pointing at the cage. I already did, Harry said. The cage isn't even locked anymore. Remus tried the door and instantly opened it. Then he picked Harry up in his arms and gave him the hug he so thoroughly deserved. You are the best thing that's ever happened to me, he exclaimed. Hey, Sirius objected. James and I became animagi to keep you company. But you didn't enable me to start helping both myself and the rest of the werewolves of the world. Remus countered, still refusing to put Harry down as he hugged him. With this, the pack will want to give you a bike of your own. I've got that covered, Sirius said with a proud smile. He'd had some experience and he had made a flying bike of his own, in his time. He may have been in contact with a certain Weasley tinkerer about some of the features he'd put on his own magical means of conveyance, as well. If the prototypes worked out, the Wolves of Marauders Inc. may one day soon take to the skies and be even more efficient. Arthur had been more than willing to help, especially when he realized that he was being paid as a consultant already, and better than he earned at the ministry, too. He hadn't decided to leave his job, though, finding it quite useful to be in that position to keep certain people from moving against Marauders Inc. Like when the Flow Company started pushing for the comm devices to be classified as spelled Muggle artifacts, when people started calling them portable flow devices. They had not succeeded, but Marauders Inc. had assured the company that they didn't intend to start a personal transportation company as well. Marauders Inc. didn't want to piss anyone off, and tried to be as accommodating as possible. That was why they had approached the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler. Enriching their competition, or the people who might be swayed to bring political or economic pressure to bear, would only safeguard the magical branch of their business. Have you been making illegal Muggle artifacts again? Harry asked, with a knowing smile, as Remus finally put him down. It's not illegal if they don't catch you, Sirius said, ignoring the look the professors and Bill were giving him. Then he turned and started walking out of the house. If it's illegal when they catch you, it's illegal when they don't. Remus called after him. Sirius ignored him. Hey Harry, why don't we put down a lawn and a swimming pool or something? He asked. I'm sure the girls would enjoy drifting in the water and looking up at the stars, wouldn't they? Harry shrunk the cage, pocketing it, and walked after the man, asking, You're not planning on being a beep, are you? Not in the slightest, Sirius denied. Well, at least not yet. They're at least 5 or 6 years too young for me to think of that way. Try 2 decades, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed. Harry chuckled at the obvious joke, as he looked around the hidden property, while he walked to the ship, followed by the rest of the people. The sun was fully on them, but Harry's protections protected from both radiation and flying objects, like meteorites, all while maintaining a comfortable temperature. Maybe, he allowed. But going to Hermione's house has become something of a tradition. When's that scheduled for? McGonagall asked, with a look of interest. Harry suddenly realized that she was probably hoping to go shopping again. She had enjoyed the previous trip, after all. She probably wanted to make sure nothing inappropriate happened, too. They were reaching that age, after all. Harry had also noticed a couple of instances where a look and a blush occurred, when he made eye contact. "Why, Professor McGonagall," Harry said, smirking at her as she walked past him by the door of the ship, "if I didn't know any better, I'd think you wanted to go visit that gown store I saw you looking at, while we were at the shopping center last time." "Gown store?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "It's a store for clothing for formal events and caters to people in need of everything from gowns to tuxedos," Harry said. Professor McGonagall looked like she wanted to go in, but the girls were already making a beeline for the exit. McGonagall didn't dignify the statement with a response. Instead she went to go take a seat. "Don't worry, we'll make a stop there this time. There's a ball coming up, remember? You're planning on going?" Sirius asked. "It's a ball," Harry said. "Do you think any of the ladies would forgive me if I didn't go?" "But, it's Christmas," Sirius said. "We can still do Christmas lunch. We just have to be back for the ball," Harry said. "Everyone ready?" Bill asked from the captain's seat, as he closed and sealed the hatch. There were nods all around and soon they were back home. The tests had taken quite a bit of time and it was past lunchtime already. Dobby had already prepared something under the direction of Creature, who had found he really liked having the younger, more energetic elf around, once he got used to the idea. The professors decided to stay until the moon was out, as Harry still needed to confirm that the spell worked on Earth. Shortly before the moon was set to rise, Remus's comm rang. "Remus Lupin here," Remus answered with his comm to his ear. After a moment he said, "Oh, sorry Daniels. I forgot to tell you. Harry is using me for a test." There was silence again for a bit, then, "No, we tested it successfully already on the moon. Harry just wants to be certain it works here too." There was more silence, then Remus chuckled, "I'd suggest you keep it to yourself for now. If this last test is a success, let's let Harry be the one to announce it. I'm quite secure." Harry spelled the cage himself. "Okay, Daniels. I'll call you when we're done, hopefully with some good news." Then he put the comm away. "Is Daniels your babysitter now?" Harry asked. "It's his job," Remus said. "He's head of security for a reason. We don't want any accidents, after all. There's a list of people to keep track of. If anyone isn't where they are supposed to be, we call and make sure they are still coming, or safe." "And the test was a success," Sirius said, looking out the window at the newly risen moon. "Congratulations Moony," he cried then and pulled the man into a hug, as he approached to see the first full moon since he was bitten as a child, without transforming at least. "Congratulations, Remus," Dumbledore said with a genuine smile. "And to you, Harry. This is a historic event." Madame Pomfrey ran a couple of tests, to ensure he wasn't in a strange mindset or anything, and confirmed that he was himself. McGonagall had a thoughtful look, though. "Do you suppose, without the influence of the moon, that he could become an animagus now?" she asked. "We'd have to get the charm on him first," Harry said. "What should we call it?" "The anti-werewolf curse." Bill tried. "Magic exclusion barrier charm," Dumbledore said. "The black blood blessing," Sirius put in. "Ooh," Harry said. "I like it. But let's add lupine in there, for the wolves. The lupine black blood blessing." "Fine," Sirius sighed. "At least the family name goes on this one. Probably the first family curse in history, intended to do actual good." There was a celebration, of course, and everyone had a late night, discussing where to go from there. They discussed how to go about creating the magic, and different potential options were mentioned, but Harry wanted to do this his way, meaning he'd do it by trial and error. He had a whole grimoire filled with different family magics, some of which weren't even curses. One of the families even had a process by which to create new spells, which was more of a ritual-style magic. Daniels had told the wolves that Harry was testing some things at a secret location, so that nobody would suspect they had found a solution. Harry intended to only release the information once he had the new family magic down and ready to apply. For now, things would carry on as normal. The first week soon flew by and Harry was working on understanding how one ritual worked, while Hermione, who was visiting and studying the last part of her own high school curriculum, sat nearby making notes, when his comm rang. He really needed to add some way to see who was calling, since he only knew he had a call at this point, and if the person had been blocked. Only when you made a call, would it store the call in the history section with a name. Harry speaking. Harry said, "Good day, Mr. Black," came the familiar voice of Prime Minister, John. "Mr. Minister. Good day. How are you doing?" Harry asked, slightly shocked. Okay, his next project was making it so he knew who was calling. Hermione's own mouth was hanging open. "I'm fine, and you?" John asked with a note of humor in his voice. "I'm doing very well, thank you," Harry said, having regained his calm. "How can I help you, sir?" "I'm simply calling to find out how your preparations are going," John said. "Have you had any success with the wolves?" "Well, yes, actually," Harry said. "I found something that worked. I'm sorry to say that the solution was an entirely magical one. The information you got me did help with the hypothesis, though." "That's excellent news. I'm glad I could contribute to your success," John said. "Her Majesty will be delighted to hear of your progress." "The Queen knows?" Harry asked. Somehow, he had thought the Queen would know about the magical world, but not about him personally. "Of course," John said. "I couldn't not mention you. You're pioneering things that will put Britain a cut above the rest. Not that anyone can find out about it, of course," Harry reminded the man. "Of course," John said easily. "So, you're saying I'll be able to call in the wolves during the full moon, from now on?" he asked. "I'm still working on a foolproof plan for application," Harry said. "We can't have any accidents happen, after all." "Yes, that makes sense," John allowed. "Tell me, do you know what time frame we can expect?" "I've already got a couple of leads that I'm following up," Harry said. "I should have the beginnings of a plan in place within the next week. Application could take a couple of months, though." "That quick?" John asked. "The last full moon was a week ago." The boy worked fast, it seemed. "Well, I do have social obligations," Harry said, smiling at Hermione. "Ah, I see. You've got plans for next week?" John asked. "No, sir," Harry said. "I meant to say, I'm not spending all my time on the research. I'm seeing my friends every other day. We've been meeting at each other's houses and I'm apparently the car service, traveling between Mumbai and around the UK. Arranging legal portkeys can become a little expensive and we don't want people to know where we always are, in case there are undesirables in the wrong departments." "You fly to Mumbai in your spacecraft recreationally?" John asked, ignoring the legal portkey statement. "Isn't the fuel for such a thing expensive?" "It can be," Harry lied, "but nothing is too good for my ladies and friends." "Do you have a chaperone, or do you take these trips on your own?" John asked. "For the sake of propriety and security, I always have one of the security wolves or one of my guardians with me. I don't really need it for protection, since the ship is capable of stealth," Harry admitted. "Stealth?" John asked. "You can make things invisible. Have you ever seen the film Predator, sir?" Harry asked. "What we do isn't really invisibility. It's more like the alien from that movie." "I believe I did catch a bit of that film," John said. "So, it's more like a chameleon, then?" he asked. "Something like that, sir," Harry agreed. "Just, when you're flying high enough, all anyone can see is the sky or more clouds, so it's near invisible enough." "Still, a very useful ability," John said. "And the power requirements on such a thing?" "I power those myself, sir," Harry said. "Only a magical can maintain such a spell." "I see," John said. "It was unfortunate, but it couldn't be helped. Still, I'm glad you're taking precautions. We can't risk you being taken or attacked, after all. Your concern means a lot, sir," Harry said. "Yes, well," John trailed off. He didn't want to seem too eager, after all. "So, we can schedule a meeting for 3 weeks from now, then?" "Of course, sir," Harry said. "Would this be about the proposal?" he asked. "I did manage to shake loose a few people, who would be willing and capable of accompanying you to deliver certain packages," John said modestly. We've yet to set up a proper way of commercially selling your services, though. Space travel is monitored globally, so people usually know when someone is capable of delivering packages. Stating different, even using shell companies, would make people ask some inconvenient questions. I understand, Harry said. One would likely need to actually purchase space on a rocket and then sell the space to multiple companies, to make it at least look like we have the capability. John was quiet for a moment, as he considered it. That was actually a good idea. You came up with this? He asked. One of my guardians considers himself a master prankster. He thinks of things like that because subterfuge is part of his skill set. Harry said. It wasn't really a lie. Sirius hadn't thought of it, since he knew nothing about such things. Harry had had the idea while he was considering how to do exactly as he had told John in their first meeting. He just didn't want the Prime Minister to think of him as a schemer, like this. That would be Sirius Black, I take it? John asked. The one and only, sir. Harry confirmed. You know, his unlawful incarceration was the biggest selling point to getting approval for Lupin Penitentiary. John said. The Queen did not like hearing about what was going on in the magical world. We needed to establish some oversight. For all intents and purposes, Marauders Inc. is the only influence we have on the magical community, besides the tribunal. Tell me, why was trial under Veritaserum against the law? Magicals dislike being forced to admit that they think themselves above the law. Harry said. Some pureblood families are the worst offenders, so they encourage certain political figures to make and change laws as they see fit. The Minister of Magic isn't above accepting campaign contributions himself. Corruption at the highest level of your government. John spat in disgust. No offense, Mr. Black, but your world keeps on disappointing me around every other turn. Me too, sir. Harry said. There is a reason I had planned to leave it, as you'll recall. Yes, of course. John said. He really disliked what he had been hearing. Fortunately things seemed to be turning around. Thank God for Marauders Inc. Without you all, I'd fear for the future of not just your world. Fortunately you're setting things right. We're trying, sir. Harry said. Trying and succeeding, by the sounds of it. John said. Carry on then. Let me know if you need anything else from my side. I'm looking forward to being able to tell the Queen that you've cured lycanthropy. Controlling the symptoms is more accurate, sir. Harry said. The wolves have distinct advantages that I'd rather not snuff out by curing the curse entirely. Right, of course. That makes sense. John agreed. I'm not going to complain about more skilled protectors after all. There was silence for a moment and Harry heard another ring. That's my line ringing. I'll speak to you soon, Mr. Black, he greeted. Speak to you soon, sir. Harry greeted him back. Then the line went quiet. So the Prime Minister calls you for updates on your projects? Hermione asked, from where she was sitting. How long has that been going on? Since Remus delivered a comm to the Prime Minister, shortly after getting approval for Lupin Penitentiary. Harry said. He was intrigued at the technology and asked after it. So he wants you to deliver something to space? Hermione asked. Likely some satellites and possibly liquid O2 canisters for current satellites. Harry said. Things that will keep them operational for longer. Am I supposed to know about this? Hermione asked. Isn't this some sort of state secret? I've not been sworn to secrecy, if that's what you mean, but I do think it would be best to keep it to yourself. Harry said. Britain doesn't have a space program, so we'll likely be doing things under the radar, as it were. Fine, but we're going swimming tomorrow. Hermione said. Then, your house is too warm. This summer is killing me. Harry easily agreed. The cooling charms did nothing for the humidity. The next day, the friends were gathered at Hermione's house for a day by the pool. Harry had long since added some spells to protect from the sun, so they spent the entire day swimming and lazing about. Neville had even invited Hannah, for their first pool party of the year, and she had gone shopping with them. She was dressed in a modest one-piece swimsuit, but it still caught Neville's attention. The rest of the summer was a lot of both fun and invention. He even had his meeting with the Prime Minister. They had come to an agreement, but his ship was still only to be piloted by himself and he'd make time over some weekend in the next year, to go drop off something, while taking along a crew of muggles who knew about magic. They weren't all trained astronauts, but they were highly trained in their fields and would be receiving further training before the actual mission, learning about the technology they'd be dropping off and proper procedures to deploy said technology, while Harry helped them with his magic where he could. As for Harry's inventions, he had taken the time to attach the name of the caller to incoming calls, so that people could see who was contacting them before deciding to answer. Next he spent time making a few items, including one giant diamond, the size of a human head, which was connected to the index. It was meant to store video and still images for him, so that he could whip out his comm and record things that needed to be referenced later. The recording function was one he had long since mastered, but he struggled with how to access multiple recordings and had needed to speak to Mr. Granger about how such things were handled in the Muggle world. This brought about the idea of both files and how data access worked, based on an allocation table, which could display a list of files and where on the storage media said information could be accessed. Harry was not surprised that it worked on links and had quickly adapted the idea into the diamond. The data was stored sequentially, with a time and date associated with it. That would make finding things simpler. As an added feature, he updated the call history list to show both incoming and outgoing calls to and from everyone on the index. It didn't record the calls, but did record the lengths, so that he could start using that feature in the future, when they finally found a way of incorporating the Muggle networks. He had no doubt that charging for calls would be something people wouldn't be happy with, but the ability would be useful. Next, he worked on a project he had been thinking about for a while. He wanted to make a television, which could connect to the Muggle television networks. The problem with that, though, was that he had no idea how to translate analog or digital information to magical. The solution was an easy one, though. He simply spelled a piece of glass, the way he did with the cinemas. He did have to buy a whole lot of televisions and rent space to have them all on and active permanently, not to mention all the different devices and connections he'd need to get all the channels, but he intended to ask a small monthly premium for access, controlled like they controlled access to the newspapers. That project worked out rather quickly, with all the things Harry had already made over the years, and magical television, which they decided to continue calling television, or TV, would soon become available for purchase. Bill would decide on the price for the television itself, which worked like all of their projector devices, with a couple of magical speakers built into the box, which was the size of a milk carton. Before release, however, Harry and Bill would add slots where anything with a recording on it could be placed to playback said recording, or where something could be recorded, should someone purchase the magically protected and prepared clear crystal quartz discs. They couldn't be selling diamonds to just anyone, after all, so Harry had worked out a way to store lower quality recordings on quartz crystals, which was an abundant resource and was a form of silicon dioxide, something easily obtained and produced. Harry's success with the indexes and especially the library index linking wand, which applied both a link and Harry's own protections for said link had led to a revolution in the production process over the holiday. Bill now had workstations where he could apply the protection without Harry's presence. He'd still need to produce the magical items and effects, but he could now make any new items or upgrades without Harry needing to be there, to secure the features. By the time the new school year was set to start, Harry decided to make a change and went to pick up all his friends in the saucer and flew them to Hogwarts. Once there, he shrunk the craft and placed it in a new item he had brought along this year. It was a simple box, with a couple of protections, which worked like a vanishing cabinet. He could now store and retrieve things from home. Bill had suggested they make it for him, since it would give him the ability to send things to Harry, should he struggle with something, or if he wanted to test something. Had they thought of that before, Harry could have been working from school, when he found the time, without Bill needing to wait for him over weekends. At the starting feast, they found out about the Triwizard Tournament. Harry had even gone with his friends to look for gowns for the upcoming ball. They had asked that he remain outside, so that they could surprise him, when the time came, and Professor McGonagall had loved the time spent with the girls. They had even helped her pick out something. Harry was surprised to note that Mad-Eye Moody was there, and listened as Dumbledore joked about not wanting to risk Professor Snape's life, who would be going back to potions, since Professor Slughorn had decided to leave the school. Harry suspected it was due to his not participating in the man's events. Snape did not look happy about the arrangement. Harry just hadn't had either the time or the desire to be pulled into Slughorn's events. He wouldn't be talking about his achievements anyway, so it was a wasted effort. Snape, however, decided to start looking into possible replacements for his class the next year. He wanted to go back to defense. Before dinner, a week later, while the other schools waited to walk in, Dumbledore gave his speech. Harry didn't really pay it any heed. He was busy with a new invention, planning out an addition to his comm, as he inspected his, while Dumbledore spoke. There was a difference in his speech this time, and Harry looked up when an age line wasn't mentioned. "I don't like this," Harry mumbled to himself. "Don't like what, Harry?" Hermione whispered, having heard him. "There's no age restriction. There should be an age restriction. If the contestants can die, it should only be for people who have come of age," Harry said. Not to mention that there was only one reason why Dumbledore would change his plans this time around. Hermione thought about the statement, before replying, "If the cup only chooses the best contestant, surely it will be an upper-year student with more skills anyway, right?" She didn't believe her own words, but hoped. Harry was obviously the best and only choice when talking about the most skilled magic users in the school. "We can hope," Harry said. "And so, please welcome," Dumbledore started announcing, but Harry was already deep in thought, as he looked at his comm. Harry had no doubt the headmaster had planned on adding an age line, like last time, but the change meant something else was going on. Harry didn't like it. If someone wanted to, they could add his name. The headmaster no doubt counted on this, if the twinkle in his eyes meant anything. "Harry." Hermione's voice penetrated his thoughts and he looked up. "Sorry, I was thinking," Harry said, looking up. "I was asking what you were thinking about," Hermione said again. "The old goat is playing." Again, Harry said, looking up to the staff table where Dumbledore was already greeting Igor Karkaroff. "I'm thinking it's time for the headmaster to be taught a lesson," he said. He extended his power till it was right behind the headmaster, before sending a stinging jinx at the headmaster from where he sat. Dumbledore felt the magic coming and quickly blocked it, even as he felt another spell impact his back. He spun around, ignoring the startled Karkaroff and Maxime, and looked in the direction he had felt the spell coming from. Mad Eye was looking at him with a raised eyebrow from there, but he hadn't cast any spells. Dumbledore turned back and in the direction the other spell had come from. Harry Black was smirking at him, with an evil-looking grin. "Headmaster!" a limp Maxime exclaimed. "What is the meaning of this? You get attacked by your students." "Merely a prank, I assure you," Dumbledore said. "Come, let's be seated and enjoy the feast that's been prepared. I've recently come by a fine bottle," he rattled on, distracting the guests in his usual manner, by confusing them and then offering them something that put them on more familiar ground. Harry was still smiling. He couldn't wait to see the headmaster's reaction, when everything he ate and drank for the next week tasted like his favorite Lemo-flavored candies. No doubt that would get tiring. "What did you do?" Fred asked incredulously, having spotted the smile. "Did he really block that spell?" George asked. "One of them," Harry said. "You sent more?" Hermione asked. She hadn't seen that. Then she remembered his trick of sending spells through his telekinetic reach. She was still miffed that she hadn't attained that ability. Sirius had said that even he and Remus were unable to do that, after years of practicing to emulate the telekinetic effect. "Just one," Harry confirmed. "What's it do?" Fred asked. Harry smiled at him. "Do you want to find out?" he asked. Neither of the twins liked the look of that smile, so wisely shut their traps. "Brave as Gryffindors, you are," Harry mocked as he looked back at the teacher's table, just in time to see Dumbledore take a bite of a lamb chop. His eyes widened and he looked up to see Harry's victorious grin. "It seems the prank was successful," Fred murmured. "You spelled his food?" George asked. "Nope," Harry said, as he watched Dumbledore try something else, only for the exact same flavor to come through. To Harry's disappointment, the old man seemed proficient enough to be able to counter the taste-binding curse. He was old and experienced, though, so Harry should have expected it. "Damn," he swore, as the headmaster started enjoying his meal. "Next time I'll have to bind the spell with my protections. Serves as an opening salvo," Fred said. "Any chance we can get in on your pranks with Dumbledore?" George asked, with Fred nodding along. "Sure," Harry said. "If you can keep my name out of the goblet," he offered. "No deal," Fred said. That will be impossible. I know for a fact that most of Hufflepuff will likely already be entering you. What did you do that made them all so loyal to you? George asked. I know some things and support their house. Harry replied evasively. He had basically told them that he knows and has no problem with them basically brainwashing people into being more Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs were a great group, but he was suddenly regretting having them think he supported them. They'd probably thought they'd be doing him a favor by supporting him for champion. Backfiring on innit? Fred smirked at him. Hermione, on the other hand, had taken out her comm and was writing a quick message to Susan, asking her to spread the word that Harry really would like to avoid entering the tournament. Susan quickly went to work doing just that and Hermione smiled smugly at Harry, who had noticed what she was doing. He hugged her to him with one arm and kissed her on the head. You really are the smartest witch of our generation, you know that? Harry asked. Hermione cleared her throat to hide her blush for the public display of affection and said, and don't you forget it. How can I? You keep on proving it to me. Harry cheered, squeezing her one more time, with a fond smile. Harry received a message then and looked at the comm, seeing it was from Dumbledore. He looked up and saw the old man smirking at him. It read, if your name comes out of the goblet, but as the Hogwarts champion, you really will have no reason to complain. Harry wrote back, you forget, Headmaster, that I could have protected the magic by binding it with my protection magics. If my name comes out, you'll soon get tired of having everything you eat taste like old unwashed socks. Dumbledore frowned at the message and saw Harry's eyebrow lifted. He was soon distracted by a question from Madame Maxime. She was asking about the comm, which had, as of yet, to go international. Except for the wolves, that is. Harry was soon back on his conversation and the rest of the meal was spent in contemplation about the new feature. Harry really wanted to get it done, before moving on to the long outstanding project of detection magic for the saucer. He was seriously starting to contemplate simply sitting his owls and newts so that he could focus on his other studies and projects during class time and not have to walk between classes. No doubt Dumbledore would try to keep him around somehow anyway, though, so he'd likely decide to sit his exams with the rest, but just stop going to class. It didn't take long for word to spread to the guest students about the comm, and Harry was approached the next day by a gaggle of Beauxbaton's girls, with Fleur Delacour in the lead, while Harry sat in the library with his study group and a few other groups arranged around. Every year group of female students below them had decided to follow in the example of Harry's group and had formed their own group, and just like they did for Luna and Ginny's group, each year was responsible for the lower years. As a result, the female section of the school was starting to outshine the male. Not everyone was interested in achieving high grades, though. Some people only showed up long enough to get help with homework, but the few that stayed after, to learn more, were quickly at the head of their years. Some boys were allowed to accompany them, but when the boys caused distractions, they were summarily dismissed and not allowed back. This still left them with the more studious students, though. No, the reason the spell failed when you tried it, was because you didn't focus on the spell enough. Harry was saying to one of Luna's group. You won't always need to cast the spell with the same focus. You only need to learn it until it becomes second nature. The professors don't teach this, probably because they don't know, but the human mind has the ability to adapt and change, performing actions faster and faster due to something called neural elasticity. Basically it means that things become easier with practice. Harry, I don't think she needed the long version. Hermione reprimanded. She turned to the girl. Practice the spell with focus for a couple of minutes a day and it will become easier, she said. She had always been the better teacher, knowing what to say and what to leave out. Thanks, the girl said to Hermione. Hey, I helped too. Harry objected. But Hermione did it better, the girl said primly, but with a smile. Jokes were common, since everyone appreciated a bit of humor so that things didn't get too dull. Excuse-moi, Monsieur Black, Fleur asked, having politely waited for a moment to not interrupt. Call me Harry, Harry said, getting up to greet the girl in his usual fashion. You must be Fleur, he asked. You know me, Fleur asked. How could I not? Harry smirked. A girl with an allure, walking around making all the boys drool as she goes, gets around. Allure? Fleur asked. Nobody has identified me so. How do you know? It's obvious when you have a well-trained mind, Harry said. I could feel the effect as you walked into the Great Hall on the first day, too. She's a Vila? Hermione asked. Maybe quarter. Harry asked, looking at Fleur. He never understood that. If there are no male Vila, the only way they could reproduce would be with normal humans or magicals, so by definition, all Vila are full Vila. The fact was that he remembered her identifying her grandmother as a Vila, so he took a chance. You could tell? Fleur asked, probably hopefully. Not really, I'm afraid. Harry denied. All the Vila I've met had the full heritage. You have the look of someone who prefers to distance themselves from a creature heritage though, so I guessed. He lied. Harry's words struck her as insightful, and she smiled. Finally, someone that understood. You are quite insightful. Fleur complimented. How is it that you, Avenue Meadows or Vila? Marauders Inc. hires them all the time. Harry said. You know of the Marauders? Fleur asked. I work with them, Harry said. It was how he explained it away, rather than telling people he basically owned the company, even though most already knew, after the revelations of the last year. He's their inventor, Hermione added as she joined Harry. How can we help you, Miss Delacour? Fleur looked around and spotted every eye from all the study groups on her. Could we talk, somewhere more private? She asked, uncomfortably. Harry looked around and said, Hey, back to your studies, people. I've got all the backup I need. The study groups all smirked, but went back to their studies, with excited giggles and whispering. Harry led them further into the library and took a seat at another table a bit away. When he sat down, he realized he had been followed by all the friends from his inner circle. If Fleur could have a group, then they would obviously join. Who are they? Fleur asked, indicating Harry's friends. My friends, Harry said. They know some of my secrets, so anything you want to tell me, they can hear. Very well, Fleur said with a bit of a sigh, as she and her friends sat down on the other side of the long table. Then she smiled at Harry. We were hoping to talk to you about Z-com devices. She asked. What about them? Harry asked, taking his out and placing it on the table. Do I need to explain how to use them? Non. Fleur denied. We were hoping to discuss, supplying for us. You want to buy some? Harry asked. Sure, there's an owl order system for it. We were told you make them. Fleur asked. Harry doesn't make them himself anymore. Pansy said. He only works on revisions and upgrades. And new inventions. Daphne added. Fleur seemed frustrated with her linguistic skills and spoke quickly with her friends in French. I think I understand, Hermione said, after listening for a bit. She wants a French com. What she's seen so far makes her think the current one is in English and she'd like to find out about a translated unit. Pouvez-vous parler? Fleur asked in French. Just un peu, Hermione said uncertainly, indicating something small with her fingers. I can understand a bit, but I'm not fluent, she said apologetically. Fleur suddenly started speaking very quickly and Harry could see Hermione was struggling to keep up. Hold on, Harry said. He picked up his comm and said, Video call Bella Couture. It rang a couple of times, before a face appeared. Harry, is that you? A beautiful Vila lady, the one Bill had started dating the previous year, asked. Aren't you cute in your school uniform? She exclaimed happily. I'd prefer it if you don't refer to me as cute. Harry smiled at her. At worst, I'm going for strapping. Doesn't change the fact that it's cute. Bella said back with a smirk. How can I help? We've made a new friend and she wants to ask questions about the comm, but she's struggling with communication since she's French. Harry explained. Would you mind? Sure thing, Harry. Pass the comm and I'll see what the problem is. Bella said easily. Thanks, Bella. Much appreciated, Harry said. Anything for the cub of the pack. Bella smirked at him. Now, don't go spreading things, okay? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm a normal Hogwarts student that helps Marauders out, got it? Fine, Bella sighed. Harry held the comm out to Fleur and said, Bella speaks French. She's from a conclave out that way. She'll be able to help. Fleur took the device and greeted the person on the other side familiarly. To Harry's ears it sounded like they knew each other. There was a storm of excited conversation then, as the French witches all chimed in and asked questions and Hermione was struggling to keep up, but it seemed she was getting the gist. A short while later, Fleur handed the comm back and Bella explained to Harry that apparently someone had tried to use the dictation function and it hadn't worked. The language on some of the features were also in English, like the text and voice commands. The French girls were hoping for a translated unit that they could send to their families. Okay, so you want me to try and get the dictation working in French and to get the commands and instruction screens into French as well. Is that about it? Harry asked. Oui, Fleur said, with a smile on her face. I'll have to see about the dictation, but the rest should be a simple thing to add. Harry said with a shrug. I'll get Bill to have Bella translate what is necessary for the text-based information and the command words for the call functions. He should be able to handle that on his own. Fleur and the other girls then got up, thanked Harry again and left. An hour later, the French girls returned with their books and joined the study session, having realized it was a place dedicated to study and the atmosphere was very conducive, surrounded by books. When they arrived, Harry called Fleur over. When she approached, he handed her a comm. There you go, he said. Fleur looked at the comm and realized there were instructions in French. "EETE's done?" she asked incredulously. Turns out Bill has been working on translated units for a while, since our people hail from all around the world. Bella didn't know, since she's fluent in both, as are the Vila I've met. Harry said with a smile. Good thing too, don't you think? Easy's one mine, she asked. I don't intend to just hand out freebies, but if you're having one will make more business, why not? Harry asked. You're so attractive, people will want to buy them, just because you have one. Call it free advertising. I thought you were immune. Fleur asked, smiling at the compliment. He didn't seem to be affected. I am, but the people who see you using that won't all be. Harry said. The other girls didn't take offense to him complimenting her. They were immune to the effect, because they were female, but they could tell she was very attractive. Harry tended to call it as he sees it. She could be a model. I suppose. Padma said. It's not a bad idea. You'll just have to show her how to block people, since when they order their own comms, it will likely be to contact her. That's a good point, Harry said. Are you certain? Fleur asked, with a faint blush. She knew she wasn't bad looking, but when you received compliments too often, you tend to grow used to it, except when the person saying it is seemingly immune to your power. Sure, Harry said. Just be sure to tell people who ask, where to get them. Parvati said. You'll be selling Harry's comms that way, in payment. Susan said. Thank you. Fleur gushed and curtsied, before rushing off to her friends to show them the comm and the French instructions on registering it. Was Bill able to overcome the French dictation issue? Hermione asked. He had to. Harry said. For the registration to show the correct name when they register and make calls. What was the problem? Susan asked. With the dictation, I mean. We needed a different caster for it. Harry said. Specifically, someone that knew the language. So the magic just knows a different language because the caster does. Hermione asked. Magic doesn't know any languages, Hermione. Harry said. It's always the caster that shapes the magic. The more you understand, the more you can do. Is that why you're so powerful? Neville asked. It's probably one of the reasons, yes. Harry allowed. I can do things others thought impossible, because I have more information than them. For example, did you know quartz is just silicone and oxygen? What's silicone? Neville asked. Exactly. Harry said. You don't know, so if I told you to take oxygen and silicone and make quartz for me, you'd not know where to begin. The same with corundum. If you knew enough, you'd know you can make rubies and sapphires with oxygen and aluminium, with one or two elements added for the colors. You can make rubies. Daphne asked. Why aren't you making them all day and selling them? Or giving them to your friends? Susan asked. Some things are only valuable because there is a finite amount of them on the planet. Harry said. Besides being pretty, the stones are mostly useless for anything other than decoration. Rubies are the second hardest stone on the planet. Hermione said. Diamonds being the hardest. Harry said with a nod. Rubies are used in lasers, though, so I suppose they aren't really useless. What about emeralds? Pansy asked. Can you make them? I'd have to find a supply of beryllium. Harry said, after thinking back for a moment. The other components are actually the same as both quartz and corundum, but the beryllium is an issue. Not easy to come by, unless you have access to volcanic rock, where similar elements can be found. How do you know these things? Neville asked. Is this just something all muggles know when they finish high school? I did a little research into precious rocks while I was working on the cinema and needed info on how to do one of the things I needed for it. Harry said. Not all muggles are as interested in the sciences as I am. Ari. Fleur's voice asked as she stood nearby again. Something wrong? Harry asked, wondering if registering was giving her issues. Non. I was wondering, what are Zaysay devices with Z books in them? Fleur asked. Her and her friends had noted them before, but hadn't seen anyone turn any pages, thinking they had used something like replication magic to study a certain page of a book. Having seen someone page through a book by touching the edge, however, had definitely caught their attention. Another invention, Harry said. It protects the books in the library and gives you access to the whole library from one location. EET, as. More than one, Fleur exclaimed. Where do you get Zaysay ideas? She asked incredulously. Trade secret, Harry said with a smirk, while most of the group mimed the words along or simply nodded and turned back to their own studies. But, Fleur started to ask. Don't even try, Pansy said with a sigh. Harry never gives away trade secrets. If you like the idea, become Harry's friend. Daphne suggested. Maybe he'll be nice and donate a library index to your school, with a few library interfaces. But Ziz's incroyable, Fleur exclaimed. A whole library in such a simple object. You should see the cinemas. Susan said with a smirk. Then you'll really experience something great. Cinema? Fleur asked. For films, you have those? Harry asked. We, Fleur said. In the Muggle world, we have two here at school. Susan said with a victorious grin. You can use mundane things, Fleur asked. Her incredulity seemed to only rise with every discovery. Harry worked it out with magic. Hermione said proudly. If you want to join, there's usually a film playing on Friday evenings after classes and dinner. But remember to bring some money for popcorn and something to drink. I cannot believe these, Fleur said. When did Hogwarts advance so much? Oh, about the time Harry showed up. Pansy said. He likes making new things. By this time next month, the professors will have a record of their full syllabus of lessons stored and ready for if they ever get sick or have other things to attend to as well. Hermione said. Harry also added security systems and invented the Black Bolt flying brooms and a couple of other nifty things. Fleur was finally flabbergasted. Comms, cinemas, libraries in a single device, recorded lessons, security, and now it was revealed that the fastest brooms on the market were also part of his accomplishments, and he was only in 4th year. Are you a prodigy or do you just look younger than you really are? She asked finally. That's a trade secret too. Harry smirked at her, glad nobody had brought up the saucer. That was supposed to be kept secret, for now. He intended to have that come out this year, though. Fleur was not used to being denied, but was finding the boy was definitely interesting. Interesting enough to stick close to. She really hoped he didn't enter the tournament. If he really was the one to invent these things, she worried for her school's chances. Harry had the forethought to prepare for the Durmstrang contingent this time. He had somehow expected Krum to lead this group, too, but he was approached by another boy. Their leader didn't even speak with an accent, but he was brash and overconfident, so Harry didn't give him the calm he had in his pocket. He remembered that Krum was a decent bloke, probably because he was famous and had been trained to deal with people in such a way as to not ruin his image. He simply handed the boy a pamphlet and told him to flow the person indicated for an order. He didn't want to hold on to the calm, though, so when he spotted Krum going for a morning jog on the Marauders map one morning, Harry joined him. He had known the boy was an athlete, and while he personally preferred the room of requirement for his exercise needs, he couldn't deny that the older boy was fit. Mind if I join you? Harry asked, jogging alongside him. Is no problem, Krum said. You work out? He asked, as he noticed Harry wasn't breathing heavily to keep up, like most wizards did. I find it keeps me healthier than most other wizards, Harry said, conversationally. Strong body, strong mind, strong magic. Krum said. I know the other saying. Harry said. A healthy mind and a healthy body contains a healthy spirit. It works, Krum allowed. They jogged around half of the lake before the quiet boy spoke again. I hear you are inventor. I borrow heavily from smarter people, Harry admitted. Knowledge is power. True, Victor said. But your devices, they are from muggles, yes. I had to invent new ways to take from their principles, but yes. Harry said. Some muggles are very smart. Most people think Durmstrang for dark wizards only. Krum said. Not true. Many are dear because they do not think like most wizarding world. So, you're more open-minded? Harry asked. I am. Krum said. If people find out, they will think you are crazy, but I see the advantage. You are simply tapping new market. Good thinking K. Smart. Thank you, Harry said, for the compliment. So, you are not going to tell people about my inspiration. I will not make angry the one who invented fastest broom on the planet. Krum said with a small smirk. I have Black Bolt too. Good broom. If you think that's fast, then you should see my personal broom. Harry smiled back. It's just a prototype, but it has some extra features and a lot more speed. That stopped Krum dead in his tracks. Harry slowed down and jogged in place. Is there a problem? He asked with a knowing smirk. You really have faster? Krum asked. Harry stopped jogging and smirked. Then he levitated Krum, without even a gesture, and extended his hand, activating his flight and flying them to Gryffindor Tower. How are you doing this? Krum exclaimed. Trade secret, Harry said as they approached the tower. When they were close enough, he extended his power and retrieved his broom from his belongings. The sleek black metal broom now had a rubberized grip, and the zigzag in its shaft, which was standard on the Black Bolt brooms, was prominently displayed, even though Harry's looked a little more modern with rounded edges and a little extra aluminium to protect the hand gripping the handle from any moving objects. Is that your prototype? Krum asked in excitement, as Harry flew them to the Quidditch pitch. First of its kind, Harry agreed, as he set them down. Then he extended the broom to Krum, after adding a recording disc in the front and starting the recording. Now be careful on lift off, it's got quite a bit more power, and could rip your shoulder from its socket. Happened to me once, actually. You're letting me fly your broom? Krum asked in shock. He had assumed the boy was going to show off. It happened sometimes with people trying to impress him with their skills, since he was currently being hailed as the world's top seeker. Sure, Harry shrugged. Just don't show off and try not to get hurt. Karkaroff will not be pleased if I get one of his possible competitors hurt before the names could even be entered. Krum was no idiot. He would take the boy's advice as it was given, since he didn't want to risk his career. I will be careful, he promised. He looked the broom over and noted the differences, some subtle and some not so. Then he mounted it and slowly increased acceleration as he started a lap around the pitch, moving from side to side and testing the maneuverability. Harry was looking up at the boy and saw the seeker he once remembered seeing when he was originally 14. He hadn't gone to the match this time around, though Sirius and Madame Hooch had. She wanted to see the difference the new brooms made, and Sirius wanted to just see the game for himself. Madame Hooch had been gifted tickets even, since she was the face of the new broom line and everyone wanted to be in her good books. Both teams had seekers with black bolts, but Krum was simply better and the Bulgarian team had won the World Cup, due to the change. As Krum flew and increased in speed, Harry noticed a look on his face when he flew past. One of pure excitement, and suddenly his acceleration increased as he shot off of the pitch at massive speeds. Harry took out his comm and activated the linked view, the new feature. Krum's face showed shocked amazement as he flew without the wind even touching him. He muttered something in Bulgarian as he went. It sounded like he was questioning something. Then Harry saw the sky behind him turning as he turned and flew back. A couple of minutes later, Krum landed and dismounted. He was looking at the broom in his hands and then up at Harry. You are gifted crafter, he finally said. When did you make this? A bit more than 2 years ago, Harry said. Krum looked incredulous at that. If he was capable of that, so long ago, what could the boy do now? You are not planning on taking over Wizarding World, are you? He asked then. It would be easier to just leave the magical world and start something else. Harry said. Unfortunately my lady friends would be disappointed to leave their lives behind, so I'll just make do and keep myself clear of all the stupidity, which is the magical world. Krum seemed to think about that for a bit. It will be difficult. You are the great Harry Potter. Even if you don't like using the name, people still know. There's a reason I distanced myself from that image. Harry said. I'm not the great Harry Potter. I'm simply the strange Harry Black. People will be more accepting of my ideas if they think I'm just eccentric. This way the original image, while associated with me, doesn't harm my attempts to be left alone. I want it known that I don't want fame. They will not leave you alone. Krum predicted. Celebrity can be used for good too, you know. And that's the only thing I intend to use it for. Harry said. He stuck a hand in his pocket and took out the comm. Do you have one of these, yet? He asked. I have not decided to get one yet. Krum said. I don't read English too well. Harry smirked and handed him the device. It clearly had instructions in Bulgarian. You have translation? He asked. Thanks to my partner in R&D. Harry said. Bill Weasley is in charge of that side of things. Our international operations required the functionality. I'm told he's working on using the opportunity to work on translation magic, so that people can more easily communicate across different languages. That sounds like big plans. Krum said. Useful too. The company will make much profit, if he does it. We're always working on something. Harry said, as he lifted them up and flew them back to the lake, after shrinking and pocketing the broom. I'd appreciate it if you kept the Black Bolt MK2 to yourself. MK2? Krum asked, even as he ignored the feeling of being handled like baggage. It was the second make, or iteration, after I switched to a new technique that was able to handle the magic better. Harry said, there's only ever going to be 2 MK2 brooms. The rest will be given different names. 2. Krum asked. Madam Hooch has the other. Harry said. She is in charge of that part of business after all. You've taught Sumvin your secrets. That is not vice. If she ever gets taken, Krum trailed off. They get to meet the wolves. Harry said. We may or may not have ensured that any public appearance is escorted, with tracking magic and emergency portkeys for added security. The secrets are well protected, I assure you. I heard about the wolves. Krum said, as Harry placed them down on the path, from which they had left. Many feared an Inc. One of the heads of Marauders Inc. is a werewolf. Harry said, having had to live as one for most of his life, shunned by the magical world, he decided to help them. We're not raising an army. We're helping people in need. Krum looked at the boy before him with a look of respect. Everything he had learned so far had shown him that he was a decent person. Driven and intelligent, but not dark. He held the comm back to Harry. Thank you for letting me know. I will order for my family. Oh, you can keep that. Harry said, smiling. Free advertising, he explained. Thank you. Krum said. I will tell many of it. I have to start getting ready for class, so I'll be leaving now. Harry said. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Krum. Call me Victor. Krum said with a smile. I think they will be friends. Harry, then. Harry said as he lifted up. Black, not Potter. He added as he started flying off. Where have you been? Karkaroff asked in Bulgarian as he approached. You said you were jogging. I made a new friend. Krum said with a shrug. Be careful. Karkaroff insisted. When you are the champion, many will try to be your friend. If I am chosen, Krum said, as he started jogging back to the ship. Many people already wanted to be his friend, for his fame. He doubted he'd be increasing the fan base much, with the tournament, if he was chosen. The day of the drawing arrived a couple of days later. Harry was anxious. He had taken steps of his own to ensure his name wasn't entered. Every parchment with his name on it was detected by a ward and replaced with Cedric Diggory's name. That wasn't the only ward though. He had added a ward that would turn people away if they approached the cup with malicious intent. That second one would be simpler to counter, but it was more of a ruse to hide the first ward. The best part was that it would only replace the writing on the parchment once the person entering him let go of it. If it worked, Harry would have to do something nice for Bill, since he had come up with the magic. Being a curse breaker had given him all kinds of access to interesting knowledge. Having learned that he was working for Marauders Inc. had even made the goblins give him access to the information he had been looking for so long, since the company was raking in money with their international endeavors and the goblins loved taking care of all that wealth. Never mind the diamonds and everything Harry brought to the game. They didn't know that Harry had made it to the moon, otherwise they'd likely fall over themselves negotiating for the rights to mine there. Even with the wards, Harry was worried. The old man looked far too smug. The students were gathered and the moment had arrived. Dumbledore was making a speech, but Harry had heard it all before, so he simply waited, with his girls and Neville ranged around him for support. They had all picked up on his nerves and showed a united front of support. Dumbledore announced first the Durmstrang champion, Victor Krum. Then the Beauxbatons champion, Fleur Delacour. The last, hopefully, scrap of paper shot out and Dumbledore caught it and read it. Instead of pronouncing it instantly, he turned to the crowd and said, "Before I announce the Hogwarts champion, please know that the school will support them as all the schools will support their champions." "No, no, no," Harry said. "And there will be no doubting that they are all worthy, as they were chosen from this precious, wondrous, priceless artifact," Dumbledore said, before lifting the scrap in his hand. "No," Harry repeated more loudly, his magic already stretching out to the cup. "The Hogwarts champion is Harry Black," Dumbledore said, finally looking at Harry. "No," Harry finally yelled as he stood up and the precious, wondrous, priceless artifact lifted into the air, as his power surrounded it and pressed down on it. The crowd, seemingly unaware, cheered and celebrated, until they spotted the champion in question and suddenly there was silence, at seeing the boy march to Dumbledore, hands raised as magic formed in balls in his hands. "Now, Harry," Dumbledore started, taking a step back. "I told you," Harry interrupted him. "I told you there would be consequences if I was entered against my will." Suddenly the cup flared again and Harry stopped, looking up at it in curiosity, his momentum stalled for the moment. Suddenly another piece of parchment shot out, which Dumbledore caught again. "It says, Harry Black," he announced. But the cup didn't stop there. It flared again, but this time it was in a huge gout of flame, and 20 pieces of parchment rained down. Dumbledore snagged one of them, too. Harry Black. He snagged another one, Harry Black. Over and over his name was repeated. Until Harry summoned all the parchment and looked at them himself. On all of them was clearly written, in different handwriting, Harry Black. "What the hell, Dumbledore?" Harry exclaimed. "Entering me the once wasn't enough. You had to do it multiple times." "I swear to you, Harry, I didn't do all this," Dumbledore said as the goblet of fire hoisted into the air, once again, in preparation to be smashed to pieces on the floor. "How much of it did you do?" Harry asked dangerously. "I entered your name once," Dumbledore admitted. "But I didn't force it to choose you, let alone this many times." He added quickly, "If I stated, right now, that I had plans to be busy on Marauders' business on those days, do you know what would happen?" Harry asked Dumbledore, in a deadly whisper. Dumbledore paled at that, realizing that he may have made a miscalculation. If Harry was serious, he could kill him, simply by making plans to do just that, and he'd have broken his vow to not interfere in Marauders' business, though he doubted the boy would seriously threaten his life like that, let alone the consequences of a binding magical contract. Perhaps it would be best to let the boy smash the cup. He looked around at it and found the cup was slowly lowering back to its pedestal. "I'll be looking into this," Harry said darkly. Then he stormed past the headmaster and walked to the trophy room. "F.K." Harry exclaimed when he got there. "Ari," Fleur asked, "what are you doing, Air?" She had been spending a lot of time in the library of late, and had even learned a thing or two from the knowledgeable young man. "I told you Veer Triank to avoid fame," Krum asked. He and Harry had jogged another time. It was good to have company, even if they didn't speak much. He had hoped to borrow Harry's broom again sometime, but hadn't asked yet. "Do I look pleased to be here?" Harry asked, sarcastically. He pulled out all the parchments and looked at them, before casting diagnostics at them. He did not like what he found. His own magic was on the parchment. He cast a couple of more spells and found a small trace, of someone else's magic. Someone he knew. "Oh, you're going down Padfoot," he threatened. He pulled out his comm and said, "Video call Sirius Black." After a couple of moments, Remus's head appeared on the display. "Is there a specific reason why Sirius just threw his comm at me and ran out of the house laughing like a maniac?" Harry's eye twitched. "Tri-Wizard. Champion," he said slowly. "Sirius." Remus yelled angrily as the comm fell to the floor, when he started running after the man. Harry sighed and reined in his emotions. They'd do him no good. He turned back to the other champions. "Sorry about my outburst earlier," he apologized, after a breath. "It is good to see you two here, and congratulations on being chosen. I have no doubt that you will do your schools proud." "What is happening?" Fleur asked. "Are you ZSIRD?" "Unfortunately, yes," Harry said. The professors soon arrived and Harry was thankfully left alone this time, rather than being accused of cheating. There were some questions, but Harry already knew the events so he didn't care and left halfway through the meeting. He needed to get away for a bit. He was soon on his ship and headed out of the atmosphere. Then his comm rang. "Harry, where are you?" Hermione demanded. "I'm taking some, me, time," Harry said. "This thing with the tournament isn't good for my mental state." "You didn't answer my question," Hermione said. Harry heard some of the other girls whispering in the background. "I'm on the saucer. I'm currently leaving the atmosphere," Harry admitted. "Come back and pick us up," Pansy demanded over the comm. "We'll be waiting on the Quidditch pitch." Hermione decided and ended the call. Harry sighed, but turned around and went back, landing on the pitch. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see not only his best friends but the two other champions. "Hermione," Harry asked. "They need to talk to you," Hermione said as she walked in, beckoning for them to follow. She knew of his plans to have the saucer become public knowledge this year, and had decided that, since they were becoming friends, it was worth the risk. "That is dis?" Krum asked, as he looked at the steps and door that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. "Are you coming or staying behind?" Hermione asked hotly. She didn't like that Harry was forced into this. The other girls didn't look enthused either. Fleur and Krum finally followed them up the steps and Harry shut the door so that they could take off. He was silent as he slowly raised them until his girls and friends had everyone secure. Then he accelerated and let a bit of the G-forces be felt. It just felt right to him. He angled them upward and they shot into the sky. "Qu'est-ce passe-t-il?" Fleur exclaimed at the speed and darkening sky as they broke through a cloud bank. It was already nighttime, but there were only stars and no color between them. "We're leaving atmosphere," Harry said numbly after a bit, not knowing what she had asked, as he monitored their distance from when they had taken off. "Harry, do we have any specific destination in mind here?" Hermione asked. "How do you feel about Mars?" Harry asked angrily. "You and I both know that journey would take almost 2 years at your highest attained speed." Hermione said. "We can go faster," Harry countered. "Not without some sort of magical radar." Hermione said. "You also told me yourself, you were pushing the capabilities of the wards when you did that last time." Harry grumbled something at that. "How far along is your magical radar?" Daphne asked, trying to change the subject. "Won't work," Harry said. "Magic needs an atmosphere to work properly. That's why it's so difficult in space. Any long-range sensor would take too much power at the speeds we are talking about." "When did you figure?" Pansy started, before she sighed and said, "Rather, fix the gravity, Harry." "But," Harry started. "Just do it," she insisted. Harry complied and soon all the gravitational forces were cancelled. Pansy unbuckled and walked to Harry. Then she sat in his lap and said, "Now relax." Then she keyed him hard. "Pansy!" Daphne exclaimed incredulously. The group hadn't agreed on any more vigorous displays of affection and they usually discussed these things to protect the unity of the group. Pansy broke the key, and looked up. "He needs to let go of the emotions and feel them. He's not helping himself by bottling everything up," she insisted. If she was going to marry him one day, she'd not allow him to end up like other stuck-up purebloods, all pent up and angry. "Then it's my turn," Daphne insisted then and got up, to do as Pansy had, when she gave up her space on Harry's lap. Soon all the girls had taken a turn, including Susan. Luna wasn't ready for something like that, but sat on his lap and hugged Harry tightly. Neville had the decency to look away, while that was going on. He just wished Hannah could have joined. "Pardon-moi," Fleur asked from her seat, after Luna broke the hug. "Could someone tell us, what is going on? What is these sheep?" she asked. "Harry is our future husband," Pansy said, ignoring the question. "He needs some attention. You two insisted on coming along, so we brought you under a promise to keep things secret, but we need to sort Harry out first," Hermione said primly. Then she turned on Harry. "And, are you feeling better?" Harry had a bit of a dazed expression. The girls had certainly grown up some. He quickly stowed the rising emotion induced by being keyed by pretty girls, but finally allowed his anger to fade and his gratitude to show on his face. "You're suppressing again," Hermione warned. "Only the, urges, I'm currently experiencing," Harry admitted, with a blush. Most of the girls blushed at that, but smiled prettily at him. They should have spoken later. Victor said. But I am grateful. Never have I seen a view like this. Sorry about basically abducting you. Harry said, as he slowed the craft down and turned them around to look at the planet. I decided to come for the view, before the girls insisted on coming along. You have loyal women, Victor said. Made us promise, or else. I wouldn't test them on it either. Harry advised. You may be champions, but Harry's been teaching us for years. Parvati said. She still had a smile on her face from the key. She'd ed him before, but never like that. Ow, is it that you, Avenue a spacecraft? Fleur asked. She hadn't broken her eyes from the view, though. He made it, Susan said proudly. Before second year started, even. Is dat why your brooms are so fast? Crumb asked. I had to do the research and that was my first test. Harry said as he got up and transfigured a couple of couches facing the other champions in the center of the ship before making the walls all transparent. The ladies joined him on the couches and the Potter twins took the seats on either side of him and pulled his arms over their shoulders. Hermione looked jealous, but only for a moment. Pansy made a mental note to beat them to it next time. How did they always beat her to sit next to him? Are they really in space, or is this some kind of illusion? Victor asked. I'm good at illusions, but this is the real deal. Harry said. Why are you still in school, if you can make Z's? Fleur asked. Now we're getting to the problem. Harry said with a frown. I really tried to make this a fair tournament, and the headmaster knew it, but he wants to make an impression, or something. Technically, I finished school years ago. I'm just here to spend time with my friends and have some fun before I became some sort of businessman, or astronaut or something. You're going to be a scientist, Harry. Daphne reminded him. It's been your dream since we met you. I know, but I like the applied sciences. Harry said. I don't just want to know how, I want to make things, too. And you'll do that, as you have been. You'll focus on your passion for invention and understanding and change the world. Hermione agreed. Or simply terraform Mars and move there. Harry grumbled. Could they discuss tournament, now? Victor brought them back on subject. You are smart, and have tools, but you won't be allowed to use them in tournament, he reminded Harry. He and Fleur had decided to talk to him, considering he was always nice to them. He was still 3 years younger and they had feared he would not be able to keep up. Until now. Sure I will, Harry said. His best tool is knowledge. Hermione said. They can't force him to leave that behind. He also cheats. Neville said. But you'll never be able to tell. Cheat? Fleur asked. Harry tapped on her shoulder with a telekinetic tendril of power. She jumped, but her seatbelt held her in place. Her seat spun around and she saw there was nobody there, however. What was that? She exclaimed. Probably a space ghost. Harry smirked. Ton of them out here. The two looked around for a moment. Fleur with fear and Crumb with suspicion. Stop it, Harry. Parvati insisted, slapping him on the chest. He's just joking. Padma assured them. We've been in space before. There are no ghosts. He probably just used one of his tricks to scare you. But, ow. There is no wand in, and. Fleur said. Trade secret. Everyone said. Harry has many tricks and they are apparently all trade secret. Hermione said. So you will use tricks? Victor asked. Probably just for the sake of entertainment. Harry said. Mine. Would you be willing to teach us some of your tricks? Fleur asked. That's actually not a bad idea. Harry mused. Perhaps he could show them a thing or two and have all the tasks culminate in a draw, or something. Not without a vow to keep the secrets to yourself and never to use them against Harry or anyone else. Hermione said. She could see Harry had caught onto the idea and could guess at what he was thinking. Shoving it in Dumbledore's face would definitely appeal to him. She would have to get to work on something she'd learned about recently. Magically binding contracts, like the one Harry had apparently been bound by that day, simply by having a magical cup decide it, might be a solution to Harry teaching people at his company things, without having to fear the knowledge being leaked. Is his magic that dangerous? Victor asked. Family magic. Harry said. Mon Dieu. Fleur exclaimed. Pardon-moi. I did not know. It's fine, Fleur. Harry said. I don't take offense to your asking, like many magical people would. I will need to protect the knowledge somehow, though. I'll work on securing it for you, Harry. Hermione said. I've had an idea about that, which should help. Good enough for me, Harry said instantly. Then he turned back to the champions. There you have it. Once Hermione has sorted out a way to secure the knowledge, I can start teaching you. Will you teach how you make Black Bolt? Victor asked hopefully. I don't think so, Harry denied. Madam Hooch would not be pleased, and I don't think you'd like the results of trying to use the MK2 during Quidditch matches. Its protections would interfere with catching the snitch. Even if it didn't, would you still have fun when nobody is any competition for you? Nobody is already, Victor said with a smirk. He looked up at the stars again, then. This is still great view. Maybe, one day, you can teach me how to fly this ship. Maybe, Harry allowed. Why do you, Avenue a spaceship? Fleur asked. That would be classified information. Harry said. It is classified, to protect the knowledge in you. Only my friends and business partners know. And some of the professors. Daphne reminded him, but they insisted on going with Harry. Padma said, not mentioning the moon, since it seemed Harry wanted to keep that secret. The discussion carried on for a while, and Harry found that he liked the support the group was showing him. He soon felt better and had accepted his fate. It didn't change the fact that he could bring more to the tournament. Security and entertainment for both. The entertainment would likely be at Dumbledore and Sirius's expense, he decided. Both of them had pissed him off. He could understand Sirius doing what he did, but Dumbledore knew better. They chatted until Padma checked the time and realized it was past curfew already, so Harry took the captain's seat and everyone buckled in again. Harry flew them back and stopped first by the Durmstrang ship and then by the Beauxbatons coach, to drop the other champions off, before flying the girls to windows located close by their own houses. Lastly, he stopped by the Gryffindor common room window and levitated the Gryffindors down, before landing the ship, shrinking it and putting it back in the box. Then he flew back up to the common room under his own power. Hermione had had the foresight to inform the heads of house that they had been distracted and the champions had had a meeting, but that they were on their way back. Harry had been ignoring the pings of his own comm, but once he got to his dorm room, he saw a couple of messages from Remus, stating that the Fleabag would not be getting away scot-free and had apparently already received a couple of jinxes from him and a couple of growls from Daniels. Harry was planning on using the Egyptian sobering charm on him. Long-term punishment for a long-term prank. Harry had started to spend time looking through his Marauders map, since the heads of house could only see their own domains. Auntie Poppy couldn't be expected to follow everything, after all. Fortunately, with the security cameras, Harry only had to worry about things that happened during the day, for the Hogwarts students anyway. Unfortunately, he didn't have a way of seeing what was happening in the coacher ship, but he could at least keep a head count. He'd taken the time to mark the other school's students in different colors, though, which made things easier. 2 weeks before the first task, Harry was summoned to the weighing of the wands ceremony. He entered the room and saw someone he hadn't seen in a while. Rita Skeeter. The wands were weighed and Harry produced one he'd borrowed from one of the foreign wolves, so that Ollivander couldn't ask why he had another wizard's wand, since he remembered all the ones he ever sold. He'd be putting it in the box directly after the ceremony to return it to the corresponding box to be returned to them. He'd already made a duplicate stick, to use as his own. Then there were the photos and Harry darkened the lens of the camera, to ruin every single photo of himself, alone. He didn't like being photographed, anyway. Then there was the inevitable interview and Harry waited patiently until the woman dragged him off to go answer some questions. No sooner had the door to the broom cupboard closed, than the woman was in a full body bind and petrified. Here's what's going to happen. Harry started with a wicked smile. When you mention me, it's going to mention that I don't want to be part of the tournament and that the other two champions were much more impressive. I personally hope that Cedric Diggory would represent us and that he has a much better personality and looks for the limelight. The reason you're going to do this is because I know you are an illegal beetle animagus. That's a punishable offense. Now here's your real motivation. If you treat me fairly and with respect and never twist my words or actions, I'll willingly give you information that I will find useful to have out in the world. What I give you will bring you acclaim and will never be falsified, unless I want you to do that, which I doubt I ever will. Lastly, you will ask me before you ever write anything that could be even slightly considered negative, when it comes to my friends or family. I will not hesitate to give your scent to the wolves and have them chase you down. You know how many people get Away with their crimes, and you know how the trials take place. Do you understand? Harry asked before breaking the body bind and petrification. You can't do ta, she exclaimed, as Harry used his power to grab onto her tongue and pulled it to stick out of her mouth. That wasn't a yes, sir, as I was hoping, Harry said, as he took out a handkerchief and approached her. Her arm extended with his power and he rubbed the kerchief vigorously on her arm. Don't doubt for a moment that I could take you down, right now, turn you into a button and carry you to a safe location to be taken into custody. I wouldn't want to spoil the wolves, fun though, he said. So, let's try this again. Do you understand? He asked again, letting go of her arm and tongue. She seemed to fume for a moment and watched as he placed the kerchief in an inner pocket. Finally she ground out, yes, sir. There's a good girl, Harry said, making his magic pat her on the head, like she was a dog. As she freaked out, Harry left the broom cupboard. The woman stayed behind to straighten herself out and think. She wasn't happy at being played like this, but at least she'd be getting good stories by following his rules. He wasn't even promising unjust treatment. She had exposed many people's secrets using her little trick over the years. She was even blackmailing people that she knew could afford it. She'd follow his rules until she saw a way out. Until then, she could likely learn more as someone on the inside. She soon returned with her smile in place and continued with the interviews. She avoided eye contact with Harry, though. Time went on, and Harry continued to monitor the Marauders map, asking Dobby, who was always nearby and frustrated that Harry never asked him to do anything, to take over when he needed to go to bed. He made the elf promise to tell him if something happened or he got tired, but the elf never did wake him, apparently taking this duty as a serious one and not wanting to disappoint his master and friend. It was 3 days before the first task, when Harry saw something strange. It seemed a student from Hogwarts was moving toward the stands of the Quidditch pitch. There was also a student from Beauxbatons seemingly flying on a broom around the pitch, if her speed and movements was anything to go by. He looked closer at the light blue orb, which denoted the flying student as being from Beauxbatons, and realized it was Fleur, so he quickly opened his window, after disillusioning himself, and flew to the pitch to observe. He noted along the way that he couldn't see the student, where he knew they were. They must have been disillusioned. Keeping an eye on the form of Fleur, who was on a broom as expected, he took up position above the pitch to confirm what was going on. It didn't take long for Fleur to land on one of the raised stands, where she dismounted and seemed to wait. Harry moved in closer and listened, taking his comm out and recording what it saw, with a recently added feature. Fleur just stood there, before nodding and starting to unbutton her shirt. Harry knew something was wrong, but needed to know where the perpetrator was, so he cast a revealing spell, as subtlety as he could. He got a feeling back of someone seated, right before the stripping girl, and extended his magic, knocking the person out with a stunning spell, after revealing them. It was a girl, and she had a comm in her hand. It seemed like she was on a video call with someone, but the call ended too quickly for Harry to see the person on the other side from his angle. Fleur did not stop, however, and soon her blouse fell to the floor. Harry cast another revealing charm and found nothing else. So he landed and became visible, stashing his comm, even as he continued recording. Fleur, wake up, he said, grabbing her by the shoulders. She didn't hear him and her knee-length dress fell to the floor as well. He had no choice but to knock her out too, before magically dressing the girl. He placed her gently on the seats and took out his comm. Video call Minerva McGonagall, he said. A couple of seconds later, Professor McGonagall answered. Harry. She asked, where are you? What's happening? It seemed she had been asleep. I'm sorry to wake you, but something is going on. I need you to get the other heads of house and come to the Quidditch pitch. North stands. Someone seems to have been up to no good again, Harry said. I'll get them and come right over, McGonagall said, as she hurriedly pulled on a gown. While Harry waited, he walked over to inspect the girl. She had a prefect's badge, which likely explained why nobody expected anything was going on. Harry knew her too. She was a nice girl. Last time around she was friends with Cho, as he recalled. Harry picked up her comm and looked at the list of called names. Harry didn't get a name, as the culprit had seemingly used a new feature, one to hide their identity, and it seemed that the person had called her. He'd have to check the call logs from the index itself. The professors didn't take long to arrive and Harry relayed what he had found. He then went home and checked the index crystal to find a 6th-year Slytherin boy was on the video call with the girl. He popped back to the outskirts of Hogwarts, flying back to relay that information as well. So, the girl started stripping her clothing. She wasn't taken away. Nobody tried to force themselves on her. Snape asked. Harry pulled out his comm and stopped the recording, before he played back what he had seen. Everything he had seen up until he left to go check the index was played and Harry told them what spells he had cast, since he'd done it all silently. Why does the recording have those blank spots? McGonagall asked, having noted that the recoding seemed to switch off for a split second every couple of seconds. I have to blink, Harry admitted. You've turned your eye into a recording device. McGonagall asked in shock. The eye already has a lens, so it was simple to duplicate what it saw. Harry said. I realized it would be useful, so I set up my comm with the ability to record and it is connected to my eye. The audio would still need to be recorded through the comm, since the eye's lens wasn't capable of picking up the vibrations of sound in any appreciable way. You'll have to erase this recording, McGonagall said sternly. No doubt the girl would be embarrassed to know someone had seen her in her underthings. That's not important right now, Harry said. Did you all see her face? No doubt she was under the influence of the Imperius. Snape said. Unfortunately, it seems the boy who cast it realized he'd be caught if he tried to go himself and used a comm to have a show. We should have expected a Slytherin to think of something like that. McGonagall spat. Hey, Harry objected. Don't judge an entire house on the actions of the few. Snape looked at the boy for a moment before nodding. Mr. Black is right. Anyone could have done this, if they had thought of it. We also don't know if the other girl was under someone else's control. Sorry Severus, McGonagall said. It's just a disappointment to know these things are still happening. Never mind that the offense seems to be less damaging, to the girls involved. I'll be taking steps to put a stop to it, Harry said. Professor Sprout was currently seeing to the girls and Madame Pomfrey had already been called in. But it doesn't matter the degree to which the unforgivable was used. The fact is that it was. Harry lifted up to fly back, but McGonagall called after him, you need to erase that recording, still. Not until I showed her what was done to her. Harry called back, as he flew away. He didn't want the girl to wonder what else may have happened until the professors showed up. She probably thought Harry wouldn't take advantage, but knowing was always better. He'd also need the recording for his planned response to the current issue. The next day, after the evening meal, Harry approached the headmaster at the teacher's table. Good evening, Mr. Black, the headmaster greeted, with his grandfatherly smile. He really hoped Harry didn't plan on discussing the happenings of the previous evening in front of the whole school. How can I help you? I need a word with you, headmaster. In private, please, Harry said respectfully, but all business. Of course, Dumbledore said, as long as it isn't for advice on the upcoming tournament. He added for the benefit of those listening. No, sir, it isn't, Harry said. Very well, Dumbledore said as he got up. I was done with my evening repast anyway. As they left, Harry looked over to where Fleur was now sitting with Harry's group, her own school friends seated close by, and she nodded, before getting up and following. Madame Maxime noticed this and she got up and followed as well. She was aware of something having happened the previous evening and had been informed of the offense. The only reason she had not made a bigger deal of it, was because the boy assured her there would be a response from him. She had found out from most of her students that the boy was a wonderful friend and very sharp. There were also rumors that the boy possibly ran the school from the shadows, but she rather doubted that. When Dumbledore noted the additions, he started to worry, but acted like he was in on the event. He quickly gathered his wits and started thinking of how to handle the situation. By the time they all trooped into the headmaster's office, Harry held the door open for the ladies and held their chairs for them, enlarging Madame Maxime's and adding comfort charms for her as she approached. Merci, Monsieur Black, she said, followed by Fleur. When they were comfortably seated, Harry sat down in a simple chair he conjured for himself with his wand. Now that we are all here, would you like to begin, Mr. Black? Dumbledore asked. Trying to contain his nerves, he steepled his fingers and looked at Harry over them. Of course, Headmaster, Harry said. We're here to find out how the assault, which happened last night on Miss Delacour and another girl, was being handled. They had found the boy in the Slytherin 6th year dorm. He had been packing already, trying to flee before they came for him. A dose of Veritaserum had him singing like a bird. I assure you, the proper steps have been taken. Dumbledore said. Which are? Harry asked. The person who orchestrated the situation has been expelled and handed over to the Aurors. Dumbledore said. By that, do you mean to say that the assault and use of an unforgivable curse on a Hogwarts and foreign student under your protection, and that of Hogwarts and our county's ruling body has been incarcerated for life imprisonment in Azkaban, as is the law? Harry asked. I'm sure that isn't necessary. Dumbledore asked. The boy was merely infatuated with the girl. He just didn't know how to show said affection correctly. Are you saying that you, personally, forgave the boy the use of the unforgivable? Harry asked. I most certainly did not. Dumbledore objected. I merely suggested that the boy may have been acting on emotions beyond his control. He tried. So the young lady, Miss Fleur Delacour, here, is somehow responsible for the assault on her person and that of the Hufflepuff prefect. She orchestrated the event herself. Harry asked. I don't think that she asked for that kind of attention, no. Dumbledore said. Why did this feel like an interview with a reporter? Harry, the boy has been punished, isn't that enough? Professor Dumbledore, the fact is that I'm worried. Harry finally said. Over the last 4 years, no less than 7 assault cases have come through this school. I've not read about it in the papers and I've not heard of the incarceration of the offenders. I've seen everything from memory charms to mind control and love potions. The students know, of course, but only some of the faculty know, and apparently the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has only been informed about the actual details of those situations because the students were dosed with Veritaserum before being handed over by myself. They have been unwilling to tell me why they can't prosecute further than minor assault charges. Did you use your position to grant them leniency? Harry asked. Dumbledore's eye twitched. Harry, you know I don't condone these actions, but the boys in question are simply falling for temptation in their youth. They have less control in this developing time of their lives. Hormonally speaking. So if a student is randy, that is excuse enough to assault fellow students. To cast unforgivables. In my first year, a 7th-year boy was caught trying to assault 2 first-year girls. Harry interrupted, with a bit of heat in his voice. I know. I stopped the attack myself. It is not excusable, but we have to show some leniency, as you said. The boy in that case was obviously confused and still coming to grips with his say-ability. Dumbledore defended the vile boy who had tried to attack Harry's friends. Mon Dieu! Madame Maxime exclaimed. Surely you are not serious, Dumbledore. Harry gave her a stern look. He had asked the woman to control herself and not speak. She was shocked and worried though. The students she brought were all girls, after all. Steps have been taken to assure things like this don't happen. Dumbledore assured her. Mr. Black himself gave a means by which the student body are monitored to several staff and outfitted our head of security with a marvelous security system to protect the students further and ensure their safety. A head of security for whom I made the position and supplied his primary form of protecting the student body. Harry added. That did not stop the assault of my student. Maxime exclaimed. If it hadn't been for Z's boy, we would, avenue not known. Madame Maxime, please see reason. Dumbledore implored. Madame Maxime was not looking like she would calm down and she was about to reply, when Harry spoke up. I will be taking steps to further ensure the safety of your students, Madame Maxime, he said. I'll also be monitoring the happenings at this school as I was doing last night. But for now, let's look at the facts. Harry took out his comm and started the playback of the recording he had made. Fleur saw the playback and looked down, not wanting to see it again, since she was there and remembered where it was leading. Mr. Black, you are disturbing the lady with this recording. Please stop. Dumbledore demanded. Watch the playback, Headmaster. Harry said. Miss Delacour already told me that I am allowed to show it to you during this meeting. She doesn't want to see it, since the ordeal is still fresh in her memory and she has yet to sit with someone to talk things out. Harry had told her of how talking things out had helped him and that he knew someone she could talk to. She had yet to decide to go, but Harry would ensure that something was done for her. Dumbledore steamed, but sighed and watched the recording along with Madame Maxime, who was seeing it for the first time. When it was over, Madame Maxime exclaimed, "It is proof." She was bewitched. Dumbledore shook his head. Why did Harry insist on bringing this up? The poor lad was obviously swayed by the girl's Vila powers. He didn't want to bring that up, but it seemed he had no choice. Is it not possible that young Miss Delacour simply lost control over her allure, which ensnared the affections of the boy? He tried. He knew that that would be the defense the boy's family would be using. So, because she was born with a creature heritage, it's her fault that the boy cast an unforgivable. Harry asked. Never mind the fact that he had to learn the spell to use it and that he cast it not only on Miss Delacour, but also a Hufflepuff prefect. This was premeditated. Even if it started off as that, the effects would have long since disappeared by the time of the offense. Dumbledore's eye twitched again. You are, of course, correct. I will ensure that the boy's parents are contacted, to monitor who they expose their son to, he said. Harry sighed. I really did hope that you would do the right thing here, Headmaster. He turned to the seething half-giantess then. Madame Maxime, I will ensure the safety of your students. It seems the headmaster refuses to seek justice and will use any excuse to not be blamed for the actions of his students. Harry, you can't, Dumbledore exclaimed and was cut off as he was suddenly in a body bind, petrified and lifted into the air. Harry hadn't even looked at him, as his tendrils of magic surrounded the headmaster and disabled him in under a second. You are only damaging your own reputation further, by not taking the proper steps. Harry said, I can't even look at you, Headmaster. You are ruining my image of the man I had hoped you were, or at least, could be. We warned you to mend your ways a couple of years back and it seemed like you were on the right path, until this happened. I can't blame only you for my being forced to compete in the tournament, but not protecting the students as you should, and keeping the truth from the people who deserve to know, ends here. Madame Maxime knew of the strength of the chief warlock. He was a legendary wizard with more accolades to his name than any wizard alive. To see him so handled by a mere boy, suddenly changed her mind about believing that rumor. Perhaps the boy was running the school, after all. You are a disappointment to me, as well, she said, as she abruptly got up. Come Fleur. We need to discuss security with Monsieur Black, before we retire for the evening. Please, call me Harry. Harry offered as he led the two from the room. Harry, Zen, Madame Maxime said, you may call me Olymp, when there are no other students around. The last thing Dumbledore heard before his office door closed and he was lowered to the chair, reasonably gently, was, perhaps, if Hogwarts is leaving you unsatisfied, you may decide to change to Beauxbatons. I, hear you, Avenue quite Z following among Z female students. At Beauxbatons, we have no problem punishing students who deserve EET and we do not, Avenue such lacking standards. As they walked back to the carriage, Fleur asked, Ari, about the recording. I'm only keeping it as evidence. Harry said, if I erased it, Dumbledore would simply claim there's no evidence of your being bewitched. If you'd prefer, I can always make a copy and you can hang on to it, while I erase mine. Non, you may keep it. Fleur said instantly. She didn't want a reminder. She also wasn't worried. With all the girls around Harry, she doubted he was interested in looking at footage of her in her underwear. From what she could tell, he could ask and any of them would be willing to show him theirs. I was more interested in the recoding device. It seemed to blink. Oh, right, Harry said. My eyes are spelled to record through my comm. Z-comm can make recordings. Fleur asked. Not all of them, Harry said apologetically. I'm still working on that feature. Mine is also the only one that can access the storage medium I have set up for it on the index. They were still on their way to the carriage, when Harry spotted Seamus Finnegan running away from a disgruntled Hagrid, who was chasing him. Harry chucked and snapped his fingers for effect, locking the boy in place. He lifted up his guests and floated them over to the boy and other half-giant, placing them gently on the ground, next to them. Madame Maxime did not seem pleased, but Fleur had a look of wonder on her face. Hey there, Hagrid, Harry said. Is Seamus getting into the Abraxan whiskey again? Ari, Hagrid said with a smile, as he noticed him, while he retrieved a canister from the boy's hand. They rarely got a chance to speak, but Harry had been wonderful in his class at setting an example for the other students. Then he noticed the guests and ran his fingers through his hair, at the sight of the large woman. Pete, pleasure to see you again, Madame Maxime, he said, stumbling over the words a bit. Then he stood there, just staring at her, while she nodded to him with a smile. It's not polite to stare, Hagrid, Harry said, chidingly. I know you think she's pretty, but at least take her out for a drink if you really want to talk to her. Ari, Hagrid protested. I'm not one to lie about these things, Hagrid. You know that, Harry said. For what it's worth, I think she's interested in spending time with you too, even if it's only to get an advantage in the tasks for Fleur. Ari, Maxime objected. Harry couldn't believe he actually saw a blush on her cheeks. It's not untrue and you know it, Harry said with a raised eyebrow. I take it Hagrid has shown you what's in the Forbidden Forest by now. How did you know Abu, duh? Hagrid asked bewildered. I know everything that happens in this school Hagrid. Harry chuckled. He looked at Fleur and said, let's give them a couple of minutes to talk shop. Then he held out an arm for the girl to take, which she did with a soft smile, and started walking off towards the lake. When they were out of earshot, Harry turned to her again. Can you keep a secret? He asked. Of course, Ari, she promised. Harry nodded and placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on out. I'm done showing you what I wanted you to see. As Harry spoke, a beetle crawled onto his hand, from under his collar. You know the rules. Don't badmouth me, my friends are my business. If you can keep things factual and not make any insinuations, you get access to the stories I want to get out. You screw with me, just one time, and I'll feed you to Professor Sprout's carnivorous plants. The beetle couldn't nod or anything, so it lifted itself up with its front legs in a parody of a nod. Good, Harry said. I look forward to an informative and factual article. Then the beetle spread its wings and took off. What was that? Fleur asked, looking after the beetle. A retainer of mine, Harry said. She'll still embellish the article, but I doubt she could control that. When you figure it out, I request that you keep the information to yourself. It's one of the things keeping her in line. You, Avenue many secrets. Fleur said. Z's your response to Z, Eadmaster. Can't let him think he runs the world forever. Harry said sadly. He truly does mean well, but I fear he's gotten used to wielding the ultimate authority for most things, including my life. And the lives of the innocent that suffer due to his decisions. He will not be happy when he finds out. Fleur said. No, he won't. Harry agreed. But if he won't learn, he must feel. Harry didn't like doing things this way, but he wasn't the sort of person to hand out forgiveness over and over again. He'd given the headmaster a chance, but he squandered it. Harry couldn't allow things to carry on as they had, either. Changing the subject, he asked, Are you ready for the dragon? Avenue no idea what you were referring to. Fleur said, looking away. The boy was an anomaly to her. He wasn't affected by her allure, but he treated her kindly and seemed to genuinely care, even though he had so many girls after him. That thought brought her out of her reverie. Can I ask you a question? She asked. Technically, you just did, so the answer is likely, yes. Harry said with a smile. Fleur had to think about the words, but didn't get the joke, considering it was made for those more fluent in English. Deciding to carry on, however, she asked, How is it that you, Avenue so many girlfriends? They don't seem to argue for your attention and you are kind and caring to all. Do you treat all people that way? No, Harry denied. I treat my girls that way, because they are my girls. It started out as a form of protection for them, so they would be left alone by predators, so we alluded to a harem, but since then, I've been informed that they all intend to keep and share me. You, Avenue plans for a harem? She asked. No, but they do intend to become my wives. A harem has other connotations. They aren't my possessions, Harry corrected. You saw them on the ship. They are all intent on having their fair share and have apparently decided on a pace for the relationship they are all comfortable with. Since I care for all of them and find them appealing in a multitude of ways, I don't mind the idea that much. Harry wasn't telling her that it had been Sirius's idea, since the girls were starting to push for it more than him. You are a lucky boy. Fleur decided. I can also see what they see in you. You, Avenue a kind, art and you are powerful and intelligent. A prize to share is better than a prize lost. I really am lucky, aren't I? Harry mused, with a bit of a smile. If it wasn't for my occlumency, though, I doubt I'd have been so lucky. I'd probably be a stammering idiot. You've seen how pretty they all are, right? They show potential. Fleur conceded. What are you two talking about? Maxime asked as she joined them again. They had been walking away for a while and she had soon left the stammering Hagrid behind. She preferred her men with a bit more confidence, but he was powerful and kind. She could see herself giving him a bit more of her time. The fact that he was uneducated in his magic left much to be desired, though. We were discussing the benefits of a polygamy. Harry said easily. A strange subject for one so young, I think. Maxime asked. Not for a boy who already has many girlfriends. Fleur said, sadly. She didn't think she'd be able to do something like that. If only he was unattached. He was quite the catch. I can see why, Maxime said, as she started leading them to the coach. Tell me, Ari, what is that you, Avenue planned for Z security? What they had just seen in the headmaster's office still had her worried. She was far from over it. I'll need to see inside the coach, to know what I'm working with. Harry said. I have a couple of ideas, though, but you'll have to live without knowing how my magic works, since it's protected under family magic laws. You intend to share Z magic of your family? Maxime asked in shock. It is my security measures. Harry smirked at the woman, who seemed much calmer. After talking to Hagrid, you didn't think it was commonplace spells, did you? It is a valuable gift, that you are offering. Maxime said. I don't know that I can afford such favors. Let's not talk about favors. Harry waved it off. The safety of your students is more important than that, he assured her. Tell me, are the 12 students we saw the total that you have brought to Hogwarts? Zaire Z1 Zat, Avenue Z, the guest marks of Zaire, ear, who speak English. Madame Maxime stated. I was, then, quite proud that they were all girls. Now it seems unwise. Don't worry. I'll sort something out, Harry assured her. Madame Maxime nodded in thanks and Harry soon lifted them up to fly the rest of the way. The headmistress's stride was far too wide and they had to jog to keep up. How are you doing, Z's? Trade secret, Harry said. You say that a lot. Fleur mentioned, as they sped along. She wondered how they were not feeling the wind, as it was quite cold here in Scotland. Z's is also very fast, she said nervously. This isn't fast, Harry scoffed, deciding to treat them for a bit and started speeding up as fast as he was comfortable, while keeping the ladies inside the wind-warded area. This is fast, he said as they shot out over the coach and started picking up more speed, flying out over the forest and bobbing and weaving as they went, around and over trees. Madame Maxime was, at first uncomfortable, but suddenly she smiled and then, as the speed increased, her love of danger made her laugh outright. Ziz is incroyable, she exclaimed in her glee. How fast can you go? Harry just smirked at her and started flying in a large circle, still increasing speed. Fleur had long since gone pale, as they flew over treetops at speeds that felt really unsafe. By the time they had finished the wide circle, Harry was topping out at just under Mach 1. The flight harness was never intended for the speed of the brooms and the non-rigid nature of the harness didn't help either. It still seemed to impress Olympe, as it was faster than any broom currently available. They soon landed by the coach, and Fleur seemed glad for the firm ground beneath her feet. Olympe seemed more excited than Harry had ever seen her. Nous devons le voleur de la folk senile, Madame Maxime exclaimed. Fleur seemed in better spirits, now back on the ground, and replied in English, for Harry's benefit. I don't think he'd be opposed to a transfer, if we can promise to protect his ladies. It is them that we, Avenue to convince. Ah, about that, Harry said. While I do appreciate the offer, I also have to take care of the students currently here. You've seen how the headmaster is. He'll turn a blind eye again and leave the school to the predators, forgiving them their every trespass. But you will not leave them unprotected, Olympe pointed out, with a raised eyebrow. Having seen what you can do, I may fear Z chances for Fleur, but your addition to our school would be fantastique. There is also the fact that I hardly attend classes, as it is, and the fact that I don't speak French. Harry pointed out. PFF'd. Olympe scoffed. You could teach. Just saying you were Zir for even ear would be something to be proud of. I'll have to consider it, Harry said. He really doubted he'd take her up on the offer. Wait, Fleur instructed as she went to enter the carriage. I must ensure everyone is decent. Harry nodded and stood there with Olympe, who was still smiling from ear to ear. You love dangerous things, just like Hagrid, he pointed out. Monsieur, Hagrid is a kind soul. The limp said. But I fear, his attention is wasted. I could not spend extended time with such an uneducated man. He can hardly be blamed. Harry defended his almost friend. He was accused of unleashing a monster when he was in school, which killed a student and was expelled. His wand snapped. He was innocent. The limp asked. Sure. I know for a fact that it was the 1,000-year-old basilisk that lives in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry said with a shrug. Can you prove it? The limp asked. It's a basilisk. Harry pointed out. I'd rather not risk confronting such a beast, since its merest glance could kill me. You are not capable of Z's. The limp asked, with a knowing smile. Actually, I'm dead certain I could. Harry mused. After all, he had the lightsabers and he could likely use his magic to manipulate the weapon. Maybe I should do that. He thought aloud. When you do, could I come? The limp asked. Maybe, on one condition. Harry replied. Yes. The limp asked. If we do prove Hagrid's innocence, could you offer him a position to study at your school? Harry asked. Our government does not look kindly on people with creature heritages. Half-giants are considered lesser beings here. I doubt proving his innocence will clear his name or grant him the right to study magic again. He's a half-giant, she asked, an uncomfortable look on her face. Harry remembered that she was sensitive about the subject, so he said, Hagrid is not ashamed of the fact, and he gets by. He's an accepting sort and jokes about it, when asked. That being said, he's a hell of a nice guy, so if he ever mentions suspicions along those lines, I suggest you tell him straightforward that it's something you don't wish to discuss, rather than denying it. He had said it with a knowing look, but wouldn't say it, outright. Haven't no idea what you mean, she said as she lifted her chin proudly. And I won't say differently. Harry agreed. Fleur joined them, then. You may come, she invited, opening the door wider. The inside of the carriage was a large expanded space, with 2 floors and many rooms. Harry suspected all the girls had their own room. That explained the amount of abraxan they had needed to draw the carriage. He was led through the carriage and shown all the rooms at his insistence, and then he took out a pad of paper and started sketching a rough outlay for himself for later. When he was done with the survey, he returned to the entrance hall, which seemed to function like a common room, if all the couches and work tables were anything to go by, besides the fact that it was currently filled with girls, seemingly doing homework. Some of them were trying to hide the fact that they were actually watching him. He sat down by the table, asking for some privacy. The students had all gathered out of curiosity, but the headmistress sent them all off to their rooms, so that Monsieur Black could work on the security. It took him all of an hour to set up a quick and dirty version of the Marauders map, having added the runes needed in specific locations as he looked around earlier, on the sly. When he was done, he added his protections and called a limp, who was sitting nearby and reading a book. The limp, I've completed the project, he said. The limp looked up and put her book down. When she was standing there looking at the blank piece of parchment, Harry tapped it with his wand twice, and an illusionary image of the layout of the carriage appeared. They could not see anyone on it yet, though. We'll need all the ladies to vacate the carriage and then enter again, after I've set up the last part. Harry said. It took only minutes for the ladies to be called and asked to evacuate. Harry politely asked a limp to exit as well and closed the door behind her. Then he cast the tricky magic which would identify the people, much as the Marauders map did when people crossed the main gate to Hogwarts. The hidden entrances are the main doors of the castle, over the door of the carriage. Having completed that, he opened the door and called a limp back. The moment she entered, the illusionary map had a blue globe, identifying a limp Maxime where she moved, as she moved to come to the map. C'est magnifique, she exclaimed as she inspected it closely, and the students all entered, walking over to see the artifact Harry had created in such a short amount of time. Did you just make that? Fleur asked, disbelievingly. I have some practice making these. Harry said. Its existence is a secret, though, and part of the security, so you can't tell anyone about it, okay? My family magic is involved, so I'm afraid I must insist. The limp said quickly. Girls, Z's is to protect us, so I will have your promise and gratitude to Monsieur Black, for the favor, is done for us. The girls all knew what had almost happened to Fleur, and, since they were the brightest witches in Beauxbatons, they could see how this would be used. There were many smiling faces, grateful nods and promises around the room. Will Z's work outside Z carriage? Olymp asked. For a couple of miles. Harry agreed. But it is anchored to the carriage, so try not to take it too far, he instructed. If you notice anyone is missing, use a comm and call me immediately. We have a similar way to find people in the school. As he said it, he pulled his own map out, deciding to share the tidbit for their peace of mind. As he activated it, there were gasps at the intricacy and size of the map. As you can see, my map doesn't show new structures, such as the carriage's construction and layout, but it does note your general position where the carriage is. This is how I knew Fleur wasn't in the carriage, and when I saw someone approach, I went there to be sure it wasn't anything untoward. You were watching? Fleur asked. Harry blushed then. Fleur, you and your friends are the most beautiful girls currently in attendance at this school, besides my own girls, that is, he added quickly. I have security in place for the castle and had hoped it would be unnecessary, but decided to keep an eye out, just in case, he explained. You expected trouble? Fleur asked. No, the teachers have done a wonderful job, since I gave them each access to these. Harry said, pointing at the map. They only have their common rooms and dorms to watch though. The head of security, Mr. Filch, has security feeds from throughout the castle, so he knows what goes on where. The school nurse has a full map, like this one, but she doesn't always monitor it, either, so I needed to keep an eye out for those outside the scope of the pre-established security. You were protecting us? One of the other girls asked. You don't even know us. You are all students and after studying with us so much, hopefully, friends. Harry said with a shrug. I look out for my friends. Harry did not expect the squeals of delight from the girls, nor the dissent of all of them as they all tried to hug and key his cheeks in gratitude. Chevalier, Olymp said, once the sea of raging estrogen had passed, with a nod and smile. Your motivations are noble, like the knights of old. EETE's very romantique. I was hoping for friendly. Harry said honestly, through his blush. You don't understand. Fleur said, we French love Z romance. It is not necessarily Z kind you are thinking of. Maybe not for you. One of the girls giggled. And that's my cue. Harry said, as he made for the door. The girls were standing in his way though, with smirks on their faces. Harry just smirked back and lifted up and over them. See you around, he called behind him as he left, flying for the Gryffindor dorm. He can fly? One of the girls asked incredulously, switching to French, as they did when the English were either not around or they wanted to speak privately. I heard he could do that, one of the others said. But I didn't believe it. What a man will such a boy become? Yet another asked. There were dreamy smiles all around. All right ladies, off to bed. It's past curfew already, Madame Maxime said. Fleur, if you could stay behind. She requested and the girl waited for the others to depart. Did you want to discuss something, Madame Maxime? Fleur asked. I did, she said as she took a seat on a couch and indicated for the girl to take another. I understand that Harry has suggested that you speak to a healer of his acquaintance about what happened to you. He has. Fleur admitted, her mood sobering some. I'm not sure I want to talk about it yet. I do not suggest that you wait. Madame Maxime said. I don't know enough about such things, but I do understand that you need to face the problem at some point. Sooner rather than later. I know, but, Fleur started. Her lip trembled then, as her eyes filled with tears and started overflowing. Just the thought of what almost happened, it fills me with fear. I can't talk about it. Madame Maxime looked at the girl with some compassion. Does this have something to do with your other fears? Fleur said nothing, but finally nodded. She had always feared a life with no real love. Very few people could resist the call of the allure. When they could, it usually meant that they had other persuasions or already loved someone else. Madame Maxime reached over and placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. It's the same as my fear, only in reverse. She admitted. I could see everything. I knew what I was doing, but couldn't stop doing as the voice commanded. I don't ever want to do that to someone else. I'd know they hate me deep inside. I know you, Fleur. You're not someone that would do something like that. Madame Maxime stated. You should not have been put through this. What is that stupid headmaster thinking? She spat. Fortunately Harry saved me, Fleur said, with a blush. You like him, Madame Maxime observed. Perhaps. No, Fleur interrupted. I don't want that. I can't see myself sharing a man, even one as wonderful as Harry. I'll not lie and say that it sounds appealing to me, either. Madame Maxime said. But, perhaps your mind will change and they will be open to it. Even just for a while. As I understand it, his girls formed around him to fall under his protection, when he offered it. If you require the security of a boy, who will not push you, because he maintains control, and the company of a close-knit group of friends, I cannot think of a better place to start than that boy. Fleur thought about it for a while, before speaking. I will not deny that the friendship of a boy that can be himself around me is appealing, but why are you pushing for this? Are you hoping I can convince him to join our school? Madame Maxime smiled at her. She had not really been planning on using it that way, but changing the conversation in a direction to help the girl see a little ray of hope, where before there was just despair, was worth admitting to a lie. Of course, you can surely turn his head and those of his coterie, simply by talking about the wonders of Beauxbatons. He never says no to his girls as far as I can tell. Fleur narrowed her eyes for a moment, realizing what the woman had done, but thanking her in her heart and mind. Madame Maxime knew the hearts of girls. I'll not promise anything, but thank you for talking to me. Maybe I should go see a healer, if Harry suggested them. It seems talking about it did help. Madame Maxime smiled at her student. Then, a more caring smile than the lie from before. Good, was all she said, before heaving herself up from the too low couch, and stretching. I think it's time for my beauty rest. You don't need it, Fleur called after the tall woman. Madame Maxime just smiled again and went to her room, map in hand. She'd designate people to watch it in shifts from tomorrow. In the meanwhile, she would take the first watch and rest later, knowing the Chevalier was watching over them as they slept. Fleur did feel better, but sat there for a while, considering the last remarks of the conversation. She was spending a lot of time around Harry during study sessions anyway, when he wasn't off, no doubt being brilliant, somewhere else. Perhaps, for a short while, she could ask for temporary membership to the exclusive group. A little voice in the back of her head still wouldn't admit that she had been slightly jealous of the girls, that night on the spaceship, when they took turns gutting their man. The next 2 days flew by and Harry was working on yet another project. It was a long shot and he'd have to test it, but the idea had sparked that night on the ship, as they were talking about the uses of precious stones in the spaceship, shortly after Harry had been chosen. Bill had needed to go find him some information he had needed, while he produced something new. A ruby rod. In practice, a laser worked by putting a rod of ruby inside a mirrored chamber and a xenon flash tube, or bright light, surrounded the ruby. The light shines around and through the ruby and bounces back from the mirrors to add more light to the ruby. With nowhere else to go, the light is forced through the end of the rod in a straight and intense line. Playing with lasers was dangerous at best though, so Harry needed the information. Since he had magic, chances were, he could make the beam many times more powerful, since he could make light appear inside the crystal and simply mold a mirror around it. The process would have way less loss, but he'd need to protect from heat and probably spell every part of the structure indestructible, in case the magic somehow overloaded the gem or simply melted it. He had successfully made the gem, after quite a few failed attempts that ended up with a pile of clear corundum crystals and a couple of translucent brown crystals. He had finally remembered to add traces of chromium and had experimented with the amounts. It really needed a very small amount to color the stone. Bill had sent the chromium along, since there wasn't a lot of chrome plating in the wizarding world. Harry still planned on trying to extract elements directly from other elements, using transfiguration, but he'd not gotten there yet. He felt he needed to understand each element in whatever he took the element from, so that he'd be able to separate them properly, first. For now, though, he smiled at his success. A cylindrical rod of pure blood red ruby, just long enough to go over the palm of his hand. The tournament was the next day, but Harry really wanted to test his theory, so he completed his plan and fused a mirror over the gem, after spelling the gem unbreakable. Then he did the same with the mirror. The hole in the front, where the light was supposed to escape, was very small, since Harry wanted a fine, thin laser that uses less power to create. Just in case, he covered the mirror in rubber and charmed that to negate heat. The spell wouldn't be perfect, but that was what the second layer of rubber was for. If he felt it was heating up too much, he'd simply have to drop the laser and wait for it to cool as the magic did its job. Now Harry needed a target. He walked out of the room of requirement and went for a walk around the lake. As he walked, he spotted trees and rocks, but not wanting to cause a forest fire, he moved on. He was almost around the lake when he remembered something. Didn't Hagrid sometimes have problems with flesh-eating slugs? Smiling to himself, Harry rushed off to find the big man. When he got to his hut, Harry knocked and was happily surprised to find the big man was home. Fang didn't know him as well this time as in his previous life and barked like crazy, but when Hagrid opened the door the big dog attacked Harry with a friendly lick to the face. "Jareth, you overgrown mutt," Harry said as he fended off the friendly greeting. "Ari," Hagrid said, "what brings you round? Not hoping for advice on your task are you?" He asked with a smile that said he'd be happy to help, if asked. "Hi Hagrid," Harry said. "Actually, I was hoping you have a problem for me to solve. I've made a useful little tool and was just hoping you've got something you wouldn't terribly miss if I destroyed it." "Destroy?" Hagrid asked. "You're not thinkin' o' some'n dangerous are ya?" "Well, maybe a little dangerous," Harry admitted. "I've done the research, though, and need a safe testing environment. I was thinking a couple of flesh-eating slugs will fit the bill nicely." "Flesh-eating slugs, you say?" Hagrid mused. "I have had a few of 'em attacking the pumpkins I'm growin' for Halloween," he admitted. "Are you still engorging them?" Harry asked with a knowing look. "I'm sure I don't know what talkin' aboo, Ari." Hagrid lied badly. "I won't tell if you don't." Harry smiled at the big man. Hagrid contemplated it for a moment, before he smiled. Dangerous things and Hagrid got along like trees in a forest fire. "Come on, then," he beckoned to Harry as he walked out and around his hut, to his pumpkin patch. The things were already huge and Halloween was a bit more than a month away. Harry could clearly see there were a couple of large slugs already sitting on one of the closer ones, but Hagrid ignored them, pointing off to where a huge slug was sitting on the side of a large pumpkin. "Duh, bugger's been showing up every day. Nearly ruined my harvest, he has. Oh, this is going to be fun," Harry said as he aimed down the laser, closing his other eye so he could take better aim. At the last second he remembered. "Oh, shit, what am I doing?" he swore as he lowered the laser and dug around in his pocket. "Language, Ari," Hagrid chided him mildly. "Sorry," Harry mumbled, before finally finding the glasses he had made from the clear corundum. He'd spelled them like his mirrors on the ship for the tinting, but he'd since upgraded the spell to self-adjust, after one too many close calls with the sun suddenly breaking past the planet's shade, to protect the eyes from bright lights. Then he realized Hagrid was there, and sighed, before he simply duplicated his new sunglasses and cast the same spell on the copy. It should last long enough for a couple of tests. He handed the glasses to his big friend. "Put those on," he instructed. "They will protect your eyes. I'm about to shine one of the brightest lights known to mankind directly at that slug. Whatever plannin', don't miss. Flesh-eatin' slugs can move as fast as a normal person on a bad day." Hagrid warned. "Why do you think I buy repellents? If I trip and the slug catches up with me, I don't know how many bites he'll need before he's had his pound o' flesh." "I'll keep that in mind then," Harry promised after checking Hagrid had the glasses on. They didn't look too good on the man, but he wasn't going for fashion. Then he lined the laser up again. He applied a very small amount of magic into a Lumos spell directly into the gem, threw a tendril of his power and a little dot appeared next to the slug. It seemed he hadn't made the hole completely straight, but he lined the benign laser onto the slug, which didn't notice at all. "Was da?" Hagrid asked. "That would be the laser's contact point," Harry said. "Here's the best part," he said excitedly as he sent a pulse of magic into the spell, flaring the Lumos. The slug definitely noticed that, but the split-second notice it got was not enough to attack or flee, as the laser's beam, which became visible during the spike, seared through its translucent skin and hit its organs, which started to boil instantly. In the space of a second, the slug swelled up and popped like a particularly nasty pimple on the side of the pumpkin, which now had a scorched spot where the laser had partially dug through the slug. "Bloody hell!" Hagrid exclaimed. "What kind of tool does da? One that burns with the heat of the sun, potentially?" Harry said happily. "Yes," he exclaimed then. "I works. The sun?" Hagrid asked incredulously. "You shouldn't be playing with summon like da," he chastised. Technically, if it burned that hot, it could do a lot more damage than what Harry had, but he didn't intend to do that, or mention it. Then Hagrid looked at the place where the slugs remained still boiled as it slowly cooled down. It was satisfying to see the bugger pop like that, though, he mused, before turning to Harry, with a question in his eyes. You want to try it? Harry asked. Hagrid nodded vigorously. Harry chuckled. I'll need to modify it so someone else can use it. Give me a couple of hours and I'll get you one, he promised. He had the process down now, after all. I'll just need to make you a real pair of these glasses, though. Without them, it would be worse than looking into the sun. You'd probably go blind, so if I make you a laser, you have to promise never to use it around people or Fang, okay? Hagrid nodded. He could do that. He was just glad the dog was so damn cowardly. He never came near the cabbage or pumpkin patches. Shouldn't you be preparing for the tournament? You aren't planning on using this on the dragon or ya? He asked as the thoughts jumped into his head, one following the other. I'm not allowed, remember? Harry reminded the man. I'm only allowed my wand. Oh course, Hagrid said in realization. He really didn't like the idea of this being used on the poor defenseless dragons. Harry kept his part of the bargain, but he played around a bit too. Making the laser look and act like a gun was just too damn perfect. He had to use a light creation rune, along with a bit of a channeling setup so that the caster, Hagrid in this case, could power the laser using their own power. He had reworked the glasses to look more like sunglasses that curved around the face, with an upturn at the end, simulating dark, heavy, evil-looking eyebrows. Then he placed an illusion on them to always look dark, even while they didn't obscure your sight. Just in case, Harry made him a spare set of the normal kind, in case he wanted to show off for Madame Maxime. The sun was just setting as Harry made it back to Hagrid's hut. He could hear the man pacing inside as he approached. I'm here, Harry called in a sing-song voice. Hagrid was instantly at the door with a huge smile on his face. You fixed it so I can use it? He asked. It still uses magic, but yes, I fixed it. Harry said. Let's just go over the functions, real quick. It wasn't real quick. Harry had to explain about the channeling and the trigger and even the safety. He had, at least, remembered to size the weapon to Hagrid's hand though, something Hagrid noted as he took the big, heavy steel weapon out of the leather holster Harry had transfigured for him to carry it in, with a satisfied smile. He didn't even question how Harry had carried it in the first place. By the time they were ready to see if Hagrid could handle it, it was dark out, but Harry quickly cast a lumos and the light hung in the air for them to work in. Then Harry made a target for him and walked back. Okay, Hagrid, remember your steps. Harry reminded the big man. Step 1, Hagrid said as he looked around, check for people. Step 2, glasses. As he said it, he pulled the mean-looking sunglasses over his eyes as Harry put his own on, noting that Hagrid waited for his to be on, too. Step 3, channel the magic. Hagrid focused and waited until he saw the laser dot appear, which indicated the laser was ready to fire and acted as a perfect guide for the shot, obviously. He didn't stop there though. He continued until the dot became brighter. Step 4, aim. He lined the laser with the target. Step 5, fire, he said with a grin as he pulled the trigger. Harry was shocked when the target was hit dead center, not moving in the slightest as he pulled the trigger, before it caught fire and the entire thing started burning with an intense heat he could feel from where he stood. Then he remembered that Hagrid used a crossbow often and the weight of the weapon probably helped keep it steady as the trigger was pulled. Well done, Hagrid, Harry exclaimed happily. That was brilliant, Hagrid exclaimed as he looked at the weapon in his hand with a fading smile. For the first time though, he saw it for what it was. This is not a tool, is it? He asked, then. This is a weapon. Yours is. Harry agreed. Mine has a lot more uses, and a bit more potential for destruction, to be sure, but I have bigger plans for mine. Bigger than this? Hagrid asked as he lifted the first handheld laser weapon. Professor Babbling would be so jealous. Hagrid's face showed some shock then. Wait, what do ya mean, mine? That one is yours, Hagrid. Harry chuckled. Do you think I can carry that ginormous thing around and actually use it? Hagrid looked at the weapon again, but this time in pure adoration. Mine, he whispered. Just remember the steps, okay? Harry asked. If people can see you using it, they are too close. I'm not joking, Hagrid. You will blind someone if they see it fired without protection. O' course, Ari. Hagrid promised again. I wouldn't want to hurt no one. Good, Harry said. And be careful about not setting the woods on fire with it, he added. You can see how hot that fire burns with just one hit, he said, pointing at the still raging inferno, which was the target. If someone gets hurt, it will be on my conscience. I'll practice the steps. Hagrid promised a final time. No taking chances. If you need to use it in an emergency, you can ask people to close their eyes, but you have to be sure they are listening, okay? Harry asked. This is a good idea, Hagrid said, as he carefully holstered the weapon in its holster, under his left armpit, inside his jacket. Okay. Harry sighed. He had realized, only too late, that he had gifted the half-giant with a very powerful weapon, in his excitement to make something new. Now he'd have to be sure to check up on the well-meaning, but sometimes dim-witted fellow. He absently vanished the burning target and they were suddenly in pitch darkness, as it seemed the Lumos had ended while the fire was going. The glasses quickly adjusted, though. Harry took his off, and placed them in an inner pocket. Do you need me to walk you? Hagrid asked. He'd left his glasses on. Harry had to admit, this pair suited the man very well. He'd hate to be Hagrid's enemy, wearing them while he pointed the laser pistol at him. Harry just smirked and lifted up into the air. I don't need to walk, he said. Hagrid, having seen this feat before, just smiled and waved after him as he left. Having had a successful day, Harry landed in bed and quickly dozed off with a smile on his face. The smile didn't last though, when a dream of Hagrid running rampant with his glasses on and killing Death Eaters all by himself. In the strangest dream he could remember, Voldemort himself bent a knee to the giant, as he pointed the laser at his head, with a smile on his face. Those glasses looked evil, but Hagrid looked like a strange cross between a Viking, a cowboy and some sort of rock star. The next day, Harry awoke with a strange smile on his face. Dobby? Harry asked and the elf appeared on his bed. Master calls Dobby. Dobby asked as he appeared, map in hand. How did the watch go? Harry asked like he normally did, these days. All okay, Dobby said with a thumbs up. The blue girls and the red boys all stayed in their places, he said, referring to Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, respectively. Thanks, Dobby, Harry said through his yawn. I really don't deserve a friend like you, he complimented. Dobby had the customary response of smiling from ear to ear before he disappeared with a sharp pop, leaving the map behind for Harry to take with him. Can you not have a morning meeting with the elf, every day? Ron whined. You're the ones that insisted that I stop being all secretive. Harry replied, with a smile. The fact was that Harry had asked the elf to make more noise as he left, to help wake up the others, who sometimes overslept. Today was going to be a day without classes and most of them had hoped to sleep in before the first task. Morning, Harry. Neville called as he got up as well. You ready for the tournament? He asked. Meh, Harry scoffed. He had a plan that he knew would work. Neville knew part of it, as did his study group, since he was going for shock and awe. The first part of his vengeance on both Sirius and Dumbledore. Breakfast was the standard fare, but Harry was cheered on by the whole school as he showed up. He took it with a shake of his head and bit of a smile, but still sent a glare at the headmaster, who was smiling too. Well, up until he saw Harry's look, anyway. After breakfast, the champions were summoned and they all convened in the tent. Good morning, Harry. Victor greeted him with a nod. Hello, Victor, Fleur. Harry greeted. Hello, Ari. Fleur greeted. Are you prepared? She asked. I have my plans. Harry confirmed. How about you two? He asked. I would feel better if you took time to teach us. Victor said. I have plan, though. Just be careful not to let any of the other eggs break. That will cost you points. Harry warned. Other eggs? Victor asked. Harry just tapped his nose, to indicate it's something he knew, but wouldn't be talking about. He turned to Fleur, then. You? He asked. I'm prepared, she said with a nod. She had been hoping to have a talk with Harry at some point, but hadn't found the time yet. She had also hoped Hermione would have that process to protect Harry's secrets ready, before the first task, but it hadn't panned out that quickly. Hermione had actually already figured out the magic, but was hesitant to bring it up. It felt to her that it was too powerful a magic to use. The idea of abuse scared her. She would later realize that she could claim it was a new family magic, or have Harry claim it was his and protect her processes for her, with his own magical protection. Magical contracts already existed, of course, but hers was developed by herself, so her specific process would need to be protected, in case it was new or better in some way. The judges and ministry officials soon entered with the headmasters. The rules were explained and Harry was happily surprised that he had drawn the same dragon. That would make his plans easier. They wished each other luck and Fleur went first, against a Swedish short snout, which had been Cedric's last time. Then Victor went against the Chinese fireball, which was the same as before, for him. When Harry's name was called, he walked out of the tent and into the stadium, where the crowds were cheering his name. Harry stopped, just after entering and created an illusion of himself, over himself and went invisible. True invisibility was possible when you didn't move, so Harry stood still as the illusion of himself followed much the same idea as he had last time. The idea was to get the dragon to break its chain and fly after the illusion of Harry. That part worked out fine. The dragon was soon flying away after the illusion on the illusionary broom he had summoned. Harry changed to a disillusionment spell and walked to the egg, picking it up after disillusioning it and placing an illusion of it still there in the nest with the other eggs. Then he shrunk the egg and placed it in a pocket, before moving to stand by the exit. Then he waited. The illusionary Harry had been flying circles around the stadium, drawing the attention of the crowd, and when Harry was in position, the illusion flew back to the nest, from an inopportune location, giving the dragon a chance to cut him off, to protect her eggs again. The illusion dropped its broom and started running at the dragon, in strafing motions, trying to get around it to the egg that was not really there anymore, firing real spells as Harry fed it through a tendril of his magic. The dragon breathed fire and the illusion blocked it with a spell, or at least that's what it looked like, shocking many, until the dragon stopped the stream of fire and attacked with its tail. This time the illusion did not seem to be ready, and the look of shock was still on its face as the tail severed its head from the body and fell over, the head rolling away, leaving no blood as it went. The dragon roared its victory and there were screams of fear and shock from the crowd, until everyone froze, when the body got up, without its head, and stumbled as it walked to the head, picking it up and carrying it under its arm. The dragon also seemed shocked at this. No creature should be able to live without its head. The illusionary head smiled then as the body tossed it in the air, copied the head with its wand and started juggling it with the other copies. Then the illusions all vanished, looking like apparition, and Harry cancelled the disillusionment, before walking out of the exit, removing the egg from his pocket and unshrinking it. The crowd was dead quiet, before a massive cheer broke out as everyone saw him exit, completely unscathed and whole. Fleur and Victor were standing there waiting, with looks of both amazement and fear on their faces. "But you're dead," Victor exclaimed. "How did you do that?" Fleur demanded. Harry beckoned them closer and whispered to them, "I'm good at illusions, remember." "That was ill," Fleur started to exclaim, but Harry quickly placed a hand over her mouth. "I will be calling it family magic," Harry said. "Don't let people think you know better. It's a punishment for the headmaster and my godfather, who decided my entry into the contest was worth it. The scare of my death is meant to bring them to their senses. You teach them good lesson," Victor said with a nod. The boy seemed to have had the whole situation under control. The little bit of worry he had for Harry was dispelled by his actions today, though it seemed he was going to be more difficult to beat, if he could fool an entire stadium of people like this, even if he did end up using a trick. "Harry," Sirius yelled, running up to him and hugging him tightly. "I was so worried. You scared me half to death with that stunt. Let that be a lesson," Harry said mildly, as he broke the hug with minimal effort. "Don't F.K. with me again," he insisted. "You're watching too many American movies," Remus said as he walked up to them, followed shortly by Dumbledore. "Harry, what was that?" Dumbledore asked. Harry turned to him with a cold gaze as the other headmasters and ministry officials turned up, too. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you have asked me for information about my family magic for the last time. After your latest of many offenses to my person and my family, I have decided that should you try one more time, I'll demand an honor duel in the old ways." Dumbledore froze dead in his tracks and stared at the boy. "I did not know it was family magic," he objected. "You, the most acclaimed magic user in all of Europe, didn't know what I did and thought it was commonplace magic?" Harry asked, sarcastically, as cameras flashed and reporters took copious notes on the confrontation. Sirius caught on immediately and backed Harry up, both to support him and to maybe get a head start on gaining forgiveness for the prank, which he was now castigating himself for. No matter how powerful Harry was, his parents would have haunted him if they hadn't moved on. Dumbledore saw the flashes and the true anger in Sirius's gaze and decided to try and do some damage control. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, do formally apologize to House Black for the offense. I should have known that it was family magic, since I was not familiar with it, and acknowledge that I have misstepped, even unknowingly. Good, Sirius said. On behalf of House Black, I, Sirius Black, head of House Black, accept your formal apology for this offense only. Harry had had enough of being in the spotlight and turned to leave. Mr. Black, one of the officials called after him. We still need to award your points and tell you about the next task. I don't care. Harry called back. I'm not in the tournament to win or of my own free will. Then he continued to walk off. When his girls caught up to him, Harry levitated them up and flew the rest of the way to the Gryffindor Tower, shocking the reporters and most of the spectators, alike. Remus would be collecting all the camera discs, which had recorded all three champions at the task from many angles, which Harry planned on using to see their performance for the first time. He would also be making a record of the entire tournament, which could be sold for their upcoming release of the magical television. The other champions stayed behind, to hear the score and get their instructions, while the crowd slowly exited the stadium, all talking about Harry's abilities and wondering how he had done them. The girls all hugged Harry when they landed, and, since they were alone in the tower, they keyed him deeply, all except Luna, of course, who was still not comfortable with the idea, for his success and the successful admonishment of both the headmaster and his godfather. While they were alone, Harry quickly went to his room and returned with a couple of items he had made. What's all this? Hermione asked, looking at the staves of what looked like colored glass. Corundum, Harry said easily. I needed it for a new project of mine, he said, holding up the rubber-covered laser. These are all sapphires, Padma exclaimed, looking at the large many-hued gems scattered on the table. She remembered their conversation from their time on the ship. Wait, does that mean that's a laser? Hermione asked. She remembered him talking about how you needed rubies for lasers. Yup, Harry said, putting a little power into the gem with a light spell and pointing at the ceiling with it at its lowest output. Isn't that dangerous? Hermione continued. Only if I add too much power. Harry confessed. With only a little power, the light spell only produces the simplest of laser pointers. Wait, hold on, Parvati said. Do you mean there's a ruby, the size of these here, inside that? She asked, indicating the staves of gemstone and then the laser. Sure, Harry said. Just finished the laser yesterday. The girls all looked at the laser, which Harry was still shining and making patterns on the roof with, and the staves of precious stones on the table. But this one is green, Daphne said, picking the one green gem up. I don't really know what happened to that one. Harry said. Something in the air in the place where I produced the gems must have gotten in while I was making it. I'm thinking something like carbon or iron got in that one. Can we use this? Pansy asked, taking the stone from Daphne to inspect. We could likely have some really nice jewelry cut from it for the ball. Why have it cut? Harry asked, as he summoned the staff from her and held it in his hand. Then he cupped both hands under it and focused. The next moment, the gem split in two and shaped into, seemingly, precisely cut, large green, tear-shaped sapphires. Transfiguration doesn't have a loss, he said as he handed the gems back to the girls. You can just transfigure them into shapes? Padma asked. She picked up a pinkish-red one and, using her wand, focused on it. It didn't change. I can't do that, she said. You have to take into consideration the hexagonal shape of the base crystal so that you can change it. Harry explained. The crystal construct of the elements making it up is the key to not changing it into something temporary or reducing it to the base elements. Hexagonal? Padma asked, looking at the stubborn pink gem in her hand. Six-pointed, Hermione said as she thought about it. She had studied her high school chemistry as well, after all. So, the atoms? She asked Harry. Yup, Harry said with a smile at her. Hermione smiled back, and picked up a brown gem. Using her own wandless magic, she focused on the gem in her hand and imagined the structure as she understood it. It didn't change, but there was something there. She felt something connect, for a moment, though, so she tried again, focusing on the feeling of that small connection and the shape she was going for. The next moment the entire gem fell to pieces in her hand, some spilling out, as the entire thing changed into smaller gems of the exact shape she had been imagining. "Nice," Harry said, just as the common room door burst open. He quickly summoned all the gems into a pocket and put the laser away. "Harry!" Fred and George exclaimed, running at him and pulling him up to congratulate him on his victory. The atmosphere in the room was very celebratory as the rest of the house followed them a couple of seconds later. They knew he wasn't happy to be in the tournament, but that didn't make them any less pleased at his success, or impressed with his performance. He just tolerated it, for the most part. "Well done, Harry," Neville said, a while later, after things had calmed down a bit and Harry had been allowed to go sit with his girls again. "I mean, I know you don't like it, but that was fantastic. When you were juggling your heads, I think Ron was going to throw up." "I was not," Ron objected, even though he had a small smile on his face. "It was disgusting though," he admitted. "Sorry to scare you, Ron," Harry said. "It was all an act anyway. Needed to send a message to the headmaster, for interfering in my business." "I'm sure he got the message," Pansy said. "I watched him when you were beheaded." All the color left his face. He looked like he was going to throw up. "I just don't understand what's been going on with the old goat," Harry said. He seemed genuinely sorry for his past miscalculations. Harry couldn't talk openly with so many people around, so he had to skirt around the edges to talk about something sensitive. "Maybe he's just old," Susan stated. "Aunt Amelia is always going on about how it is time for him to retire. Likely due to him always sticking his nose into her business," she finished in her head. Most of them understood that it was implied. Harry's comm decided to ping, then he took it out and read the message. He sighed, before getting up. "Sorry to leave the celebration guys, but I have to go help a friend out," he said. A lot of people were disappointed, including his girls, but they understood he had responsibilities. There were many waves and yelled greetings as he shot out a window, as he did often these days. "I wish I could do that," Ron said as he stared after Harry. "If you were a better friend to him, maybe he'd have taught you," Hermione said. She still didn't like the boy, but he seemed to have grown up a little. "I tried," Ron said. He thought he was being honest. "Back in first year, I tried to be his friend, but he didn't like me or something." "That's because you were telling people you were his best friend and tried to get attention that way," Neville said. "I did not," Ron objected angrily, but saw all the girls and Neville looking at him with disbelieving looks. "Did I?" he asked uncertainly. "That's what Harry said," Hermione agreed. "He said he saw you talking to people and then you'd all shut up when he came closer and you wouldn't look at him, like you'd been talking about him. He also overheard you calling yourself his best friend, shortly after meeting him." Ron was contemplative after that. He did recall something like that, but it was long ago for him, now. "Buggered yourself with that, didn't you?" Fred said, having overheard. "Just imagine, if you hadn't been a right pillock from the start, he may have taken you on his first flight in his saucer." George added. "And everything else he does," Fred said. "Too bad," they said together. Harry was on his way to the coach. Fleur had sent him a message asking for a meeting to discuss something, and he'd used the opportunity to escape the celebration. He landed and knocked on the door. Nobody answered, so he knocked again, harder this time. A couple of seconds later, the door opened and Harry was hit by the sound of music and chattering, as the Beauxbatons girls all celebrated Fleur's success with her. Harry was about to excuse himself, not wanting to interrupt, when the girl who had opened the door pulled him in by the arm and closed the door behind them. His entry had not gone unnoticed, though, and he was soon beset by the girls, who had all been upset by his seeming demise. "You scared us," was the most common statement, but nobody demanded to know how he had done it, since the rumors had quickly spread that it was family magic. "That was boss a remarkable performance and disturbing to see," Madame Maxime said sternly, from where she sat at a tall table on an equally tall chair. "A beat of warning would, Avenue been nice," Fleur agreed, from nearby, before she too embraced Harry and Key, and next to both his cheeks. Harry knew it was a common greeting in France, though some of the girls had actually Key at his cheeks. "Sorry for scaring you," Harry apologized. "I'm just happy that you were hurt," Fleur said with a smile. She hadn't told anyone of his illusions. She had given her word after all. Come, Madame Maxime invited, pointing to a chair by her table. Join us for a drink, she said, already pouring a small glass of wine for Harry. At his look, she scoffed. Children in France often avenue a glass with their parents. A small glass will do no harm. Harry nodded then in thanks and took a chair after holding one for Fleur. Always so charmant, Fleur said. He always held doors and chairs for his ladies, she had noted. I was raised to have good manners, Harry said. My uncle Remus may be a werewolf, but he's also a gentleman. Remus Lupin? Madame Maxime asked. He was becoming famous as the man who united the wolves under the Marauders Inc. banner. The same, Harry agreed, as he lifted his glass and smelled the bouquet, as he had seen some people do. He had no idea what he was smelling for, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to learn, while he had the opportunity. Madame Maxime smiled at him, knowing he was just doing as he had seen, if he had never enjoyed wine before. It is a wonderful vintage, made at a farm near the Pyrenees Mountains, where Beaubadenzy is located. Harry nodded and took a small sip. It wasn't bad. Thank you, Harry said, lifting his glass. You are welcome, Madame Maxime said, before changing the subject back. Here Marauders Inc. is many werewolves working for them. In Villa, yes, Harry said. There are reasons, but I'm not at liberty to discuss them, he apologized. I am, Fleur said. My Auntie Bella cannot stop talking about how grateful she is to the company for giving her the opportunity. She is more respect and earns better wages than she was able to before. Marauders Inc. is a generous employer, she said. The other Villa are just as happy, even the ones who remove their clothing. She said this last part with an upturned brow. Harry lifted his hands in defense. I had nothing to do with that, and I have not seen any of that myself, he quickly defended. It wasn't necessarily true. He had gone there once or twice, but he would hardly admit that now, even if he had not really looked like himself at the time. Fleur smiled at the small blush playing on his face. At least it seemed he wasn't averse to seeing women BPD. She had wondered how much of a show the other girls were putting on and if his attractions went in another direction. EET was likely their own idea. Most Villa love the attention. The fact that they feel secure and avenue never been attacked or armed proves the security is good. The wolves appreciate the ability to unwind and the resorts grow as a result of their own investments. They protect it because they made it. The Villa are also wonderful carers, Harry said with a shrug. Bella is your aunt, he asked then. That explained why they had been so familiar with each other on the video call. She is, Fleur confirmed. She has been talking about her work and her new boyfriend for a while now. Bill's a great guy, Harry confirmed. He works with me on making my inventions. He's currently building up stock of my latest invention. Something new? Fleur asked. Something the magical world doesn't have yet, Harry argued. Television. You're making a magical television? Fleur asked. Made, Harry corrected. He pulled out his comm and tapped on an icon with a box and two antennae. Only his comm was connected to that system, since they wanted to sell the boxes with the recording crystals and rent out connections to the stations, to pay for expansion on the available channels. The rental would be reasonably cheap, depending on how many people decided to take what rental contracts. The free channels weren't charged for, after all. A second later the display popped up over the comm and some kind of commercial station showing exercise equipment, and scantily dressed models using them, could be seen. Harry ignored the picture and turned the display so the others could look. The sound through the comm isn't strong and the display isn't big enough, so we're making different devices for that. Mine is connected to the channels, though, since I enjoy having the music stations on, sometimes, while I work. ZZ's Muggle television, Madame Maxime asked, bending toward the display to see and hear better. What are they doing? She asked, looking at the big, heavy machinery, which were being pushed and pulled around in a never-ending motion. Harry turned the display around and looked. It's some sort of exercise machine, Harry said. That one seems to focus on pecs and that one glutes. Pecs. Glutes? Fleur asked. Pecs is short for pectoral muscles or chest. Glutes is for gluteus muscles or the posterior. Harry said. Makes the chest bigger and the A.S. smaller. Men use both, While ladies apparently prefer to have a shapelier behind, but chest exercises can have a negative effect on the bust. How interesting. Madame Maxime said. These muggles, avenue devices for such things. It's still effort and training to see results. Harry said, switching the display off and pocketing the device. Then he took another sip from his glass, before saying, I've been exercising for health, since before Hogwarts. It gives you more energy and helps keep you healthy, with just a small amount of dedicated practice a day, but that isn't why you called for me today, is it? He asked Fleur, changing the subject. Non. Fleur agreed, accepting the change. I was wondering, could you introduce me to Z, Eeler? Z1 you talk to? She asked. Sure. Harry said easily, pulling his comm out again, before Fleur could object. Video call Poppy Pomfrey. Harry. Is there a problem? You never showed up for me to check over. Are you okay? Madame Pomfrey answered and asked quickly. I'm fine, Auntie Poppy. Harry smiled at her. The dragon didn't stand a chance. Of course it didn't, she scoffed. You could have wrestled it into submission. You should still have come, she insisted. You hardly ever come to see me anymore. I'll be sure to make a turn tomorrow. Harry promised, ignoring the shocked looks from some of the gathered girls, who were blatantly listening in. For now though, I have a new friend, who you should have met earlier today. Fleur Delacour. She'd like to schedule a bit of counseling, he said, turning the display to her. Bonjour Madame Pomfrey. Fleur said. Pardon, I did not know you were Z, Eeler, Ari mentioned. Of course, dear, Madame Pomfrey said. Feel free to come to the infirmary with Harry tomorrow and we'll set up a schedule for you. She had been on the scene and knew what had happened. She would have offered counseling, but the French girl had fled to the coach, not feeling secure in the castle, which was understandable. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey. Fleur said, glad she had accepted so easily. She just wanted to get over this whole thing and put it behind her. It's both my duty and my pleasure. Madame Pomfrey said kindly. Oh, and Harry, she said mildly, if I find out that you had more than one of those glasses, I'll be very displeased. She had spotted the glass next to Harry. Her tone was also one he'd heard before. It was one that promised a disgusting potion was in his future if he didn't listen. I am a small glass, Madame Pomfrey. Madame Maxime spoke up and Harry turned the display to her. I will not abuse your champion, she added, with a bit of a smile. Oh, Harry can take care of himself. Madame Pomfrey assured her. I just don't want to imagine the damage to the school, should that boy get inebriated. I could tell you horror stories from when James and Sirius, she was saying, before Harry quickly ended the call. He remembered that story. It didn't end well for his father or Sirius. They both ended up being found BPD in the Great Hall after literally painting the entire Great Hall Gryffindor red, after winning the Quidditch Cup. Sirius still didn't remember how they ended up BPD, but suspected foul play. That was rude. Madame Maxime objected, realizing he'd stopped the call on purpose. My father's drunken schoolboy escapades should not be mentioned in a room full of ladies. Harry explained. I also know that story. Madame Pomfrey was trying to embarrass me. I will ask, or sometime. Fleur said, with a small smirk, and a wink to Madame Maxime. That's fine, Harry said easily, before taking the last sip of wine. I just don't want to be there, when you do. He finished as he got up. Are you leaving already? One of the girls asked, looking sad at the prospect. Yeah, Gryffindor is celebrating the first task and I used Fleur's message as an excuse to escape. Harry admitted. I'm working on something that I really want to get back to, for another project of mine. How many projects do you, Avenue? Fleur asked. Hopefully, infinite, Harry said. There's a whole universe of things to discover and make, Fleur, and I intend to have a hand in all the fun ones. He turned to Madame Maxime, then. Thank you for the wine and the hospitality. I'll take you up on it again sometime, if I may. You are welcome, Madame Maxime assured him. Z-girls love having their chevalier here. Flattery will get you nowhere. Harry smirked. Oh, and, if you find a moment, go say hello to Hagrid and ask him to show you the new toy I made for him, he said with a wink. Just remind him about the steps. He'll know what that means. Hopefully. Harry finished in his head. Is it dangerous? Madame Maxime asked, cocking her head to a side. Definitely. Harry smirked again, before he bid the ladies goodbye and left. Madame Maxime soon finished her glass and stood up. "Ladies, if you need me, I'll be visiting Mr. Hagrid," she said in French. The girls all smiled knowing smiles and greeted her, before the music, which had been turned down, to more easily overhear, was turned back up and the girls started celebrating and talking about their chevalier's apparent ability to wrestle with, and defeat, a dragon. Madame Maxime didn't take long to make her way to Hagrid's hut and he was very happy to show her his new toy. He even remembered the steps, since he'd turned it into a mantra of sorts. To say the large lady was impressed was an understatement. Hagrid even taught her the mantra and allowed her to use the weapon. She noted that it took her longer to charge it up than he did. Perhaps he wasn't such a lost cause after all. She had noted his physical strength before, with how easily he had handled the Abraxan, but now she realized what a crime it had been to stop him from learning magic. Harry, in the meanwhile, had decided to start experimenting using the laser. His theory was that magic was a form of energy, so if he used the methods used to make a laser, to project magic, he could use that as a form of long-range sensor, sending the magic along the light to check if there were any obstacles in his way as he traveled with the ship. The applications of such a technology would be basically limitless. If he could send magic through a light wave, he could revolutionize spellcasting. The next day, there was an article from Rita Skeeter in the Daily Prophet. She had waited for the first task, since she wanted to check on the facts, including finding out the names of the people who had assaulted others over the last 4 years and what had become of them. The article came as shock to a large number of the staff and there were objections and arguments from all of them as they turned on Dumbledore. Even Karkaroff and Maxime were scowling at the man who had assured them that Hogwarts was the safest place for the tournament. Rita, who had been present, also noted the argument after the first task, and what had been said. The majority of people reading this were shocked at the revelation that Harry Black and Albus Dumbledore were not on friendly terms, at the moment. As the leader of the Light, and the boy who lived, people had assumed that they would stand together as a combined front, against their opposition. The article did irreparable damage to Dumbledore's image, and considering what was mentioned at the beginning of the article, people were losing faith in him, and starting to move to Harry's banner, as he seemed more interested in actually protecting the next generation, as Dumbledore was meant to do. The fact that Marauders Inc. was now visibly and actively protecting the magical world and taking steps to remove undesirable magical influence in the Muggle One, only added to his support base. Harry didn't react to the news, as he knew it was coming. Rita had purchased a comm for herself and had sent Harry a message stating that it would be featured in the next Daily Prophet. Harry didn't mind that the offenders' names were out there. In his opinion, if you did the crime, you deserve whatever reaction occurs due to it, when people found out. Dumbledore tried to call Harry in for a meeting that same day still, but Harry ignored the old man. He'd heard enough of his opinions. He'd likely try to guilt Harry about how he'd affected the boys' lives and that he should not have sent the information to a reporter. The article had mentioned an unnamed source, but Rita had done that to protect herself, which wasn't a problem for Harry, who simply returned to his experiments. Dumbledore was now seriously regretting his decision to allow Harry to be put in the tournament. He had no doubt that all this would have been leaked at some point, but wasn't ready for it, and the article that mentioned both the argument and the fact that he had hidden the crimes of the boys in question, was a masterful stroke from the boy, to gain support from the magical populace. He wanted to call Harry in, to discuss what he had planned, which needed such support, but the boy had refused, simply stating that he was busy with Marauders' business and left, knowing he couldn't interfere. Dumbledore had been a symbol of hope for many generations and had also made many mistakes. He realized that he had been too forgiving and that his own past was coloring his judgment over the last couple of years. His wish for forgiveness for his own past was making him soft and he was realizing that he needed to start taking the opinions of others into consideration. Harry had proven to him that he was the obvious choice for the mantle of leader of the Light, to be passed on to, but he wasn't ready to pass the torch yet. He wanted to allow the boy to enjoy a bit more of his youth before he did so. Harry didn't achieve any success with the laser that first day, but he kept on coming back to the experiment and trying different things, like the different kinds of gem he had made. Nothing seemed to work though. It seemed that the magic, while being able to enter the gem, didn't function like light, or at least couldn't be carried by it. Even if the light itself was produced magically, it wasn't magical light. He struggled with the idea for a while, until he was watching his friends practice Reed showing off their wandless magic in an abandoned classroom. They were showing their different skills. Hermione could project her power out and use a similar form of telekinetic manipulation by now, but couldn't transmit her spells trough the extended tendrils of control, like he could. The other girls weren't happy about the fact that Neville, and strangely Luna, were picking up the skills more quickly. They were almost at Hermione's level. Luna was the only one that could do it without her hands moving, though. Something about her mind or the way she perceived her magic was causing her to be able to direct the spells without a point of origin, as long as the effect was within her immediate vicinity. Harry simply used his tendrils and suspected Luna's ability was likely more versatile in some ways, because of this ability. I just don't understand, Hermione was saying. I see Harry doing things without even looking, but even he says he needs to project things through his telekinetic magic. Luna, you're just making things happen without any focal point or point of origin. How is that even possible? The magic has to come from you, right? It's not like you're plucking the magic from the ether and directing it. So, where does it start from? Here, Luna said, simply, lifting her hands and indicating around her. But that's not where the magic starts, right? Hermione persisted. It comes from inside you, so how does it get there? She asked, indicating around the girl. Luna just shrugged and smiled that dreamy smile of hers. I'm not trying to frustrate you, Hermione, she said. Maybe your magic is just used to needing to come from inside you. She offered. Harry jumped in there, before Hermione could argue, again. What do you mean? Do you mean magic doesn't come from inside people? Everything has magic, Harry. Luna said. Especially here, at Hogwarts. So there is magic in the air that you're using? Harry asked. Only my own. Luna said. It would be rude to use yours. She elaborated, like that explained everything. Harry considered this for a moment. Hermione had seen that look before and waited for him to ponder it out, while the others decided to go back to their practice. They were almost up to the point that the more difficult spells that they were currently practicing was attainable, while Neville and Luna had started using a stick that looked like their wands, so that they could practice the wandless magic in classes already, without people realizing. EMF. Harry suddenly exclaimed. Electromagnetic fields. Hermione asked, not understanding. The human body has electricity and creates a very low-level electromagnetic field. Harry explained. But that's only what science knows about. What's to say magicals don't have an aura of magic inside or around that field? He theorized. If it was true, he was likely manipulating that, to carry his magic. Then he looked ponderous again. What are you thinking, Harry? Hermione asked after she considered the possibility. It did make a certain amount of sense. What do wands do then? Harry asked. Did they carry magic, or did they actually extend your aura to allow your magic to permeate other electromagnetic fields? I mean, it makes sense. I originally thought that the magic in space was more difficult due to no atmosphere, but I was outside the electromagnetic field of the planet when I came to that conclusion. That time on the moon, it wasn't within the protection of the Earth's electromagnetic shielding either, but the lycanthropic transformation happens when energies travel between the Earth and the moon, when the solar winds aren't affecting the moon's own ionosphere. So if the magic actually needs to travel through an electromagnetic field, Harry trailed off as he touched on an idea. What is it, Harry? Hermione asked. He had that look again. The one that said he was itching to try something. He abruptly got up and walked to the door. Do you guys mind if I leave? I have to go try something. Is it dangerous? Hermione asked. Only if you had electronics around. Harry shrugged. Nobody at Hogwarts had electronics. Fine, Hermione said. He'd likely tell her what he found later. Harry was off like a shot, after the others gave their consent and Harry rushed back to the room of requirement. That night, shortly before curfew, Harry walked into the common room, with a big smile on his face. Did you figure it out? Hermione asked. Kind of, Harry said with a nod. His smile was a permanent fixture though. What do you mean? Hermione asked. Let's test it out first, shall we? Harry asked. Cast a tickling charm at me, please, he requested. Using her wand, since there were people around, she cast the charm at him and was surprised when it didn't hit him, fizzling out a meter in front of him. She tried it again, to similar results. What are you doing? Is this a shield or something? Hermione asked. Performance anxiety, Hermione. Fred asked, having spotted the failed spells. Don't want to hurt your boyfriend. George asked. It's a tickling charm, and I'm more than capable of casting it. Hermione said primly. Harry's doing something. Go ahead, minions. Harry challenged. Give it a whirl. Show me what you've got. Fred and George, not capable of backing down, nor wanting to, now that they had permission, whipped out their wands. Their own wandless capabilities were coming along, but they weren't allowed, nor did they want to give up that advantage. Both of them cast the same charm at Harry, but they too fizzled out. They tried again, but Harry just smirked at them as they did their best to hit him. Struggling boys, Hermione asked with a victorious smile. Or don't you want to hurt your master? They didn't answer her, but started hurling more spells at Harry. Still small things, like stinging jinxes. After a while, Harry said, okay, that's enough. I'd call this a successful test. Successful for you maybe. Fred complained. We were quite unsuccessful. George added. And we had permission too. Fred whined. Let that be a lesson, boys. Harry said. You may be great, but I'm the master. We shall never doubt you again, master, the twins both said at the same time. How did they do that? Harry thought to himself. Okay, can you tell me, or is this suddenly family magic again? Hermione huffed. She really hoped he'd tell her. She was curious as all hell. I can tell you, but not everyone, since you'd understand it. Harry said, as he walked to a couch and took a seat by the fire. Hermione sat down next to him and he started explaining to her, after casting some security magic around himself and the rest of his group. They had claimed a permanent spot by one of the fires. Do you know how an electromagnet works? He asked. Current that moves in electrons that all move in one direction, creating a polarity, right? Hermione asked. Harry nodded and opened his hand, to show them a piece of rubber with metal plates on both sides. Inside this, there is a coil that has been saturated in magic for many years. I don't know if that is necessary, but I used some anyway. It has two diodes that terminate at the ends. What I do is pass magic into the one side and it follows the same principle, before exiting the other side, back into myself. This closed system works much like I suspect a wand does, except for focusing the EMF out in a specific direction, it expands around me. The way it functions though, makes my magical imprint, or aura, much bigger in my immediate vicinity. Basically it extends my range and allows me more control within that range. Harry said. But that uses electricity and electrons. Hermione countered. And we use part of that, apparently. Harry pointed out, holding the small device out to her. Makes sense, though, doesn't it? Why do you think Muggle technology doesn't work around magic? Try it, he said. Hermione looked like she wanted to object again, but took the device and did as he instructed. She took it in her hand and placed her thumb on one end and ensured it touched her pinky on the other. Then she focused on how she knew an electromagnet worked, making her magic follow the same principle, much as she had with the sapphire a couple of weeks back. When she had it, and felt something was happening, she pointed her wand and started to cast Illumos. She had merely begun to think of casting the spell, however, when a ball of light appeared, much like when she cast it wandlessly. In fact, she was suddenly certain she had cast it wandlessly. The light wasn't stronger, since the device didn't amplify her power, merely her ability to channel, but as she stared at the glowing ball, she had to admit that that was exactly what had happened. Me, she whispered to herself, but Harry heard. Maybe in a couple of years, Hermione. I think we're still a bit young, don't you think? Harry asked with a bit of a smile. Hermione blushed, colored and covered her face with a pillow, at that. I blame you for that, she said from under the pillow. Harry always swore around them. It was inevitable for her to let one of two slip out. Then she realized what had just happened and uncovered her face to look at the spell still burning merrily in the air. I can't believe it. You really did figure it out, she said. She was still blushing, but now she didn't care. Do you know what this means? She asked incredulously. Nothing that can be shared in a room full of students all watching. Harry said with a stern look. But, Hermione started before she sighed. Of course, you're right. I hate that you're right. This could be so useful, if people wouldn't instantly use it in ways not meant for it. Why would it interfere with other spells, though? She asked. Then, my EMF saturated the area much more heavily, not allowing another one to enter or change it easily. Harry said. It's like if you tried to put two magnets of the same polarity together. They repel each other. Hermione said. Does that mean all magic is the same polarity? Likely, but I honestly don't know. Harry said. I'd need to figure out a way to test it. Are you going to make something for that? Hermione asked excitedly. I'd need time to figure a device out that is both protected from magic and measures it. Harry said. I simply don't understand the technology well enough yet. If only I had a way to secure the knowledge, I'd be able to teach people these things and build up a staff of researchers. Harry said with a sigh. The problem with unbreakable vows is that they are permanent. I wouldn't want to saddle someone with such a thing unnecessarily, he said. I also can't hire muggles in the know, since they can't make magical oaths. Actually, Hermione started, I may have something for that. She had finally realized that Harry wouldn't abuse the knowledge. He had literally just implied that he didn't want to release something to the general public, since it could be abused. And that was the start of a whole other chapter in Marauder Inc. being able to contract help, with magically binding contracts. Normal magical contracts was bound to your magic or life, but Hermione's idea was quite ingenious. The contract simply applied to anything new you learned. If the contract was broken, anything new learned about the subject covered in the contract, which was then attached to the magic, would be removed. It couldn't focus on knowledge already learned up to that point, but the magic applied to you by the contract would protect and apply itself to the new knowledge. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.